Chapter 1. Is Spider-Man a mutant? New York, the Big Apple. The morning sun, brilliant and radiant, dispels the darkness as skyscrapers loom like colossal metallic giants in this modern metropolis, while pedestrians bustle through the streets. Since the arrival of New York's beloved neighbor, Spider-Man, and the flamboyant billionaire, Tony Stark, in the fight against crime, the collaboration between masked vigilantes and the Avengers has led to a historic low in the city's crime rate. Recently, there have been rumors that Spider-Man may join the Avengers as one of their own. I assert that Spider-Man is hardly a superhero. I adamantly demand a thorough investigation into his background. This little pest wreaks havoc every time he captures someone, and I have serious suspicions that he is a masked mutant, capable of causing calamity at any moment. On the colossal electronic screen in Times Square, Jonah Jameson, editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, passionately lambasted his least favorite superhero, seemingly wishing to hurl his spittle at that loathsome little B-U-G-A-T that very moment. A figure clad in red and blue suddenly zipped across the screen, shooting webs from his wrist that deftly sealed Jonah's mouth. "Shut up, Jonah! I've had enough of you. Why can't you treat me like you do Captain America?" Spider-Man muttered as he soared between the towering buildings, sunlight glinting off him like a gilded aura, while his shadow dramatically cast itself upon the bustling streets below, prompting passersby to look up in awe. What was that? Could it be a bird? Perhaps a plane? No, you're all wrong. It's our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Indeed, Spider-Man had become a celebrity in New York City. Over the past 3 years, from sunbathing elders to children savoring lollipops, everyone recognized him. Enthusiastic crowds waved at the sky as Peter Parker beamed beneath his mask, displaying the vivacity hidden behind his shy exterior. Wow, what a splendid day, isn't it? Good morning, everyone. In response to the fervent greetings from his fans, he would deliberately lower his frame, exchanging high fives with outstretched hands, or even landing to bestow a grand hug. After surveying the area and finding no signs of criminal activity, he glided to the rooftop of a building, retrieving a hidden camera. Gazing at the beloved images of Spider-Man captured within, he murmured, "What a perfect shot! Though Jonah wouldn't appreciate these, he's solely interested in my scandalous exploits. But MJ will surely love them." MJ, Mary Jane Watson, was his girlfriend, and the two were currently enjoying their blossoming romance. With a smile spread across his face, Peter secured the camera to his waist with webbing and soared once more into the sky. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced his skull. He was certain it was not his spider sense. Ugh. He clutched his head, attempting to descend, only to hear a deafening whistle. Boom! A rocket propelled from below, striking him squarely. In a dimly lit alley, four mercenaries clad in tactical gear converged, led by a scarred man brandishing an oval-shaped detector aimed at the unconscious Spider-Man. The signal spiked dramatically. Jonah wasn't lying. This spandex-clad freak is indeed a mutant. "We're going to strike it rich," exclaimed one henchman, excitedly clutching the rocket launcher. "You fool! Who told you to use a rocket?" The scarred leader kicked him angrily. "This is someone who could make us wealthy. What if you killed him?" After scolding his subordinate, he crouched down to partially lift Spider-Man's mask, checking for signs of life and relieved to find he was still breathing. "Grab him. We need to leave. The explosion could attract the attention of other superheroes, and I certainly don't wish to be confronted by Iron Man or that skull-clad lunatic." Outside New York, at the Alkali Gene Research Institute, when the unconscious Peter Parker finally opened his eyes, a flood of strange yet familiar memories surged into his mind. In that instant, he realized he was Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and also a traveler from another dimension, his memories awakening only due to certain circumstances. Taking a deep breath, he quickly regained his composure, scanning his surroundings through the visor of his mask. He noted the pristine white ceiling, the sophisticated life-monitoring equipment beside his bed, and the researchers clad in lab coats and masks. A peculiar collar encircled his neck, while his limbs were confined by specialized shackles. This was the treatment reserved for lab rats. "Look, our little spider is awake," one of the researchers remarked, cleaning a scalpel with a sardonic tone. "How ironic. New York's friendly neighbor is actually a mutant. From his appearance, he doesn't even know it himself." "That a mutant?" Peter's eyes widened. That was impossible. His powers stemmed from a radioactive spider, not an X gene. Fortunately, the mask remained intact, suggesting his identity was still concealed. "Well, our little mutant spider has awakened. It's time to reveal his true identity." How thrilling. He wanted to clarify that he had been bitten by a radioactive spider, unrelated to mutants, but before he could speak, a chill ran down his spine. His spider sense was ringing alarm bells. Danger emanated from the small scalpel in the researcher's hand. Hey sir, it's rather impolite to attempt to unveil someone's mask without permission from the owner. I also suggest you put down that thing. I have a slight allergy to sharp objects. You know, little spiders tend to fear pointy things. As Peter spoke, he tentatively tugged at the shackles. The mutant collar showed no signs of resistance, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had asserted he was not a mutant. His spider abilities originated from the spider totem. The approaching researcher remained steadfast in his belief, deriding Peter's claims while pointing at the collar around his neck. Don't waste your energy under the restraint of the X gene suppression collar. You're just an ordinary person now. Let me unveil your mask. What a pity. I rather liked you as this little bug. Too bad you're a mutant. Mutants aren't even human. They merely become specimens for experimentation. However, your body would surely be a valuable specimen. Those words. Peter's gaze turned icy. Neither having his mask removed nor being turned into a specimen was his desire. It seems you frequently engage in such activities. The blood on your hands must number more than one. But today, you've apprehended the wrong person. As soon as he finished speaking, Peter summoned his strength, shattering the shackles with a resounding crack. He yanked at the collar, ripping the X-gene suppression device apart, as if it were mere paper. Impossible. How can you still use your powers? The nearby researcher gaped in disbelief. Peter paid no mind to their astonishment. Freed from confinement, he executed a flawless backflip, clinging to the ceiling, unleashing 3 webs to incapacitate the guards at the entrance and swiftly wrap himself in a bedsheet. I told you I'm not a mutant, but your experimentation on living subjects is undeniable evidence. You fellows are in serious trouble. I can only imagine what might happen if Magneto discovered you were dissecting mutants here. A scene reminiscent of the Golden Gate Bridge would surely unfold. Magneto. The mere mention of that name sent shivers down their spines, transforming the researchers' expressions into masks of malice, as one suddenly drew a firearm from beneath his lap. Bang, bang, bang. He executed a surprise attack without a trace of psychological burden. For even in failure, the worst outcome would merely be a few days in prison. It is well known that Spider-Man does not take lives. With his spider sense tingling, Peter effortlessly dodged the incoming bullets, leaping down from the ceiling to deliver a powerful punch. Bang! The researcher who fired the gun had no time to react. As though struck by a truck, he was forcefully slammed into the wall, his chest caving in, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, the alarm blared throughout the laboratory. You don't kill. The blood-soaked researcher managed to utter, his head tilting as he succumbed to the void. Sorry. I held back. Who knew you'd be so fragile? Peter himself was taken aback. He had indeed restrained his strength, but something felt off about his control today. He attempted to lean against the wall, gently patting the man's cheek. Hey buddy, don't sleep. Wake up. But it was utterly futile. From the side of the man's collapsed chest, it was clear he was beyond saving. Chapter 2, Wolverine 3. Apologies, I truly did not mean to die, Spider-Man murmured, seemingly remorseful for the act of taking a life, rubbing the back of his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. The remaining researchers and security personnel in the room, however, had no time to notice Spider-Man's awkwardness. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. Everything had transpired too swiftly, swift enough that the retina could not relay the images, too rapid for the nerves to tremble. In the prior moment, the absolute dominator of the laboratory, the doctor whose very breath exuded authority, stood there like an immovable mountain. In the next instant, he had become a shattered piece of art embedded in the wall, crimson liquid dripping along the web-like structure, creating a haunting sound in the silent room. And the perpetrator was none other than Spider-Man, the friendly neighborhood hero, as described by the citizens of New York, who exchanged quips for punches and used webs instead of bullets. At that moment, he was scaling the wall like a spider, comically wrapped in a thin white bedsheet, his bare upper body still bearing the lean physique of youth. The stark visual contrast between his current state and the brutal scene he had just created formed a maddening paradox. The cold light of the laboratory illuminated the dust suspended in the air, casting a glow on the frozen expressions of the survivors. The researchers in lab coats gaped like fish out of water, their minds struggling to process the information before them, producing only a string of gibberish. Confusion, terror, and a hint of absurd disbelief swirled within them. Their gazes flickered frantically between the bloody mural on the wall and the bedsheet-clad hero, their minds nearly overheating. Spider-Man, who does not kill? What was this before them? An excessively vivid nightmare. Hey, Earth 2. Well, everybody in this fancy murder lab. Peter Parker's voice shattered the deathly silence as he leaped down from the wall, sounding like a college student just awakening, with a hint of morning rasp in his tone. He spread his arms wide, adopting an extremely innocent the first didn't do anything gesture. The bedsheet nearly slipped with his movements, causing him to fumble in a comical manner. But in that moment, no one dared to emit even a hint of laughter. I understand the summer promotion. The naked running discount sounds enticing. But personally, I prefer the sense of security and style that fabric provides. Spider-Man surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping across the pale faces at S.O. Has anyone seen my costume? Red and blue, tight-fitting, with a cool big spider on the chest. It should be hard to miss. He walked barefoot across the cold floor towards the crowd, and wherever he stepped, those unbound by webs instinctively recoiled, lowering their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of this humorously charismatic little spider. They were as docile as sheep in the presence of a wolf, fear causing beads of sweat to roll down their foreheads, hitting the ground with audible thuds. Oh, I need to find my clothes quickly, Peter muttered to himself, seemingly oblivious to the terror around him. Your welcoming committee is a bit too enthusiastic. My spider sense is screaming from left to right, giving me quite the headache. His eyes locked onto a security guard of similar stature, and they brightened instantly. Wow, dude, that tactical gear looks fantastic. The understated gray, the practical multi-functional pockets. Though it can't compare to the effortless artistry of my suit, it's definitely a fine piece. Peter approached him with a radiant smile. How about a little deal? Can I borrow it for a bit? I guarantee on my good Spider-Man credit that I will return it as soon as I find my outfit. The security guard's throat bobbed nervously, his eyes involuntarily glancing towards the wall where the cold body lay. The doctor's unblinking eyes were fixed in that direction. He abruptly turned back to Peter, nodding fervently, so rapidly one might fear his neck would snap. Awesome. I knew a kind-hearted Captain America wasn't just a one-off, Peter exclaimed, patting his shoulder, then very naturally disarming him of his handgun, tactical knife, and magazines, even pulling 2 grenades from the thigh pocket I'll hold. Onto these dangerous toys for you. Don't worry. I play it safe. He swiftly donned the guard's tactical vest and uniform pants, and though they were empty, he instantly felt more spirited. Perhaps due to the restoration of his memory, a melody always lingered in his mind. He shook his head, allowing his shoulders to sway to the non-existent rhythm, snapping his fingers and gliding through a few fluid dance steps. Whoa, look at those moves. Do I actually possess this talent? It must be this new outfit inspiring me. So cool. Meanwhile, the security guard, now clad only in a pair of boxers, could only cover his crucial area with his hands, shivering under the sympathetic and relieved it wasn't themselves gazes of his peers. Another guard, fully aware of the situation, gently placed all his weapons on the ground and raised his hands at Amar. Spider-Man, I know where your suit is. As a heavily accented female voice trembled through the air, a Mexican woman who had been observing Spider-Man for a while stepped forward, her face pale, yet her eyes radiating a determined resolve. Just as Peter was feeling elated about borrowing the gear, he did not expect such a kind soul to offer a lead on his suit, turning his gaze towards her and saying, "Aha, finally, a lady willing to provide a lead on my costume." Before he could finish his sentence, Gabriella collapsed to her knees with a thud, tears streaming down her face. I know you're a kind hero. Please, save those children. Her voice choked, nearly incoherent. They're cloned. Mutant children, trapped in this laboratory. If we don't save them now, they will be disposed of. I beg you, well. No, madam. Please get up, Peter exclaimed, as if scalded, executing a nimble backflip to hang from the ceiling, deftly avoiding the unexpected gift. Let's converse amicably. There's no need for such grand gestures. My uncle once said, with great power comes, darn it. He abruptly clapped a hand over his mouth, muttering softly, curse this parallel universe memory. I meant, with great responsibility. He descended cautiously, gently helping Gabriella to her feet. He gazed in her tear-filled yet sincere eyes, which reflected only the desperate plea of a mother, devoid of any malice. All right, since a group of children is in peril. Peter sighed, ruffling his hair. I shall certainly assist. This is my responsibility. Thank you on behalf of the children. Spider-Man, you are truly a good man. Gabriella sobbed with joy, vigorously wiping her tears, as a renewed light of hope illuminated her face. Women change their moods faster than one can turn a page. Peter murmured under his breath, inexplicably reminded of Gwen. He scratched the back of his head, tilting at woman. Wait, am I forgetting something important? Though he couldn't recall at the moment, the mission to rescue the children took precedence. "What is your name?" he inquired, gesturing toward Gabriella, who was regaining her composure. "Gabriella Lopez, I'm a nurse. You may call me Gabriella, Mr. Spider-Man." Gabriella, such a familiar name. Mutant children, Gabriella Lopez, Mutant Experiment Facility. These associations inevitably led Peter's thoughts to the Marvel film, Logan. "Mr. Spider-Man, your suit is in the storage room at the end of the right corridor. The children are held nearby. I will guide you." Peter nodded, his gaze sweeping across the room, filled with silent onlookers. "All right, folks, your party is over." He raised his hands in a classic gesture. "It's time for a duo operation." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. White webs shot forth with precision, ensnaring researchers and security personnel, lifting them from the ground to dangle from the ceiling like some postmodern decorative art. "Apologies, everyone. Please bear with me for a moment. I'll be back shortly. And you, my kind-hearted friend and your skivvies," Peter addressed the security officer left in only his underwear. "I'll remember your outfit. Let's wrap you up with some custom spider silk to keep you warm." More webs erupted, cocooning the unfortunate man in a white shroud, leaving only his nose and a pair of eyes that screamed existential despair visible. The blaring alarm continued to wail as Peter and Gabriella burst from the room, entering the cold metallic corridor. Thwip, thwip. As he moved swiftly, Peter shot webs to ensconce each surveillance camera at every corner. "Gabriella, what's the story behind those children in this place?" Peter asked amid the intermittent alarm. Gabriella did not hold back, quickly explaining, "This is the Alkali Gene Research Institute. They clone children using mutant genes for experimentation. The girl in charge is named Laura Kinney, along with X-23 and X-24. "Alkali? Laura Kinney? X-24? Peter's steps faltered slightly, his eyes widening beneath his mask. "Wow, is this really the plot of Logan?" he whispered to himself, an odd sense of fate gripping him. "I'm not merely a captive, viewed as a mutant by others, but rather, I'm here to rescue a group of cloned mutant children. This is utterly insane, yet incredibly cool." Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air from the right corridor. Spider sense surged through him like a high-voltage current. "Watch out!" Peter shouted. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. He jerked his head just in time as a military grenade whirled past his mask, hurtling toward Gabriella's face. With mere millimeters to spare, Peter flicked his wrist. Whoosh! A web ensnared the grenade, utilizing its immense stickiness and pull to send it hurtling back at an accelerated pace. Boom! The explosion reverberated deafeningly. The right corridor was instantly engulfed in flames and smoke. The harrowing screams and the sound of flesh hitting walls were drowned out by the roar of the blast. Peter didn't even glance back at the devastation, pulling a stunned and nearly limp Gabriella forward. His heart remained unervingly calm, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. An eye for an eye. If you wish to kill me, be prepared to be killed in return. This logic was simple, direct, and brutal, yet at this moment, it felt profoundly correct. Gabriella stole a glance at the young man beside her. His tall figure, clad in ill-fitting tactical gear, still exuded a striking handsomeness, especially those azure eyes that seemed to pierce through his mask. Yet, his earlier counterattack had been chillingly ruthless. Was this truly the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, the one who always jested and tied criminals up like dumplings for the police? Chapter 3. Have I become Magneto? As Gabriella pondered in confusion, a door labeled storage room appeared at the end of the corridor to MR. "Spider-Man, we've arrived. This is where your suit is kept." "Is it? Thank you immensely. I can finally put on my suit that pairs perfectly with my mask." Peter effortlessly opened the storage room door. His suit lay within an open locker, somewhat tattered at the arms and chest and covered in dust, yet the black nylon web emblem remained striking. Peter gently stroked the spider emblem, as if reconnecting with an old friend long lost. Without hesitation, he quickly shed the borrowed tactical outfit, neatly folding it, even brushing off the dust, before placing in a bag he found, securing it with webbing around his waist, and then smoothly donning his red and blue suit. As the final piece of fabric adhered to his skin, he exhaled softly, as if a certain power had completed its circuit. No matter what had transpired, no matter how he had changed or what memories he may now possess, this suit remained a part of him. The Spider-Man, clad in his suit, was invincible. The corridor transformed into his personal showcase. Whoosh! Whoosh! The mercenaries who had come to support didn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow before being ensnared by white webs, screaming as they were flung to the ceiling, becoming new decorations, The simplicity of the overwhelming force allowed the duo to reach the heavy metal door where the children were held without any hindrance. Gabriella, previously a nurse at the Institute, had long planned to help the children escape. Before Spider-Man could use his genius intellect to crack the alloy door's code, she swiped a stolen keycard across the sensor on the right side of the door. Creak! The alloy door slowly swung open, and the sight beyond momentarily took Peter's breath away. Dozens of children were crammed into a room that appeared filled with training equipment, most of them looking barely over 10 years old, their faces pale from prolonged exposure to darkness, clad in identical white prison garb, their eyes reflecting an innate fear of the unknown. However, as they recognized their visitors, the fear in their eyes dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of joy. "Behold, it is Spider-Man," exclaimed a small boy, missing a front tooth, with exuberance. If the guards and researchers in the Institute instilled fear in the children, then Gabriella, who treated them with kindness, was undoubtedly their angel of hope. "He looks just like the Spider-Man from the comic book you brought last time." A timid little girl pointed at Spider-Man, her voice filled with awe. "I recognize that spider emblem on his suit. It is truly identical." The children surged forward, encircling Peter in an instant, their voices overlapping in excitement, their pale faces flushed with joy, their vibrant energy dispelling the oppressive gloom that permeated the laboratory, especially when they learned from Gabriella that the figure before them was not merely an actor, but the real Spider-Man. Their elation peaked, akin to witnessing the X-Men come to their rescue. "You were sent by God to save us, aren't you?" One child gazed at Spider-Man, hope radiating from their eyes. "Children, quiet down. Listen to me." Gabriella raised her voice with effort. "Spider-Man is here to rescue us. Now, let's all be quiet and check if anyone is missing." Gabriella held great respect among the children, who were eager to heed her words. They scrutinized one another, shaking their heads in unison to indicate that all their friends were present. Among them stood a blonde girl, distinct from the rest, clutching a comic book. She appeared around 11 or 12, her delicate features exuding an unyielding indifference. Even when the other children rushed toward Spider-Man, she remained unmoved. With his keen eyesight, Peter could discern that the comic book's cover bore the emblem of the X-Men, particularly the striking image of Wolverine clad in his X-suit. "Uncle Spider-Man, did you really come to rescue us?" The previously timid girl grasped Peter's finger. "Indeed, I will take you all to safety," Peter replied politely, gently ruffling the girl's hair. With a humorous tone reminiscent of a classroom setting, he added, "Actually, I'm still a student myself, so it would make me even happier if you referred to me as Spider-Man." Brother, could it be that Spider-Man, who had apprehended countless villains, was still a student? Gabriella paused for a moment before promptly correcting the children. "Yes, he is Spider-Man, brother. Everyone, make sure to stay close together and do not wander off. We will surely escape safely, and then you will see what the outside world is like." "That's right, children." "Gabriella is correct," Peter affirmed, raising his hands in encouragement. Though his gesture may have seemed a bit lacking, it did not deter the curious children, who began to examine his wrist, likely searching for web shooters. However, as a genuine spider, he did not possess such devices. "That I could truly appreciate your affection for me. If it weren't for this place, I would love for you all to experience being Spider-Man, but this is not a suitable environment. We must leave quietly and swiftly. Understood?" As he spoke, Peter contemplated the necessity of contacting the X-Mansion or the Brotherhood. There appear to be at least 40 mutant children present. Even if he could rescue them, he must find a place for them to go. After all, he was not a mutant. He could not simply allow so many children to follow him. "Hopefully, the signal hasn't been jammed, and I can still make a call," Peter murmured to himself, his gaze inadvertently drifting to his wrist, where he froze in astonishment. From the area where he had been bitten by the spider, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted, blindingly bright before coalescing into a distinct X shape. What on earth? A golden finger? An external aid? Yet the others around him seemed oblivious to his anomaly. To dispel any illusion, Peter blinked vigorously and even raised his hand to wipe the lenses of his mask. He looked again, and the X symbol remained, growing more defined. Additionally, several flickering points of light, akin to fireflies, emerged from the children's heads, converging upon the X symbol on his wrist. As the points of light were absorbed, the X symbol solidified even further, ultimately appearing to come alive as it burrowed into Peter's body. "What the?" Peter's body jolted. An indescribable sensation coursed through him. It felt as though a dormant genetic switch had been abruptly flipped. He sensed metal, all the surrounding metal, the door frames, handcuffs, Even the zippers on the children's clothes, they were no longer cold, lifeless objects. They seemed to possess a will of their own, whispering to him, expressing affection and obedience. No way. He incredulously raised a finger, following his instinct to beckon a rivet on a training table in the distance. His astonishment, unnoticed by anyone, the rivet trembled and began to levitate. It floated serenely in the air, right where his finger pointed. Beneath his mask, Peter Parker's mouth formed an O shape. He had become Magneto. Chapter 4. The X-Men are approaching. Peter's casual gesture of waving his fingers did not create much of a stir among the chaotic throng of children. Perhaps a few sharp-eyed or metal-sensitive youngsters caught a glimpse of the rivets momentarily defying gravity, but they would most likely attribute it to a whimsical trick performed by a companion in a laboratory filled with over 40 mutant children. Such a minor anomaly was hardly extraordinary. The pressing concern at hand was how to escape the facility. Upon confirming the authenticity of his own mutation, Peter did not linger in contemplation. He approached the door, and after observing that the outside posed no immediate danger, he discovered a communication device belonging to the security personnel stationed on the ceiling. It is well known that Spider-Man lacks pockets. Thus, he had no means to carry a mobile phone or similar communication device. Furthermore, within a military research institute, which is a highly confidential area, there may be restrictions on fixed devices permitted for external communication. Fortunately, this device was indeed capable of contacting the outside world. Hello, this is Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. How may I assist you? A rough voice emanated from the device. I need to speak with Professor Xavier. There are over 40 mutant children here who require your assistance, Peter urged. How dare anyone conduct such activities under our very noses? I will notify the professor immediately. The voice replied, clearly incensed upon learning about the alkali gene research facility. As for who it was, even without the memories of a time traveler, Peter could surmise that only Wolverine possessed such a fiery temperament based on his prior knowledge of the X-Men. 1 minute later, Peter concluded his call with Professor X. Unsurprisingly, the X-Men would not stand idly by. They would soon arrive to rescue these unfortunate mutant children. However, during the conversation, Peter sensed something amiss with the professor's health. As if he were unwell. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He shook his head. The X-Men coming to rescue them was indeed splendid news. Upon learning that Spider-Man had successfully contacted the X-Men, the previously quiet children erupted with excitement once more, including Gabriella, who was equally thrilled, as she had always intended to bring the children to Xavier's school. Witnessing the joy on the children's faces, Peter felt reassured in his decision. Fortunately, he was unaware of the Brotherhood's contact information, or he might have hesitated for a moment. Soon, under Gabriella's gentle yet firm reassurances, the children swiftly calmed down. After a brief discussion, they decided to gradually make their way to the main entrance of the research facility before the X-Men arrived. For waiting idly for the enemy to make their move was not a wise choice. With his spider sense guiding him, Peter led the way, followed by the children who lined up in 2 rows behind him and Gabriella, who wielded a shotgun with resolve. Do not underestimate any of the young mutants within this research facility. Although their abilities remain unrefined due to their tender age, under the right guidance, they possess the potential to confront mercenaries with formidable strength. At this moment, the jarring alarms of the Institute have inexplicably ceased, as if abruptly silenced by an unseen hand. The corridor has succumbed to an eerie and chilling silence, so profound that the only sound is the echo of their own disordered footsteps against the cold metallic walls, each step resonating like a drumbeat of fear. This silence is rather unsettling. Peter's voice emerged muffled beneath his mask as he advanced, cautiously attuned to his surroundings. He muttered, "Based on my extensive experience with horror films, shouldn't we expect a chainsaw-wielding maniac leaping out from some doorway shouting, 'Here's Johnny,' or chanting about little pigs? If that were to happen, I would have to quickly seal his mouth with webbing to avoid frightening the children." He initially sought to alleviate the heavy atmosphere with humor, reflecting on the glimmers of hope that the children brought to him. Then, he quietly inquired about the matter at hand to Gabriella. "Gabriella, what are the abilities of those children?" Gabriella followed the direction of Peter's gaze and replied in a hushed tone, "Ah, you mean John and the others? Their ability is telekinesis. However, given their young age, their powers are quite unstable, appearing sporadically. In the face of genuine danger, they might not be of much help." Telekinesis? Peter mused while stroking the lower part of his mask, lost in thought. This seemed inconsistent. Telekinesis should allow one to manipulate objects. Yet it appeared they had developed an affinity for metal instead. Sensing Peter's confusion, Gabriella hesitated and lowered her voice even further, almost whispering the genetic origins of the children. "These little ones are clones derived from the illustrious Magneto and Professor X." Professor X and Magneto. This revelation seemed to align perfectly. Thus, it was conceivable that his own abilities were a fusion of those two powers. He attempted to sense his surroundings and quickly realized he could influence not only metal, but seemingly everything around him. It was indeed telekinesis. Perhaps his earlier uncertainty stemmed from the nascent awakening of his abilities. Could this mean he truly had the potential to be a mutant? Alternatively, it could be a manifestation of a system akin to a golden finger. Furthermore, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this might all be a reflection of Magneto's prowess. As Professor X's telekinesis is of a mental nature and does not extend to the manipulation of both macro and micro objects like Jean Grey. As for Magneto's capacity to control elements beyond metal, with his fused memories, Peter found no surprise in this. He understood clearly that the true source of Magneto's power was not merely the manipulation of metal, but rather the control of one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism. Theoretically, this could enable him to accomplish countless extraordinary feats. Thus, Peter's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The once failed man, Spider-Man, was now poised to evolve into the electromagnetic Spider-Man. This notion was far more exhilarating than being bitten by an electric eel. Perhaps all these unpredictable changes stemmed from the sudden awakening of his past life memories? Peter ultimately attributed the cause to this. As a traverser, any occurrence that defied logic might indeed be the greatest logic of all. Wait, suddenly halting his train of thought, Peter signaled for silence, and the entire group fell still. Suspended upside down at the corridor's apex, he raised a hand to indicate quietude, declaring that his spider sense was frantically alerting him to the approach of a formidable adversary. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful and towering figure emerged from around the corner of the dimly lit corridor, striding forward with heavy steps. The murky neon lights elongated his shadow, casting a distorted silhouette upon the wall that exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 5. The mobilization of Tony Stark. The children instantly gasped in terror, instinctively clustering around Gabriella, their faces etched with anxiety and fear. Yet one girl remained an exception. Young Wolverine, Laura Kinney, calmly tucked her well-worn X-Men comic into her cartoon backpack, then dropped to all fours, lowering her body and emitting a menacing growl from her throat. She assumed the perfect stance of a beast ready to attack, her youthful yet piercing eyes glimmering with a feral intensity as she fixed her gaze upon the uninvited guest lurking in the shadows. "Laura, don't do this," Gabriella implored, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. She set down her shotgun and enveloped the crouching girl in a tight embrace. Her tender hand caressed Laura's back in an attempt to soothe the wildness surging within her. Under that gentle touch, the fierceness in the girl's eyes softened slightly. Yet her body remained taut, like a young beast poised to pounce, unwaveringly focused on the shadow. Clang, clang. The sound of boots striking the ground echoed like the countdown of death. The figure, now fully revealed from the shadows, entered the collective gaze of the onlookers. The newcomer sported a slicked-back hairstyle, complemented by a pair of ostentatious brown glasses, yet beneath his sleeves, a metallic arm gleamed coldly. As he spoke, a large gold tooth was prominently visible in his mouth. Donald Pierce, a faithful hound of the Alkali Research Institute, a seasoned and bloodthirsty mercenary leader. With his arrival, a swarm of heavily armed mercenaries surged forth from the corridors on either side, their weapons raised in unison, cold laser sights instantaneously targeting Peter and the children, encircling them in a tight formation. "I've finally found you." The chilling voice seemed to ooze from between clenched teeth. "Damn mutants. Why can't you stay in your cages and stop causing me trouble?" Having just been reprimanded by Dr. Rice over the phone, Donald slowly removed his glasses, his gaze fixed intently on Spider-Man above him. It was evident that the mutants he referred to included Spider-Man. "It's time for your performance. Step up." There was little room for negotiation as he swiftly issued an attack command to the killing machine within the team. Unbeknownst to them, a muscle-bound man, his physique almost exaggerated, emerged from the shadows behind Donald. His face bore a disheveled beard, and his eyes reflected a chilling emptiness devoid of any human emotion. Most striking were his arms, robust like ancient tree roots, beneath which gleamed 3 steel claws forged from adamantium, radiating a cold, lethal light. A sharp, grating noise echoed through the corridor as the claws scraped carelessly against the concrete wall, cutting through it like a hot knife through butter, leaving behind 3 unfathomably deep and terrifying claw marks. He emanated an aura of primal savagery, born solely for destruction. "It's X-24. Gabriella instinctively gasped, her breath hitching as she picked up the shotgun from the floor, instinctively shielding the children behind her. They truly created you." Peter immediately accessed relevant information from his merged memories. X-24 was a clone of Wolverine, Logan, a soulless, emotionless perfect weapon of destruction, designated as Weapon X. Yet something felt amiss. As Peter descended from the ceiling, he straightened his posture and curiously gauged their heights from a distance. To his surprise, this formidable and muscle-bound X-24 only reached his chest. Estimating his own height at 6 feet 1 inch, it seemed that this version of Wolverine barely exceeded 5 feet 3 inches. Wow, Peter couldn't help but exclaim, "Buddy, were you severely malnourished as a child? Or did alkalized cloning technology forget to add growth hormones? I see, your unfortunate height led to relentless mockery, which transformed you into this cynical, irritable creature." Peter's verbose nature kicked in as he filled the tense atmosphere with a stream of banter, attempting to alleviate the deadly tension. X-24 remained unresponsive. It was merely a weapon, devoid of any feelings, and thus impervious to insults. However, Donald could no longer contain himself. "Enough, you irritating little pest. I swear, I will sew that foul mouth of yours shut with the thickest thread, and see how you prattle then." "Hey, mind your language, Mr. One-Arm," Peter retorted, undeterred by the numerous weapons aimed at him. "First of all, I am not a pest. I am Spider-Man. Secondly, from a biological classification standpoint, spiders are not insects. They belong to the phylum Arthropoda, class Arachnida. I feel it is imperative to clarify the honor of my species." Peter insisted on defending the reputation of spiders. "Shut up." Donald Pierce's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, his teeth grinding audibly in fury, the fire in his eyes nearly erupting. "X-241, what are you waiting for? Tear this vile reptile apart. First, remove his tongue and foul mouth." The Wolverine clone sprang into action. Its back arched violently, and its legs unleashed a terrifying power incongruent with its size, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Those merciless adamantium claws aimed directly at Peter's face. With a deft sidestep, Peter narrowly evaded this lethal strike while simultaneously flicking his wrist, launching a strand of webbing aimed at X-241's face in an attempt to obstruct its line of sight. Honestly, my breath is not foul at all. As Peter moved at breakneck speed, deftly dodging X-241's relentless barrage of claw strikes, he continued to chatter incessantly. "I brush my teeth morning and night, use fluoride toothpaste, rinse after meals, maintain a balanced diet, and undergo regular dental checkups. I have no bad breath or gum issues. However, I must say, that golden tooth of yours could use some proper care. Your gum line seems a bit inflamed, and the color appears off." "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Donald Pierce completely lost his composure, the veins on his forehead pulsating violently. He raised his automatic rifle, unleashing a frenzied barrage at the agile Peter. "Once I turn you into a sieve, let us see if you can still let out a peep. Die, bug." The rifle spat forth a torrent of scorching fire, bullets whistling like a torrential downpour, enveloping Peter. However, in the next moment, an extraordinarily bizarre occurrence transpired. Donald Pierce felt his weapon suddenly lighten, an irresistible force materializing out of nowhere. His wildly shooting automatic rifle was wrenched from his grasp, not flung away, but rather floating eerily in midair, defying all laws of physics. The gun's muzzle still lingered with a wisp of smoke, yet it had fallen utterly silent, akin to a mute being choked by an invisible hand, bizarrely hovering less than a foot from Pierce's palm. Everyone, including the mercenaries, was rendered speechless. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Only Peter Parker, suspended above in the corridor and having narrowly avoided a hail of bullets, allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips beneath his mask. His fingers were directed toward the floating rifle, making the faintest upward flicking motion. Meanwhile, in the relaxation area of Stark Tower, Tony Stark, having partied through the night, groggily awoke, rubbing his heavy head. "Ugh, what time is it?" "Sir, it is almost noon. Miss Potts came looking for you, but left upon finding you still asleep. Also, you asked me to keep an eye on Peter Parker. 2 hours ago, an explosion occurred in an alleyway above 15 Chinatown, Flushing, Queens. Residual fragments from Spider-Man's suit and a shattered camera were detected at the scene. According to footage captured by drones, he appears to have been ambushed. Since Spider-Man was recommended by Tony for the Avengers candidate list, he had specifically instructed Jarvis to monitor the movements of others to prevent any significant blunders from being revealed. Upon hearing that the young Spider was under attack, his drowsy mind suddenly became alert. "The child is under attack. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Quickly, retrieve the surveillance footage from the vicinity and track Peter Parker's current location." "Sir, the location has already been identified by the dispatched drones. We are now awaiting your command. Go." Chapter 6. The stark contrast of Spider-Man. Meanwhile, at the research facility, Donald, who had long been engaged in the capture of mutants, gazed at the hovering weaponry before him. His immediate instinct was that a mutant was operating in the shadows, particularly one endowed with telekinetic abilities. Reacting instinctively, he swiftly retreated a few steps, merging into the defensive formation established by the surrounding mercenaries. Once he confirmed that he was in a relatively secure position, his gaze, sharp as a metal brush, swept over the group of innocent children behind Gabriella. Who was orchestrating this? His voice emerged as if drawn from a frost-laden cellar, cold and edged with menace. As for Spider-Man, who was engaged in a flurry of spins, jumps, and rapid movements against X-241, Donald scarcely regarded him. After all, Spider-Man was not Magneto. He should not, and could not, disarm others in the heat of battle. Such feats were beyond his capabilities. The children's eyes flickered uncertainly, drawing closer to Gabriella like frightened young beasts. Among them, however, one little girl stood apart, Laura, with a mischievous grin revealing a set of sharp teeth that belied her youth. She crouched slightly, the tips of her adamantium claws barely visible, akin to a predator poised to pounce. Had Gabriella not firmly grasped her arm, whispering words of caution, Laura would likely have leapt forth, sinking her claws into Donald's throat. Too slow. Honestly, at your pace, I could strike and evade simultaneously. Do you require me to deliberately slow down? It's a virtue expected of every adult to consider the stature of a child under 1.60 meters. Peter, the instigator of the chaos, spoke with a light-hearted tone, even laced with a hint of mockery. He had already discerned the attack patterns and combat style of the Wolverine clone. At that moment, he moved through the narrow corridor with the leisure of strolling in his own backyard, deftly evading each deadly claw swipe. With the assistance of his newly acquired abilities, he could also manipulate the automatic rifle suspended in midair, subtly adjusting the barrel to an optimal position. When the heated muzzle finally aimed at the relentless, humanoid beast X-24, Peter mimicked the gesture of his most familiar magnetic master, pretending to pull the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets rained down like a torrential storm, the searing tongues of fire tearing through the air, violently crashing against the back of the Wolverine clone. In the cacophony of flesh and bone colliding, X-24 emitted a howl of anguish. The creature, stripped of fear through genetic engineering, devoid of human emotions, yet still capable of feeling pain, did not retreat in the face of bodily suffering. Instead, it ignited the ferocity that lay deep within, quickening its assault, with the sound of its claws slicing through the air growing ever sharper. Peter, caught off guard, stumbled back, 3 pronounced gashes marring the front of his spider suit. He swiftly distanced himself, lowering his gaze to inspect the damage. Fortunately, the suit was the only casualty, leaving his skin unscathed. Otherwise, even with his current regenerative abilities, he would have endured significant discomfort. Wow, buddy, you're quite something, Peter whistled, his tone chilling as he resolved to bring the game of cat and mouse to an end. In the meantime, Donald, having made no progress, spat on the ground in frustration. He could not discern who was covertly manipulating the hovering weapons and was further incensed that X-241 was being outmaneuvered by a bothersome insect. Although X-241 was merely a defective specimen and not their ultimate experimental achievement, being outwitted by a mere bug infuriated him. What nonsense is this? He bellowed. Everyone, follow my command. Use tranquilizer darts freely and apprehend all the mutant children, including that pestilent spider. The sound of guns chambering echoed ominously, akin to the whispers of death. Gabriella gripped her shotgun tightly, her gaze resolute, prepared to sacrifice her life for the fleeting chance of salvation for these children. Yet, in that very moment, the weapons in the hands of all the mercenaries trembled violently, suddenly yanked skyward by an invisible, overwhelming force. Metal clanged against the ceiling, a cacophony of overlapping sounds drowning the corridor in gasps and curses. What is happening? A mercenary exclaimed, eyes wide, hands still poised to fire, only to find his weapon replaced by empty air. Could it be Magneto? A trembling voice suggested among the mercenaries. The name carried a chilling power, as if it could freeze the blood of all who heard it. Magneto was the nightmare of every mercenary who sold their soul for profit in the pursuit of capturing mutants. In an instant, panic spread like wildfire. They gazed upward at the weapons suspended in midair, slowly turning to aim at them, their heartbeats thunderous as if beating a war drum. Stop! Don't frighten yourselves, Donald shouted, forcing a semblance of calm despite his own trepidation. He understood better than anyone that the genetically modified foods developed by Dr. Xandriles had been on the market for years, even causing Professor X to gradually succumb to Alzheimer's. Magneto, grappling with his own challenges, could scarcely appear in this remote research facility. He compelled himself to confront the ominous black muzzles, his voice firm. Who is behind this? If you have the guts, then shoot. Among the children, there existed a genetic clone of Magneto, but past tests indicated that no one had achieved such a feat yet, leaving him uncertain. As Peter skillfully wove a vast web of spider silk to temporarily ensnare the frenzied clone of Wolverine, he effortlessly summoned another rifle brimming with live ammunition through telekinesis. With one rifle poised to the left and the other to the right, they hovered ominously at Donald's temples, before the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Donald maintained an outward facade of composure, yet beads of perspiration began to trickle from his brow, and his Adam's apple bobbed nervously as his breaths grew labored. Beneath his mask, Peter smirked mischievously. "Aren't you fearless?" He muttered in a tone only he could perceive. "Your body tells a different story." Suddenly, Peter began to mimic the sound of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Startled by the sound, Donald instinctively recoiled, crouching down in a panic, only to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, large droplets of sweat cascading from his nose, his back swiftly drenched in cold perspiration, resembling someone just pulled from the depths of water. The other mercenaries, similarly threatened by the firearms, fared no better. Some screamed for their mothers, while others collapsed, their legs unable to support them. Although the rifles were loaded with tranquilizer darts, no one was eager to test their lethal potential. Few could maintain their composure in the face of genuine mortal peril. Just then, with a ripping sound, the web-restraining X-241 was violently torn apart, and the blood-red-eyed Wolverine clone lunged once more at Peter, an unrelenting machine of slaughter, seemingly devoid of pain. "Oh, my apologies, nearly forgot about you," Peter remarked. And at his words, the more than 40 firearms hovering in the air began to rotate in unison, forming an inverted metallic funnel that completely encircled the Wolverine clone within a nexus of lethal beams. "I shall not disappoint you now." Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. The roar of the bullets swiftly eclipsed all other sounds. The force of the simultaneous gunfire from over 40 automatic rifles was so immense that it forced the Wolverine clone to stagger backward. Its futile attempt to shield its head with its arms was in vain, as it emitted a series of agonizing wails. Even with its formidable regenerative abilities, it could not withstand such a torrential onslaught of firepower. In an instant, the corridor was transformed into a gruesome tableau of carnage, shells littering the ground, the scene suffocating in its brutality. Gabriella abruptly turned to gather the children into her embrace, shielding them from the hellish spectacle, while she closed her eyes and murmured a prayer. After a relentless barrage, the Wolverine clone was left utterly unrecognizable, lying quietly in a pool of viscous blood, resembling a tattered mass of crimson fabric. Its hollow eyes stared blankly at the blood-stained ceiling, as if silently questioning the cruelty of creation. Peter, belatedly aware of the children's presence, froze for a moment, suddenly realizing that such a violent display was not the appropriate choice. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely lost track of that. Wow, I usually don't act this way, truly." In that instant of self-reflection, all the suspended firearms lost their control, clattering to the ground in a cacophony of metallic sounds. He bowed his head, seemingly consumed by guilt, but suddenly lifted it, his gaze first sweeping across the dismal surroundings, then settling on the group of mercenaries who sat petrified on the ground. Politely, he addressed them. "Excuse me, everyone. Would you mind not lounging about? The floor is quite filthy. Could you lend a hand in tidying up? I don't mind, but the children will need to pass through here. Besides, a bit of exercise wouldn't do you any harm." As he spoke, he swiftly unleashed strands of webbing, deftly disarming all the mercenaries of their remaining weapons. He then wheeled out a cleaning cart from a storage room at the end of the corridor, laden with mops, buckets, and disinfectants. This left all the mercenaries utterly dumbfounded. They glanced at the bloodied, near-unrecognizable clone of Wolverine lying in a pool of blood, and then back at Spider-Man, who was pushing the cleaning cart while musing aloud about where to begin, feeling as though their minds were about to short-circuit. Chapter 7. Omega-level potential. All the mercenaries, including Donald, finally grasped, albeit slowly, that the individual who had remotely controlled dozens of firearms to subdue them was not some concealed mutant reinforcement, but rather Spider-Man, the one clad in a red and blue suit, incessantly chattering. Just moments ago, those 3 bounty hunters, who thrived on capturing mutants for profit, had confidently proclaimed that their target, Spider-Man, was a mutant himself, yet they had never mentioned his ability to manipulate firearms. This revelation shattered their previous understanding of Spider-Man entirely, a fact that had not even been reported by the New York News or documented by the Horn of Justice. It likely didn't even exist in the military's classified files. This individual had concealed his true nature far too deeply. Now, this very Spider-Man, who had just pulverized the Wolverine clone with over 40 rifles, was cheerfully pushing the cleaning cart, even swaying to some inaudible music. One moment, he was a fearsome battlefield bully, and the next, he reverted to that loquacious, friendly neighbor, leaving them in a state of confusion about which persona was genuine. However, one thing was certain. The notion that Spider-Man was incapable of taking lives was pure nonsense. The mercenaries, seated on the ground or still slumped over, had no desire to test the accuracy of those floating rifles with their own heads, even with the weapons now lying abandoned on the ground. Thus, when Spider-Man enthusiastically thrust mops, rags, and buckets into their hands, none dared to refuse. They accepted the cleaning tools, resembling a group of subdued gang members, and began to silently wipe away the chaos and blood they had just created. Even Donald was no exception. After experiencing that intensely dramatic faux execution, the arrogance had drained from his face. Casting a glance at the barely recognizable mass that could still be referred to as X-241, he lowered his head in silence, taking a mop and joining this reluctant band of mercenary housekeepers. Come on, fellows. Labor is the most glorious of pursuits. Let us work hard. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can escort these lovely children out of this wretched place. Peter exemplified diligence, moving with such swiftness that he seemed to blur into mere shadows. He swept the floor, wiped the walls, collected debris, and even interspersed spontaneous jazz dance steps, as if the post-war ruins were merely his personal stage. Oh wait, that's not right. He abruptly halted, propping the mop with one hand while tapping his headgear with the other. I nearly forgot. I cannot simply step outside without returning the attire borrowed from that gentleman. Yes, indeed. He was earnest. While other superheroes might exit a battle with solemnity or a menacing quip, only Spider-Man would remain to tidy the battlefield, finding joy in the task. For a moment, the mercenaries were at a loss, unsure whether to weep or to laugh. Hey, you. Yes, you. Stop frowning. Peter suddenly materialized before a mercenary who was broodingly glaring at the floor. You look as if you could trap a coin in that frown. Life is already so challenging. Why not try smiling? Come on, follow my lead, smile. The mercenary, startled, managed to force a grimace that was more sorrowful than a frown. He genuinely felt like crying. Yet Donald seized upon a disquieting implication embedded within Spider-Man's seemingly casual remark. Escorting the children outside? This notion sounded like collaboration, but upon reflection, was it not a veiled form of kidnapping? Allowing these disarmed individuals to walk ahead of the children transformed them into unwitting human shields. Should they encounter any resistance, they would be the first to fall. The realization sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down Donald's back. He bowed his head and intensified his mopping. Tumultuous thoughts swirling within. This Spider-Man was far more formidable than the Magneto who merely confronted directly. Not far off, Gabriella, who had just turned back, was utterly astonished. She beheld Spider-Man, who only moments ago had been engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the guards, now mingling with the mercenaries. What manner of person was Spider-Man? She found herself utterly perplexed. Wow, Spider-Man is so cool. We want to help too. The children, oblivious to the complexities of the situation, only saw that Spider-Man had swiftly vanquished all the villains and was now directing them to clean. Their eyes sparkled with delight, eager to rush over and assist. Gabriella reached out to stop them, suddenly aware that for these children, accustomed to the brutal experiments and death scenes within the laboratory, the bloodstain on the floor might not be as significant as she perceived. No need, no need. This little task is easy and enjoyable for us. Peter quickly gestured to the children and then patted the shoulder of another mercenary beside him. Hey, wouldn't you agree? The mercenary, jolted by the touch, forced another grimace that appeared even more painful than before. Why, yes, sir, absolutely. He stammered, and then, as if wound up like a toy, his hands transformed into a cleaning machine, efficiency skyrocketing. Wow, your efficiency is remarkable. Truly commendable. I give you a thumbs up. Peter generously raised his thumb in approval. Look, they are rather pleasant when they are not wielding firearms. He turned to the children, his tone buoyant. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on for a moment. We shall soon clear a pristine path. The now defunct Wolverine clone lay motionless in a pool of blood, its vacant gaze directed skyward. As Peter hummed an off-key tune, he diligently worked, feeling an invigorated passion for life since the memories of his past life merged with his own. As he hummed, the concrete wall before him unexpectedly flickered momentarily, becoming translucent. Though it lasted but an instant, he clearly perceived the disarray of tables, chairs, and instruments in the room beyond. What on earth? Peter abruptly halted, taken aback. This sudden pause sent the two mercenaries beside him, who were idly slacking off, into a panic. Fearing that Spider-Man was finally ready to settle the score, in an instant, they unleashed astonishing potential, doubling their cleaning speed. Such fervor was infectious among the crowd. Other mercenaries, though perplexed, witnessed the sudden fervor and assumed it was a signal that survival depended on effort, prompting them to accelerate as well. In no time, the corridor reverberated solely with the sounds of vigorous cleaning. Damn it, you weren't this eager when tasked with organizing equipment back on missions, Donald grumbled indignantly. Yet, casting a glance at the X-241 in the pool of blood, He gritted his teeth and hastened his pace to avoid being the last unfortunate soul to finish. Peter remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently ignited a fervent workplace competition. His entire focus was on the wall before him as he approached and touched its rough concrete surface with his gloved hand. That was no mere illusion. He concentrated, channeling a kind of new perception he could not yet fully comprehend. Moments later, that peculiar sense of clarity emerged once more. This time, it was clearer and more enduring. The concrete wall layered before him became transparent, peeling away like an onion, revealing the depths within. He observed the microstructure of sand and gravel inside the concrete, ultimately filled with countless chain-like spherical structures. Between these spherical chains, immense cylindrical objects obstructed his view from delving deeper. Pulling back his perspective, he recognized that the systematically arranged cylindrical objects were rebar. And those chain-like spheres, were they molecules? Calcium carbonate molecules? The ability to see through? Microscopic vision? This far surpassed the realm of his spider sense. Was it the X gene within him? As a traveler of worlds, he was acutely aware of the terrifying realms that powerful Omega-level mutants could reach, manipulating molecules, atoms, and even rewriting reality. Once plagued by misfortune, Peter Parker now felt an overwhelming, surreal euphoria, as if he had been unexpectedly struck by a massive lottery ticket while walking down the street. "Excuse me." A cautious voice gently pulled him back from the depths of shock. A mercenary, adorned with a sycophantic smile, stood beside him, gesturing towards the immaculate, gleaming floor. "We've cleaned everything up, but we are uncertain how to deal with the Wolverine clone." His stance resembled that of a soldier awaiting inspection from a superior. Among the crowd, Donald, mopping his brow, averted his gaze in displeasure, jealousy distorting some faces. "Well done." After praising the soldier, Peter turned his attention to the pool of blood, within which lay the shattered body previously known as X-241. Naturally, he would bestow upon it a final resting place. As his sensitivity to metal intensified with time, he could distinctly sense a congregation of heavy weaponry infused with a potent metallic aura at the exit ahead. After conferring with Gabriella, he resolved not to rush towards the exit, opting instead to seek a room for respite while awaiting the arrival of the X-Men. "You all proceed ahead and find a room to rest," Peter said, gently ruffling a child's hair, his tone softening. "I will take care of this behemoth and join you shortly. Remember to keep your firearms close." "Understood." Gabriella tightened her grip on the shotgun, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. Thus, over 40 unarmed mercenaries led the way, followed by Gabriella and the children, forming an elongated line. Peter refrained from ensnaring them with webbing. In the face of such overwhelming force, fear itself became the most steadfast of chains. Next, he selected a grenade from the mercenaries' gear and approached X-241. Though the Wolverine's weakened clone was battered and broken, its terrifying regenerative ability meant it still clung to life. The gruesome wounds twitched slightly as tissue attempted to mend itself. To utterly eradicate this emotionless killing machine, Peter chose to insert the grenade into its most destructive location, the brain. Given X-241's current grievous state, it could not possibly withstand an intracranial explosion. "I'm sorry," he murmured softly, aware that the creature could not comprehend. "You should not have come into this world. May you find peace." Without further hesitation, he pulled the pin and expertly lodged the grenade into the Wolverine clone's mouth, then swiftly retreated. Boom. The explosion reverberated with a dull, violent resonance, marking the definitive end of a tragic creation. Ahead, the detonation sent ripples of agitation through the ranks of mercenaries. Some turned to glimpse the returning Spider-Man and the smoke billowing from the corridor behind him, extinguishing all clandestine schemes in an instant. Approximately 800 meters from the explosion, at the B exit of the research facility, the atmosphere was tense, reminiscent of a battlefield poised for confrontation. Soldiers clad in camouflage darted nervously behind makeshift barricades, while tanks and armored vehicles were strategically positioned, their formidable barrels aimed at the shadowy exit, resembling slumbering steel beasts. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. "Quick, hurry, hasten your movements. We must not allow a single mutant to escape from this location." Lieutenant Lister, the acting commander, urged the soldiers as they set up the final layer of barbed wire. At that moment, an armed soldier rushed over to report a call from Dr. Lees. "Dr. Lees, do you have any instructions?" Lieutenant Lister inquired with a courteous tone, also taking the opportunity to update on the progress. "I have established defenses outside the laboratory. Not a single mutant shall escape." "Very well," Dr. Lees responded, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. "Have we made contact with Donald?" "Not yet. Since their encounter with the fleeing mutants and Spider-Man, we have lost all communication, and monitoring systems have been compromised," Lieutenant Lister replied gravely. I fear they may have met with misfortune. Dr. Lees fell silent. Lieutenant Lister understood that this brilliant scientist, highly regarded by the military, was likely in a state of distress. The X-weapon he had painstakingly developed was likely in jeopardy, possibly destroyed by Spider-Man. Wait. If they emerge from here, it is imperative that Spider-Man and the group of mutant children be captured alive. If that proves impossible, at the very least, their remains must be left for me. Dr. Lees's voice was chilling. Understood, Doctor, Lieutenant Lister assured him solemnly, recognizing that for these scientific zealots, invaluable genetic samples held greater significance than life itself. However, before their conversation could conclude, a sudden, unfamiliar buzzing sound erupted from above. Everyone looked up in astonishment to see hundreds of drones descending like a swarm of migrating bees, swiftly encircling the exit of the laboratory, their sharp red lights flashing ominously from beneath. Upon closer inspection, the unmistakable Stark insignia was visible on their fuselages. Before the ground troops could react, a dazzling figure of gold and red streaked across the sky, hovering directly above the defensive position with the roar of jet engines. As the iron mask lifted, the familiar visage of Tony Stark, recognizable throughout New York, emerged, exuding a hint of irreverence. Hey there, folks, relax, don't be so tense. Iron Man's voice resonated through the external speakers, clear and magnetic. I'm here looking for, the pajama baby. Oh no, I meant Spider-Man. Don't bother saying he isn't here. Nothing that happens in New York escapes my notice. Tony Stark had arrived in search of Spider-Man. Chapter 8. The deterrent of Iron Man. While the citizens of New York might find amusement in the sight of the red figure swinging between skyscrapers, when it comes to discussing the true luminary of the city, there is but one name on everyone's lips, Tony Stark. Indeed, he is the man clad in gold and red armor who unabashedly declared to the world, I am Iron Man. A billionaire, inventor, chairman of Stark Industries, physicist, philanthropist, and a core member of the Avengers, he boasts an innumerable array of titles. He is not only a frequent feature in the headlines of newspapers, but also, in a certain sense, a symbol of this city. Even esteemed publications like the New York State Gazette will always reserve a dedicated space for him. This is no privilege, but rather a matter of course. In stark contrast, the newspaper associated with Spider-Man has been relegated to the Hornet Daily, placing the two in entirely different realms. Even the Osborn Group, another titan of commerce, whether it be the late Norman Osborn or the current steward Harry Osborn, has never enjoyed such attention. Tony Stark, a name synonymous with news, draws a swarm of media personnel upon his mere appearance. At this very moment, he hovers above a heavily fortified military base, his gold and crimson armor reflecting a cold, dazzling sheen in the setting sun, flanked by a dense array of Stark drones that exude an overwhelming sense of pressure. Iron Man, Lieutenant Lister, stationed on the ground, almost spat out the name through clenched teeth. His complexion was ghastly, despite his efforts to maintain composure. The taut line of his jaw and the slight twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed him. The era of mutants may be waning, yet the X-Men endure, and the Brotherhood of Mutants still operates in the shadows. The research conducted within this base must not be exposed. Doctor, Iron Man has discovered our base. What should we do? Lieutenant Lister inquired in a hushed tone, his gaze fixed on the suffocating swarm of drones above. He clenched his rifle, fully aware that it would be utterly futile against Stark's technology. Tony Stark is not Spider-Man. That boy in the tight suit merely dabbles in street-level justice, confronting bank robbers at best. But Stark? He embodies capital, technology, political influence, and everything that the damn Avengers represent. To provoke him is to invite trouble from an entire system. Lister did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath before quietly instructing that Iron Man must not be informed of the research facility's existence and to dismiss him if possible. Being perceptive, Lister strictly adhered to Dr. Liza's orders, forcing a semblance of a smile as he looked up and declared, Ah, the illustrious Iron Man. Regrettably, the Spider-Man you seek is not present here. Furthermore, this is a military-restricted area, and unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. We kindly ask you to vacate the premises promptly. Hovering above, Tony scoffed, his voice projected through external speakers in an exaggerated and theatrical manner. Wow, a military-restricted area? Unauthorized access prohibited? How terrifying. He deliberately elongated his tone, leaving no doubt about the sarcasm. With a gesture, Tony commanded, Jarvis. Send the little trinket we just acquired to this officer's phone so he can take a look. Understood, Sir. Jarvis responded with calm efficiency. In but a fleeting second, the facial recognition of Lister was completed, his identity confirmed, and his private number retrieved. The entire process could be described as both precise and efficient. Ding. Lister's phone chimed, and upon glancing at it, he was greeted by a deluge of experimental data. Anatomical photographs and genetic sequences, secrets deeply buried within the darkest recesses of the facility. Tony Stark remained leisurely suspended in midair, as if engaged in a casual afternoon tea chat. By the way, this little gift was procured without any formal authorization. Yet, I am confident that by tomorrow morning, or perhaps even sooner, it will grace the headlines of news outlets worldwide. Lister's complexion shifted from a deep shade of anger to a pallid hue. Without needing to inquire further with Dr. Reyes, he understood the profound ramifications of such information being leaked. He was acutely aware that few could infiltrate the core database of the facility with such stealth, and Tony Stark was undoubtedly among that select group. Moments later, both Lister and Dr. Reyes chose to acquiesce. Mr. Stark, Lister stepped forward, his tone considerably softened. It appears we were mistaken. Spider-Man is indeed within the facility. However, he pivoted, adopting a probing tone. I am a bit curious. You and Spider-Man do not seem to share a particularly close friendship. What could possibly motivate you to undertake such a significant risk for an unrelated mutant? It seems to offer you no advantage. Mutant? Tony raised an eyebrow, clad in his armor. Peter Parker is a mutant? That may well be the most ludicrous jest I've encountered this year. My friend, if you can prove that I am a mutant, then I shall be inclined to believe that Spider-Man is one as well. Perhaps you might even be a mutant yourself, without your own awareness. At a loss for words, Lister merely scoffed. He was about to reach for his communicator to notify the control center to release the detainees when an urgent, nearly frantic report came through. Commander Lister, we have a situation. The data room has been breached. It's Spider-Man. He appears to be copying all experimental data. Very well, then. Iron Man and Spider-Man. An alliance of formidable forces, Tony mused with a chuckle after learning of the incident through J.A.R.V.I.S. It seemed that his 3 years of capturing criminals had indeed proven useful. In the research facility's data room, Peter Parker had just stashed the last hard drive containing copied data into his makeshift backpack. Perhaps fortune was finally smiling upon him. They could stumble upon any room to rest and still find the data room. He was well aware that sometimes these cold pieces of information were far more valuable than dozens of lives, prompting him to exercise caution. In the brief moments between copying data, he hastily skimmed through several documents. A single glance nearly churned his stomach. The so-called research on mutants was far more brutal than he had ever imagined. Even darker than the records he had once perused within S.H.I.E.L.D.S. archives. At that moment, the previously dark computer screen flickered to life, revealing a massive, gold-red metallic visage that filled the entire display. Wow, it's Iron Man, a child exclaimed. Peter was startled, performing a backflip that propelled him against the ceiling. Oh, an electronic ghost. Well, it's Iron Man. He exhaled with relief but remained in his inverted position, unable to resist quipping, but Mr. Stark, how did you manage to squeeze into this oversized computer? That was quite the trick, but could you give me a heads up next time? All right, bedtime baby. Humor hour is over. Tony's voice came swiftly from the screen. I've cleaned up your mess. Now bring the kids out. Wait, Peter called out urgently. Mr. Stark, you need to prove it's really you. A helmet alone isn't sufficient. Just last week, I encountered a group of bank robbers. And among them were not only a Hulk impersonator and a hammer-wielding figure, but also Iron Man. Enough said. Tony's voice was tinged with exasperation. In the next moment, his helmet retracted with a click, revealing his globally recognized visage, his eyes seemingly exuding a message of bemusement. Is this satisfactory? Should I strike a classic pose or issue an official statement? No, that's quite enough. Peter waved his hands dismissively. Chapter 9. The arrival of those with true authority. It was Iron Man, and it appeared the X-Men had yet to arrive outside. Are we really safe to go out? Gabriella's inquiry was laced with concern. Her worry stemmed not from her own safety, but rather for the children. I believe we should be fine. Don't worry. I'll lead the way. Peter felt no sense of impending danger. He glanced at the time. Given the distance from Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, the X-Men should be arriving shortly. With Spider-Man expressing such confidence, Gabriella felt inclined to trust the two superheroes. Spider-Man's reputation was well established, and aside from a few blemishes, Iron Man was largely trustworthy. All right, children, let us head out. Their location was already in close proximity to the exit, and before long, the leading Spider-Man emerged. The bag containing his suit had vanished. Honestly, Mr. Big Poop, I never expected to run into you here. I mean, this place doesn't even show up on delivery apps. Peter Parker's voice resonated through his mask, imbued with the exuberance characteristic of youth. Perhaps fueled by adrenaline from narrowly escaping danger, or perhaps by some lingering bias from a past life, causing him to utter that name with a peculiar phonetic twist. Wait, bedtime baby. Tony's retracted helmet suddenly lifted, revealing a somewhat weary face. Did you just add a rather, distinctive suffix to my last name? Jarvis. Electronic voice chimed in at an opportune moment from within the armor. Sir. Voice analysis indicates that the pronunciation bears a 907 similarity to that of an elderly delivery man you and Colonel Rhodes encountered while ordering takeout in 2014. According to database records, that gentleman creatively referred to you as Tony Big Poop. Oh dear, Tony sighed, as the sound of his armored palm colliding with his forehead echoed sharply. Jarvis, I command you to erase that memory backup immediately. And how is it that you remember this so vividly? The artificial intelligence replied, devoid of any emotion. Apologies, sir. My core protocols mandate the retention of all records pertaining to your safety. By the way, Colonel Rhodes once remarked that this pronunciation oddly aligns with certain traits of yours. Tony rolled his eyes. Sleepy baby, referring to your guide in such a manner is rather unbecoming. Apologies, Mr. Stark, Peter replied, scratching the back of his head, acknowledging his inadvertent faux pas. Well, since the other party had admitted their mistake, what more could Tony say? He certainly wouldn't quibble with a teenager clad in a makeshift suit over a matter of pronunciation, especially when that youth had just escaped from some illicit mutant laboratory. After a brief interlude, Peter glanced at the drone above, assured of Iron Man's capability to maintain control, and promptly let out a loud whistle. Hey, it's safe outside. You all can come out now. Responding to the signal, the heavy blast doors of the lab swung open once more, and dozens of mercenaries streamed out, each with their hands raised, their eyes betraying unmistakable fear and anxiety. Leading them was Donald Pierce, whose demeanor had shifted from arrogance to one marked by desolation and shame. Following the mercenaries, the mutant children began to emerge from the facility, with Gabriella at the forefront, wielding a shotgun. It was hard to fathom that a group of professional mercenaries could be escorted out like captives by a bunch of children and a woman. Wow, this spectacle resembles a military exercise between two opposing forces. The imagery is quite striking, Peter exclaimed as he beheld tanks and armored vehicles outside. He nimbly swung to a vantage point, extending his fingers to count. A squadron of drones, soldiers armed to the teeth. Seriously, do you need a producer? Enough with the humor. Sleepy baby. I ought to be sipping cocktails in the Maldives, not rescuing some kid who was blasted away by a rocket from an illegal lab. Tony shook his head in exasperation. Strictly speaking, it was an accidental hit from a rocket leading to an unlawful abduction. Frankly, my back still aches a bit. As Peter corrected him, he discreetly scanned the distant sky for any sign of the X-Men. Spider-Man, what have you done with X-241? Lieutenant Lister bellowed after conferring with Donald, his voice torn by rage. I know you must have killed him, you mutant freak in spandex. In that instant, the mercenaries outside aimed their firearms squarely at Spider-Man, who dramatically raised his hands. I knew something bad would happen. Mr. Stark, is this what you call safe? Tony Stark furrowed his brow and slowly descended into the neutral ground between both parties. Lieutenant Lister, I suggest you refrain from antagonizing this young spider. His tone appeared relaxed yet laden with an underlying menace. After all, you would not wish for me to disclose those rather unethical experimental data, would you? Do you truly believe that a few drones and the public release of certain data could pose a genuine threat to us? Mr. Stark, you remain utterly unaware of who stands behind this project. Lister seemed to possess some form of backing, exuding an air of confidence. Who supports it? It goes without saying. It is undoubtedly those repugnant politicians again. However, before Tony could retort, Peter, spotting the target, interjected, I do not know who supports this project, but the individuals with real authority have now arrived. His gaze shifted to the distant horizon, and their arrival was indeed timely. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, as if the clouds were being rent asunder by an unseen force. A sleek, obsidian warplane tore through the sky like a blade slicing through the fabric of reality, transforming from a mere speck in the distance to hovering directly above the battlefield amidst the tumultuous winds in mere seconds. The astute Lister's complexion paled, pointing at Spider-Man. You actually summoned the X-Men. The shockwave from the Blackbird's vertical descent kicked up a cloud of dust, and as the hatch opened with a metallic grind, all weapons that had been trained on Spider-Man instinctively shifted away, knowing full well that the X-Men had arrived. They could not possibly aim their firearms at a mutant without courting death. The first to emerge was the unmistakable Wolverine, Logan, clad in the X-Men's standard uniform. His gaze sharp, a still unlit cigar clenched between his teeth. Anyone who met his eyes felt the primal instinct of being stalked by a predator. Following him was Cyclops, Scott, his red quartz glasses strikingly conspicuous. Then came Storm, Aurora, with her white hair, alongside Iceman and Pyro. When Professor Charles Xavier glided into view in his levitating wheelchair, The entire battlefield's attention converged upon this legendary figure in an instant. This bald elder, seated in his wheelchair, bore no weapons. His very presence was the most formidable deterrent. "I am Charles Xavier, the founder of the X-Men." His voice was calm, yet resonated throughout every corner of the vicinity. "We have received alerts concerning illegal experiments on mutants. Under Section 7, Clause 3 of the Mutant Rights Act, I am entitled to demand the immediate cessation of all research activities." The Mutant Rights Act served as the facade of cooperation between the X-Men and the American government, although many high-ranking politicians dismissed it as long as it remained in effect. Its legal implications were binding upon every citizen of America. It truly is the X-Men coming to our rescue. How splendid. The mutant children erupted in a tsunami of cheers, and Gabriella nearly leaped with excitement. Chapter 10. The surprise of Professor X that is truly Wolverine. Goodness, he looks just like in the X-Men comics, no? He appears even more imposing in real life. A freckled boy gasped in awe, his fingers instinctively tightening around the crumpled cover of his comic book. The children huddled together, eager to gain a clearer view, yet halted by fear as armed mercenaries loomed not far ahead. On the periphery of the crowd, Laura, her gaze as sharp as a blade, quietly extracted a tattered X-Men comic from her cartoon-patterned backpack. Her eyes flitted between the wild warrior depicted on the pages and the reality before her. When the sunlight glinted off Logan's adamantium claws, momentarily visible between his fingers, a barely perceptible ripple stirred in her otherwise calm pupils. Peter Parker, with his heightened senses, observed the children's every move. He had perused the X-Men comics available in bookstores. Though many narratives were fictional, they contained kernels of truth, each mutant hero vividly brought to life. Particularly striking was Wolverine, Logan, a warrior teetering on the edge of rage and compassion, whose popularity often eclipsed that of X-Men founder Charles Xavier. This Wolverine-like fighter had a talent for piercing through deception and tearing apart darkness with his claws, while steadfastly guarding the last fragments of tenderness within him. Yet, for every 100 readers, there exists 100 interpretations. Each individual harbors their own beloved hero. He noted that Ms. Gabriella appeared to hold a particular admiration for Professor X. The reverence in her gaze towards him radiated an almost religious fervor, unmistakable to any observer. "Children, come forth boldly. We are here to take you home," Logan called out. A cigar clenched between his teeth, his unsheathed adamantium claws glinting ominously above every mercenary's head. At that moment, Peter's assistance was unnecessary. Not a single guard dared to intervene. Lieutenant Lister hung his head, the shadows on his face thickening with despair. He had never anticipated that the accursed Spider-Man would manage to preemptively contact the X-Men while dealing with the guards. The Blackbird traveling at Mach 35. Lister muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes fixed on the aircraft descending nearby. The 200 kilometers from Winchester to this location meant that unless warned in advance, timely arrival was impossible. Clad in his iron suit, Tony Stark wore a satisfied smirk, pleased for Peter, who had truly matured and remembered to alert the X-Men. Through the enhanced visor of his helmet, he could discern every subtle shift in Lister's expression. Behold, the wondrous food chain of nature unfolds once more. Even the fiercest beasts must reckon with those even more ferocious. The law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, equally applies to human society. Tony reflected, and with the X-Men and the Mutant Registration Act in play, Lister and Donald chose to remain silent lambs, while the mercenaries instinctively parted to clear a path for the children. As the children passed by, Peter seized the opportunity to shoot out his web, gracefully swinging above the heads of the soldiers. The mercenaries, tightly gripping their weapons, instinctively lowered their gun muzzles. Without a command from their leader, none dared to act rashly. Even as they watched Spider-Man glide above like an acrobat. "Well done, Pajama Baby," Tony praised, as Peter lightly landed atop a utility pole. "Your alert to the X-Men was quite commendable, at least far more reliable than your fall into that stinky ditch and getting scratched by a kitten. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Stark, though I would be even happier if you refrained from mentioning my embarrassing moments," Peter replied. Not far away, Professor X was engaging in amicable discussions with the current head of the research facility. The previously arrogant Lieutenant Lister was now nodding frequently, his smile so earnest it seemed ready to burst forth. Peter was not surprised. In this timeline, the X-Men had yet to endure those catastrophic events, and Charles Xavier was not yet an international fugitive. The American government maintained a facade of politeness towards these mutant heroes while secretly harboring malice. Even with Lister's tenfold courage, he would not dare to confront the X-Men openly, nor would Dr. Reyes. Well then, the X-Men can assist these children with their meals and accommodations. "No one is stopping you now." Tony turned his gaze to Peter. "Can we leave now?" I'd rather return to hear Pepper nag about the board than linger in this wretched place for another second. However, whether returning would truly mean listening to Ms. Potts' complaints about the board was uncertain, as Tony's haggard expression told a tale of sleepless nights, perhaps foreshadowing yet another long evening spent in some multi-person laboratory. Peter, choosing to remain taciturn, replied, "Of course, no problem. The sun is nearly at its zenith. I certainly do not wish to miss the important events of the evening." However, they had not yet departed, as Professor Charles and Cyclops approached them. Iron Man, now grounded, yawned. "Look, our good neighbor has done another good deed." Charles, seated in his high-tech wheelchair, radiated warmth akin to the winter sun. "Mr. Stark, thank you for extending a helping hand to the children." "Professor, I merely came to observe." "You seem to have mistaken the person to thank," Tony replied, appearing weary, his eyelids drooping as if in battle. Charles smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Regardless of Tony's self-deprecation, he had indeed aided the children. Yet, when he turned his gaze toward Spider-Man, his expression suddenly froze, his brow furrowing at an observable pace. Recognized as the most formidable mind on the planet, Charles Xavier found the thoughts of this young man before him shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Entirely different from their initial encounter. Could it be? Professor Charles's gaze deepened, a weighty expression settling upon his aged visage as he meticulously examined the physique of the young man before him. The latent potential within this body truly astonished him, an extraordinary power that even Magneto had never possessed. The Omega-level mutant murmured softly to himself, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, swiftly replaced by a glimmer of delight. Chapter 11. New Abilities, Wolverine? In that fleeting moment, Charles felt as though he had returned to the time of exploring Jean Grey's inner potential, once again witnessing a vast reservoir of power that even Apocalypse could not claim. This was no mere illusion. He was certain of it. The professor's fingertips trembled slightly, and his wheelchair instinctively tilted forward. His eyes, capable of perceiving countless thoughts, now appeared somewhat unfocused, entranced by the vibrant vitality of the young man before him, lost in contemplation. "Oh God, is this the new hope?" Charles murmured silently to himself. No one understood the magnitude of such potential better than he did. The emergence of an Omega mutant could indeed alter the fate of an entire race, especially at this perilous crossroads. This realization rendered him momentarily dazed, a rare occurrence for the ex-professor. Meanwhile, Peter, the subject of the professor's scrutiny, felt a chill ascend his spine to his brain. He nimbly inverted himself on a lamppost, tightening his webbing like a spider, hoisting himself into the air. This instinctive defensive posture was akin to a spider's reaction to danger, and though he was aware that extending physical distance was futile before such a powerful telepath, he could not suppress the reflex, who claimed that Professor X could not peer into others' thoughts. Peter could not help but murmur under his breath, his keen observational skills leading him to believe that the professor was indeed probing him. He wondered if his identity had been compromised. However, his spider sense did not signal any alarm, and he felt no distinct sense of intrusion, which provided him with some reassurance. Perhaps the professor had merely detected something unusual about him, rather than intentionally invading his privacy. The commotion caused by Peter's reflexive actions alerted Scott, who also noticed something amiss with the professor in his wheelchair. He leaned closer, gently touching Charles's shoulder. "Professor, are you all right?" Scott's voice carried a tone of concern and urgency, as if worried about something. Charles blinked as if awakening from a dream, his gaze towards Peter imbued with regret. "I apologize. Please forgive my lapse, my child. You are truly special." Given Spider-Man's sensitive identity, he chose his words with caution, refraining from revealing that this young man might be yet another Omega-level mutant following Jean. In this era rife with hostility towards mutants, even Spider-Man was not exempt. Should his mutant identity be exposed, he could face unpredictable dangers. Peter inhaled deeply and gracefully descended back to the ground. Evading the issue would not resolve it. He resolved to confront the legendary mutant leader directly. After all, this was not his first encounter with Professor X. The strong stress reaction he experienced this time might be linked to memories from a past life. The professor was rather unfriendly towards travelers. There existed the risk of his identity being revealed, as well as the peril of Professor Xavier facing brain death upon discovering the truth. "Ah, Charles Xavier. It is a pleasure to engage in conversation with you at such proximity." Peter deliberately lightened his tone, mimicking the excitement of a fan meeting their idol. "I understand you have established the school for gifted youngsters. Everyone speaks of you as a selfless paragon, possessing remarkable telepathic abilities." Listening to Peter's rapid-fire compliments, the elderly professor merely smiled and nodded, embodying the role of a patient audience, revealing no signs of impatience. Scott, standing behind him, instinctively straightened his posture. a flicker of pride crossing his eyes, and his impression of the loquacious street hero improved slightly. I have heard that when it comes to identifying mutants, no one holds more authority than you. Peter abruptly shifted his tone. Unfortunately, someone has claimed that I too am a mutant. Could you enlighten me on what you perceive within me? Am I truly a mutant? Charles squinted slightly, and a gentle voice resonated in Peter's ear. Peter, do not doubt. You are indeed a mutant. However, whether mutant or human, there is little difference. As long as you are a good neighbor to everyone, that suffices. After whispering this to Peter, the professor addressed the group with a statement laden with significance. Child, whether one is a mutant or human is inconsequential. I firmly believe that mutants and humans can coexist peacefully. As for what I see in you, I perceive new hope and a promising future. Scott gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening involuntarily. He had never heard the professor bestow such high praise upon anyone. Not even Jean had received such recognition. In that moment, he began to reassess the young hero clad in red and blue spandex. Ahem. At that moment, Iron Man, prompted by Jarvis, deliberately cleared his throat, and the armor's thrusters emitted a soft hum. I must say, sleepyhead, did you not have a matter for the professor's assistance? I have a matter for the professor's assistance? Peter tilted his head, puzzled, as he was unaware of any such issue. It seems you are in trouble, child. Although Charles could not directly read Peter's thoughts, he had gleaned the nature of the trouble from the emotional fragments radiating from the surrounding crowd. Your true identity may have been compromised, Tony added. Compromised identity? Peter felt a chill run down his spine. When had that occurred? Seemingly perceiving Peter's confusion, Tony shrugged. I only just heard from Jarvis that you were struck by a rocket and fell to the ground. Those 4 mercenaries who captured you had once lifted your mask. He indeed could not recall, as he was in a state of unconsciousness at the time. However, the revelation of his true identity was no trifling matter, and he could not betray Iron Man's goodwill. Turning to Charles, he said, when I was captured, my identity may have been compromised, for mercenaries are aware of it. For the safety of my loved ones and friends, this secret must remain hidden. Of course, he expressed this only with a sense of tentative hope, acknowledging the difficulty of seeking the professor's assistance in this matter. To his surprise, Charles merely closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. Upon reopening them, a gentle smile graced his lips. You are fortunate, my child. Had you come to me later, I might not have been able to assist you. These words left Peter momentarily stunned. The implication was clear. The professor was willing to help, and with his telepathic abilities, he could erase the memories of those involved or establish mental barriers. Yet, did this not contravene his principle of not interfering with the thoughts of ordinary individuals? Scott's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation, and he quickly interjected, Professor, you cannot employ your abilities. The doctor has warned against it. His concern was not a refusal to aid Spider-Man, but rather a worry for Charles's frail health. The frequent use of his telepathic powers could exacerbate his condition. Scott, I am more acutely aware of my physical state than anyone else, Charles replied, his voice calm, yet resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. Understanding the professor's resolve, Scott realized that once Charles made a decision, further persuasion would be futile, and he could only lower his head in resignation. Truth be told, Peter was grateful for the offer of assistance, yet if it were to come at the cost of harming others, he would prefer to decline. Thank you, Professor. But if this would endanger your health, I would rather not pursue it. I can seek other solutions. Peter's words were not mere platitudes. He believed that Strange could indeed help, and perhaps he could find a way himself, provided he had telepathic abilities akin to the professor's. Charles chuckled softly and shook his head. You are mistaken, my child. My actions are not solely for your benefit. They also serve to aid a species on the brink of annihilation. The weight of this statement led Peter to ponder whether the professor had already discerned the clandestine actions of the American government against mutants. While Peter was lost in thought, Charles extended 2 fingers to his brow. After a brief moment, he lowered his hand with a smile. They did not see your true form, and no one at the Institute is aware of your real identity, so there is no need for you to worry. Upon hearing the professor's reassurances, Peter felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, a flash of white light emanated from his wrist, and as it subsided, a Wolverine symbol emerged. Chapter 12. Is my mutant ability copying? Drawing from past experiences, Peter maintained a composed demeanor, concealing any signs of distress from those present, including Professor X. The Wolverine mark above his wrist initially appeared ethereal, resembling a bubble, before shooting forth from behind Scott, as firefly-like lights emerged from the heads of Wolverine, Logan, and the young X, 23, Laura. The luminous moved with astonishing speed, akin to a moth darting towards a flame in the darkness, swiftly merging with the Wolverine mark. The amalgamation of the luminous point with the Wolverine insignia solidified at a pace visible to the naked eye. ultimately seeming to expand in size before abruptly surging into Peter's body. Boom. In an instant, a wave of searing and formidable energy surged from the Wolverine into his heart, coursing through his limbs and every fiber of his being. Each cell within him rejoiced and sighed. As his skin grew more resilient and his muscle fibers appeared to be intricately rewoven, he could sense an unprecedented vitality surging within him, even more exhilarating than the sensation following a bite from a mutated spider. Unconsciously clenching his fists, Peter felt an explosive vigor permeating his entire being. Was this the regenerative ability belonging to Wolverine? This sensation was nothing short of extraordinary, as if his inherent healing had been magnified tremendously. Simultaneously, upon learning from Charles about his identity as a mutant, coupled with the X mark that had appeared on his wrist, Peter couldn't help but speculate whether his mutant ability might be of a replicative nature. Ever vigilant, Charles astutely noted the changes in Peter's physique and aura. Though he merely paused for a moment without revealing his thoughts, the elderly man rubbed his temples wearily, due to his advanced age. Utilizing his abilities extensively left him feeling somewhat unwell. Perhaps, as the doctor had advised, he ought to rest and refrain from exerting his powers unnecessarily. Not far from them, Logan Howlett impatiently tapped his foot, the adamantium skeleton within him emitting a faint hum with each step. How much longer must Charles converse with that spandex-clad youth and the tin can? He muttered, the cigar rolling between his teeth. I detest lingering in this place. Since the transport for the children is ready, I shall urge the professor to hasten our departure. Storm, Aurora, placed a hand on his shoulder. Give the professor a moment. Logan, the hero who aids us in rescuing the children, deserves this patience. Logan exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze drifting involuntarily towards the research facility's cold white walls and narrow windows, which evoked memories of Alkali Lake, along with the insincere smile of William Stryker. His claws instinctively extended slightly from between his fingers, only to be forcefully retracted. Professor, the transport is ready. I think it is time for us to depart. Logan shouted irritably. Storm shook her head at this outburst. The silent Scott turned to respond on behalf of the professor. Logan, we will be there shortly. It seems someone is eager to return home. Charles's voice held a humorous tone, yet retained a scholarly elegance, as the metallic framework of his wheelchair glimmered in the fading sunlight. When his gaze once again fell upon Spider-Man, his words carried a hint of regret. My dear boy, I regret to inform you that I have just discovered another peril you must face, but it is a challenge you must confront on your own. The existence of Spider-Man as a mutant has come to the attention of the research facility, even reaching the knowledge of Dr. Reyes. Consequently, he is bound to encounter difficulties. However, he currently lacks the means to erase the memories of everyone, including Dr. Reyes. Having tirelessly advocated for peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans, Charles is acutely aware that the weight of mutant existence has long burdened the hearts of ordinary people. Their entrenched beliefs will not shift simply because Spider-Man is a mutant. Rather, it could inflict severe harm upon the young man. Peter Parker stood before Professor X, his red and blue suit gently fluttering in the breeze. You have done more than enough, Professor, he declared, his tone devoid of complaint. I am truly grateful for your assistance, but I believe I can handle the remaining matters on my own. After all, I am universally recognized as New York City's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he chuckled. Indeed, Charles nodded, smiling. I hope you aspire to be a good neighbor not just in New York City, but to everyone across the globe. That would be quite a challenge. Let me see. If I were to learn all the languages such as French, Latin, Arabic, and Russian, I would likely have gray hair by the time I finished. An old man as a neighbor sounds quite fitting, wouldn't it? Nearby, Lieutenant Lister, the temporary head of the research facility, anxiously rubbed his hands together, casting furtive glances at the skyline, fearful that a figure clad in a cape and helmet might suddenly appear. Oh God, please let these mutants depart, he muttered in prayer. For if Magneto were to show up, it would be disastrous. Unbeknownst to him, Magneto would not come, as Peter had not informed him. After concluding his conversation with Professor X, Peter did not leave immediately. Instead, he assisted the children in boarding the two large transport vehicles. A shy little girl tugged at Peter's sleeve while waiting for the bus. Mr. Spider-Man, will you come to see us? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with hope. Peter crouched to meet her gaze. I promise I will come when I have the chance, and you are headed to the best school. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters has the most wonderful teachers. He winked in the direction of Professor X. Charles smiled, and then turned to the hovering Iron Man, raising his voice. Mr. Stark, I once again invite you to visit our academy at your convenience. Dr. Hank McCoy is quite fascinated by your latest nanotechnology, and I believe you would find much to discuss. The armored mask of Tony Stark lifted, revealing his trademark, sardonic expression. I'll consider it, Professor. However, I hope your academy has top-notch whiskey, as it is an essential component of academic exchanges, is it not? Charles chuckled lightly, aware that Tony had no genuine intention of visiting, yet he appreciated his sense of humor. We will prepare an entire case for you, Mr. Stark. At that moment, Logan, poised to take the driver's seat, found himself unable to contain his ire. The sight of the research facility and the insufferable mercenaries fueled his anger, prompting him to exclaim, "Damn it! Leaving like this is rather unsatisfactory. At the very least, they ought to receive a few swipes to instill some sense into them. Control your emotions, Logan." Charles replied, gently yet firmly. "These children require a role model, not yet another beast to instill fear." Wolverine bit down on his cigar, suppressing the fury within. "I will heed your words, Charles." As Peter's gaze met Logan's, he approached him, extending his right hand amicably. "I am Spider-Man. I have perused your dossier, Mr. Logan. Your experiences are quite remarkable." Logan raised an eyebrow, showing no intention to reciprocate the handshake. "Spare me, kid. I have no need for anyone's sympathy." "It is not sympathy." Peter calmly retracted his hand, "but respect. I am aware of what you have done to protect mutants. Though our methods differ, we are both striving to safeguard certain individuals." Logan was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He scrutinized the young superhero before him, ultimately letting out a grunt and turning toward the transport vehicle's cockpit. Peter, undeterred, hesitated before approaching Charles as he prepared to board. "Professor, may I speak with you? It is a matter concerning health." Charles gestured for Scott to wait, focusing intently on Peter. "Of course, my child, what is it?" Peter inhaled deeply and recounted a vague tale about an aged sage who, afflicted by Alzheimer's disease, gradually lost control over his abilities, ultimately causing harm to his most cherished ones in an unconscious state. He refrained from mentioning any names or specific details. Yet Charles's expression suggested he grasped the metaphor. "An intriguing parable," the professor murmured, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. "I shall remember this, my child. Thank you for your concern." As the engines of the Blackbird roared with deafening intensity, the X-Men and the children embarked on their journey, while Peter remained rooted in place, watching the iconic aircraft slice through the sky, vanishing into the horizon. "Come on, Pajama Boy," Tony's voice resonated through the external speakers, his gold and red armor gleaming in the sunlight. "Have you completed your summer assignments?" Peter couldn't help but chuckle as he shot a web into the air. "Please call me Spider-Man, Mr. Stark, and rest assured, my assignments have long been finished." Chapter 13. An unfathomable misunderstanding. The silver Audi R8 glided smoothly along the highway to New York, with Tony having shed his mark armor in favor of an exquisite custom suit. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other languidly rested on the car window, his brow slightly furrowed. "Honestly, Peter, I advise you to steer clear of mutant affairs," Tony remarked, his tone markedly more serious than usual. "The mutant issue is a political minefield, far more troublesome than any street-level adversary you've previously encountered. You have a bright future ahead of you. There is no need to entangle yourself in their struggles." Peter gazed out of the window, watching the rows of trees swiftly pass by. "If we avoid those in need of assistance merely because of the troubles it may bring, what kind of heroes are we?" he softly retorted. Tony sighed. "You are indulging in idealism. I once held similar thoughts. However, the reality is that the issue of mutants is fraught with conflicting positions and interests. Professor X yearns for peaceful coexistence, Magneto champions mutant supremacy, and the human government seeks to control all extraordinary beings. This is not a tale of black and white, Peter." "I understand," Peter turned to Tony, "but those children had no choice, just as I had no say in whether I would be bitten by a spider. Moreover, Mr. Stark." Peter Parker's voice pierced through the growling engine and howling wind, imbued with the youthful ease of his years. "Are mutants truly as dire as you describe? I've seen that the X-Men have garnered quite a favorable reputation in New York City. To be candid, before the Avengers made their name a household term, they had repeatedly saved the world from the brink of disaster. Haven't we sought their assistance successfully this time as well?" Peter was well aware of the plight of mutants. Yet he yearned to hear Tony's perspective. He needed to comprehend how this core member of the Avengers perceived mutants. "Huh." Tony's scoff was short and crisp, almost torn apart by the wind. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, the car windows silently rising, instantly muting the outside world, leaving only the low hum of the air conditioning and the muffled roar of the engine. "Kid, you are too young. Some matters are not as simple as they appear." Tony's voice grew clearer, laced with a sarcasm born of experience. "The X-Men saving the world? Indeed, they have done so. But have you considered that 9 times out of 10, the calamities threatening to annihilate the world were instigated by out-of-control mutants in the first place? According to that old codger Nick Fury, mutants are akin to a powder keg stuffed beneath humanity's backside. Wherever they appear, trouble is sure to follow." Peter cast a glance at Tony, the expression behind his premium sunglasses inscrutable, yet the familiarity of his words compelled him to murmur, "Mr. Stark. I feel as if I've read those sentiments in the Daily Bugle. They seem to employ this rhetoric to describe that certain someone from the fantastic, for who, is always blowing things up." "I know who you're referring to," Tony replied. "But there lies a distinction. Reed Richards may have botched experiments that resulted in the destruction of a single building, whereas an out-of-control level for Mutant," he paused, gesturing in the air, "that could potentially rearrange continental plates. It's simply not the same scale." He then pressed the car's audio button, and a vigorous pop rock tune immediately filled the interior. Following that, as if to dispel some unwelcome sentiment, he precisely retrieved a box of exquisitely packaged candies from the dashboard compartment, offering one to Peter while popping another into his mouth. "However, to be honest, I hold no deeply rooted prejudice against mutants." Tony gently nodded his head in rhythm with the music, asserting that power is not an original sin, but rather the inability to control it. However, his tone suddenly shifted, revealing an unmistakable displeasure. He was referring to that individual clad in a metallic uniform, adorned with a ludicrous helmet, who always seemed eager to broadcast his coolness upon entering a scene. Peter knew whom Tony was speaking of, Magneto. It appeared there had been some conflict between the two, though Peter could not recall the specifics. The Audi R8 whipped around a sharp curve, the tires screeching in a brief, piercing cry against the asphalt, only to be drowned out by the more ferocious roar of the accelerator. The vehicle surged forth like a silver lightning bolt, stretching the scenery on either side into blurred streaks of color. "I've warned you to steer clear of mutants, kid." Tony's voice grew somber, and the music seemed to instinctively lower its volume, not just because of their volatile powers, but also due to how society perceives them. "After what just happened, do you still believe that the American government, or the world at large, truly regards the X-Men as family? Aren't there countless voices online declaring mutants less than human? Discrimination based on skin color and race has lingered from the last century to this day. How much worse must it be for mutants who are directly labeled as inhuman? This prejudice is entrenched in our very bones, more stubborn than any virus." At this point, Tony unusually scratched his head, revealing a flicker of genuine confusion. "But there's one thing I've never understood. Charles Xavier, that bald professor who advocates for peaceful coexistence and possesses a kindness unmatched. Why was he the first to label their kind as mutants? Did he not foresee that this very name would herald an endless nightmare?" Outside the car window, the fierce winds, intensified by their speed, battered against the glass like an invisible giant's hand. Peter's unruly brown hair danced wildly within the confined space, stirred by the turbulent air. He remained silent, simply pressing the button to close the window, effectively sealing off the howling wind and rendering the world mute. The interior of the car was suddenly enveloped in a near-vacuum tranquility, the only sounds being the melodic strains from the high-end audio system and the steady breathing of the engine. "Mr. Stark," Peter finally spoke, his tone a blend of jest and inquiry. "Have you ever considered the possibility that perhaps every human being in the world harbors mutant genes, lurking in some corner of their DNA? Maybe, in a sense, you, I, and all of us are mutants?" "Come on," Tony exclaimed, abruptly gesturing dismissively, nearly striking the steering wheel. The notion was as absurd as Bruce Banner claiming he never lost his temper. If that were true, wouldn't the Mutant Registration Act, concocted by those old men in Washington, become the greatest joke of the century? As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the seriousness etched on Peter's face. "Hey," Tony's tone softened, imbued with a kind of elder concern. "Listen, don't get too wrapped up in thoughts about mutants. After all, Professor Xavier has nearly cleaned up your mess. As for the concluding matter, it can be entrusted to that cunning agent Nick Fury. You are on the verge of officially becoming a member of the Avengers. Surely he can manage this minor issue." "Perhaps," Peter replied ambiguously. Deep down, he understood that the shrewd bald man, as described by Tony, was ensnared in the quagmire of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, Hydra, beset with troubles, and struggling for his own survival. Relying on him for assistance might lead to more complications than help. "What is this?" Peter suddenly felt something jabbing him from the crevice of his seat. He turned sideways and, with great difficulty, extracted an item from that confined space. It was evidently a woman's mask. No, it was a lace-edged piece. Tony's eyes twitched violently, and in a flash, he snatched the wild night evidence, a pair of black lace panties, from Peter's hand. He swiftly rolled down the car window and unhesitatingly discarded it. The small black object whisked away by the wind in an instant. "Damn, how did this end up in my car?" Tony muttered under his breath, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Sir," a calm, elegant British accented voice interjected, shattering the delicate moment. "Ms. Potts has expressly forbidden any female personal items from appearing in any of your vehicles. Should she become aware of this, her anger is likely to reach catastrophic levels. Would you like me to connect you to Miss Potts now? Oh no, that won't be necessary. Jarvis, your sense of humor is quite ill-timed at the moment. Tony made an exaggerated choking gesture to the air. He turned to find Peter suppressing a laugh, his eyes brimming with understanding. A rare blush crept across Tony's face, and he cleared his throat, fixing his gaze ahead and extending a hand to clarify. Peter, you see, you are already 18. You are a grown man. Men should understand one another. I mean, in the event that, just in case, Pepper inquires, I understand, Mr. Stark. Peter promptly nodded, feigning seriousness and sincerity, conveying that he had seen nothing at all. Fantastic, buddy, Tony exclaimed with palpable relief, giving Peter's shoulder a hearty slap, his signature caramel-colored eyes sparkling with pride in his mentee. I must apologize. I used to call you immature, like a child who isn't grown up. I was mistaken. I should have realized. Women mature. No, it's men who mature. You are indeed capable of managing two outstanding female friends simultaneously. There's a reason for that. I underestimated you. Peter's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily retorted, Sir, I only have one girlfriend, Mary Jane Watson, whom you should know. She's a fantastic model. Please don't misrepresent it. Is that so? Tony retracted his hand, exaggeratedly yawning, his eyebrows raised high, his tone dripping with playful mockery. Is it possible that the enigmatic figure who roams the night, clad in a form-fitting crimson suit and exhibiting remarkable agility, is none other than Mary Jane Watson? Yet, according to the information I possess, it appears otherwise. He deliberately lowered the volume of the music within the car, creating an oppressive silence. His fingers intermittently tapped on the steering wheel, producing a rhythmic sound that seemed to resonate with Peter's suddenly accelerated heartbeat. Jarvis, what is her name again? Tony feigned contemplation before exclaiming, Ah, I recall now, Cindy Moon, an 18-year-old Asian girl. Her code name appears to be Silk? Peter sighed, recognizing that he could not conceal the truth from this omniscient technological mogul. Well, since you already know her name is indeed Silk, Cindy Moon, you have misunderstood, Mr. Stark. She is not my girlfriend, merely a companion I met while combating crime. Yes, a companion, a friend. A friend? Very well, a companion. Tony elongated his tone, clearly skeptical. He then dropped a bombshell. I am quite curious. What kind of friend sneaks into your bedroom through the window at 1 or 2 in the morning and departs only at dawn? Moreover, this friend just happens to be a vivacious young woman? Mr. Stark, are you monitoring me? Peter's voice rose suddenly. Apologies, kid, Tony replied unabashedly. But this is Mrs. May's solemn request. She entrusted me to look after you diligently. Let us set aside the issue of surveillance for now and address whether what I just said holds any truth. Peter fell silent, opening his mouth only to find himself at a loss for words. If he were to insist that his relationship with Silk was purely platonic, he would likely find even that assertion laughably inadequate. Yet, the reality was indeed as he described. Relax, kid, Tony chuckled at Peter's embarrassment. I will keep your secret. A man's secret. Chapter 14. A glimpse into the microscopic world. After just over an hour, they returned to the bustling metropolis of New York, cruising in an Audi R8. Peter, in light of my oversight this time, I have decided to upgrade your security monitoring protocol with Jarvis. Is that really necessary, Mr. Stark? This makes me feel rather uneasy. Spider-Man is not a child. Tony, however, merely shook his head in response. Jarvis, elevate Peter's security monitoring protocol to the highest level, especially concerning alerts related to mutant activities. This must be prioritized. Completed, boss, the car's AI responded calmly. Peter furrowed his brow. Mr. Stark, I truly do not require. This is my responsibility. Kid, Tony's tone left no room for dissent. Since Mrs. May entrusted you to me, since you have chosen to side with me, I am obligated to ensure your safety. The matters concerning mutants are far more complex than you realize, Peter. Well, since you brought up Mrs. May Parker, what more can I say? The sports car glided into the streets of Manhattan, eventually coming to a halt before a 4-story building nestled in a northern neighborhood. Before stepping out, Peter expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for coming to my aid today, Mr. Stark, albeit in a rather flamboyant manner. The last statement was delivered with a hint of humor. Peter, if you wish to live by your own merits, that's your prerogative, regardless of whether you reside in a slum, Tony remarked, removing his sunglasses and fixing Peter with a serious gaze akin to that of a mentor. Remember, kid, at any moment, should you find yourself in trouble, I'm talking about any trouble, reach out to me immediately. Do not confront it alone, understood? Peter nodded, shutting the car door. He watched the Audi sports car disappear around the corner before ascending to the 4th floor. Upon returning to the cramped yet familiar rental unit, Peter Parker finally found the opportunity to quiet his mind and thoroughly examine the astonishing transformations occurring within him. Leaning against the creaking iron-framed bed, he closed his eyes, focusing intently on the subtle sensations coursing through his body. The surge of strength was palpable. His muscle fibers felt as though they had been rewoven, each contraction imbued with energy far surpassing his previous capabilities. Yet, more astonishing was the latent ability, stemming from Magneto and Professor X, quietly germinating within him, akin to a dormant seed suddenly sprouting. It was an indescribably exhilarating sensation. Peter murmured to himself, extending his palm and intently gazing at his hand. Initially, at the Alkali Research Facility, he had instinctively wrested weapons from the soldiers. That power then felt like a foreign intruder rampaging through his nervous system. But now, that sensation had transformed into something gentle and familiar, as if it were an intrinsic part of him. Peter concentrated, fixing his gaze upon a pencil resting on the table. With a slight movement of his mind, the pencil began to tremble and levitate, slowly rotating in the dimly lit room. This was not merely electromagnetic manipulation. He realized it was a more fundamental, primal force, psychokinesis, pure willpower translating into physical reality. Just as Eric could initially control only 2 coins. Peter recalled Magneto's early experiences chronicled in the X-Men files, where, over time, even in the comics, he learned to manipulate the Earth's magnetic field. This realization filled him with both excitement and trepidation. If Magneto's abilities could evolve to such an extent, what untold potential resided within the power he now wielded? Peter stepped into the center of the room, inhaling deeply. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, attempting to envelop his entire being with telekinesis. A peculiar force of levitation surged from beneath his feet, slowly lifting his shoes off the ground. 1 inch, 2 inches, he was floating. Though only a few feet above the ground and wobbling like a toddler taking its first steps, it was indeed happening. This was incredible. I can feel myself growing stronger by the moment. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Peter cheered, but he inadvertently lost his balance, nearly colliding with the ceiling. Fortunately, his spider reflexes allowed him to adjust his posture just in time, landing gracefully back on the ground. This newfound ability will undoubtedly enhance his capabilities as Spider-Man significantly. Imagine, without the inconvenience of changing attire, he could directly use telekinesis to thwart a robbery, or when confronted with aerial ambushes from the Vulture or Green Goblin. He would no longer crash to the ground, but instead could safely descend from great heights. More importantly, this power seems to resonate in a wondrous manner with his spider sense. Sharpening his perception to an even greater degree, Peter decided to test another newly discovered ability within the confines of the laboratory. He reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them, repeating the action continuously. At last, the world transformed before his very eyes. Wow, he inhaled sharply. It was akin to an automatic skylight, granting him access to the mysteries of the universe. His gaze pierced through the facade of matter, entering the microscopic realm. The water molecules floating in the air twirled and collided like tiny diamonds. Oxygen molecules danced gracefully in pairs, while nitrogen molecules maintained a more measured distance, exuding an air of composure. Together, these elements composed a dynamic and vibrant microscopic tableau, clearer and more vivid than any image seen under a microscope. An idea struck Peter. He attempted to use telekinesis to touch a wandering water molecule. He concentrated, feeling that wondrous force extending from the depths of his mind, like an invisible hand reaching into the microcosm. To his astonishment, the water molecule responded to his call, slightly altering its trajectory. Unbelievable. Peter sprang from his bed with a sudden burst of energy, his eyes wide with excitement. If he could see it, he could touch it, which meant his telekinesis could indeed influence the molecular level. Next, Peter seemed entirely absorbed in the joy of exploring his new abilities. Akin to a child with a new toy, tirelessly testing the limits of his telekinesis. He guided oxygen molecules to form tiny whirlwinds, caused water molecules to cluster into floating droplets, and even attempted to reorganize the structure of carbon dioxide molecules. Each endeavor, though met with failures, also bore fruit. As a genius with profound expertise in both biology and physics, Peter understood the terrifying potential of this ability better than anyone. Setting aside the sci-fi applications, in terms of combat prowess alone, molecular manipulation had already elevated him to the upper echelons of the mutant world. His thoughts drifted towards those Omega-level mutants capable of manipulating molecules. Phoenix, Jean Grey, could disintegrate matter into nothingness. Apocalypse could reorganize his own cells to achieve immortality. Iceman, Bobby, could halt all molecular motion, thereby freezing everything in place. These beings were all capable of single-handedly taking on the entire Avengers team. Well, I never imagined I would become a unit of measurement for combat prowess myself. Peter chuckled self-deprecatingly, much like the often pummeled Galactus. As the experiment reached a conclusion, Peter's gaze fell upon the spider's suit nestled in the corner, its fabric marred by several scorch marks from a missile strike. He had returned to replace his attire. Focusing his mind, he employed telekinesis to guide the surrounding molecules to mend the suit's fiber structure. To his astonishment, the damaged areas began to self-repair at a visibly rapid pace, soon appearing as pristine as before. It seemed that a nanotech suit akin to Iron Man's was no longer a necessity. Peter whistled softly, realizing that as long as his abilities continued to develop, he could manipulate the molecular structure of his clothing at will. This suggested that he could not only change outfits instantaneously, but might even alter his appearance like Mystique or blend into his surroundings like a chameleon. Such potential was both exhilarating and disconcerting. The power of molecular manipulation was formidable, he mused, fortunate that he was not malevolent. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would surely classify him as one of the most dangerous individuals in New York City. During further experimentation, Peter uncovered another pattern. His molecular vision range was directly correlated with the extent of his telekinesis. Currently, his telekinetic influence spanned approximately a 200-meter radius, and correspondingly, his molecular vision could only penetrate objects within that range. However, as he honed his abilities, this range would undoubtedly expand. A startling thought suddenly struck Peter. If the range of his telekinesis could persistently increase, would his spider sense also amplify? Imagine, he pondered, if his perception expanded to 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, or even farther. He would no longer be merely the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, but rather a guardian capable of monitoring the entire city. Could I potentially become a super upgraded version of Aunt May? Peter chuckled audibly, correcting himself with, no, it should be Super Aunt May. With this thought, Peter's emotions grew complex. Was acquiring such immense power a blessing or a curse? The good news was that he seemed better equipped to confront future crises, or rather, to inherit the legacy of his family. Those interdimensional vampires who took pleasure in preying on Spider-Man would inevitably face dire consequences upon their arrival. The bad news, however, was that Spider-Man had effectively become a mutant, which undoubtedly rendered the future's trajectory unpredictable. Chapter 15. The cash-strapped spider as he sank into contemplation. Familiar footsteps echoed from outside his door. Peter shook his head, already aware of who it was. After hastily donning a towel, washing his face, and slipping into his pajamas, he deftly unlocked the perpetually stubborn door just before Mr. Dickovich knocked. Indeed, as he stepped out, the door to apartment 503 swung open, revealing Mr. Parker humming an off-key tune, colliding directly with the robed landlord, Mr. Dickovich. Hello, Mr. Dickovich. Good afternoon. I didn't expect to oversleep today, Peter said, balancing a basin in his hands and a towel draped over his shoulder, striving to appear as though he had just risen from slumber. Mr. Dickovich squinted, his robe loosely tied around his slightly protruding belly. Hi, Peter, good afternoon. I think you've forgotten something quite important. Today is the last day of July, and rent is due. At that moment, the door of apartment 502 creaked open slightly, revealing a golden-haired girl with a single ponytail peering out cautiously. Her V-neck t-shirt and denim shorts accentuated her youthful figure. As she observed her father blocking the doorway, her delicate brows furrowed, yet when she waved to Peter, a sprinkling of freckles danced across her face, radiating a smile as warm as spring. Good afternoon, Mr. Parker, she greeted, her voice as soft as feathers brushing the surface of a lake. Good afternoon, Miss Karen, Peter replied with a smile, though his view was instantly obstructed as Mr. Dickovich shifted slightly to block his line of sight. The landlord's gaze bore into Peter, as if he intended to peel 2 layers of skin from his face. I know you're a good kid, Peter, but even good kids must pay rent. Mr. Dickovich, I suggest you wait a bit longer. Mr. Parker will certainly. The blonde girl attempted to intercede, but a sharp glance from her father silenced her. Her brow furrowed in concern. Peter reluctantly withdrew his gaze, his tone gentle yet resolute. I assure you, the money will be forthcoming. However, I currently possess less than $15 and must wait until I receive my paycheck from my boss to settle this month's rent. Very well, I trust you, Peter. Mr. Dickovich's expression softened as he turned, giving Peter's shoulder a reassuring pat. You know I'm not an unreasonable old coot. Behind the landlord, the girl named Karen's brow unfurled, her smile blossoming further, her hands clasped in front of her chest, gazing at Peter with eyes that could nearly melt steel. Peter nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Dickovich. You are truly a good man. While speaking, he cast a thankful glance towards the kind girl behind the landlord. Karen's smile brightened even more, and she excitedly bounced slightly, her gentle affection almost spilling over. Mr. Dickovich, evidently unaware of his daughter's exuberance, merely shook his head and remarked, "Anyone can claim to be a good person, but can a good person pay the bills? You're right. I will retrieve the money as soon as possible." Peter chuckled awkwardly and hurried into the restroom, closing the door behind him with a sigh of relief. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, those eyes concealing a power capable of altering the world. Yet, regardless of his growing abilities, he remained Peter Parker, a man burdened by the worry of rent. Perhaps this is the most intriguing irony of life. Even when one can manipulate molecules and perceive the essence of the world, one must still confront the landlord's demands for payment. "Well, Spider-Man," he said to his reflection, "it's time to devise a plan to procure some cash." Swiftly cleansing himself of the disinfectant from the lab, Peter, clad in his spider suit, leapt from the back window. He was in dire need of funds, rent overdue, and a broken camera in need of replacement. Maybe I should turn to villainy and rob a bank, he mused half-jokingly to himself. But if even the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man resorted to bank heists, it seemed the world was truly beyond salvation. Who then would uphold justice? Perhaps it would be the philanthropic ambassador, Mr. Kingpin, vacationing at Rikers Island? Is it still that infamous ensemble of villains, the Sinister Six? He muttered self-deprecatingly to himself, employing his unique sense of humor to counter the weight of life's burdens. As his web shooters propelled him through the air once more, his body soared across the skyline, landing precisely beside a familiar newsstand after a few graceful arcs. He stepped out that morning only to be struck by a bullet. Missing even the daily newspaper he always perused. "Hey, Spider-Man, I knew you wouldn't miss your daily dose of the Global Gazette, just like you wouldn't forget tax day," called Uncle Joe, his face beaming with excitement as he waved a copy of the newspaper, his voice booming enough to drown out the traffic at the intersection. "I saved you a copy. Today's headline is a bombshell that might just make your web snap." Peter deftly descended, flicking a coin that landed squarely on the counter. "Mr. Joe, you are truly the living lighthouse of New York journalism. Let's hope today's front page isn't yet another Spider-Man threat narrative," he replied with a light-hearted tone. Although his brow furrowed instinctively beneath the mask, it was well known that Jonah Jameson, the editor of the Daily Bugle, harbored an obsession with the Global Gazette, often interrogating his employees about their knowledge of rival publications, as if engaged in an endless war of headlines. However, upon gripping the newspaper, Peter's gaze was instantly ensnared by a striking close-up photograph and a bold crimson headline that dominated half the page. "Wow!" came an exclamation from beneath the mask, as Peter felt the newspaper grow heavy in his hands, almost scalding. "What in the world? Here I am, struggling to pay my rent, and yet to even draft a PowerPoint on bank robbery feasibility, while this bigwig has already orchestrated a celebration for his release." Wilson Grant Fisk, his name alone resonated as synonymous with power and fear within the New York underworld. To the public, he portrayed himself as a philanthropic benefactor, a successful businessman, and the head of Fisk Enterprises. Yet beneath that seemingly corpulent exterior lay a terrifying physique, with a muscle density exceeding 90% and a force capable of obliterating even the most elite soldiers. Before his imprisonment on Rikers Island, he had been the ultimate nightmare, entwining himself with heroes like Spider-Man and Daredevil. Once the undisputed kingpin of Hell's Kitchen, a criminal genius who merged brutality and cunning to an unparalleled degree within his vast criminal empire. The classic adversaries that had once driven Spider-Man to exhaustion, Scorpion, Vulture, Chameleon, Mysterio, Rhino, and many more, were often shrouded in the looming shadow of Fisk. Collectively known as the Sinister Six, they were the sharpest weapons in Fisk's arsenal. If he were to escape, the first person he would wish to dismantle would undoubtedly be Matt, Daredevil. Peter quickly skimmed through the article, instinctively retreating to a quieter corner of the adjacent alley. Undoubtedly, I would be next. As for whose name appears higher on Fisk's vendetta list, Daredevil or Spider-Man, Peter had no desire to uncover the answer to that question. He meticulously scanned every word of the newspaper, relieved that the report focused solely on Kingpin's escape, without delving into any mention of the terrifying Dr. Octopus or other perilous names. Thank goodness, Peter breathed a sigh of relief, crumpling the newspaper into a ball and deftly tossing it into a distant trash can. Fortunately, those rogues were not confined to Rikers Island. They were special clients of S.H.I.E.L.D., detained in a facility better suited for superhumans. He could only sincerely hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. would prove a tad more reliable this time, ensuring that Kingpin would not find an opportunity to turn his oft-repeated catchphrase into a grim reality. Only by uniting the powers of the six greatest villains could that cunning spider be utterly crushed. If that were to come to fruition, New York would face an unprecedented catastrophe, and undoubtedly, So would Spider-Man. Having digested the news of Kingpin's escape, Peter leapt into the air, seamlessly blending into the city skyline. His daily patrol was just beginning. Good afternoon, Mrs. Blackberry. How has Miss FIA behaved today? He executed a nimble somersault, landing gracefully above a tranquil courtyard adorned with white railings. In the yard, a silver-haired matron reclined comfortably in an aged wicker lounge chair, cradling a sleek, ebony cat in her arms. Upon hearing his voice, she looked up, her face lighting up with a warm smile. Oh, it's Spider-Man. FIA has been exceptionally well behaved today. Thank you once again for rescuing her from the rooftop last time. I felt quite guilty about her scratching you. Do not dwell on it, my dear lady. My healing abilities are quite remarkable here in New York. Wishing you both a delightful day, Peter replied with a smile and a wave, launching himself away with another web-slinging motion, departing with an elegance akin to a swing. Who could believe that the heroic Spider-Man, capable of capturing numerous robbers and vanquishing fearsome villains, would ultimately succumb to the merciless claws of a charming little black cat? As he soared through the air, he couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps all black cats shared some mysterious penchant for mischievous antics, delighting in catching people off guard. He had been ensnared by such alluring yet treacherous creatures more than once, like the time a seductive black cat ambushed him from behind, sending him plunging into the Hudson River for a refreshing summer plunge. For the remainder of his time, transformed into New York's most amiable firefighter, Spider-Man busily addressed the ceaseless minor crises of the metropolis. Whether it was helping an elderly lady gather her spilled fruit, using a playful grimace and acrobatic webs to scare off a dog barking aggressively at children, or escorting a lost little crybaby back to her anxious mother's embrace. These seemingly trivial daily tasks were, for Peter, as vital as battling supervillains. They were all part of safeguarding the city. Chapter 16, Affirmation from Spider-Man at noon. Having concluded his daily patrol, Spider-Man arrived just in time for lunch. Achoo! A loud sneeze echoed through a well-regarded pizzeria in Midtown Manhattan, nearly causing a yellowed photograph of the Yankees to tumble from the wall. Peter Parker rubbed his nose awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile to those around him. The bustling cafeteria was filled with chatter during lunchtime, but no one seemed to notice the disheveled young man in the corner, save for a perceptive waitress. It was quite unfortunate. Peter, how many times has it been this week? It appears your immune system is waging a valiant battle, and it is losing. Liz Allen approached, expertly balancing a steaming, freshly baked pizza, which she deftly placed before him. Though her waitress uniform was slightly oversized, it could not conceal her innate poise and intelligence. Once the center of attention at school, she was now accumulating strength in this job, awaiting a broader stage. Thanks, Liz. It might just be pollen allergies? Peter sniffled, attempting to concoct a plausible excuse. However, the next moment, the irresistible aroma of the pizza, rich, melted cheese, spicy Italian sausage, and fresh basil, struck his senses like a powerful blow. His stomach betrayed him, emitting a loud, almost mournful growl, undermining his efforts to appear composed. Wow, Peter exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he momentarily cast aside his previous discomfort. The flavor was simply divine, akin to a festival for his taste buds. Liz chuckled and shook her head. Enjoy your feast, Parker. Don't forget, if you catch a cold, drinking hot water might help. She patted Peter on the shoulder before gracefully turning and merging into the bustling crowd, heading towards the kitchen. Eagerly, Peter seized a slice of pizza, the long strands of cheese stretching like a perfect bridge. He took an enormous bite, sighing contentedly. In this moment, he was merely an ordinary young man savoring simple delights, rather than the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, burdened by the weighty adage that with great power comes great responsibility, swinging between skyscrapers. Above the clouds, soaring thousands of feet over the New York coast, a colossal aerial mothership drifted like a silent leviathan through the thin atmosphere. This was S Mobile Fortress, the command center for Director Nick Fury. Fury had just forcefully slammed down the encrypted communicator, terminating an exceedingly unpleasant conversation. The name of Dr. Zandlace slowly faded from the communication screen. Motherf, he muttered under his breath, swallowing the last word, his single eye ablaze with anger and deep frustration. Another instance of mutants. Every time I hear that word, my migraine intensifies. He pressed his sturdy fingers against his temples, as if trying to squeeze out the annoying pain. Rising from the ergonomically designed, expensive leather chair, he strode purposefully toward the office's massive curved floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the view was no longer an endless expanse of blue sky, but a deep, star-studded cosmic tapestry, with the Earth's curved edge radiating a tranquil blue light below. Yet, this magnificent sight did nothing to quell the tempest raging within him. Is Spider-Man Peter Parker a mutant? He whispered to the cold, reinforced glass. his voice brimming with incredulous irritation. That self-important genius, Tony Stark, does he possess anything in his mind beyond his armor and catchy advertising slogans? It is always gunfire first, followed by the mess being handed over to me, as if I, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was born solely to clean up after these vigilantes. He lamented with indignation. Peter Parker was a young man whom he personally monitored and included in the Avengers Reserve list. He admired the boy's talent and his heart of gold. Yet now, the skepticism emanating from the upper echelons and experts loomed like a malignant tumor, threatening to obliterate everything. In contemporary America, the mutant issue is as sensitive as a ticking time bomb. Politicians either overtly harbor hatred and fear or merely wish to tether them to the dissecting table for research. What if a publicly active superhero were a mutant? It would be akin to playing with fire atop a powder keg, and the old men in Congress, along with the likes of Dr. Lays and Dr. Trisk, would never stand idly by. However, Fury was not one to take a single narrative at face value. He needed the truth, the facts, and he required the eyes he trusted most to verify them. Perhaps that old coot Lays was mistaken, he muttered, his brow furrowing tightly. Otherwise, the war I dread between mutants and humans may arrive far sooner than foreseen. He turned and strode back to his desk, his fingers decisively pressing a button on the communication panel. Connect me with Agent Romanoff. She is to come to my office immediately. Not long after, the titanium alloy door of the office slid open almost silently, and Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, entered, clad in her signature black tactical suit. She perfectly accentuated her athletic and lethal silhouette, her crimson hair cascading like cooled lava. Her footsteps were soundless, her emerald eyes calm yet sharp, swiftly scanning the room and assessing everything. Director, you summoned me? Her voice was steady, devoid of unnecessary emotion. Agent Romanoff, please take a seat. Fury gestured toward the chair opposite him, his expression as serious as ever. He did not speak immediately, but instead rhythmically tapped his knuckles on the desk, as if weighing his words. Subsequently, he leaned down to unlock a biometric safe beneath his desk, retrieving a somewhat aged, top-secret paper dossier. This was a file sealed for over 20 years, which he pushed toward Natasha, his tone grave. Your next mission pertains to this. Take a look. Natasha accepted the dossier and deftly unsealed it. As she extracted the documents, the names on the first page caught her eye: Richard Parker and Mary Parker. Her gaze swiftly traversed the summary below. Richard Parker, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., distinguished geneticist specializing in interspecies gene fusion technology. Mary Parker, a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., intelligence analysis expert. Cause of death, officially recorded as an aviation accident. Note: highly suspected to be associated with a Hydra subsidiary or linked to Red Skull's lingering plans. Investigation was terminated in mid-1995. As Natasha read, Fury's deep voice resonated once more. Natasha, you are one of the agency's top agents, which is why I have chosen you. Your primary mission is to ascertain whether Spider-Man, Peter Parker, is a mutant. Secondly, if possible, without exposing yourself, investigate his residence to see if his parents left behind anything unusual. Upon hearing the connection between Spider-Man and mutants, Natasha subtly raised her exquisitely groomed brow. Yet her expression remained placid. She refrained from asking questions, instead committing all the information to memory before decisively closing the file. Understood, Director. And Fury added, a rare softness flickering in his single eye, akin to that of an elder. Try not to disrupt that boy's life. He is still a student. Moreover, if, I emphasize if, he encounters any trouble during your investigation, provide him with assistance within your capacity. Understood. Natasha rose, eschewing any superfluous chatter, and turned to exit the office, her heels echoing a resolute rhythm against the floor. She needed to prepare her gear promptly and head to Queens, New York, as swiftly as possible. Watching Natasha's vanishing silhouette, Fury picked up the file and, unusually, sighed, his deep voice resonating clearly in the empty office. This is what we owe you, Richard. Mary, may you watch over that child from the heavens, and may he remain merely an ordinary boy bitten by a spider. He secured the file back into the safe. Yet, he understood all too well that the possibility existed. The mutation of the X gene could sometimes be triggered during adolescence. Although such natural mutations had become exceedingly rare since the proliferation of self-rotating gene technology, they were not entirely extinct. If Peter Parker truly was one, then the radical factions led by Lays, Trask's Sentinel robot project, and those fearful politicians in the White House would undoubtedly pursue him, especially if the rumors surrounding Richard's research from years past were indeed true. The friendly neighborhood Spider-Man of New York City might become the most significant and uncontrollable threat to humanity on this planet. Meanwhile, Peter Parker contentedly patted his belly, exclaiming, "Ah, the sensation of fullness is the true superpower." After settling the bill, he slipped into a dimly lit alley and swiftly shed his outer garment, revealing the red and blue spider suit beneath. With some time before his afternoon shift, he had ample opportunity to patrol a few rounds, ensuring that his friendly neighborhood was still in need of its guardian. On the sidewalk before a subway exit, throngs of people bustled, their complaints mingling with the cacophony of horns. Hey, watch where you're going, would you? Please don't bump into me." A voice filled with urgency struggled amidst the crowd, belonging to a man with dark skin and a tragically sparse hairline, who clumsily attempted to protect a large, precariously rolled engineering blueprint cradled in his arms. The throng around him surged like an unrelenting tide, disregarding his desperate pleas. In an instant, tragedy struck as a burly porter stepped back and collided solidly with him. Oh no! The blueprint unfurled like petals scattered by the wind, strewing across the ground. "My drawings. Who can help me?" The man hastily knelt, striving to gather those vital and fragile documents, the need for assistance etched plainly upon his face. At that moment, a hand adorned with a red glove reached out, deftly retrieving several sheets of paper and expertly rolling them up. "Here you go. Take care, Mr. Dillon." Max Dillon looked up in astonishment, his eyes widening behind thick lenses as he recognized his benefactor. Squatting before him was none other than Spider-Man. The texture of that iconic suit and the unmistakable lenses left no room for doubt. "Spider-Man, is it really you?" he stammered, nearly unable to believe his eyes. "Hey, Max. Glad you recognized me, but there's no reward for that." Spider-Man's voice resonated through the mask, imbued with a comforting friendliness. He returned the rolled-up blueprints to Max and gently patted his shoulder. "But you should really get out of here. It's too crowded, and not safe for you or your drawings." Max, in a flurry, clutched the reclaimed blueprints, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. You know me? You're a great hero. I'm just from Oscorp." "Of course, I know you, Max Dillon," Spider-Man affirmed, his tone earnest and genuine. "You're the electrical engineer whose work keeps New York glowing through the night. Not everyone can achieve that. You're a behind-the-scenes hero." He paused, as if contemplating, then added casually, "And by the way, Max, that's a cool name. Reminds me of an old movie, Max Steel, about a hero who brings light to everyone. You see, you share a name and a mission. You bring light to this city. You're of the same ilk." "Really? Really?" Max's voice trembled, the fatigue and numbness wrought by sleepless nights seeming to shatter under Spider-Man's words. A flicker, faint yet genuine, ignited in his murky gaze. Can I be a hero too?" "Without a doubt, my friend." Spider-Man's tone was resolute. He even extended a hand to help the disheveled engineer straighten his crooked collar. "You work quietly every day, doing heroic deeds." For the first time in his life, receiving such affirmation, especially from a hero he admired, washed over Max like a warm current, dispelling all gloom and fatigue, as if he were infused with newfound energy. "Honestly, Max," Spider-Man stood up, preparing to depart, and added with a playful note, "you might want to tidy up that beard. Even superheroes need to mind their appearance, don't you think?" As he spoke, he paused momentarily, seemingly in hesitation. Yet he added with a slightly more serious tone, "Max, listen, if you ever need to handle the main power cables or similar tasks, exercise utmost caution. Especially keep your distance from the electric eel tanks, all right? I read a report stating that the electricity they discharge is sufficient to fell a bull." With that, Spider-Man shot out a web and elegantly swung away, vanishing between the buildings. Max remained rooted in place, tightly clutching his blueprints, gazing in the direction of Spider-Man's disappearance, his heart in turmoil. A warm current of being seen and acknowledged surged within him. "Hey, Max, did you hear that?" he murmured to himself, a rare, unfamiliar smile gracing his lips. "You are not a nameless nobody. Spider-Man knows your name. He said you too can become a hero." Chapter 17. The astonished Jameson. After assisting Max, Peter continued his patrol of the city. He could not dictate the fate of an individual. A weighty and helpless lesson on the path to becoming a hero. He had witnessed too many individuals plummet into the abyss. His former mentor Norman Osborn, his friend Harry, even Uncle Ben. He could battle armed supervillains, yet often felt powerless to prevent an ordinary person from making a fateful choice that could lead to their undoing. All he could do was plant a seemingly insignificant seed, a word of caution, a flicker of kindness, hoping it would take root and withstand the tempest of fate. Yet hope sometimes flickered like a candle in the wind, frail and unsteady. However, Peter suddenly pivoted in midair, shooting a web towards the spire of another tower, his body tracing a sharp arc. There is one mistake I shall never repeat. Beneath his mask, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. If Max were to succumb to that inexorable doom, if that dreadful accident were to transform him into the perilous Electro. Then Peter Parker would not wait for the other to announce his name before realizing the truth. In their next encounter, regardless of how Max might appear, he would recognize him immediately. As his patrol concluded, Peter donned a cheap suit, retrieved the incriminating photographs he had preserved from his secret lair, and hurried towards the familiar edifice of the Daily Bugle headquarters, a camera bag filled with spoils slung over his shoulder. The Bugle building, a colossal structure towering over Manhattan, was an extension of Jonah Jameson's personal will. Before Jameson waved a hefty check to acquire and rename it, it bore a mundane and forgettable name. Today, the imposing letters of the Bugle boldly adorned its facade, proclaiming it the heart of a news empire. 46 floors, including 2 subterranean levels intricately woven into the city's fabric, formed this media fortress. The astute Jameson allocated only the bottom 5 floors to the various raucous departments of the Daily Bugle, while the upper 40-plus floors, all leased out. He made other companies pay rent for his journalistic ambitions, a scheme so audacious that even the blind man from the neighboring block could hear it. Peter halted at the entrance, casting a glance at the iconic, somewhat sardonic display, a life-sized cardboard cutout of Jonah Jameson. With a finger pointed forward and a perpetually scowling expression, it seemed as though every individual entering or exiting owed him a debt. Peter tugged at the collar of his shirt, which hardly required adjustment, inhaled deeply, and strode into the bustling, air-conditioned interior. "Good afternoon, Miss Candace," he greeted as he approached the front desk, presenting his most affable smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Parker," replied Miss Candace, impeccably attired in professional attire, returning his smile with a touch of professionalism. However, her lively eyes darted briefly towards the ceiling, and in an almost inaudible whisper, she cautioned, "You'd better have some photos that would appease Mr. Jameson. Otherwise, I suggest you kill an hour at the cafe before returning." Having worked here for over a year, Peter had established a cordial rapport with the kind-hearted receptionist, rendering appointments largely unnecessary. Yet, Candace's hint was a clear alarm bell. The editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, Jonah Jameson, was on the verge of erupting, his fury so exaggerated it could raise the temperature of the entire 3rd floor by 10 degrees. Peter mischievously winked and patted his bulging camera bag, reassuring, "Don't worry, Candace, today's photos will be more than sufficient to momentarily distract Mr. Jameson from his troubles." Ms. Candace's smile deepened, revealing dimples on either side of her cheeks, her expression seemingly conveying, "Brave one, may fortune favor you." Puffing out his chest, Peter endeavored to exude confidence as he approached the elevator area. The moment he pressed the call button, an elevator that had been stationed on the 1st floor chimed and opened its doors. He stepped inside and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The metallic doors slowly closed, enveloping him in a brief silence. However, this tranquility was short-lived. As the elevator ascended, a deep, penetrating roar seeped through the steel walls, becoming increasingly pronounced as they neared the 3rd floor. Without any need for detective skills, Peter instantly recognized the source of the tempest. The morning's front-page headline from the Daily Bugle, "Wilson Fisk, that colossal figure of the criminal underworld, had successfully escaped from prison." Of course, Jameson would care little for what Fisk's escape meant for the city's safety. His concern lay solely in why this explosive news was not broken first by the Bugle. It was akin to a slap in the face of his journalistic instincts. As the elevator doors slid open on the 3rd floor, a wave of heat, infused with the scents of cigars, coffee, and raw fury, washed over him. And the atmosphere in the office was palpably tense. Every editor and reporter seemed to huddle, as if bracing for the next roar that could cost them their livelihoods. Upon entering, Peter's gaze swept quickly around the room. Failing to spot his often-encountered colleague Eddie Brock, he instead waved to Robbie Robertson, who sat in a relatively calm corner. The ever-composed editorial chief greeted Peter with an enthusiastic wave, perceiving a glimmer of hope that Mr. Jameson might be appeased by the photographs Peter possessed. He immediately rose and guided Peter through the minefield of the office area toward the editor-in-chief's office, which held the fate of the entire building in its hands. The door was ajar, and Jameson's furious roar was distinctly audible. "I pay you not to report on community bake sales. I demand news. Sensational headlines. Not a missing cat belonging to the neighbor's elderly lady." Robbie knocked on the door before pushing it open, revealing Jameson standing behind his grand mahogany desk, clad in a lavish yet somewhat ostentatious suit, a thick, expensive-looking cigar clenched between his teeth as he berated a quivering reporter. Upon seeing Peter, he seemed to find a new outlet for his ire, waving his hand dismissively as if swatting away a fly, sending the unfortunate reporter scuttling away. "Parker." Jameson's voice rasped like sandpaper. He took a deep drag from his cigar, allowing the smoke to swirl in his mouth before expelling it, his brooding gaze fixated on Peter. "You vanished for 2 days. I hope the time you squandered will yield photographs sufficient to make me forget today's grievances. He abruptly pointed his cigar toward the window, or rather, in the general direction of it. Remember, I do not want images of dogs fetching frisbees or trivialities about old ladies walking their dogs. If you can't deliver, do you see that door? You may as well get out. Peter had long since developed an immunity to such intimidation tactics. With an unflinching demeanor, he stepped forward, retrieving a folder of photographs from his backpack and placing it decisively on the expansive desk, the sound capturing everyone's attention perfectly. Jameson's eyebrows shot up, clearly displeased by Peter's slightly defiant gesture, preparing to escalate his aggression. However, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a photograph peeking out from the folder. The dynamic captured within, the clarity, and the very content left him feeling as though he had been throttled. His perpetually fiery eyes widened in surprise. Almost instinctively, he snatched the folder, extracting the photographs greedily. They documented Spider-Man's misdeeds, though not explosive enough. They were nonetheless the sensational scoop he had long coveted. Jameson's lips quivered with barely concealed satisfaction, but he quickly suppressed this unprofessional emotion, forcing a stern demeanor and nonchalantly tossing the photographs back onto the desk. They'll do, I suppose, he managed to say through gritted teeth, attempting to regain control of the negotiation. Given the effort you've put in, I'll offer you $80, at most. Had this been the inexperienced Peter of his early days, he would likely have nodded eagerly in agreement. However, the current Peter, unruffled, calmly pulled out the chair opposite Jameson and sat down with poise, then slowly extended a finger. Jameson erupted into exaggerated, almost absurd laughter, tilting his head back. $100? Parker, have you forgotten with whom you are conducting business? Never, ever has anyone been able to negotiate with me. Jonah Jameson. Peter remained silent, resolutely shaking his head, his outstretched finger unwavering in the air, steadfast and unyielding. Jameson's laughter abruptly ceased, as if someone had grasped his throat, his body leaning forward, hands pressing heavily upon the table, hardly believing his eyes, his voice laced with absurdity. Wait a minute. Are you little brat, actually asking for $1,000? Just for these few wretched photographs? Peter inhaled deeply, preparing to nod in affirmation of the psychological warfare's outcome. Suddenly, without warning, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, his spider sense erupting like a high-level alarm within every neuron. His gaze swiftly transcended the astonished Jameson, directing towards the vast floor-to-ceiling window behind him. The skyline of New York unfurled outside, and against the gray-blue backdrop. A minuscule black that tore through the air at an astonishing speed, rapidly enlarging as it approached. It was neither a bird nor an airplane. It was a humanoid figure, barreling towards them, toward the windows of the Daily Bugle's editor-in-chief office. Chapter 18. A rescue from the web watcher back. Peter's voice erupted, no longer the gentle tone he usually employed, but infused with an undeniable urgency, reminiscent of a command on the battlefield. His muscles tensed instantaneously, every cell within him screaming to evade. What? Jonah Jameson furrowed his brow into a knot, his face a canvas of confusion and disbelief. Instinctively turning to follow Peter's gaze, eager to discover what loomed behind them. In that electrifying moment, Peter sprang into action, his legs propelling him off the ground as he launched himself like an arrow, tackling the turning Jameson to the floor. As he surged forward, his fingers deftly swept across the table, grasping the very photographs of Spider-Man that Jameson had just displayed. In the next heartbeat, boom, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility of the office, that once valuable floor-to-ceiling window, a symbol of the Daily Bugle's authority and vision, instantly transforming into countless sharp crystal fragments, exploding inward like deadly hail. A furious wind surged into the room, the force akin to an invisible giant hand, wildly sweeping the documents, reports, and photographs from the desk into the air, as the entire room was suddenly engulfed in a rain of paper. A silver figure, imbued with an aura of destruction, narrowly skimmed above the two sprawled on the floor. The turbulent air it generated resembled the wake of a supersonic aircraft, sending office chairs, filing cabinets, and decorative plants soaring, tearing apart, with splinters, dust, glass shards, and a whirlwind of fluttering papers amalgamated, transforming the once pristine and opulent office into a scene that resembled a desolate wasteland. As if ravaged by a tornado in mere seconds, the employees in the open-plan office were taken aback by the sudden onslaught. After a brief, suffocating silence, piercing screams erupted from the female staff, accompanied by the panicked shouts of their male colleagues. Some sought refuge beneath their desks, while others attempted to flee. Chaos spreading like a contagion. Peter shielded Jameson with his own body. During the frantic scramble, shards of glass assaulted his back, arms, and thighs. the sharp edges tearing through his inexpensive suit and leaving fiery gashes on his skin. Warm blood flowed swiftly, staining the torn fabric a deep crimson. He felt tiny glass splinters embedded in his flesh, yet in that moment, adrenaline eclipsed the pain as he cradled Jameson's head protectively in the crook of his arm, absorbing most of the impact with his back. When the tumult finally subsided, the uninvited intruder loomed in the midst of the disarrayed office, its propulsion system belching azure plasma flames, emitting a low, ominous hum. Its true form was unveiled, a sleek, futuristic humanoid robot, towering at approximately 7 feet. Its surface gleamed with a polished silver finish, reflecting a cold sheen amidst the dust. Its visage was devoid of mouth or nose, featuring only a pair of crimson optical lenses that scanned the surroundings, reminiscent of the eyes of a hellish hound. "Oh God," Jameson murmured weakly beneath Peter. Peter cautiously released his grip, helping him to his feet. Thanks to Peter's selfless protection, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle had only suffered a torn suit and minor abrasions on his legs, no substantial harm. He surveyed the apocalyptic scene around him with bewilderment before turning his gaze to Peter, who had become disheveled in his efforts to shield him. A complex swirl of emotions surged within Jameson: fear, anger, or perhaps a subtle hint of gratitude. Habitually, he sought to mask his inner turmoil with a roar, but the words faltered on his lips. "Parker, you rascal." His voice was hoarse as he patted Peter's dust and blood-stained shoulder. "I never knew you possessed such bravery. I must admit, you saved my life." This was nearly the highest form of praise from Jonah Jameson. However, Peter had no time to bask in the honor. His focus was firmly fixed on the robotic assailant, his mind racing. The design appeared generic, void of any discernible factional insignia. Was it from Oscorp? The remnants of Fisk's regime? Or perhaps the creation of some emerging power? His spider sense continued to buzz, warning him that the danger was far from over. His gaze darted to the sole exit, now obstructed by the imposing figure of the robot, and then caught sight of his old backpack containing the spider suit, which had been swept to a corner near the machine during the chaos. Damn, changing now would be tantamount to suicide. He had no choice but to rely on his other abilities. He took a deep breath, centering himself, and focused on the power within him that transcended the spider bite. Despite the searing pain inflicted by the cold wind that swept in through the shattered window, he resolutely stepped forward, once more shielding the startled Jameson behind him. However, to Peter's astonishment, Jameson brusquely pushed aside his arm and stepped forward, placing Peter protectively behind him. This media magnate, known for his vehement denouncements of masked vigilantes, now stood tall before the frigid killing machine, displaying an unexpected courage that perhaps stemmed from Peter's own audacity or the deep-seated tenacity within him that refused to cower before threats. "I care not who you are." Jameson's voice boomed, infused with the resolute tone characteristic of his editorials, as he pointed an accusatory finger at the mechanical assassin. "Nor do I care which lunatic lurks in the shadows behind you. You dare invade my newspaper, assault my staff, and wreak havoc in my office? Listen here, you heap of scrap metal. While I have yet to truly unleash my wrath, I suggest you depart at once. Otherwise, I, Jonah Jameson, vow in the name of the Daily Bugle that I will unearth your puppet master, even if it means digging to the depths of the earth, and ensure he rots in a cell." His words resonated powerfully, brimming with Jameson's signature flair. Yet, as soon as he uttered them, a wave of trepidation washed over him. What on earth am I doing? Am I truly attempting to reason with a robot? A fleeting moment of regret passed through his mind. But there was no turning back now. The mechanical assassin's crimson eyes scanned, shifting focus between Peter and Jameson. An emotionless, electronic voice echoed through the desolate office, each word striking like a hammer against the heart. Target scan confirmed. Jonah Jameson, Peter Parker. Priority, capture. Action mode, eliminate obstacles. Indeed, it was coming for us. Peter felt a chill run down his spine. But why had Mr. Jameson also become a target? The question flickered briefly, yet there was no time for contemplation. Just as the assassin raised its arm and the energy weapon began to emit a faint, ominous glow, Peter sprang into action. He concentrated all his mental faculties, unleashing an invisible telekinetic force akin to a precision scalpel, deftly bypassing the robot's physical armor to strike directly at its core control system, aiming to incapacitate it in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a slender figure in red, black, and white, reminiscent of an agile female leopard, gracefully leapt through the gaping hole of the shattered window. It was Spider-Woman. Her movements flowed like a dance. Even while airborne, her fingertips released 2 strands of pearlescent webbing, skillfully adhering to the shoulders of the mechanical assassin. Utilizing the tension of the web, she accelerated like a human cannonball, her long legs delivering a powerful kick to the side of the assassin's head. With a resounding thud, she executed a flawless, acrobatic flip, landing deftly before Peter and Jameson, her back facing them as she assumed a classic combat stance. She tilted her head slightly, winking at Peter, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth beneath the mask. "Greetings, my friends. It appears I have arrived at a most opportune moment. Have I not?" Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the machine assassin, which had been struck by the web, did not retaliate as anticipated. Instead, it crashed against the wall like a marionette with severed strings, tumbling to the ground with a resounding thud. The crimson glow in its eyes flickered a few times before extinguishing completely, and the azure flames beneath it vanished without a trace. "Is this the end?" The web-slinger, somewhat taken aback, withdrew her stance and approached the motionless automaton, gently prodding it with her toe. "I had expected it to exhibit some semblance of life. What a feeble, hollow construct it is." She evidently credited her kick for the victory, oblivious to Peter's covert telekinetic assault. Jonah Jameson stared in astonishment at the masked heroine who had suddenly appeared and swiftly resolved the crisis, his mind struggling to process the succession of events. Another Spider-Man? And a female one at that? Before Jameson could recover from the shock brought on by the Spider-Woman, the web-slinger seemed to ascertain that the threat had been neutralized. She cast a meaningful glance at Peter, as if to say the remainder was now in your hands, and with a graceful leap, her figure flickered at the shattered window before vanishing into the winds high above New York, leaving behind only the tattered curtains dancing in the breeze. From the moment the mechanical assassin broke through the window to its resolution, the entire episode transpired in less than a minute. The employees outside remained in a state of shock, none even thinking to call for help. It was not until the web-slinger's silhouette had completely disappeared that Jameson dashed to the window, leaning out to gaze below. But all he saw were the bustling streets and diminutive pedestrians. There was no trace of the Spider-Woman. A wave of profound regret replaced his fear. Once again, New York City had birthed another Spider-Woman. Dressed in her red and blue uniform, agile as a deity, this was certainly newsworthy of global headlines. He abruptly turned around, his habitual fervor for news surging within him, nearly forgetting the brush with death he had just experienced. He shouted at Peter, almost instinctively, "Parker, why didn't you?" But the words caught in his throat as his gaze fell once more upon Peter's tattered, blood-stained attire, his weary yet vigilant expression, and the selfless act he had just performed to save him. The urge to chastise felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat. How could he reproach an employee who had just saved his life for not capturing the moment on camera? Such an act was beyond even Jonah Jameson. He awkwardly cleared his throat, swallowing the latter part of his sentence, yet the pent-up fury and exhilaration of survival demanded an outlet. He forcefully flung open the rickety office door, his face darkened like an enraged lion, and bellowed at the startled employees outside. "My goodness, look at yourselves. I still question whether you are indeed reporters for the Daily Bugle. When faced with an unexpected crisis, you behave like a flock of frightened sheep. All you do is scream and hide. Where are your cameras? Where are your journalistic instincts? Even a few photographs taken with a mobile phone would suffice. The headline news unfolds right before your eyes, yet you have impeccably missed it." His gaze swept over the disheveled office, ultimately landing on Peter beside him. As he continued to bellow with a complex tone, "Look at Parker, truly observe him, learn from him, witness how he works." Even in the midst of such extreme peril, he remained resolute. Jameson paused for a moment, recalling how Peter seemed to have grasped something during his daring leap, though he could not be certain. Maintaining the vigilance expected of a journalist was the spirit that the Daily Bugle required, not your feeble display. As he spoke, he nearly shoved Peter forward, as if to present him as a paragon, while pulling out his phone. "I am calling the police and an ambulance." Peter quickly declined. "No, it's unnecessary, Mr. Jameson. I assure you, it's merely a surface injury. It appears worse than it is. A quick cleanup and a change of clothes will suffice. Summoning an ambulance would be excessive." With the abilities of a Wolverine, his own regenerative capacity far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and at this moment, the wound on his back had already healed. He did not wish for a doctor to uncover this secret. Jameson scrutinized Peter suspiciously, noticing that he did not exhibit the appearance of someone gravely injured. With a grunt, he relented, tacitly conceding. At that moment, Peter raised the photographs he had been clutching tightly, even during his confrontation with the mechanical assailant. Despite the edges being slightly crumpled, the Spider-Man images remained largely intact. "Mr. Jameson, about the photos you mentioned?" Jameson stared at the photograph, then at Peter's disheveled yet resolute demeanor, falling into silence for a moment. He furrowed his brow, an expression of struggle, resignation, and a nearly imperceptible hint of admiration flickering across his face. Ultimately, he appeared to reach an exceedingly difficult decision and gruffly remarked, $1,000? Peter nodded, holding his breath. Jameson inhaled deeply, a palpable reluctance evident, as though that $1,000 were being extracted from his very ribs. Go see my assistant for the money. Leave the photos, and then immediately disappear from my sight. Go home and rest. Listen, Parker, for the next 3 days. I do not wish to see you in this building. That is an order. Despite the harshness of his tone, Peter understood the underlying meaning. This was likely Jonah Jameson's unique way of expressing concern and gratitude. There was still an opportunity. Earlier that morning, a maintenance worker had reported sighting a green lizard creature. This was explosive news, and whoever could capture exclusive photographs would be handsomely rewarded. Hearing Jameson's booming proclamation directed at the crowd, Peter paused. A green lizard creature? A substantial reward? Chapter 19. Black Cat encourages Peter to learn from Spider-Man. A substantial reward? Mr. Jameson speaks so lightly of capturing an erratic lizard creature. It is not as simple as it sounds. Especially since this monster is likely an old friend of Peter's. Had it not been for the incessant fragments of memories swirling within his mind, he might have felt a pure thrill at the prospect of this money, perhaps even indulging in a game of hide-and-seek at the subway station while donning his Spider-Man persona. Yet now, the term lizard struck Peter's consciousness like a cold stone cast into the deep waters of his recollections, stirring waves of disquietude. As he traversed the path to claim his reward, his mind operated like a high-speed supercomputer, cross-referencing his knowledge of the Marvel Universe with this seemingly distorted reality. In his understanding, the emergence of this creature was inextricably linked to the name of Dr. Kurt Connors. However, this world is fraught with uncertainties. Perhaps it was an unforeseen byproduct of a genetic experiment or a lizard mutant lurking within the shadows of urban legend. Nevertheless, his intuition, or rather, those memories from another realm, provided him with an 80% certainty that it was indeed Dr. Connors. He had known Dr. Connors from Empire State University since high school. Perhaps the camaraderie between scientific prodigies breeds many discussions. Through extensive conversations, he garnered the professor's high regard for his unique insights in biology and genetics. Consequently, their paths frequently crossed, and Peter often attended Connors' lectures, even volunteering as a research assistant. Just 3 days prior, he had played a pivotal role in Connors' groundbreaking lecture on DNA molecular recombination, utilizing reptilian genes to achieve limb regeneration. Together, they surmounted challenges and reveled in breakthroughs, ultimately succeeding in enabling a limping white mouse to grow a new limb after receiving a transplant of lizard DNA. In that moment, the glimmer in Dr. Connors' eyes reflected not merely the excitement of scientific triumph, but an almost obsessive longing to rectify his own physical deficiencies. Indeed, within the Marvel Universe, every hero or villain harbors their own fixation. For example, Kingpin aspires to construct an expansive criminal empire. Venom seeks vengeance against the Spider-Man who abandoned him, while Connors' fixation revolves around the arm he lost in a laboratory accident. Presently, Peter possessed a profound understanding of Kurt Connors. Once theories succeeded with the mouse, it was highly probable that he would turn himself into the subject of experimentation. Regardless of their mentor-student relationship or the friendship they shared, Peter could not stand idly by as Connors transformed into a monster, nor could he permit the chaos that would ensue to harm the innocent. An inhospitable voice interrupted Peter's musings. "Hey, look who it is. Our heroic photographer, Parker." Eddie Brock approached, clad in a worn brown jacket, his tone laced with acidity capable of corroding steel. "I just rushed back after witnessing the chaos at the Daily Bugle. I hear you not only saved Mr. Jameson, but also stumbled upon some juicy dirt on Spider-Man. Congratulations." Eddie leaned in closer, competitive sparks igniting in his eyes. "But your luck ends here. I will be the one to secure exclusive photographs of that green lizard monster before you do." At that moment, Mr. Jameson would come to realize who the true pillar of this newspaper was, the photographer of unparalleled skill. He patted his camera with a sense of pride, akin to brandishing a weapon, and without waiting for Peter's response, he strode purposefully toward the elevator. Peter merely shrugged, accustomed to Eddie's competitive spirit. His mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters. After a brief inquiry from the police regarding the previous incident, he slipped into his secret lair, a narrow storage room nestled within a derelict subway station, where he quickly changed out of his disheveled suit. With the 1,000 he had received from Mr. Jameson in his possession, he dashed toward a large electronics store that was currently holding a sale. Inside the store, the lights gleamed brightly, illuminating a dazzling array of electronic products. Peter navigated through the crowd with the agility of a spider, his gaze firmly fixed on the camera counter. As a media professional reliant on capturing images, a dependable camera was his lifeblood, whether he was photographing the lizard man or pursuing other sensational news. He could not do without a quality camera. This was also the reason he had managed to procure some seemingly decent blackmail photos of Spider-Man. Fortune smiled upon him once more as he spotted the Canon EOS DSLR camera he had long coveted, now on sale. Originally priced at $1,060. It was now reduced to a mere $753. The moment he exited the store, Peter clutched the box of his new camera tightly, his face radiating genuine joy. $753. The money saved would suffice for this month's rent, and perhaps he would even have around $100 left over. What a blessing. It would be just enough to prepare a birthday cake and some gifts for Aunt May, and perhaps even arrange a delightful surprise for Mary Jane. Standing on the street, he could barely contain his excitement as he snapped a few test shots. The camera's focus was rapid, the image quality pristine, and the feel was exceptional. In high spirits, Peter cradled his new acquisition in one hand while reaching for his phone with the other to call Mary Jane. "Hi, MJ, it's me, Peter. Don't forget about our date tonight. Aunt May has been mentioning you for quite some time, and she specifically asked me to invite you over tomorrow evening for a visit." In this universe, his neighbors were not Mary Jane's family, but the Stasis, none other than Officer George Stacy, known as the justice-serving sheriff of New York City, and his daughter, Peter's childhood friend, Gwen Stacy. Mary Jane's cheerful laughter echoed from the other end of the line. "Don't worry, Peter, I'm not like you, the king of tardiness. I assure you, I won't be late for our date tonight, and I'll be on time for Aunt May's birthday gathering tomorrow as well." "And Anna?" It was only after hanging up that Peter slapped his forehead in realization. Aunt May and Aunt Anna were friends, so naturally, Aunt Anna would be invited to the birthday party, and it was only fitting that Mary Jane would accompany her. Just as Peter basked in the small joys of planning for their evening date and the birthday celebration, a sharp cry shattered the relative tranquility of the street. "Catch him. He stole my bag." A towering figure clad in a grimy yellow leather jacket, a ruffian brandishing an expensive-looking handbag, surged through the crowd like a startled bull, leaving chaos in his wake. Oh, not again. This is the freedom of New York, eternally rife with impromptu criminal performances. "Can I enjoy just a few moments of bliss with my new camera?" Peter lamented in a tone of resignation. As the thief, known as Cassidy, breathlessly darted past him, Peter instinctively extended a leg. Thud! With a muffled thump, Cassidy fell spectacularly, his face meeting the ground in a most undignified manner. Peter silently scoffed. That must have hurt. I hope this dedicated robber retains all his teeth. Yet, the unfolding events were unexpected. Cassidy, rather than panicking, emitted a low, eerie laugh as he shook his head and rose, neglecting to retrieve the fallen handbag. Instead, he abruptly turned, extracting a gun from the lining of his yellow jacket, a plastic firearm that struck fear into the hearts of New Yorkers, a Glock pistol. The cold muzzle of the Glock, akin to a gaze from the abyss, pointed directly at Peter's forehead. In the land of freedom, while firearms may be as cheap as stones by the roadside, only true desperados carry such stones, ready to shatter any obstacle in their path. Cassidy's actions instantly ignited a wave of panic, the onlookers retreating like a receding tide. The previously boisterous woman calling for help had already retreated, covering her mouth in fright. "Kid," Cassidy said, aiming the gun at Peter, his finger resting on the trigger. "Didn't your parents teach you to steer clear of trouble in the streets? Trying to be a hero? The price can be steep." A large bruise marred his forehead, blood oozing from his joints, and his face bore scratches. He licked the blood from his lips, a hint of morbid ecstasy in his eyes. Peter immediately raised his hands, adopting a standard safety posture. "I apologize, Mr. Thief, it was purely accidental. My leg, well, it seems to have overreacted with a knee-jerk reflex. It was certainly not intentional." He attempted to ease the tension with words. "You seem to be quite injured. Perhaps you should return the bag and seek medical attention? The police should be arriving shortly." Cassidy burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke. The fool in the greenhouse, trying to persuade an armed tyrant with mere words? "Very well. I'll give you a chance. Let us play a game. Any last words? Speak them to the barrel and see if it responds. How about Russian roulette? It's the trendiest game this year, but the rules will be set by me. Right now, we're betting on whether this fully loaded Glock will jam." What a complete lunatic. Peter internally scoffed, yet he remained undaunted. Cassidy was utterly absorbed in his deranged script. Without waiting for Peter's response, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger amidst the crowd's gasps. Yet, the anticipated gunfire did not resonate. The Glock had misfired. Cassidy was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal a more twisted, sinister smile. "How intriguing. You are the first person I have encountered who can silence a Glock. But how many times can luck favor you?" Skillfully, he racked the slide, once again aiming the firearm at Peter. "Care to play? With telekinesis and play, I could entertain you all day. Misfire? It could even explode. But with so many phones trained on him, he couldn't afford to gain notoriety like Spider-Man. He could only feign ignorance for now." Peter widened his eyes, displaying just the right amount of terror and bewilderment, resembling an ordinary youth petrified by fear. I hope Gordon, no? Sheriff Stacy, arrives swiftly, or should I attempt to block the muzzle with a single finger? Like an action movie protagonist? Ridiculous. Cassidy pulled the trigger several more times, each resulting in nothing but the crisp click of an empty chamber. The wait became interminable and excruciating. Peter began to regret his passive approach. He should have orchestrated a simpler accident, like having this guy slip on a banana peel or something. An accident? His peripheral vision caught sight of a rusty, precariously dangling old billboard above Cassidy's head. That's it. However, just as he prepared to subtly manipulate things with his telekinesis, a black figure, agile as a cat, silently landed atop the billboard. Damn it. Cassidy pulled the trigger again and again, met only with the sharp click of the firing pin striking empty. His enthusiasm was thoroughly dampened. Either this old pal needed to retire, or you, my friend, are the illegitimate child of Jesus. Hey, jerk. Have you figured out how to enjoy your time in prison yet? A slightly hoarse yet magnetic female voice echoed from above. Before Cassidy could react, a specially designed rope, snake-like in its grace, bound him tightly. In the blink of an eye, the shadow flickered, executing a clean and precise move that sent Cassidy crashing to the ground once more. The Glock he had pinned his hopes on flying from his grasp. Once again, it's you meddling masked freaks. Cassidy struggled on the ground, bound like a dumpling, his eyes filled with resentment and greed. Such wasted potential. If it were in my hands, I could accomplish earth-shattering feats. The one who subdued him was a woman clad in a tight black leather suit, her figure lithe, adorned with a cat-eared mask, Black Cat. She paid no heed to Cassidy's bellowing, but turned to Peter, her amber eyes scrutinizing him through the mask. I know you, the prominent journalist. You've captured numerous photographs of Spider-Man, but if you aspire to emulate your spider-like friend and be a hero, it would be wise to engage your mind before charging into the muzzle of a gun. Her tone bore a hint of reproach. Peter, he was rendered speechless, nodding silently while instinctively raising his new camera, inwardly murmuring, I've been schooled. Who would have thought that one day I would be called upon to learn from myself? This is quite peculiar. Peter Parker, to his imaginary Spider-Man, hey, Spider-Man, greetings. Black Cat urged me to learn from you. Spider-Man, to Peter, for heaven's sake, Peter, don the mask and be yourself. Hello, masked heroine. I hope you don't mind if I capture a few shots to commemorate your heroic deeds, Peter exclaimed. The Black Cat, poised to depart with her grappling hook, halted at the edge of a billboard. Although she did not look back, she gracefully adjusted her stance, striking a pose that was both elegant and exuding strength. Watching her silhouette vanish nimbly between the buildings like a true feline, Peter could only shrug in resignation. Chapter 20. The conspiracy behind on the outskirts of New York, an underground base filled with cold steel and flickering holographic projections emanated the scents of disinfectants and machine oil. This was another of Dr. Zandrius's experimental facilities. The mission had faltered. The mechanical assassin had failed to capture Peter Parker and J. Jonah Jameson, and any actions against Spider-Man would likely need to be postponed. The robust Donald stood in the shadows, reporting to Dr. Zandrius, who sat at the control panel, his gaze revealing a subtle, barely perceptible fear, as if he were wary of this seemingly harmless doctor. On the console screen, footage replayed the moment when the mechanical assassin was intercepted and destroyed by Spider-Woman in front of the Daily Bugle building. Dr. Zandrius, wearing rimless glasses, maintained a calm demeanor behind the lenses, as unyielding as the permafrost of Siberia, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the console's surface, producing a steady clicking sound. I witnessed it all, Donald. The mechanical assassin's operation should have been foolproof. The variable was the sudden emergence of Spider-Woman. Her presence is what led to this failure. He waved his hand, freezing the battle footage on a frame depicting Spider-Woman executing a nimble backflip. Nevertheless, capturing Spider-Man's ally as bait is still an option. We can seek out sharper tools to deal with this spandex-clad nuisance. A cold smirk graced his lips, as if all was under his control. He casually tossed a crumpled copy of the Global Daily onto the metal table, producing a sharp sound. The newspaper's front page boasted a blood-red headline: Philanthropist or Crime Lord? Kingpin escapes from prison, NYPD on high alert. Beside the headline was an imposing photograph of Wilson Fisk, his corpulent figure exuding an oppressive presence. Donald's gaze swept over the title, his pupils constricting slightly as he immediately grasped Reese's intentions. Wilson Fisk, a year ago, was incarcerated through the combined efforts of Spider-Man and Daredevil, an event that stirred considerable turmoil in New York. Who would have imagined that this highly scrutinized philanthropist and mayoral candidate was, in fact, the true dark sovereign of Hell's Kitchen? It can be posited that while Fisk may not possess the most formidable combat prowess among criminals, he undoubtedly harbors the deepest secrets. Were it not for Spider-Man and Daredevil unraveling each other's schemes, it is conceivable that New York City S. Mayor might have been a crime lord. Donald, with a background as a mercenary, was not one to underestimate this individual. Now, this underworld monarch has escaped from prison. Reflecting upon the rumors circulating in Hell's Kitchen, Donald furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. Doctor, it is indisputable that Fisk is a sworn enemy of Spider-Man. However, I have heard that he is an extremely arrogant and power-hungry opportunist. To expect him to heed our commands? That would likely be more challenging than persuading Vulture to adopt a vegetarian diet. He resembles a rabid dog, poised to turn on its master at any moment. Since the facade of philanthropy was stripped away, Fisk's name has become synonymous with brutality and treachery in both the underground world and mainstream media. He employs any means necessary to achieve his goals, readily collaborating with supervillains only to betray them with ease. Any obstacle in his path is crushed like an insect beneath his heel. There are even whispers that he would discard his own flesh and blood without hesitation, a madness and coldness that instills fear while evoking disdain. Dr. Rice chuckled softly, adjusting his glasses, his tone laced with disdain. Control? No, Donald, you misunderstand. I have never contemplated controlling a man like Wilson Fisk. Rather, I speak of cooperation. He rose and approached a massive transparent nutrient tank, within which floated indistinguishable remnants of X-241 clones, enveloped in green nutrient fluid resembling tears. Witnessing his research yield such a fate, the reflection of Dr. Rice in the tank's glass contorted with a cold and twisted visage, his eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. In a chilling tone, Dr. Rice continued, Fisk has just escaped from prison, utterly destitute. His empire requires reconstruction. His adversaries, Spider-Man and the ever-interfering Daredevil, must be dealt with. He requires resources, a place to hide, and power. We can provide him with everything: funding, state-of-the-art laboratories, even enhanced mercenaries. He turned, his gaze piercing as it met Donald's. What we desire is merely a living specimen of Spider-Man for research, an arrangement beneficial to both parties. With Fisk's intellect, he cannot fail to recognize the advantages inherent in this proposition. Donald lowered his head. If that is the case, then indeed he has no reason to refuse. He spoke no further, yet the image of Spider-Man lingered in his mind, vividly recalling the last encounter at the laboratory, where the loquacious yet swift Spider-Man had been nothing short of terrifying. What happened to the principle of not killing? He unmistakably sensed a profound indifference towards life behind those azure lenses. To claim that Spider-Man refrains from taking lives is as incredulous as the jests circulating in Gotham about Batman's supposed no-kill policy. He had no desire to confront that monstrosity once more. With his hands clasped behind his back, Rice returned to the control console, his tone brooking no dissent. Once Kingpin escapes, he will undoubtedly still be in New York. Hell's Kitchen is his lair and the most probable hiding place. I will leverage our resources within the government to pinpoint his approximate location. At that time, I will need you, Donald, to represent me in our initial contact. Donald nodded respectfully, though a flicker of anxiety glimmered in his eyes. He hoped to redeem himself this time, especially after the loss of X-241. For the doctor had feigned indifference, yet he knew that dissatisfaction lingered beneath the surface. The destruction of X-241 was a significant blow to Dr. Rice's life-esque work, and although the doctor had not expressed overt blame, the discontent was palpable. He must execute this mission flawlessly. I am at your service, Doctor. Dr. Rice replied softly, his gaze returning to the remnants in the nutrient tank, where, deep within his cold eyes, a flame of vengeance seemed to burn fiercely. X-241, my child. Though you may not rival X-24 in excellence, you are still the fruit of my labor. Be it the X-Men, Iron Man, or the detestable Spider-Man. They shall all pay the price. Especially you, Spider-Man. Now is not the time for a full-scale war with the X-Men. I shall first reclaim this blood debt from you. Contemplating these thoughts, his mind drifted towards his rival, Dr. Trisk. Both served the military, yet their research trajectories diverged significantly. Rice focused on gene cloning and pharmaceuticals, while Trisk was dedicated to developing X-weapons and Sentinel robots. Initially, Rice believed his genetically modified food project, designed to suppress mutant genes, would surpass all others, only to have it ambushed by the X-Men. Undoubtedly, this incident would become a source of ridicule for Trisk, though the moment for a direct confrontation with the X-Men had not yet arrived. Targeting Spider-Man would not only avenge his humiliation but also procure the invaluable genes of this new generation of mutants, achieving two objectives with one stroke. Meanwhile, Black Cat had already vanished amid the buildings, and the crowd that had scattered earlier was now converging around Cassidy, bound like a holiday turkey, chattering and pointing as if they themselves were the heroes who had captured the criminal. A plump woman rushed forward, swiftly grasping her handbag and clutching it tightly to her chest before retreating back to the safety of the crowd. never once glancing at the young man, Peter Parker, who had initially thwarted the robber. Peter felt invisible, pushed to the periphery by the thrumming crowd, his ears filled with praise for Black Cat's valiant exploits. Wow. Did you see that masked hero's moves? Absolutely incredible. So agile, like a cat. She must be the new superhero. She is just as impressive as Spider-Man. Indeed, truly remarkable. Alas, the unsuccessful man appears to be merely a backdrop in any universe, with accolades and applause eternally reserved for those more enigmatic and captivating masked figures. He ruefully touched his nose and, seizing the opportunity before the police arrived to document witness accounts, quietly slipped away from the crowd. The landlord would hardly be swayed by the pretext of assisting in the capture of a thief. He was solely interested in Franklin, perhaps eagerly awaiting the arrival of that payment. Stealthily making his way to a deserted alley, he donned his spider suit and first ventured to check on Kurt Connor's residence, but found no useful clues. Peter resolved to return to his rented apartment and settle the rent before his evening rendezvous. However, today seemed to be fraught with misfortune. The alley outside his apartment, typically devoid of pedestrians, was now the stage for a rather passionate scene. A disheveled pair, their bodies adorned with cheap turquoise tattoos, scrambled out from behind a large dumpster, evidently startled by the sound of Peter's landing. The tattooed man, his face flushed with embarrassment and rage, shouted while hastily adjusting his trousers, "What the hell? Where did this spider clown come from? Get lost. Don't interrupt my business." Meanwhile, the tattooed woman emitted a shrill scream. "Oh my, is this what people have come to, seeking outdoor experiences? Right beside a dumpster?" This is a catastrophic blemish on New York's image. Peter initially intended to leave without a word, but the man's demeanor compelled him to impart a small lesson. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Hey folks, filming a little movie, are we? I recall a budget motel just down the street, far more romantic than this." The scent of a dumpster is hardly a premium fragrance. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, shooting out webbing that ensnared the man's discarded clothing, including the pride of his Armani shirt, forming a clump. With a swift motion, he hurled this bundle onto a high iron hook embedded in a nearby brick wall. Swaying precariously like a jester's colorful ball, the tattooed man exploded with fury, attempting to leap for his clothes, but coming up short. "What have you done to my Armani, you filthy spider? How dare you ensnare my designer shirt with your cheap web? I'll be sure to toss some chili powder in your eyes." Spider-Man feigned covering his lenses. "Oh, thank you for your concern, but my vision is quite keen, 2020. As for the chili powder, save it for your next hot dog. Would you? I hope next time you choose a more respectable venue for your rendezvous. Otherwise, someone might genuinely need to cleanse their vision." With that, Peter disregarded the man's curses, executing a graceful backflip, shooting his web, and vanishing swiftly over the high walls of the alley. To afford Armani, yet hesitate to spend a few bucks on a room? Such a peculiar mindset. Yet what if they truly relished that sort of thrill? Ah well. Beneath the mask, Spider-Man is just an ordinary person fretting over rent, not a relationship columnist or a psychologist. Upon emerging from the alley, Peter had donned a casual outfit, with a backpack containing his camera and spider suit slung over his shoulder. Whistling a cheerful tune, he strolled towards the 5-story apartment building he rented. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight rays bathed him in a glorious golden hue. Chapter 21. The plan for carnage. The corridor of the somewhat antiquated 5-story apartment was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of old carpets and simmering stews. Footsteps echoed on the staircase. Just as Peter Parker set foot on the 5th-floor landing, the door to room 501 swung open with a sudden click, as if the occupant had been eagerly listening at the keyhole, prompting Peter to wonder whether his landlord, Mr. Dick Vitch, possessed feline-like, acute hearing. Was Mr. Vitch's ears somehow a sensor attuned to the vibrations of the hallway? Such swiftness surely warranted a position guarding the national treasury. Mr. Vitch poked his head out of the door like a goblin, wearing an expression that blended calculation with feigned warmth. "Peter, you finally returned." His voice carried a hint of exaggerated relief. Peter retrieved a small, slightly crumpled stack of dollar bills from his pocket and handed them over with a polite smile. "Mr. Vitch, here is this month's rent, a total of $130. I apologize for the delay." Mr. Vitch snatched the money with deft fingers, counting it quickly and expertly. This time, he refrained from the usual sardonic remarks about wishing money could be spent. Instead, he grinned broadly, revealing nicotine-stained teeth, and clapped Peter on the shoulder. "Hey, Peter, I knew it. A young man like you could never be unable to pay rent. A leading photographer for the Horn Herald and a prospective star at Empire University. This city is in dire need of promising young talents like yourself. Oh, here we go." The late rent version versus the on-time rent version of Mr. Vitch was akin to two parallel universes. I had no doubt that had I approached him empty-handed, His words would have been drastically different, enough to make even Wolverine furrow his brow. Peter maintained a courteous smile, dismissing his landlord's flattery. After confirming the money was accounted for, Mr. Vitch skillfully stuffed the bills into his bulging pocket. Leaning in conspiratorially, he lowered his voice and gestured toward the closed door of room 501. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. A rather wealthy and strikingly attractive young lady, a supermodel no less, is about to move in next door. Supermodel? Peter paused mid-action, surprised, turning his head. Are you saying someone else is renting this place? And she's a supermodel? Indeed. Peter, how else would I declare your good fortune? Mr. Vitch winked. It is indeed peculiar for a supermodel to choose to reside in such a dilapidated apartment, a veritable relic of New York's history. Could it be for the sake of experiencing life in its rawest form? He shook his head, casting aside the thought. The reason for his curiosity primarily stemmed from the fact that Mary Jane harbored aspirations of becoming a supermodel as well. I'll head in first, Mr. Dickovich. Thank you for your reminder, Peter said, shaking the keys in his hand. I already have a date. Ah, I know. It's that lovely red-haired girl on your phone. Isn't it? Dickovich waved dismissively. But I heard you haven't officially defined your relationship yet? Young man, an extra option never hurts. I have high hopes for you, Peter. Peter offered a resigned smile, refraining from further conversation as he opened the door and stepped into his apartment, leaving his landlord's well-meaning encouragement behind. At the Manhattan precinct. In the interrogation room, the light was harsh and unforgiving, the walls an oppressive shade of gray-green. The air was thick with a melange of coffee, sweat, and disinfectant. Sheriff George Stacy, an older officer with a slightly weary visage yet sharp eyes, sat behind the interrogation table. Opposite him was Cletus Casati, his hands shackled to the fixed rings on the table, wearing a manic, incongruous grin as if he had just witnessed the most amusing joke in the world. Name. George's voice was deep and laden with authority, attempting to pierce through the other's flippant demeanor. Ha! Casati erupted into a cacophony of laughter, his features contorting in madness, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with frenzy. You can call me Carnage. Or Tyrant. Whichever you prefer, officer. George fought to contain his anger, slamming a thin file onto the table. Enough of this nonsense, Cletus Casati. Do you think that by remaining silent, we cannot uncover your background? The file documented Casati's numerous acts of violence and disturbances of public order. Carnage, Tyrant? Why not just declare yourself Captain America? George taunted. Casati's expression froze for a moment before erupting into a more hysterical laughter. Ha! You caught me. Indeed, I am Captain America, here to save this decaying world. George felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Conventional interrogation methods were nearly futile against such a chaotic, pleasure-seeking psychopath. Unlike other criminals, who often possessed motives of money, revenge, or fame, Casati's file suggested he thrived solely on the enjoyment of destruction and fear, like a human beast. Another troublemaker delivered by a masked vigilante. This individual resembled a ticking time bomb, a peril even when confined within a standard holding cell. After concluding this pointless interrogation, George turned to a nearby officer with grave seriousness. Listen, this man is extremely dangerous. The psychological evaluation results are abysmal. He must be transferred to the most secure prison for pretrial detention. Armed robbery, illegal possession of firearms, attempted murder. These charges are sufficient to keep him behind bars until his hair turns gray. Understood, Sheriff. On the transport vehicle bound for the state prison, Cassidy, adorned with heavy handcuffs, could not suppress his low, ominous laughter as he murmured to the guards escorting him. Massacre is the future. You fail to comprehend that chaos is the latter. Soon, they arrived at the state prison located in the Brooklyn area. The grim and cacophonous prison block echoed with the sounds of clanging iron doors, the curses of inmates, and the distant wail of police sirens intermingling. As Cassidy was thrust into a narrow cell, the iron bars clanged shut behind him, yet he exhibited no signs of fear or despair. Rather, he appeared even more exhilarated. He greedily surveyed the frigid iron windows, the heavy bars, and the grotesque faces of various inmates in the opposite cell. Ha! Perfect. It's like an exhibition hall for twisted artists. What a marvelous atmosphere. The guards, accustomed to his bizarre behavior, swiftly secured the door and hurried away, as if lingering even for a second would taint them with his maniacal laughter. Cassidy's laughter reverberated within the cell as he rhythmically slapped his palm against the cold wall. Turning to the taciturn, muscular man in the adjacent cell. Hey, you over there, you look so grim and tormented. Do you want to get out? Not speaking makes it so dull. He hissed like a serpent. The man in the next cell, Flint Marco, merely cast a cold glance in his direction. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. His mind was consumed with a singular thought. He must escape. His ailing daughter awaited him outside, unfazed by the silence. Cassidy shook his head dismissively. In a fleeting moment, as he turned away from the surveillance camera, his Adam's apple subtly convulsed. And he skillfully employed the pretense of retching to conceal a slender, resilient filament hidden beneath his tongue, a meticulously prepared piece of special wire. He spat it into his palm. Cassidy was not merely a lunatic. Before descending into the chaos of explosive artistry, he had been a masterful thief, particularly adept at lock-picking. Any traditional mechanical lock before him was as good as non-existent. He had meticulously crafted his plan, even orchestrating his arrest on the streets to gain entry into a prison, which was part of his chaotic script. Alas, he had not made it into New York's largest Rikers Island. While continuing his deranged laughter and uttering incomprehensible babble, he shielded himself from the watchful eye of the surveillance camera, his fingers deftly and quietly maneuvering behind his back as the wire silently probed the antiquated lock of the cell door. In less than 2 seconds, an almost imperceptible metallic click echoed. The lock had been silently disengaged by him. A broad, exaggerated grin crept across Cassidy's face, revealing his stark white teeth. Yet he did not immediately push the door open. He was waiting for the opportune moment when the prison guards would change shifts or grow lax. Moreover, he sought not merely his own escape. The current city of New York was dreadfully mundane. It was time to unleash the exotic creatures of this zoo. Let New York host a grand celebration. Chaos is the true order, and I am the future of this city. He gazed into the depths of the corridor, a prophetic glimmer illuminating his eyes, whispering in a voice only he could hear. Ah, a monster walks into the prison? No, that is incorrect. I am not a monster. I am the future. Chapter 22. An imperfect date under the cloak of night, Manhattan, New York, sparkled like a brilliant gem embedded in the East Coast. With glass facades of skyscrapers reflecting the myriad of lights from countless homes, as the flowing traffic transformed into luminous ribbons, ceaselessly weaving through the streets. Neon signs flickered and danced, casting a dreamlike purplish-red hue across the night sky, while the ancient buildings of Empire University stood solemn and serene amidst the modern skyline. Across from the university, on a bustling street, a girl with fiery red hair was pacing anxiously in front of an exquisitely decorated restaurant. She wore a bright yellow knitted top that accentuated her youthful curves, with softly curled red locks cascading freely over her shoulders, highlighting her fair complexion. Her fitted jeans clung to her like a second skin, perfectly showcasing her long, straight legs. Her silhouette, bathed in neon light, was a captivating sight in itself. Peter, the fellow who reminded me to arrive punctually. I must not be late. Just then, a voice pierced through the street's cacophony. Hey, MJ. Mary Jane turned toward the sound and saw Peter Parker across the street, holding a large bouquet of vibrant red roses, smiling and waving at her. He had exchanged his usual casual attire for a well-tailored dark suit, which, without being ostentatious, impeccably complemented his tall stature and gentle demeanor. His handsome face radiated a warm, sunlit smile, and his clear eyes attracted the attention of passers-by. All right, Parker, calm down. The suit is fine, your hair is styled, and you bought flowers. Goodness, she looks breathtaking tonight. As the green light illuminated, Peter crossed the sidewalk, the glow of the streetlights casting a halo around him as he approached Mary Jane. Mary Jane's mouth fell slightly agape in surprise, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Peter, my goodness. You're dressed so formally. No wonder you were so mysterious on the phone. You must have prepared for a long time. Do I look too casual? I'm so sorry. Her voice carried a hint of regret, worried that her attire might convey a lack of seriousness about their date. Peter gazed at the radiant girl before him. His mind rendered blank. All the carefully prepared compliments he had conjured seemed to flutter away like startled pigeons. Oh no, all the sweet nothings have vanished. Think, Parker. Say something, compliment her. Don't just stand there grinning like a fool. He strained to summon his thoughts, blurting out, not at all. You're an absolutely stunning supermodel. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he wished to punch himself. It sounded utterly foolish. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, her lips curving into an enchanting smile, her eyes sparkling. Peter, the phrase absolutely stunning supermodel sounds quite familiar, almost like my signature catchphrase. So, aside from borrowing my words, do you have anything else to add? Peter inhaled deeply, mustering the courage to say something, but Mary Jane, with a charming smile, waved her hand, deftly alleviating the tension. I was just joking. Thank you, Peter. Her gaze fell upon the bouquet of roses. Are these for me? Yes, Peter quickly responded, handing her the flowers and striving to appear more gentlemanly. These roses are for the future superstar Mary Jane Watson, and I wish you a triumphant performance on stage the day after tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Peter. Mary Jane joyfully accepted the roses, inhaling their fragrance. and unexpectedly bestowed upon him a warm, generous embrace. The moment she enveloped him, Peter's body stiffened momentarily, his hands hovering awkwardly in midair, his face a canvas of surprise and bliss. Wow, this is an embrace. She hugged me. Should I hug back? Where should I put my hands? Goodness. She smells like strawberries in the sunlight. Despite his clumsiness, Peter's heart swelled with sweetness. At least this time, he and T missed the date. Everything seemed to be progressing splendidly. However, in the realm of Spider-Man, tranquility is a rare luxury. Fate has a knack for pressing the pause button at critical moments, denying even the simplest pleasure of enjoying a hot dog in peace. A green construction vehicle, emblazoned with New York subway maintenance, careened through the orderly flow of traffic like a wild stallion. It recklessly crashed into vehicles along its path, sparks flying. The cacophony of screeching brakes and collisions ringing in the air. A car attempting to evade the chaos slammed into a nearby telephone pole, causing a short circuit in the wiring, with electrical sparks crackling like fireworks. The previously leisurely pedestrians were suddenly engulfed in panic, screams and cries echoing, turning the street into utter disarray. Peter pressed his forehead, wearing a look of resigned acknowledgement. I knew it. It's always like this. Is the crime rate in New York somehow linked to my dating success rate? Not going. That's impossible. To stand idly by would betray my identity as Spider-Man. Mary Jane was completely captivated by the chaos outside, oblivious to the helplessness and resolve flashing across Peter's face. I'm sorry, MJ. Please go inside the restaurant and stay there for a moment. I have an urgent matter to attend to. With urgency pressing upon him, Peter had no time for further explanation, hastily calling out to Mary Jane before darting into a shadowy alley. Peter, it's dangerous out there. Where are you going? Mary Jane shouted anxiously, but Peter's figure had already vanished into the shadows of the alley. In the dim, damp passageway, Peter swiftly shed his outer suit, revealing his iconic red and blue spider costume beneath. He deftly donned his mask, his gaze instantly sharpening with focus. Well, New York, your friendly neighbor has arrived. As for that costly suit, he shot out a web, meticulously wrapping it up and securing it behind a high, relatively safe ventilation duct. Like a true arachnid, Spider-Man adeptly ascended the towering walls, leaping between skyscrapers, his webbing accurately fastening onto distant anchors. He traced a graceful arc of red and blue across the night sky, swiftly approaching the still rampaging construction vehicle. Seizing the moment, he performed a somersault and landed squarely atop the out-of-control vehicle. Whoa, man. Manhattan is not your private racetrack. With his formidable adhesion abilities, he quickly scrambled to the front of the vehicle, hanging upside down to peer through the windshield into the cab. There, he spotted a middle-aged man clad in a subway maintenance uniform, pale-faced and wide-eyed, relentlessly pressing the accelerator while muttering frantically. Spider-Man tapped on the half-open window. Hey, sir. The filming of Fast and Furious is in another block. The game is over. Please release the accelerator and hit the brakes now. The driver seemed entirely oblivious to the outside world, agitatedly repeating, the red eyes are following me. It's going to catch me. Red eyes? That damn description. Surely it cannot be what I think. Dr. Connors? Noticing the vehicle was a subway maintenance truck, his ominous premonition intensified. As the vehicle barreled toward the glass facade of a skyscraper, Spider-Man could hesitate no longer. He immediately steadied the steering wheel with his mind, extending his hand. He opened the door from within, while simultaneously shooting white webbing that accurately adhered to the driver's shoulder, pulling him back forcefully. Brace for landing. The driver was securely launched, sticking to a nearby utility pole at a height of over 2 meters. Spider-Man swiftly maneuvered into the cab, commanding, now brake. He pressed the brake pedal to the floor. The tires screeched against the pavement, and thanks to the perfect combination of telekinesis and braking, the construction vehicle came to a hair-raising halt just inches from the glass wall of the building. As the vehicle steadied, Spider-Man stood atop it, the shaken crowd and flashing police lights behind him. He glanced back at the maintenance worker, still murmuring while stuck to the utility pole, and then looked at the subway construction vehicle. The matter of the red eyes and Dr. Connors was likely more complicated than it appeared. But now, hearing the distant wail of sirens, he shot out a web and soared into the air, swiftly vanishing between the buildings. By the time the police arrived, all they saw was the distant silhouette of red and blue, and the driver still muttering on the utility pole. In the alley, Peter Parker quickly changed back into his suit, adjusted his collar, and nonchalantly stepped out. The street was in disarray, police lights flashing, fire trucks and ambulances arriving. Officers maintaining order, rescuing the maintenance worker, and interviewing witnesses. Just as Peter was about to return to the restaurant, a familiar voice called out to him. Hey, Peter. Beside a police car, Sheriff George Stacy leaned against the door, cradling a cup of coffee. In his 40s, he bore a resolute countenance and keen eyes. His uniform impeccably tailored, emanating an air of authority that commanded respect without a word. After placing the coffee cup on the hood of the vehicle, he approached Peter. "Indeed. You are in the vicinity," Sheriff George observed, scrutinizing Peter. "No wonder everyone claims you are Spider-Man's exclusive photographer. You always manage to capture first-hand accounts." "Oh, here comes Spider-Man's #1 fan again," Peter replied with a warm smile. "Sheriff George, good evening. Whenever trouble arises, you are always on the front lines. You truly are New York's guardian angel." Sheriff George waved dismissively, his expression grave as he got straight to the point. "Let's skip the pleasantries. Peter, where's your camera? I know you must have captured photographs of Spider-Man at the scene. Show them to me. I suspect this incident was instigated by that masked menace. See, here we go again. If he saves people, it's wrong. If he doesn't, it's wrong too. Now, even preventing disasters can make him the scapegoat. It's an impossible job for Spider-Man." Externally, Peter spread his empty hands, feigning innocence. "Sheriff, I assure you I'm not here for work. I'm on a date." He gestured towards the restaurant behind him. "So, I apologize, but I didn't bring my camera and didn't capture anything." Sheriff George's hawk-like gaze remained fixed on Peter, as if searching for a crack in his composure. Peter, however, widened his eyes and held his ground, knowing that in such moments, one must not show any signs of weakness. Their glances clashed in the air, sparking tension between them. Eventually, Sheriff George averted his gaze first, his tone softening slightly as he complimented Peter's attire. "That suit looks good on you, quite dapper. Must have cost you a pretty penny, huh? For a date. It seems you've really invested." Just as Peter exhaled in relief, Sheriff George took a few steps away, but then halted, casting a lingering remark over his shoulder. "If only you could be as attentive to others, Peter, and keep your distance from that Spider-Man. He is not a good influence." With that, Sheriff George strode toward the center of the accident scene. Peter watched him depart, his brow furrowed. What did he mean by that? Am I neglecting someone? Gwen, perhaps? Sighing, he wished he had replicated Professor X's telepathic abilities. At least then, he could discern the thoughts swirling in the sheriff's mind. Could it be that, like in the comics, Officer George despises Spider-Man not only for his vigilante ways, but also out of concern for Gwen becoming too involved and facing danger? He shook his head, casting those thoughts aside for the moment, and turned to enter the restaurant. Sheriff George leaned against the police car, observing Peter as he entered the lavish establishment. Once he confirmed Peter was inside, he glanced around and discreetly retrieved his phone from his pocket, dialing a number with a sense of urgency. "What is going on? Father, are you planning to spend the night at the precinct again?" A melodious voice, as sweet as a silver bell, resonated through the phone. "No, Gwen," George's tone softened considerably. "I merely wish to inquire about your whereabouts. A serious incident has recently occurred near Imperial University, where you are about to enroll, and I am somewhat concerned for your safety." "An incident?" Gwen Stacy's voice was tinged with surprise. "Dad, please take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. I am not near Imperial University. I am currently visiting Aunt May." After hanging up, Sheriff George let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze once again drifting toward the opulent restaurant. The heavy weight on his heart seemed to have lifted. Thankfully, it was not Gwen who was on a date with Peter. As a father, he had watched Peter and Gwen grow up together, their relationship close. And he had always harbored an underlying worry that his cherished daughter might be swept away by this seemingly ordinary, yet perpetually troublesome neighbor boy. Inside the luxurious restaurant, in stark contrast to the chaos outside, soothing jazz music filled the air, and the warm-toned lighting created a cozy and romantic atmosphere. The flickering candlelight on the dining tables cast a soft, sweet glow on each couple's faces, making the place feel like a tranquil oasis detached from the world. Mary Jane elegantly cut a small piece of Wellington steak with her knife and fork, savoring it with a satisfied and blissful smile. The perfect candlelight reflected in her expressive eyes, and the dimples on her cheeks made her appear particularly playful and charming. However, Peter seemed somewhat distracted. As he gazed at the beautiful Mary Jane before him, guilt swelled within him. She hadn't pressed him about his earlier activities. She was always so understanding. But what about him? Time and again, he had left her hanging during their dates, which was profoundly unfair to her. Should he reveal the truth? Should he tell her that he was the very Spider-Man who constantly incited Sheriff George's ire? "Mr. Parker." Mary Jane gently set down her knife and fork and blinked her bright eyes. "Is your steak not to your liking? Or are you still preoccupied with what happened outside?" Peter snapped back to reality, quickly shaking his head. "No, the steak is excellent. I apologize, MJ, I was a bit lost in thought." He picked up his utensils and began to eat the now slightly cold food, but the internal struggle persisted. After their meal, Mary Jane noticed that Peter seemed troubled. Without directly addressing it, she suggested, "Peter, I just saw a news alert on my phone stating that there might be a meteor shower around 10:30 tonight. So, Mr. Parker, would you like to invite Miss Watson to join you for what could be a rather romantic viewing of the meteor shower?" Peter looked up, meeting Mary Jane's eyes filled with anticipation and understanding. He made a decision in his heart, inhaled deeply, and a resolute smile spread across his face. I would be delighted. MJ, and I have something very important I wish to share with you. Chapter 23. Undercurrents in the shadows. Revealing one's true identity to loved ones may subject them to a plethora of uncertain risks. This notion buzzed incessantly in his mind like an irritating fly that he could not swat away. He envisioned the kind, yet deeply concerned face of Mary Jane, and pondered the potential consequences if the madman lurking behind the machine assassins, or even the recently escaped convict, knew of his vulnerabilities and resorted to any means necessary. Risks? That was akin to tossing bombs into a volcano. Yet, almost immediately, a more formidable force overwhelmed his internal hesitations. Mary Jane Watson. Her eyes, reminiscent of an Irish spring forest, and her unreserved, fervent affection burned like a raging flame within him. He could not let her down again. He refused to repeat the tragic fate of that Spider-Man from a parallel universe, a mere figment existing within the pages of a dismal comic book, who was eternally tormented by guilt and nightmares from the loss of Gwen Stacy. No, he, Peter Parker, would never allow Mary Jane to become yet another tragic footnote on his heroic journey. It was time to unveil the mask, if only to present a complete and authentic self before her. Thump, thump. He could distinctly hear the resounding beat of his heart in his chest, even more intense than when he swung between skyscrapers in his suit. This was not due to his heightened senses. It was purely the adrenaline coursing through him. He turned his head to glance at Mary Jane seated beside him in the Uber, her gaze fixed on the fleeting urban neon lights outside, her profile illuminated by the flickering shadows appearing especially delicate. An overwhelming desire to protect surged within him, mingling with an indescribable tenderness. Yes, he had to do this. The vehicle eventually halted in a relatively secluded area of Manhattan, a place once known as Green Shade Rest, now struggling to conceal its desolation. As the red glow of the Uber's taillights vanished around the corner, an almost eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, contrasting sharply with the distant, vibrant bustle of the city center. It felt as though this was a forgotten corner of the metropolis. Peter, I chose this place to watch the meteor shower. I hope you don't mind. Mary Jane's voice broke the silence, tinged with a barely perceptible nostalgia. Her slender fingers brushed against a rusted swing chain at the park's entrance, producing a faint sound of friction. I remember it wasn't like this before. Peter forced himself to detach from the knot of tension within, striving to make his voice sound casual and relaxed. I don't mind at all, Mary Jane. This place is lovely, the air is fresh, there's no light pollution, and the view is expansive. I think it's perfect. He spread his hands, attempting to convey a sense of calm that he did not entirely possess. Indeed, watching the Perseids here was far from the clarity and awe one would experience atop Stark Tower or the observatory of the Baxter Building. However, this place excelled in providing an intimate world for the two of them. In the absence of onlookers and the distractions of the city, surrounded solely by verdant hills, albeit somewhat desolate, beneath an infinite expanse of starry sky, they find solace in each other's presence. More importantly, for the forthcoming confessional gathering, this forgotten oasis of tranquility serves as an ideal stage. A decade ago, Mary Jane ventured onto a wooden pathway overtaken by weeds, her voice becoming somewhat ethereal. This forest park, a popular attraction in New York, teems with families and couples during holiday weekends, when it is open for free. My father would bring my mother and me here to camp almost every weekend whenever he had the chance. Her combat boots creaked upon the decaying planks, echoing her memories. Peter silently followed in her wake, his senses, heightened by the powers of arachnids, captured every subtle fluctuation in her tone. He discerned the complex emotions flickering in her gaze, sweetness, warmth, but predominantly a profound sense of loss amidst the changes. Look over there. Mary Jane pointed to a dry, leaf-strewn depression beneath the pathway. Once a beautiful artificial lake where we could row boats in summer. And over there, that thicket now overrun with brambles. Used to be a soft lawn designated for pitching tents. Alas, everything is transformed. Peter refrained from interrupting. He understood that this neglected park, like a faded canvas, illustrated the most cherished scenes of Mary Jane's childhood. He had learned about her family, a quintessential middle-class American household, where warmth abounded despite modest means during her father Philip Watson's lifetime. However, after his passing, she was left to rely solely on her mother, Madeline Watson. Mary Jane had once mentioned that her father was a wonderful man, yet her mother seemed reluctant to speak of her late husband, leaving an unspoken knot in her heart. Now, standing on this land rich with paternal memories, those long-buried emotions surged forth. Every visit here inevitably drew her into a whirlpool of reminiscence. Suddenly, Mary Jane shook her head, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips as she turned to face Peter, an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, Peter. We promised to watch the meteor shower, and instead, I've burdened you with so many old tales. It's quite all right, Mary Jane. Peter stepped closer, gazing earnestly into her eyes. I completely understand your feelings at this moment. Moreover, I am here to listen to whatever you wish to share, be it the past, present, or future. His voice resonated with a steadfastness that brought her comfort. A glimmer of emotion welled in Mary Jane's eyes. She quickly blinked to dispel the moisture. Thank you, Peter. She gestured toward a dark grove at the end of the pathway. Let us head over there. I recall a large, flat rock on the right side of the woods, ample enough for two to recline upon and gaze at the stars. It would be the perfect vantage point for the meteor shower. That sounds like an ideal spot. Peter nodded in agreement. They departed from the boardwalk and embarked upon a woodland path blanketed in thick fallen leaves. The light dimmed abruptly, with only sporadic beams of moonlight filtering through the dense canopy, casting a mosaic of fragmented shadows upon the ground. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves and the crisp sound of brittle twigs snapping beneath their feet. Mary Jane, walking ahead, unconsciously slowed her pace. When Peter caught up, she instinctively reached out, tightly embracing his strong, sturdy arm. Peter, her voice resonated with clarity in the dimly lit forest, laced with a playful hint of trepidation. It's rather dark in here, and I find myself feeling a bit scared. If we happen upon any danger, like a raccoon or something worse, you must protect me like a true gentleman. She gently rested her cheek against his arm, savoring the powerful contours of his muscles beneath the fabric of his suit. Peter halted and turned to her, and even in the obscurity, the resolute gleam in his eyes was unmistakable. Not a problem, Mary Jane. His response was brief yet emphatic, imbued with an unwavering promise. I will ensure your safety, always. Sensing the strength in his words and the solid reassurance from his arm, a surge of security enveloped Mary Jane. In truth, she had traversed this area numerous times, well aware that the woods posed little genuine peril apart from perhaps a few timid creatures. Her fear was more a playful feint, and she found Peter, who had instantly shifted into protector mode at her jest, to be particularly endearing. However, upon reaching the destination etched in Mary Jane's memory, the anticipated massive boulder was conspicuously absent. In its stead lay a shocking gaping pit, surrounded by tire tracks of construction vehicles and fresh wood shavings. The air suffused with a mingling scent of earth and diesel. No way, Mary Jane exclaimed in disbelief, approaching the edge of the pit with wide eyes. It was standing right here when I came last month. How could someone want such a large rock? Her voice brimmed with disappointment, as the romantic moment she had envisioned seemed to be slipping away. Peter surveyed the surroundings. The dense trees formed a natural frame under the night sky, and the clearing provided an unobstructed view. His plan crystallized with greater clarity. It seems we've arrived at an inopportune time, Mary Jane sighed. We must quickly find another suitable spot. I hope the meteor shower hasn't begun yet. No need to search elsewhere, Peter replied, his voice imbued with a peculiar calmness, even hinting at an impending sense of relief. This place is quite suitable. The distance between the trees is just right, and the view is ample. Now, we only require a net. A net? Mary Jane was bewildered by this cryptic statement, looking at Peter with confusion. The area was barren save for the trees and fallen leaves. Peter, are you all right? Is the chill of the forest making you uncomfortable? She reached out with concern, gently pressing the back of her hand against Peter's forehead before touching her own, furrowing her brow as she noted that her temperature was normal, no fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Peter, observing her worried demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter resonating joyfully in the stillness of the forest. Of course, I don't have a fever, Mary Jane. His smile faded, replaced by an unusual seriousness, his gaze intense as he looked at her. Mary Jane, you have asked me before, and I am sure you have wondered countless times about that guy who swings through the city, that Spider-Man, who is truly behind the mask, right? Mary Jane was even more perplexed. The leap in conversation was quite abrupt. Yes, I certainly want to know. But Peter, what does this have to do with us watching the meteor shower and the web you mentioned? Peter took a deep breath, as if summoning all his courage. He stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, his gaze unwavering as he spoke each word deliberately. Because I am Spider-Man. He extended his hand, not to shoot webs, but as a formal introduction, reaching out to Mary Jane. Hello, Mary Jane Watson. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Peter Parker, and I am also Spider-Man. Time seemed to freeze as Mary Jane stood there, her green eyes blinking repeatedly, as if processing an extraordinarily complex code. Moments later, she burst into laughter, turning away and feigning nonchalance as she waved her hand dismissively. Stop it, Peter. Today is not April Fool's Day. This joke isn't funny at all. Let's just find a place to sit. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, she felt a gentle yet irresistible force pulling her back. Astonished, she turned to see a slender, resilient white web shooting from Peter's wrist, adhering to her shoulder and gently drawing her back into his embrace. At the same time, Peter unbuttoned his suit, revealing beneath it a portion of the familiar red and blue Spider-Man suit. My goodness, Mary Jane thought. All her doubts and playful skepticism shattered in an instant. She looked up at Peter's face, the one she knew and loved, which now perfectly overlapped with the chin she had glimpsed beneath Spider-Man's mask and those eyes that always radiated concern. As the shock ebbed away, it was swiftly replaced by a tide of emotion and realization. Peter, you're really Spider-Man? She stammered, her voice trembling with excitement. Disbelief mingled with an undeniable clarity. I knew it. Why is it that every time the Daily Bugle defames Spider-Man, you always come to his defense? Why does Spider-Man always show up just when I find myself in trouble or when you suddenly have to leave during our dates? It has always been you. Always by my side, silently protecting me. Her eyes instantly glistened with tears. Who, besides her late father Philip, had ever selflessly provided her with such a vast expanse of support? I'm sorry, Mary Jane. Peter's voice was laden with guilt as he held her tightly, as if fearing she would vanish the moment he released her. I should have told you sooner. But you know, Spider-Man has many enemies, dangerous foes who constantly seek to tear me apart. I fear that if they discover who you are or who Aunt May is, I cannot allow my identity to put you in harm's way. His explanation was somewhat fragmented, a torrent of long-suppressed fears and pressures spilling forth at this moment. I understand, Peter, I understand. Mary Jane gently pressed her finger against his lips, silencing him. She did not require further elucidation. She buried her head deeply into his solid, warm chest, listening to the powerful, rapid rhythm of his heartbeat, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, as if to meld him into her very being. So those damned tardiness and sudden disappearances were not due to a lack of affection for me. Lack of affection for you? Peter lowered his head, his chin brushing against her red hair, his voice softening with an almost tender relief. Mary Jane Watson, I have never disliked you. From the very first moment we met in the hallway of Midtown High, I was hopelessly in love with you. The two embraced tightly in the tranquil glade of the woods, beneath a vast starry sky on the brink of a meteor shower, as if time had truly frozen for them. The city's clamor, the shadows of crime, and the uncertainties of the future were all momentarily kept at bay. However, just as the night sky over New York never truly rests, in another corner of the city, shadows were gathering. In Hell's Kitchen, within a clandestine underground base that even maps could not reveal, the air was thick with the scents of cigars, expensive leather, and a faint hint of violence. A colossal, muscular figure loomed behind a spacious desk, occupying almost the entirety of the space. His broad frame could rival that of 2.5 average adult men, and the taut white suit accentuated his almost exaggerated musculature, resembling a living armor. He was Wilson Fisk, the kingpin of the underworld, known as Kingpin. Between his ham-like fingers, he held the latest edition of the Daily Bugle, the front page emblazoned with a photograph of Spider-Man combating crime, accompanied by one of J. Jonah Jameson's customary scathing headlines. A sinister grin curled at the corners of Kingpin's mouth, akin to a tiger lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. Spider-Man, my old friend. His deep voice reverberated through the room, laced with a cat-and-mouse mockery. It's delightful to see you tirelessly soaring through this city. You are mine, and you will eventually come to understand this. His fan-like hands suddenly tightened, effortlessly crumpling the newspaper into a ball of waste paper, as if it were the very neck of Spider-Man himself. As he exerted pressure, the grotesque scars on the back of his hand shifted slightly. Knock, knock, knock. A heavy knock resounded at the door. Come in, commanded Kinbing, his voice regaining its icy authority. The door swung open, revealing a flamboyant young man clad in hippie attire, his demeanor frivolous, peering in with a sycophantic smile. Mr. Fisk, there's a gentleman outside who wishes to see you. He claims to be from the military, named Donald Pierce. The military? Kinbing echoed the name softly, his robust fingers rhythmically drumming against the smooth surface of the table, producing a dull thud. The name conjured up some rather unpleasant memories from the past. Bring him in. Before long, the door opened once more, and two figures entered. Alongside the guiding hippie was a man whose gait was steady, exuding a soldier's rigidity. He wore a pair of brown sunglasses that obscured half his face. Most striking was his right hand, which hung at his side. Even beneath the long sleeve, its unnatural rigidity was evident, occasionally reflecting a cold metallic glint. Mr. Fisk, I've brought the person you requested, the hippie announced with a bow. Leave us. Kinbing waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away a fly. The young man, as if granted a reprieve, quickly bowed and exited, carefully closing the heavy soundproof door behind him. The room was now left with only Kinbing and his visitor, the self-proclaimed Donald Pierce, as silence enveloped them, laden with an invisible tension. Pierce broke the silence first, his gaze sharp and hawk-like as he scrutinized his counterpart. You must have expended considerable effort to locate my humble hideaway. Speak plainly. The military has sent you. What transaction do you propose? He eschewed pleasantries, delving straight into the essence of the matter. Time was indeed money, and his time was far more precious than diamonds. Pierce seemed to appreciate this directness. He settled into a luxurious sofa opposite Kinbing, removing his sunglasses to reveal calm, piercing eyes. Mr. Kinbing, as a man of forthrightness, I shall not beat around the bush. We are aware that you may be in need of some assistance, and we can provide you with all the technology, resources, and intelligence you require. The cost is simple. Help us deal with a certain individual. Oh, Kinbing's eyebrows raised slightly, a glimmer of interest igniting. Whose worth is so significant that it warrants such an elaborate endeavor? Spider-Man, Pierce uttered, the name hanging in the air. Spider-Man. Kinbing erupted into a thunderous, ironic laugh, the sound reverberating so powerfully that it seemed to shake the dust from the ceiling. Ha ha ha. It appears our friend Spider-Man has indeed amassed quite the roster of adversaries. Even you, the uniformed soldiers, cannot tolerate him? Pierce, believing Kinbing was in agreement, allowed a faint smile to grace his features. Yet, Kinbing's laughter abruptly ceased, as if severed by an invisible blade. His immense visage instantly reverted to a glacier-like coldness, and his sturdy fingers resumed their steady drumming on the table, the rhythm slow and heavy, echoing like a countdown in the hushed room. He remained silent, his fathomless eyes fixed intently on Pierce. The smile on Pierce's face froze, awkwardly retreating as a chill crept up his spine. For the first time in the presence of this crime lord, he felt a sense of uncertainty, his heart racing with apprehension. What on earth was this man thinking? After a brief silence, Kingpin finally spoke again, his voice low and imbued with an oppressive weight. Dealing with Spider-Man is not out of the question. However, it depends on the extent of your sincerity. Leaning slightly forward, his enormous shadow almost enveloped Pierce entirely. He continued, I require some of my former trusted associates, who are currently imprisoned in a place more secure than Fort Knox. Pierce's mind raced. Kingpin's former trusted associates? Instantly, notorious names sprang to mind. Dr. Octopus, Vulture, Scorpion, Mysterio, and Shocker, the infamous members of the Sinister Six. Most of them were reportedly held captive within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aerial fortress. Pierce gasped in disbelief. Mr. Kingpin, you must be jesting. With the forces at our disposal, it is utterly impossible to breach that floating steel fortress. I am well aware of its defensive capabilities. Kingpin replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Thus, this is the measure of your sincerity. I need them back, intact, and returned to my side. Beads of sweat formed on Pierce's forehead. To rescue them from S.H.I.E.L.D.? This far exceeded the limits of his authority for this mission. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his brow. I understand your meaning, Mr. Kingpin, but this matter is of great significance. Please allow me to make a call for approval. Be my guest. Kingpin's face once again donned that eerily cordial smile, his massive hands coming together on the table, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. I hope you bring me good news. Pierce felt as if a weight had been lifted, quickly rising to exit the room. The call was brief. Approximately a few minutes later, he re-entered the room, his tense expression considerably eased, even tinged with a hint of confidence. Mr. Kingpin. He cleared his throat. We agree to your terms. However, the rescue operation requires you to personally dispatch your elite forces to execute it. At that time, we will arrange for support within the aerial fortress, providing you a clear passage. A flicker of barely perceptible excitement glinted in Kingpin's eyes. He slowly rose, his immense stature imposing enough to compel Pierce to instinctively take a half-step back. Then, Kingpin extended a hand capable of crushing skulls. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. I am confident that with our combined efforts, Spider-Man's doom shall soon arrive. One hand, flesh and blood, held a terrifying power. The other, partly mechanical, glimmered with cold light as they clasped together. Thus, a dark alliance was forged. After jotting down his contact information, Donald Pierce seemed to recall something before departing. He added, Mr. Kingpin, our esteemed superior, Dr. Rice, has entrusted me with a message for you. He possesses 2 premier bioengineering and mechanical enhancement laboratories in New York, equipped with state-of-the-art facilities. Should you require any technical support or resources during the restructuring of your team, do not hesitate to reach out. We can provide whatever you may lack. Please extend my gratitude to Dr. Rice for his generosity. Kingpin maintained a facade of amiability until Pierce exited. As the heavy door closed behind him, the mask slipped away, leaving only an icy demeanor and a hint of self-mockery on Kingpin's face. the finest laboratories and boundless resources. Indeed, he murmured to himself. To ordinary ears, such promises might seem like a coveted power, yet for him, they were steeped in irony. What could mere laboratories offer to compensate for a lost kingdom? However, a more profound and darker scheme was brewing within him. During his dismal days in Rikers Island prison, he had pried an astonishing secret from a dying old inmate who claimed to have once served Hydra. It was a clue regarding a certain cosmic energy, a force capable of rewriting the rules of reality, a secret far more valuable than the combined might of 10 sinister sixes. He chuckled wryly, his massive fists slowly clenching, knuckles cracking ominously. But soon, all that I have lost will return to me 100-fold. And once I uncover that power, I shall not merely dominate the underworld of New York, but the entire planet. His gaze was piercing, as if he could already envision Spider-Man and his heroic companions crumbling before absolute power. Kingpin's lips curled into a chilling grin once more. Enjoy your final tranquil days, for the storm is on the horizon. Chapter 24. A delightful evening. The night breeze carried a hint of coolness as Peter embraced his beloved girl. Peter. Mary Jane's voice was soft, her cheek pressed against his iconic red and blue costume, struggling to breathe. Could you loosen your grip a bit? I'm having trouble catching my breath. Her words struck Peter like a bolt of electricity, pulling him from the depths of his complex emotions. He snapped back to reality, as if emerging from a fierce battle, hastily releasing his arms, a flicker of panic and remorse crossing his face. Oh, I'm sorry, Mary Jane. He stepped back, raising his hands in a somewhat clumsy gesture of surrender. I lost control for a moment. You know how sometimes this strength feels like background noise, occasionally cranking up the volume. Mary Jane inhaled deeply, the fresh night air filling her lungs, restoring a hint of color to her pale cheeks. She adjusted the creased collar of her shirt and looked up at the man before her, a blend of an ordinary university student and an urban legend. Her eyes held no reproach, but rather a hint of curiosity and playful teasing. It's nothing, Peter, but honestly, your strength is truly remarkable. She rolled her shoulders, as if to verify the integrity of her bones. I read in the Horns Daily those exaggerated reports claiming you can effortlessly lift a 2-ton car as if it were a baseball bat. Is that true? Peter shrugged, a gesture that appeared particularly robust in his battle attire, his words laced with a mix of resignation and pride. It's not that exaggerated. But lifting a car is indeed true, MJ. He gestured animatedly, as if to paint the scene of his past encounters. Just last week in Queens, a group of well-equipped, overconfident fellows decided to take on the Federal Reserve Bank. As the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, it was only right for me to drop by and offer them a complimentary long-term accommodation package in prison. His tone became animated, as if recounting a thrilling tale that befell another. The capture was quite the spectacle. One of the guys, driving a modified muscle car, seemed to think he could knock me over like a bowling pin. Hey, buddy, ever heard of traffic rules? Peter mimicked the moment, performing the classic Spider-Man dodge. In a moment of urgency, I had no choice but to ensnare a nearby lamppost with my webbing and swing like a pendulum, gently persuading that rampaging steel beast to halt. Honestly, calculating the landing and force angles was far more exhilarating than the exercises in physics class. As Peter narrated these everyday escapades, he exuded an indescribable confidence, shedding his usual shyness and studious demeanor. At that moment, he was the city's guardian, the master of strength. Mary Jane leaned against a lush tree, her hands clasped beneath her chin, her starry eyes fixed on Peter without blinking. She appeared less like a worried girlfriend and more like a captivated fan, enthralled by the thrilling tales of a superhero, lost in a legend woven from webs and courage. When Peter concluded, illustrating the comical image of the last criminal ensnared in webbing, Mary Jane let out an earnest gasp of admiration. Wow, Peter, that's incredibly cool. A brilliant mind, extraordinary strength, and your signature sense of humor. Even in the tensest moments, you never fail to crack a joke. Those unfortunate robbers must have forgotten to pray to God before heading out, or perhaps their horoscope warned against crime today. Her smile was radiant, but soon a shadow of concern swept across her gaze like a passing cloud. But Peter, you know, her voice softened, just listening to you. I can vividly picture those bullets whizzing past you, hear the jarring noise of metal twisting and colliding. To be frank, if it were possible, I would prefer that you refrain from constantly plunging into such perilous whirlpools. Each time I see the news broadcasting Spider-Man battling some eccentric madman amidst towering skyscrapers, my heart skips a beat. The words of Mary Jane betray an unmistakable depth of concern, akin to a warm current penetrating the fibers of Spider-Man's suit. Reaching the very core of Peter's heart, he instinctively touched his head, his face revealing a blend of happiness and bashfulness. The knowledge that someone cares, that someone loves him, imbues him with a sense of strength far greater than lifting a car. This world is as it is. MJ, Peter's voice softened yet resolute. There will always be dark corners that require illumination, always dangers that demand a courageous soul to step forth. If everyone chooses to evade these threats, then this city will swiftly succumb to despair. He shifted his tone, his azure eyes locking onto Mary Jane with a promise's weight. However, I assure you, Mary Jane Watson, for your sake, I shall not be as reckless as before. I will tread more cautiously, for you are the one I yearn to protect. The reason I returned to the ground. Mary Jane, however, pouted, hands on her hips, adopting a posture of disbelief. Oh, come on, Peter Parker. She imitated the tone of J. Jonah Jameson, editor of the Daily Bugle. I believe nearly everything you say, except for that. In my view, unless all the villains in the world collectively decide to retire to Florida for some sunbathing, as long as you, Peter Parker, remain Spider-Man, danger will swarm around you like flies drawn to honey. Your sense of responsibility is the greatest magnet for peril. She stepped closer, gazing up at the towering Spider-Man, her eyes shimmering with defiance and longing. Honestly, sometimes I wish I could fight alongside you, instead of always standing on the ground, craning my neck, anxiously awaiting an unknown outcome. This last sentiment truly articulated Mary Jane's heart. She has never been the type to passively await her prince's rescue in an ivory tower. She is independent, strong, and her spirit burns with an indomitable flame. What she longs for is to face storms together with her beloved, rather than merely being sheltered beneath a protective wing. The familiar yet slightly unfamiliar strength of Mary Jane before him instantly transported Peter's memories back to that cold, rainy night 2 years ago. Rain poured down like a waterfall, obscuring the streets of New York as high school girl Mary Jane, freshly finished with her drama club rehearsal, hurriedly ran towards the bus stop, clutching her backpack. Yet, at the mouth of a dimly lit alley, she was confronted by 5 unsavory thugs, their vile words mingling with the sound of rain, utterly repugnant. At that moment, Mary Jane's face displayed terror and helplessness, resembling a frightened fawn, which only served to embolden the ruffians further. At the moment when the tall, dreadlocked African-American thug laughed and reached out to touch her cheek, a glint of cunning flickered in Mary Jane's eyes. She pretended to retreat in fear, but the instant her assailant let down his guard, she abruptly lifted her foot, channeling all her strength into a fierce kick aimed at his vulnerable spot. A piercing scream shattered the curtain of rain. Seizing the opportunity while the other thugs were momentarily stunned, Mary Jane turned and dashed away, like a streak of crimson lightning piercing through the misty downpour. As Spider-Man intervened, ensnaring the still wailing thug, along with his cohorts, in webbing and suspending them from a utility pole, Peter gazed at the hapless figure, feeling not only the thrill of justice served, but also a deep admiration for the clever and courageous red-haired girl. Reflecting on this, Peter couldn't help but chuckle, a warm smile curving his lips. What is so funny, Peter? Mary Jane shot him a playful glare. Do you doubt that I, Mary Jane Watson, possess enough courage and wit to stand alongside you, Mr. Spider-Man? No, of course not. Peter quickly waved his hands, his tone laced with amusement as he explained. I was just reminded of our first official encounter on that rainy night, especially the sight of that unfortunate soul hanging from the pole. Honestly, MJ, your kick was remarkably precise. As Peter recounted the tale of that rainy night from Spider-Man's perspective, particularly emphasizing the thug's pitiable predicament, a mischievous grin spread across Mary Jane's face. Playfully, she raised her little fist and lightly tapped Peter on the chest, winking as she teasingly retorted, from your tone, it seems you might be a tad unconvinced. What is this, my dear Mr. Spider-Man? Are you eager to test whether my skills have diminished? Peter instantly complied, clutching his vulnerable area and stepping back with an exaggerated, fearful tone. Not a chance. Absolutely not. I would prefer my later years not to resemble the serene existence of Father John, who vowed to remain celibate. All right then, Mr. Parker. Mary Jane chuckled at his comical demeanor, lowering her fist. It appears you're not just a genius in physics. You have quite the talent for theatrics as well. She then gazed up at the star-studded night sky, steering the conversation back to reality. What is our main event for tonight? Where shall we go to witness this supposedly once-in-a-century meteor shower? We can't just stand here indefinitely. Apologies, give me 10 seconds. Peter immediately shifted into action. He raised his hand, his wrist flicking slightly, as a milky white web shot precisely towards the top of a tall oak tree in the distance. With a firm pull, he ascended from the ground to the canopy, utilizing the extraordinary vision and spatial awareness granted by his spider sense. Peter quickly identified a perfect triangular branch structure amidst the dense foliage. Perfect, he murmured, as he deftly launched specially reinforced webbing with both hands. The silken threads in his grasp danced with the finesse of a master weaver, swiftly intertwining and enveloping, until, in a mere moment, A robust and elastic web capable of supporting the weight of two was masterfully spun. It resembled a colossal dewdrop concealed within the treetops, patiently awaiting the arrival of its creator. Mary Jane watched Peter leap gracefully among the branches, his weaving form evoking a profound sense of unreality. Even though she was aware of his secret, the bookish Peter Parker, who would flush with fervor over debates on quantum physics in the library, seamlessly merged with the agile and formidable Spider-Man before her, creating a complex and captivating man whom she adored. "All right, MJ, hold on tight," Peter called out as he swung down from the tree, landing steadily beside her. He then angled his body, creating space on his left side. Without a moment's hesitation, Mary Jane stepped forward, wrapping her arms firmly around his sturdy waist, feeling the contours of the muscles beneath the suit and the latent strength they possessed. Perhaps it was instinctual fear of the heights or a thrill that mingled with excitement, but she clung to him quite tightly. However, this grip was inconsequential to Peter. He reciprocated by encircling her waist with his arm, carefully modulating his strength to ensure her safety without causing her discomfort. "Relax, MJ," his voice resonated with a soothing steadiness, akin to the exhilarating rush of a roller coaster at an amusement park, with the safety harness being his embrace. "Trust me, with me here, you're completely safe." Recently, Peter had sensed a subtle transformation within his own strength, more powerful yet increasingly challenging to control. This feeling faintly echoed his experiences at the lab. Though he had no time to ponder it further, Mary Jane nodded, snuggling closer to him, her tense body gradually unwinding. As Peter shot another web, they gracefully departed from the branch, gliding toward the suspended web. In consideration of Mary Jane's feelings, he deliberately slowed their pace, ensuring their flight was as smooth as possible. To his surprise, aside from her initial instinctive tension, Mary Jane exhibited remarkable bravery. She even attempted to open her eyes and gaze down at the dark forest below, mirroring the sky above. Indeed, compared to his first clumsy attempt at swinging, where he crashed through numerous clotheslines and landed face-first into a heap of garbage bags, MJ displayed far greater elegance. Soon, the two found themselves comfortably reclining on the vast, gently swaying web, as if suspended between heaven and earth. The stars felt within reach, with shooting stars occasionally streaking across the sky, leaving behind fleeting yet brilliant trails that elicited soft gasps from Mary Jane. "Peter," she turned to face him. "May I see your wrist? The place where you shoot the web." "Of course." Peter removed the glove from his right hand and extended his wrist towards her. Beneath the illumination of the starlight, a subtle mark resembling a spider-shaped gland was distinctly visible on the inner side of his wrist. Mary Jane gently traced the raised patterns of that mark with her fingers, seemingly able to sense the peculiar power that it harbored within. She marveled. "Is it truly astonishing that your web is secreted from these minuscule glands? Do they ever run out, much like a printer runs out of ink? When the body lacks sufficient protein, indeed, production may falter," Peter patiently elucidated, his tone adopting a serious demeanor akin to that of a classroom when discussing science. "This organic web is a product of my mutated physiology, a remarkably potent biological polymer, primarily composed of silk proteins. The rate and quantity of secretion are directly linked to my metabolism and nutritional status. Thus, at times of excessive exertion during combat, I must consume several pounds of beef to replenish. It's not unlike charging a mobile phone, is it?" "Oh, I see," Mary Jane exclaimed, her realization dawning upon her. "I've read some comics about Spider-Man. Don't look at me like that, Peter. I've done my homework." In one version, Spider-Man uses artificially synthesized webbing of his own invention, deployed from a launcher on his wrist. Do you think that method could work in reality? Theoretically, it is completely feasible. Peter's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as the topic touched upon his area of expertise. "In fact, I have long been conceptualizing a backup mechanical web shooter that would synergize biological and mechanical webs, enhancing reliability and tactical versatility. For instance, in certain unique environments or when my physical condition is suboptimal." Unable to contain her amusement as Peter slipped into his tech-savvy monologue, Mary Jane interrupted him with a laugh. All right, Mr. Parker, you are an incorrigible nerd, albeit the most adorable one." She settled back comfortably, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, softly remarking, "The night sky is truly magnificent, so vivid, so near, as if it has flowed directly from a Van Gogh canvas, unreal enough to leave one entranced." Chapter 25, Fateful Encounter. After a brief silence, Mary Jane turned once more to face Peter. Under the starlight, her lively eyes sparkled more brilliantly than any star, and she gazed at him with profound affection. Then, her long lashes fluttered gently as she slowly closed her eyes. Her cheeks tinged with a blush as she leaned closer to Peter. Peter's heart began to race erratically, pounding like a drum. He sensed his breath quickening and leaned in slowly towards Mary Jane, preparing to embrace the romantic kiss that hung suspended between them beneath the celestial canopy. However, just as their lips were on the verge of contact, a sharp, tingling sensation, perceptible only to Peter, surged from the back of his neck, his spider sense blaring an urgent warning. Oh, Peter inwardly lamented, as if struck by a profound realization. This was indeed a perfect moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he tightened his embrace around Mary Jane, while simultaneously launching a web upward at an angle. Clutching her tightly, he propelled them both with a forceful swing, shooting through the air like an arrow released from its bow, plummeting downward. Almost simultaneously, a meteor, trailing a blazing tail, tore through the night sky and, with astonishing precision, struck the very web they had just vacated. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated through the air. The resilient web, upon impact with the extraterrestrial projectile, was effortlessly torn apart as if it were mere strands of silk. The vaporized remnants cascaded down like a rain of fire. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by a wave of heat, radiated outward, causing Peter and Mary Jane, still airborne, to be buffeted by the force. Exercising his extraordinary sense of balance and web manipulation, Peter executed a daring maneuver in midair, stabilizing their descent, and they landed safely on the ground, a short distance from the impact site. In Peter's arms, Mary Jane gazed, still shaken, at the smoldering crater that belched thick plumes of smoke and searing red light, surrounded by the charred earth, instantaneously carbonized by the intense heat. A bone-chilling dread surged through her, as she realized that had it not been for Peter's uncanny instincts and extraordinary skills, she might have met the same fate as that web, reduced to ashes. "Thank you, Peter," she stammered, her voice trembling as her hands clutched tightly to his suit. "You saved me once again." "Once more?" Peter gently brushed aside her disheveled red hair, blown askew by the gusts of air, his gaze unwavering and tender. "Mary Jane," he said earnestly, his tone brooking no argument, "I promised you that as long as I am here, I will ensure you are never harmed. That is a vow. Moreover, is it not the duty of any man, of any person, to protect their beloved?" This harrowing escape from the meteor's wrath struck Mary Jane's heart more profoundly than any romantic date or sweet nothings ever could. The realization that Peter always appeared at the most critical moments, like a guardian angel rescuing her from peril, made the previous disappointments of his tardiness due to heroic obligations seem trivial and insignificant. The feeling of safety, that most solid foundation of emotion, was bestowed upon her by Peter in the most direct and shocking manner. In that moment, Peter, tall and exuding absolute strength and calm amidst crisis, radiated a heroic aura intertwined with gentle care, creating an irresistible charm. Mary Jane felt herself nearly entranced by his eyes, which seemed to hold the secrets of the stars and magic within. Yet, while he instilled an unparalleled sense of security in his beloved, Peter could not suppress a growing loathing for the meteor that had disrupted their moment. Damn it, he had painstakingly cultivated the perfect romantic atmosphere, eagerly anticipating their first kiss beneath the starry sky, only to have it utterly ruined by a rogue stone that seemingly plummeted from some obscure corner of the universe. It was infuriating enough to make one want to shout at the heavens. What was supposed to be a romantic meteor shower had turned out to be nothing more than a cosmic prankster. Peter even harbored grave suspicions that this meteor had deliberately targeted his date with MJ. Under the hazy night, the meteor lay silently in the crater it had created, its dark surface adorned with jagged edges, and some fissures oozing a magma-like crimson liquid that emitted a dim red glow. The air was thick with a nauseating, indescribable burnt odor, reminiscent of plastic, leaves, and some unknown organic matter mingling in a state of incomplete combustion, provoking a sense of revulsion. Clearly, this once tranquil corner had been sullied by the sudden intrusion of an alien visitor and its foul stench, rendering it unfit for any form of romantic rendezvous. Peter stared at the meteor, his brow furrowed. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. This celestial object, harboring unknown substances, reminded him of an unpleasant memory. The alien symbiote, Venom, which had once entangled itself with Spider-Man, had arrived on Earth in a similar fashion. His heightened sense of caution prevented him from immediately whisking Mary Jane away. He held her hand and cautiously approached the edge of the crater to observe this uninvited guest up close. The meteor was not particularly large, roughly the size of two basketballs fused together, with an irregular shape, apart from the molten sections. Its exterior bore a striking resemblance to bizarre rocks formed by geological activities on Earth. "Peter, you seem quite fascinated by that meteor," Mary Jane remarked, keenly aware of her boyfriend's concentrated demeanor. She understood all too well the immense allure a meteor from outer space held for someone like Peter Parker, a budding genius scientist. It was akin to having a research specimen delivered straight from the cosmos. Indeed, Peter nodded, his gaze fixed on the meteor. My mentor, Dr. Kurt Connors, has recently been focusing on cross-species genetics and gene recombination techniques. He urged me to keep an eye out for unconventional experimental materials that may contain unique information. I believe this uninvited meteor could be an unexpected opportunity. He stroked his chin, already beginning to strategize in his mind how to safely transport the meteor for research. Of course, he was not entirely certain it concealed a symbiote akin to venom, but who could guarantee that an extraterrestrial object wouldn't harbor vibranium, URU metal, or some unknown rare element? Conveniently, this pesky meteor had disrupted his date with MJ. Taking it back for a thorough investigation would serve as a small compensation for his emotional loss. If there were truly astonishing discoveries, perhaps the impending university tuition, the cost of replacing that antiquated computer, funds to alleviate Aunt May's financial burdens, and a budget for a decent gift for Mary Jane might finally be secured. Contemplating this, Peter felt a peculiar sense of gratitude towards the meteorite. Yet, he promptly shook his head, dismissing such strange thoughts. Just as Peter silently lamented his destined toil for a life of labor, the meteorite in the pit underwent a transformation. From the largest fissure on its surface, where molten rock had been flowing, the flow abruptly ceased, cooling rapidly into a darkened mass. Following this, amidst a series of subtle yet unsettling crackling sounds, the fissure widened like a gaping wound, and a viscous, pitch-black liquid began to ooze forth, as if animated by a life force of its own. It writhed at the bottom of the pit, reflecting a greasy sheen under the starlight. "Oh my God, Peter!" Mary Jane gasped, her hand clamped over her mouth, pointing in horror at the mass. "Is that black substance oil? How could there be oil in a meteorite?" Yet, her bewilderment swiftly morphed into greater terror as she distinctly observed countless tiny protrusions emerging from the surface of the black liquid, resembling either tendrils or barbs, stretching and retracting as they explored the air. "No, this is absolutely not oil. It is alive. It is an extraterrestrial being." Mary Jane's exclamation was filled with a primal fear of the unknown, and instinctively, she grasped Peter's arm, yearning to flee this bizarre locale. At that moment, she seemed to forget that Peter was the formidable Spider-Man, perceiving him solely as her beloved, an ordinary man in need of protection. Faced with the unknown, which exuded a palpable malevolence, humanity's most instinctive response is to escape. The viscous black substance at the bottom of the pit appeared to sense that its chosen host was about to depart. Its surface began to undulate violently, as more tiny tendrils desperately reached out, attempting to seize something. The entire mass began to sluggishly and laboriously inch towards the edge of the pit, where Peter and Mary Jane stood. It appeared exceedingly feeble, having nearly exhausted its energy during its protracted interstellar journey, incapable of extending even a semblance of tendrils to ensnare its target. Instead, crawling upon the ground like the most primitive of single-celled organisms. If it had initially resembled a mere puddle of black liquid, its current, animated form, filled with yearning, revealed its true nature as an extraterrestrial life form. The liquid's shifting extremities occasionally opened wide like a gaping maw, or extended mimetic limbs, as if silently screaming, "Do not leave." As if the divine had heard its plea, the figure exuding an unparalleled allure, its intended host, actually paused, remaining steadfastly in place. As it exhausted its final vestige of strength, it finally wriggled to the man's feet, nearly grazing his boots. In that moment, it beheld the man leaning down, extending a hand, igniting a flicker of hope within its rudimentary consciousness. Yet, with a sharp sound, a viscous, milky substance sliced through the air, accurately spraying upon it. Instead of a welcoming handshake, it was a frigid and tenacious restraint. Almost immediately, several strands of silk followed, swiftly and adeptly enveloping the dark mass, entangling it, ultimately forming an airtight, robust spherical web prison. The symbiote thrashed futilely within the sphere, unable to breach the seemingly soft, yet undeniably resilient barrier. Its awareness was flooded with confusion and urgency. "Peter, that thing looks utterly repulsive and somewhat terrifying," Mary Jane remarked, crossing her arms as a shiver coursed through her, particularly upon witnessing the myriad of tendrils struggling within the web, triggering her trypophobia and raising goosebumps along her arms. "Are you certain you want to bring such a perilous entity back for research?" "Fear not, MJ, I have secured it quite thoroughly," Peter replied, continuing to reinforce the silk sphere, ensuring there were no gaps. "If it truly is what I suspect, a form of extraterrestrial life known as a symbiote, then as long as it is kept away from any living organisms, it cannot parasitize, thus rendering it relatively safe." He hoisted the subtly writhing sphere with silk, subsequently shooting more strands to encase the now cold, non-luminescent core of the meteorite. Finally binding the two together into an oversized, transportable silk cocoon secured at his back. Perfect. Peter clapped his hands together, satisfied with his craftsmanship. Though he harbored significant wariness and aversion towards this alien symbiote that could enhance a host's abilities while simultaneously amplifying their darkest impulses, he understood that it could not be allowed to roam freely in New York City. Who knew what sort of host it might find, or what monstrosities it could create? Particularly, he thought of Eddie Brock, the rival photographer from the Daily Bugle, who was always at odds with him and intent on tarnishing Spider-Man's reputation. A shiver ran down Peter's spine at the thought of this man merging with the symbiote. No, Venom was a complication that must be nipped in the bud, or at the very least, kept under his vigilant surveillance. In Manhattan, New York, at 11 o'clock at night, Eddie Brock strolled lethargically along the relatively bustling and secure streets with his beloved camera, his gaze occasionally sweeping sharply across the shadows between the towering buildings, searching for that red and blue figure, while at other times he glanced into the dark alleyways, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Green Goblin. He had long since grown weary of Peter Parker's incessant fortune in capturing exclusive photographs of Spider-Man. He vowed that tonight he would secure a shot of either Spider-Man or the Green Lizard, thus triumphantly eclipsing Parker and reclaiming the respect of the newspaper and the favor of the editor. Yet, at this moment, an inexplicable wave of profound despondency swept over Eddie, leaving him feeling hollow, as if something immensely significant, which was rightfully his and could alter his fate, had just slipped through his fingers, lost forever. He paused, bewildered, surveying the flickering neon lights around him, feeling a surge of inexplicable irritation and emptiness rise within. Chapter 26. The arrival of a new tenant. Half of Eddie Brock's face was shrouded in the shadows cast by the neon lights of New York City at night. His brow furrowed, and a flicker of barely perceptible confusion and self-doubt danced in his eyes. What on earth is this feeling? It was as though a frigid spider were crawling up my spine for no discernible reason. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dislodge some intangible, sticky substance from his mind, his grip firm on a professional telephoto camera, its exterior slightly worn. Focus, Brock. You are here to capture news, not to ponder philosophy. Spider-Man and that Green Lizard fellow are the targets tonight. Just then, a classic Ford Crown Victoria police car rounded the corner and came to a slow stop beside Eddie. As the window rolled down, Officer Mickey's weathered face, marked by fatigue, appeared, while his partner, seated in the driver's seat, scanned the street vigilantly. Hey, look who it is. Eddie Brock, the star reporter of the Global Daily, out here so late instead of huddled in your apartment writing your front-page headlines. Come to this godforsaken place to experience life? Officer Mickey teased. Upon recognizing the familiar officer, a professional, slightly ingratiating smile instantly graced Eddie's face as he leaned closer to the window. Skillfully, he retrieved a pack of Marlboro cigarettes from his jacket pocket and offered them. Mickey, you've had a long night patrolling. Care for a smoke to perk you up? It is thanks to guardians like you that we reporters can work in peace. Mickey accepted the cigarette, casting a glance at his partner, who shrugged, indicating he had no interest. Eddie deftly pulled out a lighter from his pocket, igniting the cigarette while inquiring if Mickey had spotted Spider-Man anywhere on this street or if there were any significant hidden stories in the city recently. That was his primary objective. Taking a deep drag, the smoke curled under the car's interior lights as Mickey let out a groan. Ah, this old brand still packs a punch. What were you asking? Spider-Man. Eddie leaned forward, lowering his voice. Yes, any news about him? Also, is there anything special happening tonight? Something worthy of a headline. Officer Mickey exhaled a smoke ring, unperturbed as he spoke. Around 9 o'clock, Spider-Man was spotted near Empire University, his red and blue suit flickering by like a shadow, and then he vanished. As for the big news, he lowered his voice and gestured with his cigarette-clad finger towards the distant subway entrance. 30 minutes ago, at the subway passage on the 3rd Street corner ahead. The radio was in chaos, claiming a monster was on the loose and had even abducted someone. If you're brave enough, there's material to be had there. Before Mickey could finish his sentence, Eddie's eyes lit up, akin to a shark sensing blood. He slammed the police car door. Thanks, Officer Mickey. I owe you one. In the blink of an eye, Eddie dashed towards the subway station entrance, his camera swinging at his chest. Inside the police car, Mickey watched Eddie's disappearing figure, shaking his head as he flicked the cigarette, but out the window. Crazy guy, first that photographer Peter Parker, now this Brook. Is recklessness the new trend in journalism? Moments later, the police car roared back to life, merging into the night. Mickey gazed into the darkness outside, murmuring to himself. I hope tonight's monster isn't too outrageous. I'm counting on my pension. Eddie strode purposefully down the street, heading for the subway platform. His expression not one of fear, but rather an almost frenzied excitement. To him, The New York night transformed into a hunting ground brimming with opportunities. Monsters? Huh. New York is never short of monsters. Rhino, Scorpion, Dr. Octopus, each a headline-making star in their own right. Unfortunately, they were always snatched up first by those costumed vigilantes or that Parker kid. But this time, it would be different. He intended to capture the true visage of that monster himself, showing Jonah, that old curmudgeon, who the real news hunter was. God, let it be photogenic. Just as Eddie was about to descend the final steps into the subway station, something flashed in his peripheral vision. His sharp instincts caused him to halt abruptly, his body tensing like a coiled cheetah. He swiftly concealed himself in the shadows of the staircase, adeptly raising his camera, the telephoto lens aimed at the night sky. Amidst the silhouettes of towering buildings, a figure gracefully soared in a manner defying the laws of physics. Was it Spider-Man? Or perhaps the recently acclaimed Spider-Woman? He quickly adjusted the focus, and within the camera's viewfinder, the figure revealed its iconic red and blue stripes through a series of blurred movements. Eddie's finger pressed firmly on the shutter button, the lens frantically focusing. This was Spider-Man. That distinctive swinging posture and attire were unmistakable. Focus, focus, just a little more. His fingers, whitened from exertion, pressed down on the shutter, yet the camera emitted a faint, frustrating buzz, indicating the focus was not yet complete. The image of Spider-Man flickered at the edge of the viewfinder. Click. The shutter clicked. Yet the image captured was merely a blur of colors and the shimmering trails of city lights. Eddie, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist against the cold, damp wall beside him, producing a dull thud. Damn it. So close, this wretched luck. Frustrated, Eddie leaned against the wall, the expensive camera hanging limply from his chest. He gazed upwards in the direction Spider-Man had vanished, his eyes filled with resentment. I specifically upgraded my equipment, large aperture, ultra-high sensitivity, military-grade night vision, and still couldn't keep up with that damn spider. I even caught a fleeting glimpse of him clutching a woman under his arm, along with a large package. Kidnapping? Robbery? This was precisely the scandal Jonah had been yearning for. Enough to shatter his friendly neighbor image, utterly infuriating. You can't rely on luck every time, Spider-Man. Eddie wiped the dust from his knuckles, and his gaze sharpened once more as he resolutely turned and ventured deeper into the shadows of the subway tunnel. As long as you remain in this city, I will eventually expose your true identity on the front page. Now, let me uncover what surprises lie within the subway. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, Peter held Mary Jane Watson in one arm, while the other shot out webs, gracefully arching through the night sky. Mary Jane's hair danced in the night breeze as she clung tightly to Peter, her face behind the mask illuminated by a radiant smile reminiscent of summer sunshine. Peter's voice rang out. Hold on tight. Express train to Queens, last stop, right at your doorstep. Before long, they descended into a secluded alley in Queens, devoid of surveillance. Peter elegantly hung upside down from a web, while Mary Jane landed smoothly on the ground. She deftly removed the webbing-style white mask, revealing her enchanting features and flowing red hair. Seizing a moment of distraction, Mary Jane suddenly rose onto her toes, gently lifting the lower part of Peter's mask to steal a quick kiss. Peter, caught off guard, froze in astonishment. As Mary Jane smiled mischievously, "This is a reward for my personal chauffeur. Good night, Spider-Man." With a graceful wave, Mary Jane turned and exited the alley, leaving Peter suspended there, as if turned to stone. A few seconds later, he finally registered the spot where she had kissed him. In a nimble twist, Peter landed lightly on the ground, disbelief propelling him into a jubilant leap as he pumped his fists in the air. "Oh yeah? She kissed me. Mary Jane Watson kissed Peter Parker. She kissed Spider-Man. This is incredible." Yet, in a moment of exuberance, calamity struck as Peter accidentally kicked over a metal trash can in the alley, producing a thunderous clang. A black cat rummaging within was startled, letting out a sharp meow as it darted away like a shadow. The cat stopped at a distant corner, crouching down, warily licking its paw while casting an iridescent glare at Peter, voicing its displeasure with a series of annoyed meows. Peter quickly righted the trash can, scratching the back of his head. "Hey, sorry, little one. I didn't mean to. I was just so excited, you know. She kissed me." The black cat continued to meow, and Peter tapped his hood, muttering to himself, "All right, Parker, you've truly gotten carried away, conversing with a cat. It won't transform into Catwoman, nor can it comprehend your romantic dilemmas." He patted the waist of his form-fitting suit, clearly devoid of pockets, and shrugged his shoulders at the little black feline. "Regrettably, I haven't brought any fish treats. Next time, I promise to compensate you. Farewell, little observer." With a swift release of webbing, Peter soared into the air, executing acrobatic flips like a gymnast, landing on the edge of a rooftop of an apartment building. Kneeling on one knee, he fixed his gaze on the distant figure clad in red, making her way towards her front door. He watched as Mary Jane safely unlocked her door and stepped inside, only exhaling in relief when he saw the lights in her room illuminate. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a meteorite package meticulously wrapped in webbing from behind him. Mission accomplished, Guardian of Flowers. Now, it's time to study this extraterrestrial visitor. Peter swung through the skyscrapers once more, moving at an accelerated pace. His movements more fluid and powerful than ever. Not only had his physical abilities enhanced significantly, but it seemed that the powers borrowed from Magneto and Professor X were also subtly augmenting him. His molecular-level dynamic vision was stabilizing, and what of this telekinesis? While soaring through the air, he experimentally focused his mind, causing a distant abandoned soda can to levitate slightly before gently lowering it back down. Though uncertain whether it was electromagnetic force or pure psychokinesis, he noted that the range of his influence had indeed expanded. 5 minutes later, Peter slid through the window of his rental apartment in North Manhattan, carefully placing the heavy meteorite package beneath his workbench. The room, due to his recent neglect and cleaning, appeared quite disheveled, with scientific books, electronic components, and Spider-Man gear scattered around the workbench. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed on the old door, the sound piercing the silence of the night. The unmistakable voice of Mr. Dickovich, the landlord, called out, "Hey, Peter, I heard some noise in there. Are you home?" Startled, Peter swiftly pulled off his mask and stuffed it beneath the covers, hastily grabbing a plain pajama from the wardrobe. He took a deep breath, striving to appear as though he had just been roused from slumber. Outside the door of room 501, a blonde girl with a ponytail and a few freckles was tidying up for a new tenant. Wearing old gloves, she looked up upon hearing her father's voice, her lovely eyebrows knitting together, her expression revealing her discontent and embarrassment at her father's late-night disturbance of the tenants. "Mr. Dickovich, it's quite late. Please do not disturb Mr. Parker. He needs his rest. I merely wish for him not to miss this wonderful opportunity," Mr. Dickovich shrugged. At that moment, Peter quietly opened the door, stifling a yawn, and inquired, "What is going on?" "Peter, you seem to be in a deep slumber. Allow me to introduce you to our new neighbor, Miss Camilla Hake." Following Mr. Dickovich's gaze, Peter turned to behold a stunning blonde woman, adorned with olive green sunglasses, clad in white overalls and black leggings, exuding the aura of a celebrity who had stepped straight out of a television screen. Chapter 27. The Troubles of Spider-Man. With a beaming smile, Mr. Dickovich enthusiastically continued his introduction. "Miss Hake, this is Peter Parker, the exceptional student from Empire University, who also works part-time as a photographer for the Daily Bugle. He is a promising young man with a bright future ahead." A polite yet slightly bashful smile graced Peter's face as he stepped forward, extending his hand. "Hello, Miss Hake. You may call me Peter or Parker. Welcome, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Camilla Hake, Natasha Romanoff, removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of calm, observant eyes. She smiled warmly as she shook Peter's hand, her grip firm yet not overpowering. "Hello, Mr. Parker. I am equally pleased to meet you. I have seen your Spider-Man photographs in the Daily Bugle. The angles and clarity are exceptional. If the opportunity arises, may I invite you to assist me in capturing some professional shots?" "At your service, Miss Hake," Peter replied, maintaining his outward smile, though a flicker of barely perceptible wariness flashed in his eyes. Her professional demeanor was impeccable, yet why here? This dilapidated apartment building hardly seemed a suitable locale for attracting such an elite woman. His gaze casually swept over the large brown suitcase, and through his molecular dynamic vision, its exterior swiftly became translucent, revealing the structural contents within. "Let me see what belongings you have brought with you," he mused. A specially coded document holder, a remarkably complex micro-emitter, and components of an advanced surveillance device, all marked by the emblem of a shield. Outwardly unperturbed, Peter's mind raced as a familiar name and a series of titles surged into his consciousness like a crimson alarm. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, an esteemed graduate of the Red Room, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and one of the founding members of the Avengers. Goodness, why would she adopt a false name to come here? This was not the sort of thing Coulson would typically do. All right. Now that you are acquainted, you will all be neighbors, residing on the same floor. Let's make an effort to engage with one another and look out for each other," Mr. Dickovich remarked, completely oblivious to the undercurrents at play. He beamed at the two, even giving Peter a discreet wink, signaling an encouraging expression to seize the opportunity. While alarm bells rang in Peter's mind, he maintained the facade of a harmless college student, scratching his head and offering a slightly fatigued smile. "Of course, that sounds fine. However, Mr. Dickovich, Miss Hake, I apologize, but I am feeling a bit drowsy at the moment. If there is nothing urgent, I would prefer to return and catch up on some much-needed rest." Natasha keenly sensed that something was amiss, yet her seasoned demeanor remained unperturbed. "Please, Mr. Parker. Rest is paramount. We shall have ample opportunities to converse later." Peter nodded to the two before turning to close the door. Outside, Dickovich shook his head in resignation. "That kid, Peter." Within the confines of the room, Peter leaned against the door, the fatigue on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by an acute awareness. He exhaled softly, engaging in a guessing game with a top-tier agent. "Spare me. I have no time for such frivolities now." In stark contrast to Dickovich's dissatisfaction, Karen, having completed her cleaning, radiated with growing enthusiasm. She knew Mr. Parker was not one to judge by appearances alone. "Miss Hike, you may check in now," she announced. "Thank you," came the reply. Inside room 501, Natasha shut the door and instantly withdrew her professional smile, swiftly and efficiently inspecting every corner of the room, including outlets, lampshades, and vents. Having confirmed the absence of any pre-existing listening devices, Natasha approached the window, brushing aside her golden locks to reveal a nearly invisible miniature earpiece. Her voice dropped to a calm yet clear whisper. "Director Fury, this is Romanoff. I have made initial contact with the target, Peter Parker, but the boy is highly vigilant. Requesting guidance. Should I proceed with close surveillance as originally planned?" Through the earpiece, Nick Fury's distinctive, deep, and magnetic voice replied, "Agent Romanoff, have you been compromised?" Natasha furrowed her brow, reflecting on the details. She believed she had not been exposed, yet her instincts warned her he might be aware. As the interaction with the target occurred earlier than anticipated, leaving her without time to change into suitable attire. Fury lingered in silence for a moment. The faint sound of computer data flowing audible in the background. Maintain the original plan. Prioritize investigating Peter Parker's mutant identity. The inquiry regarding his parents, Richard and Mary Parker, is to be deferred unless directly relevant. Remember, we seek to confirm identity, not to disrupt. Natasha's gaze sharpened. Understood. Establish a routine surveillance mode, focusing primarily on observation. Once the communication ended, Natasha sprang into action, retrieving precision equipment from a concealed compartment in her suitcase to set up within the room. She affixed two uniquely designed suction cup listening devices to the shared wall with Peter's room, connecting them to a portable analyzer. Unbeknownst to her, just a wall away in room 504, Peter stood before the wall, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes seemed to glimmer faintly, as if the wall were transparent glass. Through Peter's molecular dynamic vision, the wall structure appeared as clear as an X-ray. He observed Natasha's machine-like efficiency. Yet her actions held no allure. She resembled a vigilant mother leopard, ears pressed against the door, eavesdropping on the sounds outside. As his gaze shifted, Peter beheld the sophisticated instrument resting on the wooden table, alongside two large speakers connected to the wall, which constituted an advanced sonic collection device. How remarkable it was to witness a live rendition of a spy thriller, with the stage set in my shabby, low-rent apartment. I am neither a mob boss nor a megalomaniac bent on world destruction. I am merely a financially struggling student and an amateur superhero. Is S-H-I-E-L-D perhaps overreacting? Shaking his head, Peter decided to temporarily disregard the neighboring agent. He approached his workbench and activated a radio he had modified to intercept encrypted police channels. The radio crackled with intermittent police communications. Amidst the static, Central, this is Unit 14, Manhattan's lower downtown. At the South Ferry station of the 1 train, we report an unidentified creature attack. Suspected to be a large lizard-like monster. Personnel are missing. Requesting emergency backup. Upon hearing the term lizard monster, Peter's body tensed instantaneously. He promptly switched off the radio, his expression turning grave. "Connors, is that you? Has your lizard serum spiraled out of control again?" Venturing out at midnight to hunt is hardly a prudent habit, especially when it frightens innocent citizens. He instinctively cast another glance toward room 501, where Natasha was intently adjusting her equipment. Swiftly and silently, Peter donned his red and blue spider suit. Like a phantom, he quietly opened the window and agilely vaulted out, merging with the nocturnal tapestry of New York as raindrops began to fall, pattering against the glass. At the entrance of the South Ferry subway station, police lights flashed, the red and blue hues slicing through the murky, rain-drenched night. At least 5 police cars were awkwardly parked, yellow caution tape cordoning off the entrance, while officers clad in raincoats displayed tense expressions, bracing for an impending challenge. Perched atop a tall utility pole nearby, Spider-Man hung upside down like a true arachnid, concealed in the blind spot of the police lights, observing the unfolding scene below. Since Sheriff George Stacy was reassigned to Manhattan, response efficiency had indeed improved significantly. However, should he discover Spider-Man's presence, it would likely lead to another lecture on the dangers of masked vigilantes. Peter refrained from making a hasty entrance. Instead, he concentrated. His eyes fixated on the subway station below. His molecular vision penetrated the concrete exterior and tiles, granting him insight into the internal situation. In his enhanced sight, the subway station's structure unfurled layer by layer. Dim lighting, beams of flashlights scanning anxiously, and officers conducting a tense search. A subway train stood silently on the tracks, the majority of its doors ajar. His focus sharpened on the alloyed door of the fourth car, where two grotesquely large claw marks marred its surface. The deep gouges nearly tore through the heavy door, rendering the sensor system inoperative and preventing it from opening properly. On the platform walkway, several forensic officers were meticulously collecting evidence of cracks in the tiled floor caused by the immense force of the impact, as well as documenting claw prints resembling those of a lizard embedded in the fissures. As Peter's gaze continued to wander, he observed two burly police officers escorting a man with a camera towards the exit. The man, wearing a dejected expression, was none other than his colleague from the newspaper, Eddie Brock. Indeed, Eddie Brock, the target of Jonah Jameson's hefty bounty, had an irresistible allure akin to a magnet. Peter sighed, raindrops cascading down his mask. Well, it seems you've gotten ahead of me this time. Franklin's charm is undeniably compelling. However, capturing an exclusive photograph of Dr. Lizard is no simple feat. He is far from a docile pet. At that moment, a lithe black figure darted through the night, gracefully swinging between the skyscrapers with the aid of a rope, landing precisely on the opposite electrical pole from where Peter stood. Her flowing white hair danced in the rain, while her form-fitting black suit accentuated her mesmerizing silhouette. The black cat perched confidently on the pole, blowing Peter a flirtatious kiss, her voice dripping with a lazy yet alluring magnetism. Hey there, little spider. It seems we share an uncanny connection, coincidentally meeting at a crime scene again. Quite the thrilling start, wouldn't you agree? Peter turned at the sound, only to freeze instantly. Beneath the seemingly snug confines of Black Cat's suit, her exquisite form was undeniably revealed to his molecular vision. Oh my God, this is bad. I forgot to deactivate the X-ray vision. Avert your gaze. He felt a rush of blood surge to his head, and thankfully, the mask concealed his flushed face. In a flurry of panic, he abruptly severed the X-ray view and turned away, daring not to glance at Black Cat again. The Black Cat, acutely aware of Spider-Man's sudden rigidity and his swift turn, found his reaction rather amusing. Little spider, what's troubling you today? You look as though you've seen a ghost. This isn't like you. To mask his embarrassment, and having found no trace of the lizard man in the subway station, Peter resolved to leave immediately and head to Dr. Connor's residence. He raised his hand, shooting a web. Sorry, little kitty, but I have urgent business. We'll chat another time. No sooner had he spoken than he swung away, his movements appearing somewhat hasty. The alluring Black Cat blinked, her curiosity piqued. Hey, no farewell before you dash off. That's not how a good neighbor behaves in New York. Wait for me, little spider. With a flick of her wrist, she launched a specialized grappling hook that latched onto the building, pursuing him like an elegant feline through the rain-soaked night. They moved swiftly between the glass facades and outer walls of the towering skyscrapers, droplets splashing against them as they sped by. Peter attempted to shake off Black Cat, yet her agility was astonishing, and she clung to him tenaciously. Eventually, he landed on a flat rooftop, where rainwater pooled on the asphalt surface. Turning around, he watched as Black Cat alighted delicately on a slender railing opposite him, maintaining perfect balance like a feather. Peter stood with his hands on his hips, striving to make his voice sound calm, yet impatient. Listen, little kitten, I am quite busy, and I truly prefer not to partner with anyone. So there is no need for further discussion. The Black Cat, instead of displaying anger, elegantly raised her index finger to her red lips, signaling for silence, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh, my dear little spider, have you not yet realized? There exists an innate synergy between us. Our collaboration against those arms dealers was nothing short of seamless. Admit it, we are destined partners. Internally, Peter acknowledged the Black Cat's prowess. Yet he was acutely aware that those who became entangled with him often found themselves ensnared in perilous situations. He could not allow an innocent person to suffer because of Spider-Man. Suddenly, the Black Cat let out a short gasp, appearing to slip, and fell backward from the high railing, plummeting toward the ground below. Peter's heart nearly skipped a beat, although reason suggested this was likely a ruse. He could not gamble on the possibility of her being in genuine danger. Instinctively, he shot a web, deftly ensnaring her waist. Simultaneously, Peter propelled himself with force, executing a swift and graceful somersault off the edge of the rooftop. Utilizing the web's tension, he accurately caught the Black Cat's waist as they descended. With his other hand, he fired another web, and the two swung like a pendulum, their feet securely adhered to the glass exterior of the towering building below. Once the moment of terror had passed, The black cat did not exhibit fear. Instead, she erupted into laughter in Peter's embrace. She extended her finger, gently caressing the cheek of Spider-Man's mask, her tone laced with playful triumph. "You aimed perfectly, little spider. I knew you wouldn't let me fall." Chapter 28. The Hunt for the Lizard. Peter gazed at the black cat, whose smile was radiant, and he understood completely, letting out a resigned sigh. Indeed, he had once again been outsmarted by this cunning feline. With her agility, how could she possibly have slipped? Cradling her, he made several leaps, returning to the safety of the rooftop, gently setting her down. "Enough of this, little kitten. I genuinely have pressing matters to attend to and no time for games." However, the black cat was as swift as lightning. Just as Peter turned, her powerful left arm encircled his neck, drawing him close, while her right index finger lightly pressed against his chin through the mask. Standing at 172 meters tall, she appeared as a tantalizing figure before the towering Spider-Man. Their bodies nearly touched, and Peter could distinctly feel her warmth through the fitted suit, sensing a faint, alluring, yet dangerous fragrance. Raindrops fell upon them, the atmosphere charged with undeniable tension. The black cat's voice dripped with seduction. "Games. Little spider, your earlier anxiety was no mere act. You care about me, do you not? Do not deny it. Your spider sense cannot deceive me." Beneath his mask, Peter's face flushed intensely, his heart racing, almost rendering him breathless. The visage of Mary Jane flickered through his mind, and he thought, if MJ were to witness this, it would not be a matter easily resolved. She might summon the entire NYPD. Peter took a deep breath and resolved to confront the situation, to candidly inform Black Cat of his relationship status. He opened his mouth to speak, but as if attuned to his thoughts, Black Cat released her embrace at that very moment. She stepped back and blew him a kiss, her gaze imbued with understanding, as if to say, "No words are necessary. Until we meet again, my little spider." With that, Black Cat executed a graceful backflip, landing on the edge of the rooftop railing. "Oh, and do remind your esteemed photographer friend to engage his intellect next time he plays the hero." She cast a glance back at Peter before launching her grappling hook, her dark silhouette swiftly melding into the rainy night, vanishing without a trace, leaving Peter standing there in solitude. Peter stood, his mouth agape, the words he had prepared forcibly stifled within him, leaving him to swallow his unvoiced thoughts. He gazed in the direction where Black Cat had disappeared, shaking his head. Well, even if I had spoken, she would likely respond with that teasing tone of hers. A girlfriend? How unfortunate. But does she understand you as I do, little spider? Peter reminisced about the circumstances of his acquaintance with Black Cat, from her initial emergence as an inexperienced cat burglar to becoming embroiled in troubles due to her father's issues, with Spider-Man rescuing her on 2 occasions during crises. Truly, she was a vexing and alluring wildcat. What experiences had shaped Felicia Hardy into such an irresistible enigma? In reality, Peter had only encountered the unmasked Felicia Hardy once, at a technology expo, where they had exchanged brief handshakes, without any deeper connection. All their entanglements unfolded beneath their masks, belonging to Spider-Man and Black Cat. Dismissing further thoughts, Peter shot a web and swung towards the Empire State Building, the residence of Dr. Kurt Connors. The rain seemed to intensify. Not far away, in the shadow of another building, Black Cat returned, quietly perched on a rain-soaked railing, her white hair clinging to her cheek. She gazed towards the direction Spider-Man had vanished, her expression a tapestry of emotions, murmuring softly, her voice nearly drowned by the rain. "Good night, Spider-Man, Dr." Kurt Connors' home was situated in a respectable apartment building in Manhattan, a place Peter had visited multiple times as a student and was quite familiar with. He swung through the downpour, swiftly reaching his destination. Like a true spider, Peter stealthily climbed the exterior of the apartment building, pausing beside Connors' living room window, rain cascading down his suit. Ah, how unfortunate. At this hour, I should be nestled in the warmth of my bed, not clinging to a wall like a drenched stray dog, scouring the city for a temperamental giant lizard. After this lamentation, Peter activated his X-ray vision, peering through the wall into the interior. Beneath the warm glow of the lights, Dr. Connor's wife, a kindly woman clad in a modest brown coat and a plastic apron, was busily engaged in the kitchen with their young son. The boy was assisting by stirring what appeared to be mashed potatoes in a bowl. Peter observed the considerable quantity of food laid out on the kitchen counter, far exceeding the needs of the mother and child. The late hour and the abundance of food led him to wonder if Dr. Connors would be returning home. A heavy feeling settled in Peter's heart, as he silently hoped that Dr. Connors could manage the side effects of the lizard serum and return to his family. He adjusted his position, finding a corner that was both concealed and offered a view of the entrance, like a lurking predator. "Well, Doctor, if you truly intend to return, I shall weave my web here like a spider, awaiting your arrival." Yet, He soon glanced at his wrist. A whimsical thought crossing his mind. Would a spider's web truly ensnare a powerful giant lizard? He mused that he would not want to find himself in tatters. His dashing attire reduced to rags. In the darkness of night, amidst torrential rain, Spider-Man clung silently to the cold wall, biding his time for the arrival of his prey. Chapter 29. The Unexpected Eddie Brock. His target was Dr. Kurt Connors, or rather, the monstrous lizard that Connors had become upon losing control. Peter was acutely aware that this adversary was unlike any he had faced before. It possessed not only ferocious strength and remarkable regenerative abilities, but also the intellect of a scientist, even though that intellect was being increasingly eroded by primal instincts. The city's labyrinthine and seemingly bottomless sewer system, connected to subway tunnels that resembled the veins of a steel beast, provided the cold-blooded predator with an excellent hunting ground and hiding place. It was a forbidden zone for humans, but a natural realm for the lizard. An environment dark and damp, allowing it to navigate freely and launch lethal ambushes from any manhole cover. "Come out, little lizard. No more hiding," Peter murmured to himself. Before long, Peter's keen gaze detected an anomaly from his elevated vantage point. In the shadows of a nearby residential building's entrance, a furtive figure was attempting to maneuver under the cover of rain and architecture. The midnight darkness combined with the downpour created a natural disguise, making it difficult for even Peter, with his extraordinary dynamic vision and night sight capabilities, to immediately discern the figure's identity. The silhouette moved stealthily, its behavior conspicuous, clearly not that of an ordinary late-night returnee. Peter remained as still as a statue, patiently waiting. Finally, the figure seemed to assess that the moment was safe, swiftly crossing the street and stepping into the dim halo of a street lamp. It was in that instant that Peter focused his gaze, piercing through the curtain of rain, and glimpsed a face, drenched yet betraying a certain obsessive demeanor. Eddie Brock, the ambitious photographer from the Daily Bugle, regarded Peter Parker as his foremost rival. The mere thought of Eddie Brock sent alarm bells ringing in Peter's mind. As his thoughts raced, how could he possibly be here at this moment? Had he uncovered the true identity of the lizard? A flicker of incredulous surprise washed over Peter. Sometimes, it truly seemed as if Eddie had chosen the wrong profession. He should have been a detective or perhaps a stalker. The precise details eluded Peter, but he harbored a potent intuition that Eddie's presence at this critical juncture spelled undeniable trouble. He resembled a bomb on the verge of detonation, threatening to obliterate Peter's meticulously devised plan to subdue Connors without harming him. As Peter inhaled the frigid air, preparing to launch a web to divert this unwelcome colleague towards a safer area, a sharp pain suddenly pierced the back of his skull. His spider sense emitted the highest level of alert. This warning was not directed at Eddie. Rather, it indicated that something far larger and more perilous was approaching. He whipped around, his gaze following the direction of the warning. At the other end of the street, near a gushing underground sewer drain, a heavy cast-iron manhole cover was forcefully displaced from beneath, emitting a jarring metallic screech. Rainwater mingled with the filth of the underpass, cascaded like a miniature waterfall from the edge of the manhole, and then a massive hand, covered in coarse green scales and tipped with menacing claws, grasped the rim. Following this, a tall, imposing figure, exuding primal strength, slowly emerged from the abyss of the city. The lizard. It shook its scaly, spiked head, its murky yellow slit-like eyes glinting with predatory ferocity in the rainy night, while its forked tongue hissed, tasting the air for the scent of prey. It melded almost entirely into the darkness and rain, with only its inhuman silhouette and cold reflections betraying its presence. Simultaneously below, Eddie Brock seemed to sense the chilling aura of oppression. He froze in place. Almost instinctively, like a startled rabbit, he vanished from the main road, swiftly burrowing into a dense thicket on the lawn of a nearby residence, completely concealing himself. His movements were surprisingly adept, clearly the result of extensive training for exclusive news gathering. Perhaps the torrential rain effectively washed away Eddie's human scent. Or perhaps the lizard's attention was diverted by something else, like the warm glow emanating from the house that was both familiar and alien to it. This terrifying creature lumbered past the thicket where Eddie hid, its robust tail sweeping across the wet grass, leaving deep imprints. Yet it failed to detect the observer so near at hand. Its focus was unwavering, heading straight towards the illuminated doorway. In the thicket, Eddie Brock's heart raced violently within his chest, almost shattering his ribs. Rainwater trickled down his hair, chillingly seeping into his collar, while his drenched clothing clung tightly to his body, bringing a biting coldness. Yet, at this moment, he felt an inferno of excitement and exhilaration burning within him, overshadowing all discomfort and fear. Before his eyes lay the fabled creature, the urban legend capable of rattling the very foundations of New York City. He cautiously and deliberately raised the precious professional camera in his hands, meticulously adjusting the focus. Initially, he had approached this venture with a mere sense of curiosity, speculating that Spider-Man might be active in this vicinity, and thus he had taken the risk of following, hoping to capture new material of the masked vigilante. However, he had stumbled upon a sensational revelation far beyond his expectations. This time, he could not afford to falter. He must immortalize this surreal scene through his lens. The name Peter Parker escaped Eddie's lips almost as a whisper, laden with a mixture of jealousy and resolve. Just watch, for I, Eddie Brock, am the most formidable and fearless photographer for the Daily Bugle, and I shall prove it to everyone, especially to Spider-Man. He stifled a cheer that threatened to burst forth. Steadying the camera lens towards the doorway, through the viewfinder, he beheld an even more astonishing sight. The grotesque lizard creature was embracing a human woman. The woman's face bore a look of concern, yet she tenderly wrapped her arms around the terrifying, scaly form. Interspecies romance. Such an absurd notion flickered through Eddie's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. No, he preferred to believe that this lizard creature, like Spider-Man and the previously encountered Scorpion, was a grotesque aberration born from an ordinary human. There must be a more astonishing secret lurking beneath this encounter, and this embrace could very well be the key to unraveling that mystery. Never mind, he thought. I must capture it first. For Eddie, seizing the definitive image was the paramount mission. His fingers moved slowly, with an almost ritualistic solemnity, pressing the shutter button. Then click. The sharp sound of the shutter echoed, jarringly piercing the relative stillness of the rain-soaked night. Worse still, a blinding, brilliant flash erupted from the top of the camera like a miniature lightning bolt, tearing through the dim rain veil and illuminating the thicket where Eddie concealed himself, casting a small area into daylight. Damn it, how could I forget to turn off the flash? Eddie's mind raced with alarm, regret, and fear instantly seizing him. He had committed an amateurish and fatal blunder. Many animals, particularly nocturnal ones, are extremely sensitive to the flash of a camera, and lizards, as reptiles, are no exception. Moreover, the lizard man, possessing remnants of human intelligence, yet driven by primal instincts, was thoroughly incensed by this sudden burst of light and sound. He abruptly pushed away the woman in his arms, his murky yellow vertical pupils locking onto the direction from which the flash emanated. The air was thick with a sense of provocation and menace that ignited his fury. A primal roar erupted from the depths of the lizard man's throat. Abandoning all semblance of reason, he dropped to all fours, resembling a true giant reptile, and charged towards Eddie Brock's south hiding place with astonishing speed. His claws tearing through the soft, damp grass and soil, splattering murky water. It was over. Eddie's heart raced with terror, his mind consumed by a singular thought: run. He scrambled out of the bushes, heedless of his soaked clothes snagged by branches. Yet, as he turned, he was taken aback to find the red and blue figure of Spider-Man silently perched nearby, the white lenses of his mask seemingly fixated on him. With the lizard ahead and the spider behind, Eddie found himself ensnared in an impossible dilemma. He wished to choose neither, and in his extreme panic, bolstered by a streak of stubbornness, he shot Spider-Man an accusatory glare, as if to say, "This is all your fault." Unexpectedly, rather than seeking refuge with Spider-Man, he pivoted sharply, attempting to escape perpendicularly to both threats. However, he gravely underestimated the lizardman's explosive power in its rage. In mere moments, the green behemoth was upon him, its shadow enveloping Eddie entirely. A claw, glinting with lethal intent and capable of rending steel, descended upon his back with a piercing shriek, and Eddie could even smell the stench of sewage and blood emanating from its talons. In the nick of time. "Hey, green guy, picking on someone with a camera isn't a remarkable feat." Spider-Man's signature teasing voice rang out, and in the next instant, a web shot forth, securing Eddie Brock's shoulder with a powerful tug. Eddie felt the ground drop away, his nearly 180-pound frame lifted effortlessly as if he were but a frightened chick. "Take off," Spider-Man exclaimed joyfully, gripping Eddie with one arm, while the other shot a web to the rooftop of a nearby newsstand. With a smooth, pendulum-like swing, the duo narrowly evaded the lethal strike of the lizard man, landing gracefully atop the waterproof shelter of the stand. Breathless, Eddie gasped for air, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. In that fleeting moment, he had brushed against death, the pressure of the lizard man's claws still lingering on his skin. Instinctively, he clutched his precious camera, ensuring it had not been damaged amidst the chaos. A wave of relief washed over him, and he intended to express his gratitude to Spider-Man. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, a deeply ingrained obsession and a dark suspicion regarding the potential connection between Peter Parker and Spider-Man compelled him to swallow his gratitude, transforming it into a rather brusque, Even somewhat ungrateful remark. Spider-Man, I certainly didn't ask for your help. Even if you've chosen to save me now, don't expect any thanks from me. I have no need for your assistance. The corners of Peter's mouth twitched slightly beneath his mask. He had long been accustomed to various misunderstandings and hostilities. Yet Eddie's blend of jealousy, pride, and paranoia still left him feeling a twinge of helplessness and amusement. He struggled to comprehend why this colleague, who was in competition with him at the newspaper, harbored such enmity towards Spider-Man. Was it merely because most of the photos of Spider-Man were supplied by him, overshadowing Eddie's presence at the Daily Bugle? Or was it, like Jameson and director Stacy, a simple distrust of the masked vigilante? Hey, take it easy, Eddie, Peter said in the most amiable tone he could muster, while warily observing the lizard below, enraged by the loss of its prey, tearing at the metal frame of the newsstand with its claws. I'm not saving you to hear you say thank you. Do you see that behemoth down there? Its new skin is not for show. Those glinting claws can easily demolish a car. So, I implore you, take that rational mind of yours and your precious camera, and find a safe place to hide, all right? That would be the best help for everyone. Why, you know me? Eddie seemed entirely oblivious to the essence of Spider-Man's words, astonished instead that Spider-Man had called his name. As Spider-Man soared out once more, engaging the lizard that was attempting to scale the newsstand, Eddie gazed at the red and blue figure, unconsciously murmuring as rain streamed down his astonished face. Spider-Man, he knows me. However, rather than feeling any honor at being recognized by his idol, a thought slithered into his mind like a venomous snake. It must be Peter Parker. He must have spoken ill of me behind Spider-Man's back, maligning me, which is why Spider-Man has been avoiding me, denying me the chance to photograph him. This paranoid speculation only fueled a more intense flame within him. Peter, you probably never anticipated this. Eddie gripped his camera tightly, his knuckles whitening from the effort, his eyes glinting with a fervent obsession. I finally have the opportunity to prove to Spider-Man that I, Eddie Brock, am a far superior journalist, more worthy of attention than he is. I am the ideal partner to document his exploits. Anger and a fervent desire for validation sometimes ignite an extraordinary courage. The terror that had nearly claimed Eddie's life at the claws of the creature was entirely replaced in that moment by a pathological excitement and adrenaline rush. Rather than heeding Spider-Man's warning to steer clear of danger, he instead resembled a war correspondent in the best seats of a battlefield, raising his camera once more, adjusting the focus, and incessantly clicking the shutter at the fierce battle unfolding below. The sound of rain, the roar of tumult, and the crash of impact formed the auditory backdrop of his filming. Indeed, this angle is perfect. The midnight clash between Spider-Man and the lizard, an ultimate showdown of strength and skill. As he filmed, he whispered excitedly, envisioning the sensational headlines that would grace the front page of tomorrow's Daily Bugle, igniting a frenzy. Jameson would undoubtedly be enamored with this. I should ask for $800? No, this is definitely an exclusive. I must demand more. Chapter 30, Sonic Conquest. On this rain-soaked night, Peter was engaged in a formidable battle with the lizard. He executed a series of backflips followed by lateral jumps, narrowly evading the creature's claws, which could shatter stone. He then deftly sidestepped the sweeping tail of the reptile and shot a web to latch onto a distant streetlight, rapidly increasing the distance between them. Big monster, your fervor is a bit overwhelming, Peter mused while perched on the streetlight, gazing at the rampaging beast amidst the rain. Subduing this ferocious creature without inflicting serious harm on Dr. Connors proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. The usual web attacks yielded limited results, as the creature's immense strength allowed it to break free in an instant. Well, if the conventional approach fails, it's time to try a newly developed special technique. Thanks to his understanding of the lizard's weaknesses, an excellent idea flashed through Peter's mind. While all spiders may possess venom, sometimes the most potent weapon against the lizard is sound. He resolved to employ a technique that combined his inherent mutation with a nascent mastery of telekinesis. Hey, big lizard, are you looking to catch a spider for dinner? I must warn you, that is not a wise choice. As Peter shouted to divert the creature's attention, he began to harness his powers. He first precisely controlled the muscles of his throat and vocal cords, compressing air in his throat to produce sound at a specific frequency. Then, concentrating intently, he utilized telekinesis to manipulate the molecules of air surrounding the lizard, causing them to vibrate violently at a high frequency and in a specific pattern. This was not magic. It was Peter's practical application of aerodynamics, requiring molecular-level telekinesis. Soon, the air along the sound wave's path was compressed, creating an invisible zone of high pressure. Ultimately, within a meter of the lizard, he successfully constructed an invisible, yet exceedingly perilous high-frequency sonic loop. In truth, it wasn't entirely invisible. The drizzling rain, upon encountering the edge of this unseen force field, seemed to collide with a transparent wall, being violently repelled and scattered, thus forming a transient rain-free zone around the lizard. However, due to the cover of night, it was not easily noticeable. Caught off guard, the lizard, poised to launch another attack, was struck unexpectedly by the sonic wave, clutching its scaly head and emitting a painful shriek. The high-frequency sound waves pierced its eardrum like countless invisible needles, leaving it reeling. More terrifyingly, it felt as if every cell in its body was violently trembling under this resonance, as if it were on the verge of disintegration at any moment. With its hearing impaired, its sensory equilibrium was shattered in an instant, and the discomfort in its brain rendered its vision hazy, as if countless overlapping, amplified cacophonies of Spider-Man echoed in its ears. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of the high-frequency sonic assault, Peter felt a fleeting sense of reassurance. Yet he dared not relent for an instant. While maintaining the sonic disruption with his incessant banter, he seized the opportunity to launch several strands of highly adhesive webbing, skillfully ensnaring the lizard man's lower limbs, arms, and torso, thereby restraining its frenzied movements. Like a spider stalking its prey, he wound the web around the towering lizard man, gradually forming a substantial cocoon. The sonic suppression significantly diminished the lizard man's perception of strength and resistance, rendering it unable to easily sever the resilient webbing as it had before. Under this dual assault, it could only kneel painfully upon the damp ground, its head shaking as if it might explode, emitting intermittent, hoarse, and anguished roars. "I apologize. I know your head must be in turmoil, but there is no alternative. Hold on." Peter could distinctly sense the surging primal power within the creature ebbing like a receding tide. He was even aware of another vulnerability of Dr. Connors. If he could mention Martha Connors or their son Billy at this moment, perhaps it would more swiftly awaken the humanity within, stirring the softest recesses of this experimental monstrosity. However, a glance caught Eddie Brock, who was still excitedly taking pictures nearby, compelling him to abandon this seemingly more effective strategy. Thus, he silently urged the doctor to endure, longing for Dr. Connors' intellect to suppress the beastly instinct, or at the very least, to render the creature unconscious for the next course of action. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "No, please do not harm him." A voice filled with terror and pleading rang from the doorway. Martha Connors had witnessed her husband kneeling in agony and could no longer remain a passive observer. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed out of the house. Following closely behind, Billy burst forth, his voice trembling as he cried, "Spider-Man, please, do not hurt my dad. This was a disaster." Peter inwardly cursed. Mrs. Connors and Billy's reckless intrusion not only threatened to disrupt the hard-won advantage he had established, but also placed them in extreme peril. After all, no one could guarantee that the lizard man, on the brink of collapse, would not lash out in a fit of rage at those who approached. Reacting swiftly, Peter leaped in front of Martha Connors just as she was about to cross into the sonic field constructed for the lizard man. With a rapid flick of his wrist, he shot a strand of webbing to create a temporary barrier, halting Mrs. Connors' advance. "Mrs. Connors, please remain calm. It is dangerous over there. Step back," Peter urged urgently. At this moment, the lizard's struggles had noticeably weakened. Aside from the slight movement of its head, its body was ensnared in thick, white spider silk, resembling a colossal, writhing rice dumpling. It emitted a low, weary whimper, and the crimson hue in its eyes seemed to have faded significantly, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing this, Peter let out a sigh of relief and completely released his telekinetic control. A wave of mild dizziness and fatigue washed over him, and beneath his mask, beads of sweat mixed with rainwater gathered on his forehead. The application of theoretical molecular manipulation in actual combat, particularly in maintaining such a delicate high-frequency sonic field, proved to be somewhat beyond his current capabilities, given that he had only recently acquired telekinetic powers. "Kurt, how are you? Spider-Man, I implore you, do not harm him. He did not mean to." Martha Connors, ensnared by the webbing, could advance no further and gazed anxiously at her husband, enveloped in silk, tears mingling with the rain as she pleaded once more with Spider-Man. "Mrs. Connors, please trust me. I have not harmed the professor. He is unharmed, at least for now. He merely exhausted himself and has fallen into unconsciousness," Peter hurriedly explained, flicking his wrist to release the webbing that restrained her. He needed to soothe her emotions swiftly and relocate the lizard to a safe and concealed location. Upon hearing Spider-Man's reassuring response and witnessing her husband cease his violent struggles, Martha Connors gradually calmed down, though her gaze remained fixed upon the massive cocoon of silk. Peter glanced up at the residential building, where an increasing number of windows flickered to life and indistinct silhouettes moved in the frames. The earlier clash and roars had evidently roused numerous neighbors. Time was of the essence. Without further hesitation, he swiftly shot several strands of supportive webbing, carefully lifting the unconscious lizard from the ground, preparing to transport him back to the Connors residence. Wait. Peter paused abruptly, suddenly recalling something. Oh shoot. I forgot about that guy, Eddie Brock. This was exhilarating, utterly unbelievable. Spider-Man had battled the lizard, and the lizard's true identity was none other than Curt Connors, the renowned biology professor from Empire University. Eddie Brock dashed down the rain-soaked street, tightly wrapping his camera in his leather jacket as if it were a priceless treasure. Despite being drenched and shivering from the cold, an almost manic excitement radiated from his face. This was undoubtedly the most glorious and electrifying moment of his career as a journalist and photographer. He had captured clear photographs and uncovered the secrets behind the monster. Jonah Jameson, that old coot, would be absolutely ecstatic upon seeing these revelations. $800 would hardly suffice for the value of this exclusive news. Yes, the price must be increased. This was destined to be a headline that would captivate the entire city. As he ran, he envisioned how to negotiate with Jameson and how to craft the report that would surely etch its place in the annals of the Daily Bugle. A splendid future seemed to unfold right before his eyes. He was utterly immersed in his own fantasies, oblivious to the phantom-like figure clad in red and blue that glided silently between the buildings like a specter in the night, precisely zeroing in on him. In the next instant, as Eddie sprinted forward, he felt a sudden constriction around his waist. A powerful tug lifted him off the ground, his feet flailing helplessly in the air. In terror, he glanced down to find a strand of white web securely affixed to his midsection, and immediately thereafter, his cherished camera was snatched away by a hand clad in a red glove. Hey, buddy, these artistic photographs are not yours without portrait rights and usage authorization. Spider-Man's teasing voice echoed above him. By the way, did I and that enormous lizard consent to having our pictures taken? Suspended in midair like a package. Swaying beneath a giant billboard, Eddie was filled with a mix of fear and fury as he struggled and shouted, "No, Spider-Man, you can't do this. That's my camera. My photos. This is robbery. Excuse me? Sorry, the wind is too strong and the rain too loud. I didn't catch that." Peter deliberately elongated his tone, raising his wrist to precisely shoot a small strand of web that sealed Eddie's shouting mouth. Eddie could only emit muffled, frustrated whimpers, helplessly watching as Spider-Man, like a mischievous victor, elegantly twirled in the air with his camera. "Don't worry, I'm just borrowing your camera to check the memory," Peter announced, shaking the camera in his hand. "This webbing is of guaranteed quality. It will dissolve in 3 hours. Until then, you can calmly reflect on the ethics of journalism and the boundaries of privacy from this VIP viewing spot, Mr. Brock." Having said that, Peter paid no further heed to the struggling figure suspended beneath the billboard. With the camera in hand, he gracefully ascended and vanished amidst the dense buildings and the relentless downpour. Finding a relatively dry corner atop a building, Peter swiftly examined the photos stored within the camera. He had to concede that Eddie Brock's professional skills were indeed formidable. Despite the harsh rain and tense circumstances, many of the photographs were remarkably clear, with striking compositions. However, these images posed the greatest threat to the Connors family. Once published, they would face incessant harassment, scrutiny, and even peril. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter decisively pressed the formatting button on the camera, irrevocably erasing all images pertaining to that night's events. "Sorry, Eddie, the headlines are gone. But the peace of the Connors family is far more important." He secured the camera with webbing beneath his suit, preparing to deal with it later, and then swung back toward the Connors residence. As Spider-Man stealthily re-entered the Connors' living room through the window, Martha Connors was gently holding a basin of warm water, carefully using a damp cloth to wipe the rain and grime from the cheek of the lizard, whose head was the only part visible beneath the webbing. Upon witnessing Spider-Man's return, she felt as though she had glimpsed her soul savior. Instantly, she set aside her towel and rushed towards him with palpable urgency. "Spider-Man, you have returned. I implore you, assist Curt. I beg you." Her voice quivered with a hint of despair, her eyes brimming with helplessness and earnest plea. "He is a good man, merely a victim of that accursed experiment, consumed by his obsession to regrow his arms. He does not wish for this." Peter sensed the profound anguish and hope emanating from this woman. Perhaps, in her eyes, Spider-Man, having undergone a similar metamorphosis, was the only one capable of comprehending and discovering a solution. He removed the camera that clung to him and set it aside, spreading his hands in an effort to convey reassurance. "Do not fret, Mrs. Connors. I might just have a potential solution to restore the professor to his former self." "Really? That would be splendid. God bless." Before Peter could finish his thought, Martha Connors, as if seizing a lifeline, interrupted him in a fit of joyous tears, her hands trembling with excitement. Spider-Man, if you can heal Kurt, our entire family, Billy and I, will be eternally grateful. Kurt is not a bad person. He merely desires to feel whole again, to embrace his son. Only after uttering these words did she realize her breach of decorum, hastily lowering her towel and apologetically exclaiming, "I am so sorry. I should not have interrupted you. I am just too overwhelmed. I cannot lose Kurt, and Billy cannot be without his father." Billy, who had remained quietly beside her, his small face etched with worry, clung tightly to her, his gaze never straying from the figure of his husband, cocooned on the sofa. "It is quite all right, Mrs. Connors. I fully understand." Peter quickly reassured her. "I recognize the significance of the professor to both you and Billy. However, to reverse the mutation and restore him, we must first locate the gene recombinator that instigated this ordeal. Only the professor, once awakened, can divulge its precise whereabouts." "The gene recombinator?" Martha pondered, shaking her head in uncertainty. "I am not well versed in that. Kurt never brings the hazardous equipment home." Yet suddenly, her eyes sparkled as if a thought had struck her. "Aside from Kurt, there is another who may know. Peter Parker. He is Kurt's most esteemed assistant, often praised by Kurt at home for his remarkable talent and invaluable assistance. He frequently participated in his experiments. He must know where the gene recombinator is." Without further ado, she reached into her pocket for her phone, ready to dial Peter's number. "Wait, Mrs. Connors." Peter's heart sank momentarily, and he quickly interjected. "I believe I might have a method to attempt to rouse the comatose professor. Perhaps we should first try my approach? After all, it is rather late, and contacting Peter might be inconvenient. He may already be resting." He certainly did not wish to reveal that the person before her was Peter Parker. Chapter 31. The rescue mission. Upon hearing Spider-Man mention a method to awaken her husband, Martha hesitated momentarily before ultimately stowing away her phone. Compared to disturbing a young man who might already be asleep, Spider-Man's suggestion was evidently more direct and effective. "Then I shall entrust this to you, Spider-Man," she said, her gaze brimming with hope. Peter quietly exhaled in relief, gesturing for her to leave it to him. He approached the cocooned lizard man, and under the watchful eyes of Martha and Billy, he bent down, gently massaging the creature's forehead as he concentrated once more. This time, instead of generating high-frequency aggressive sound waves, he carefully employed telekinesis to create a low-frequency, gentle sonic pulse, akin to a soft knock on the door, slowly entering through the lizard man's ears and stimulating the human neural center of Connors, which was suppressed by bestial instincts and trapped in slumber. After a tense 10 seconds, under Martha and Billy's anxious scrutiny, the tightly shut eyelids of the lizard man quivered slightly before laboriously opening. Within those murky yellow slits, the frenzied crimson had faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment and anguish. To err on the side of caution, Peter maintained a defensive posture, but fortunately, the situation seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. After enduring the high-frequency sound waves and a brief unconsciousness, it appeared that Dr. Connor's rationality had temporarily regained control. "Spider-Man? Martha? Billy?" Dr. Connor's voice emerged hoarse and perplexed as he scanned his surroundings, particularly noting the thick webbing binding him. Fragments of memories from his transformation into a monstrous lizard surged into his mind like a haunting nightmare. Why am I at home? I seem to have had a very terrifying dream. I turned into a beast." He struggled slightly, feeling the tightness of the bindings, and, coupled with those vague yet chilling recollections, he instantaneously comprehended the horrific events that had transpired. A wave of profound guilt and despair engulfed the scientist. Connors recalled his intentions to transform his wife and son into monsters. How could he ever contemplate harming them? "Thank God. Kurt, you're finally awake. You've returned." Martha cried joyfully, tears streaming down her cheeks, disregarding her husband's fearsome exterior as she rushed forward, pressing her delicate face against his cold, rough-scaled cheek, their tears mingling. Billy also hurried over, tightly embracing his father's web-ensnared, robust arm. "No, Martha, stay away from me. Take Billy and leave. Quickly," Dr. Connors screamed in terror, attempting to evade the proximity of his family. "The beast, it still resides in my mind. I can feel it roaring, crashing, always yearning to break free, to consume me, to control me. I fear I will lose control and harm you. Harm my most beloved ones." He thrashed violently, desperate to escape this home, fleeing as far away as possible to prevent himself from losing control again and causing an irreversible tragedy. Yet, after regaining his sanity, it seemed that most of the lizard's strength had also receded, rendering him incapable of breaking free from the resilient webbing that ensnared him. Peter, concerned that his excessive excitement might provoke a resurgence of the beast within him, stepped forward to reassure. "Dr. Connors, remain calm. You must absolutely maintain your composure. I understand you do not wish to harm anyone. I am here to assist you, but first, you must tell me where the gene recombination device is. Only by locating it can we potentially reverse this process and restore you to your true self. Spider-Man's words struck like a revelation, instantly awakening Curt Connors from his agony and panic. Indeed, the gene recombination device. How could he have forgotten it? To prevent uncontrollable accidents during the experiment, he had incorporated an emergency reverse operation program into the design of that apparatus. Theoretically, by reversing the gene recombination process, he should be able to liberate himself from this monstrous form. A spark of hope rekindled within him, yet the urgency intensified. Yes, the reversal program could aid me, but it must be executed swiftly. With that thought, Dr. Connors spoke hurriedly. I cannot remain here. I must act immediately, before the beast within my mind seizes control once more. To the sewer. The gene recombination device lies below, in one of my temporary laboratories. Resolute, he turned to Spider-Man. His gaze earnest. Spider-Man, thank you for reminding me. But first, you must help me free myself from this webbing. That's simple, Peter replied, attempting to use his telekinesis to form microscopic molecular cutting lines around the webbing, a splendid opportunity for practice. Soon, the webbing was sliced away layer by layer, and Dr. Connors gradually regained his mobility. He cast a lingering glance at his wife and son, his eyes brimming with sorrow, guilt, and determination. Gently, he placed his hand on Martha's shoulder, his voice deep and resolute. Martha, listen to me. You and Billy must stay at home. Do not go anywhere. Lock the door. And wait for me. I will return once I am myself again. I promise. No, Curt, let me accompany you. I cannot allow you to venture into danger alone. Martha grasped her husband's arm tightly, shaking her head vehemently, tears welling anew. Trust me, Martha. Dr. Connors tenderly caressed her cheek with his scaled hand, the gesture exceedingly gentle. Billy still needs you. He needs his mother. Hey, I say, Mrs. Connors, Peter interjected at an opportune moment, attempting to alleviate the sorrowful, intense atmosphere. The professor isn't going down there alone. I will be with him. You can rest assured at home. I will help him use that device safely and bring him back to you whole. I promise to do my utmost. Upon hearing this, Martha Connors looked at Spider-Man, then back at her steadfast husband, and finally down at the young Billy nestled against her. She understood that accompanying them might only hinder the mission, and ultimately, reason and a sliver of trust in Spider-Man triumphed over her emotional reluctance. Gritting her teeth against the pain of parting, she nodded through her tears. Very well. I will wait for you, Curt. You must return. I will, for you and Billy. Without uttering another word, Dr. Connors cast a lingering gaze upon his wife and son, seemingly etching their likenesses into the depths of his soul, before resolutely turning and stepping outside. Peter nodded to Martha and Billy, reassuring them, and then followed suit. The two figures vanished through the living room door, melding into the diminishing, rain-soaked night. Eventually, they arrived at the gaping mouth of an open sewer, a portal that exuded a chilling, damp, and fetid aura reminiscent of the entrance to hell. Martha Connors tightly embraced her son Billy, standing at the threshold, gazing in the direction where her husband and Spider-Man had disappeared. Despite the rainwater pelting her face and soaking her clothes, she did not retreat a single step. It was only when the manhole cover was gently placed back, severing the view from the outside, that she reluctantly and slowly closed the door to their home. Chapter 32. And Peter stealthily ascended the slick walls of the sewer, pursuing the massive green figure ahead. The murky water at the bottom flowed with a nauseating sound, intertwining with the frantic squeaks of rats to create a disquieting symphony. Dirty water occasionally dripped from the overhead pipes, the splashes echoing ominously within the confined passage, reminiscent of a countdown to death. The pervasive stench, a noxious blend of decaying refuse, chemical waste, and the excrement of unknown creatures, was inescapable. Even as Peter attempted to cover his mouth, the foul odor stubbornly permeated, assailing his nostrils and compelling him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Why must I always find myself in the sewers? The Fantastic Four and Captain America don't have to deal with such foulness in their work environments. He muttered to himself, his voice producing a faint echo in the subterranean gloom. If SHIELD awarded a prize for the worst working conditions, this place would undoubtedly take the crown. However, his tone abruptly lifted. After all, for the prospect of selling a four-figure photograph, a little stench was a trivial matter. Before Peter, the lizard trudged forward with heavy steps, his scaled tail creating ripples in the stagnant water, seemingly unaffected by the sewer's foulness. I must admit, I envy the lizard a bit. Perhaps I could utilize my clever little mind to enhance my suit, making it more high-tech, waterproof, insulated, odor filtering. But for now, I should focus on capturing more photos. Peter quickened his pace, darting like a red and blue spider across the interwoven walls of the pipes, briefly surpassing the lizard ahead. He located a relatively dry platform, retrieving the camera he had recently purchased. "Hey, Dr. Connors." Peter called down to the lizard, "Look this way and smile." Click. The camera's flash illuminated the darkness of the sewer, momentarily dispelling the shadows. The lizard, startled by the light, had his yellow slit pupils constrict to pinpricks, but since Dr. Connors' consciousness was in control, there was no scene of the lizard pursuing Spider-Man. "Apologies, Professor. I shall turn off the flash immediately." "No worries, Spider-Man." The lizard shook his head and continued forward with heavy steps. Snap, snap. After capturing a few more shots from different angles, Peter examined the photographs with satisfaction. "Splendid." Just as he prepared to continue shooting, the lizard suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse yet remarkably clear. "Spider-Man, you are taking these pictures for Peter Parker, aren't you?" Peter's heart nearly skipped a beat. Had he been discovered? He was about to concoct a plausible excuse for the photography when Dr. Connor's next words relieved his anxiety. "I understand that your relationship with Peter is far more intimate than that of ordinary partners, is it not?" Thank heavens, Peter thought to himself. Not everyone can be a Sherlock Holmes. Even a brilliant mind like Connors resembles more of a Moriarty than anything else. Feigning surprise, Peter nodded. "Indeed, Dr. Connors, you are correct. I share a good rapport with Peter. He is quite a remarkable fellow and a very dependable partner." While he intended to extol his own virtues further, he found the prospect of self-praise rather awkward and chose to gloss over it. At that moment, Dr. Connors took up Peter's thread and began to extol his student. "Peter is indeed a fine young man. Although he sometimes appears somewhat awkward in social situations and lacks emotional maturity, his character and intellect are beyond reproach, particularly his extraordinary mind. If not for the constraints of his family's economic situation, he should not merely be an undergraduate, but instead pursuing a PhD in physics or biology." Peter blinked beneath his mask. He had never heard Dr. Connors express such candid admiration for him. The lizard, in his altered form, continued, his voice hoarse from mutation yet sincere. "To be frank, Spider-Man, I have great hopes for this boy. This year, Empire University has granted me 2 research assistant positions, one of which I intend to reserve for him, while the other will be for a bright and capable young woman. As for whether Peter can seize this opportunity," he chuckled lightly, "that will depend on the boy himself." This revelation left Peter momentarily speechless. He had known that Dr. Connors had always been kind to him, yet he had never realized the extent of his mentor's trust and regard. A wave of guilt washed over him. Just moments ago, he had been silently mocking the professor's deductive abilities, likening them to those of a poorly conceived comic book detective. "Spider-Man," Connors' voice pulled Peter from his reverie. "Your bond with Peter is close, but I hope you will not disclose this to him. I do not wish for him to feel pressured. Believing that I am favoring him, he deserves this position entirely through his own exceptional capabilities and hard work." No sooner had he finished speaking than Dr. Connors let out a sudden, agonizing wail, clutching his head and collapsing to his knees, sending a splash of murky water nearby into ripples. His eyes began to take on a dangerously red hue, and his muscles unnaturally swelled, the scales rubbing together with a disquieting sound. "Professor!" Peter immediately leaped to his side, urging him to hold on, to think of Ms. Martha and Billy. "Do not allow it to dominate you. You can conquer it." This time, Peter refrained from employing the high-frequency sound device, for although it proved effective, its excessive use could inflict permanent harm upon the auditory nerves. He believed that for the sake of his wife and son, Dr. Connors could harness his own willpower to triumph over the beast within. "You are right, Spider-Man." Connors lifted his heavy head, a glimmer of humanity flashing in his crimson eyes. "I cannot fall." Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise from the muck, his gaze regaining its resolve. "For Martha and Billy, I cannot surrender. I must not allow them to become such monsters." The power of love and familial bonds seemed to endow Connors with extraordinary fortitude as he let out a guttural roar, a blend of agony and determination, and charged towards the destination etched in his memory, moving with such swiftness that even Spider-Man had to exert himself fully to keep pace. "Wow!" Peter exclaimed in astonishment while pursuing him. "Is this the power of love? Quite potent, indeed, though I would prefer not to experience such a scene firsthand." Faces of Mary Jane, Aunt May, and Gwen Stacy flashed through his mind, and he silently vowed to grow stronger, to protect every individual he cherished. "Go, Connors. Martha and Billy are still waiting for you. Your tenacity would even put Captain America to shame. They would be proud of you if they could see this." Peter's voice echoed through the sewers. "You can do it." Perhaps Peter's loquacious nature initially served to ease his own anxiety and fear of death, yet in this moment, every word of encouragement stemmed from a genuine desire to uplift the beleaguered scientist. Observing Connors bravely advance, Peter found himself transported back to that fateful day when he battled Dr. Octopus, when he had physically halted a runaway train, buoyed by the cheers of countless citizens. That feeling of support and trust still warmed his heart to this day. Thus, they navigated several intersections, the light within the sewers growing dimmer. With only a few maintenance lights casting a feeble glow, akin to fireflies struggling in the boundless darkness. Peter sensed they were descending deeper into the bowels of New York City. Just as the lizard passed beneath one of the maintenance lights, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Ah, a monster! A terrified voice erupted from a wall hole adjacent to the light, and Peter swiftly fired a web, swinging like a pendulum to discover a ragged, dirt-covered homeless man pointing in terror at the direction of the lizard. Peter quickly shot a strand of webbing to temporarily silence him. "Shoo, buddy, keep quiet," he whispered, gesturing towards his own costume. "See this outfit? I'm one of the good guys. Don't draw that creature's attention, understand?" In the dim light, the homeless man recognized Spider-Man's iconic red and blue suit and trembled as he nodded in understanding. After confirming that Dr. Connors was undisturbed and able to proceed, Peter exhaled in relief. He cautiously tore away the spider silk from Connor's mouth and warned, "Do you see? The sewers are not a safe haven. I suggest you return to the surface promptly." Following this, Peter instinctively reached for his pocket, only to be reminded of his attire, tight-fitting battle gear, resulting in a self-deprecating gesture as he remarked, "Apologies. I nearly forgot that I am not only a broke soul, but also one without pockets." He then swung into the webbing and pursued Connors. That vagabond, or more aptly, that member of the mole people, was merely one among the countless homeless souls dwelling within New York's vast sewer system, or, more accurately, the sewers were their home. Peter glanced back. Although the wall cavity was a chaotic mess, it had been artfully partitioned with rags and newspapers, resembling a rudimentary duplex apartment. "At least he has a two-level structure," Peter mused bitterly, "while I reside in a mere studio." After this brief interlude, the two continued onward for a considerable distance, eventually arriving at a spacious cavern filled with various pipes. The lizard surveyed his surroundings, seemingly confirming his bearings, before moving aside a camouflaged steel panel on the right wall and slipping through. "Help!" A terrified cry echoed from the left, prompting Peter to scramble along the wall. He discovered a man in a maintenance uniform trapped in a narrow passage, with a rusted iron grate blocking his exit. "Hey, buddy, you're in luck today," Peter said, gripping the iron bars. "Let me give you a hand." With a jarring screech of twisted metal, Peter forcibly ripped the grate from the wall, allowing the trembling maintenance worker to crawl out, his sunken eyes filled with dread. There's a monster," he stammered repeatedly. "I know," Peter nodded. "Can you walk on your own?" The worker nodded weakly. "Yes, I can." "All right, I need to deal with that monster first, then I'll get you out," Peter said, concerned for Dr. Connor's safety and unwilling to escort the man to safety just yet. No, thank you, pig hero," the worker stuttered. "I think I can manage." "God bless you." With that, he sprinted toward the exit with astonishing speed, as if his feet were equipped with rockets. "Pig hero?" Peter's expression beneath his mask froze in disbelief as he watched the rapidly disappearing balding maintenance worker, shaking his head in exasperation. In this day and age, even saving someone can lead to a name mix-up. Being a superhero is no easy task. In the makeshift laboratory within the sewers, the resilient scientist had been calibrating the intricate gene reconfiguration machine, seemingly managing to suppress the beastly instincts within. As Peter entered, he caught sight of this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, with Peter's assistance, no further mishaps occurred, and Dr. Connors successfully reverted to human form through the reverse gene reconfiguration, albeit temporarily, thus averting the worst possible outcome. As he resolved the troubles with the lizard, the gentle rain outside subsided, and a waning moon hung in the night sky over New York. After returning Eddie's camera, Peter perched on a gargoyle, gazing down at the city that gradually succumbed to slumber beneath the cloak of night. "It was finally time for me to rest," he murmured softly, a weary smile gracing his lips. "Good night, Bruce." Chapter 33. A Nightmare of Predictions? Peter Parker, dragging his somewhat fatigued body, adhered to his habitual practice of not entering through the front door, instead stealthily slipping through the fifth-floor window of a nearby alley. His body was not overly exhausted. This encounter with the lizard had proven far less taxing than his previous battles with other supervillains, perhaps due to the newfound strength he had gained from his Wolverine abilities. Yet, the dampness of his suit clinging to his skin was rather uncomfortable. Although he was well aware that his robust physique would not succumb to illness, no one relishes the sensation of being drenched. Upon entering the room, he refrained from immediately turning on the light, instead adopting the demeanor of a trained infiltrator. Inching along the wall to assess whether the agent next door, who had recently moved in to monitor him, was still working late. Illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, Peter quickly discerned the situation next door. The agent's equipment was present, but the individual was conspicuously absent. Damn, he thought. The birdcage is empty tonight. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Is there another trap? Yet, he swiftly shook his head, dismissing the unwarranted concern. Come on, Parker. Do you really believe you are the center of the universe? Agents are human too. They need to eat, sleep, or deal with the larger messes left by other superheroes. Chuckling at his own folly, Peter switched on the small lamp on his desk and quickly changed into his sleepwear for washing up. This was for the best, as it spared him the anxiety of wondering whether someone next door might be eavesdropping on his dreams. The sticky sensation on his skin was truly unpleasant. Attending to his hygiene at that moment felt far more pressing than any potential danger signals. Confirming that the room was devoid of surveillance, he gathered his toiletries, carefully opened the door, and stealthily traversed the dimly lit communal corridor toward the public bathroom situated to the right on his floor. The sensation of hot water cascading over his body was exquisite, instantly dispelling the discomfort clinging to his skin and easing the tension in his mind. Enveloped in the rising steam, he gazed at his youthful and handsome reflection in the mirror, silently encouraging himself. Parker, you must strive harder. You cannot provide a good life for Mary Jane and Aunt May in your current state. 5 minutes later, having completed his washing up, Peter returned to his room. He retrieved the wrapped meteorite from beneath his workbench, meticulously examining it to confirm that the symbiote remained contained within. To ensure a secure night's sleep, he utilized his telekinetic abilities to fashion a temporary protective shield from a thin yet resilient alloy and rubber material, sealing the meteorite securely before returning it to its place. As he pondered, Peter Parker concluded that he had completed all mundane tasks for the day, and now it was time for his precious respite. Naturally, he stretched languidly, and with a yawn, he collapsed onto his bed. Mere seconds after his head met the pillow, he was enveloped by the depths of slumber. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the loosely drawn curtains, illuminating the floor with a silvery glow, akin to a gleaming sword whose tip pointed directly at the door. Shortly after Peter descended into dreamland, an astonishingly agile figure, cloaked by the night and the towering structures, glided through the skyline with inhuman speed. Like a specter of the dark, she melded into the shadows, only revealing her form in fleeting glimpses under the moonlight, allowing one to discern that she was another Spider-Man. Ultimately, this figure poised herself with precision on the outer wall of Peter's building. Bathed in moonlight, one could discern her attire, a snug suit woven from intermingling hues of red, black, and white. Prominently on her chest was a stylized red's emblem crafted from a unique biological material, while the suit's intricate patterns resembled finely spun spider silk, evoking both elegance and strength. Her face was largely concealed by a red mask, leaving visible only her amber eyes, which shimmered even in the night. Cindy Moon, the Silk, had once again located Peter Parker's residence. Light as a feather, she alighted on the windowsill without bothering to check if the window was locked. Most locks were futile against her. After surveying the interior, Cindy released a special biological silk from her fingertips, allowing it to seep silently through the minuscule crevices of the window frame to unfasten the locked window. A gentle push caused the window to glide open without a sound, her control over force unsettlingly precise. Casting a glance at the slumbering occupant of the room, Cindy's lips curled slightly upward as her feet touched the aged floor, stirring not a speck of dust. The room was filled with a faint scent of sweat and an unmistakable chemical aroma, mingled with a pheromone that only she could discern, emanating from the same spider totem. Spider-Man's spider sense should have cried out against any looming threat, yet at this moment, it remained peculiarly silent. As if acknowledging her presence was permissible, Peter slept soundly, his rhythmic breathing rising and falling in the stillness of the room, oblivious to the intruder who had stealthily entered. Cindy stood at the bedside, silently observing the young man who occupied merely half of the bed in his dreams. His brow furrowed slightly, as if even in slumber, he could not entirely escape the weight of reality. Gazing at the man before her, a complex emotion swirled within Cindy's amber eyes: curiosity, reliance, and a hint of an unspoken attraction driven by primal instinct. Hesitating momentarily, she resembled a cautious kitten testing its surroundings, slowly curling her body and quietly settling into the vacant half of the bed. At a height of merely 1.65 meters, she curled up in the dim moonlight, evoking a sense of delicate vulnerability akin to a stray cat seeking warmth and shelter, stirring the primal protective instincts of any onlooker. Yet, this tranquility lasted less than 5 minutes. As the distance between them diminished, an invisible pheromone emitted by Peter surged toward her like a tidal wave. Her skin began to flush, her cheeks adorned with an unusual crimson hue, and her fragile complexion resembled a ripe and enticing red apple. While her heart drummed fervently within her chest, a raw, restless desire awakened within her, rendering her unable to find solace. A rational voice echoed in her mind, cautioning against getting too close, bringing forth memories of their first encounter at the isolation facility, where emotions had nearly spiraled out of control. It was not merely an impulsive sentiment, but rather a primal biological urge. Suddenly, she sprang upright, her movements as swift and graceful as a cat, inhaling several deep breaths of the cool air, striving to suppress the turmoil within her. Her gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on the weathered walls on either side. After a moment's contemplation, Cindy raised her hands, her fingertips instantly releasing 2 strands of shimmering white silk, deftly adhering to the heights of the walls. Then, with dazzling speed, she began weaving and pulling, and within moments, a sturdy yet elastic spider hammock materialized in midair. She gracefully leaped into the hammock, lying sideways and facing Peter. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating not only her exquisite form, but also her amber eyes, which were fixed upon Peter below. Deep within her pupils lay the reflection of the figure that both captivated and troubled her, compelling her to maintain a distance. As time passed, enveloped in a paradoxical sense of security, she closed her eyes and drifted into her own dream world. Meanwhile, Peter lay ensnared in a nightmare that mirrored a future fraught with despair. The dream began with an almost deceptive beauty, clad in a sharply tailored suit. He stood within a solemn church, facing a priest who was pronouncing vows. Beside him stood Mary Jane in a pristine white gown. Her radiant smile shimmered with a love potent enough to thaw any chill. As they exchanged rings and sealed their union with a kiss amidst the blessings of family and friends, rendering the moment flawless, devoid of any critique. Soon, the dream shifted to their honeymoon suite. In the stillness of midnight, Mary Jane slumbered beside him, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Everything felt utterly perfect. Suddenly, the jarring ringtone of his phone shattered the tranquility like a tolling bell. Peter fumbled to grasp his phone, the screen illuminating with the name Jonah Jameson flashing ominously. He pressed the answer button, and the receiver erupted with that distinctive, thunderous roar capable of awakening the dead. "Parker, arise from your warm cocoon at once, and hasten with your dining utensils to Central Park in Manhattan." A madman, having recently escaped from a circus and believing himself endowed with extraordinary abilities, is wreaking havoc there. Remember, I demand exclusive photographs, crisp and sensational. Should another seize the opportunity before you, prepare to purchase my front page with your unemployment benefits. As the call concluded, Peter Parker felt an overwhelming urge to traverse the radio waves and smash his phone against the face adorned with a trademark mustache. Yet, glancing at Mary Jane, still peacefully slumbering with a smile gracing her lips, he suppressed his frustrations. Tenderly, he tucked the covers around her, modestly concealing her exposed thigh, and once clad in his spider suit, he silently melded into the icy embrace of New York's night. Central Park, under the cloak of darkness, presented a visage starkly contrasting that of day, its shadows resembling a lurking behemoth. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the whispering rustle of leaves stirred by the wind, evoking a sense of foreboding. Peter alighted at the heart of the park, his spider sense fully engaged, yet it failed to detect any trace of the so-called superhuman. Had he been duped by Jameson once more? At that moment, a voice resonated behind him, as if emanating from the abyss of hell, imbued with a chilling mockery inherent to a hunter. "I've found you, little spider." In an instant, an irresistible force seized the nape of his neck, violently propelling him towards the ground. His face met the cold, damp earth, a sharp pain coursing through his brain. What struck him most was the complete absence of warning from his usually reliable spider sense, rendered utterly ineffective. A towering figure, bearing a smile that seemed both delighted and cruel, held Spider-Man firmly. He was Malin, a member of the Air family, who thrived on hunting spider totems. "Peter Parker," Malin's voice resonated like a funeral bell, whispering in his ear, "Congratulations. You are the 224th prey I have selected. It is indeed an honor. Now, it is time to feast." Peter felt the cold fingers pressing against his temple, an excruciating agony engulfing him, as if his very soul were being siphoned away. He was powerless to struggle or cry out, forced to witness his consciousness, his strength, and all that he embodied as Spider-Man being mercilessly devoured. No. Awakening from this nightmare, Peter bolted upright in his bed, his chest heaving violently. The sound that escaped his lips echoed harshly in the stillness of the room. "Do not eat my brain." A voice, playful and melodious, floated down from above him. "Eat your brain? Rest assured, I do not possess such peculiar dietary habits." Realizing he was merely dreaming, Peter breathed a sigh of relief. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, and the sight before him elicited a myriad of complex emotions upon his face. 3 parts confusion, 3 parts concern, 3 parts bewilderment, and a hint of resignation. A girl clad in a red, black, and white spider-themed uniform was leisurely hanging upside down from the ceiling, her silky black hair cascading like a waterfall. At that moment, the red mask around her neck had been removed, revealing an exquisitely delicate Asian visage, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, with amber eyes glinting with mischief. The design of her fitted battle attire accentuated her graceful, youthful figure in vivid detail. From Peter's perspective, the bulging top of her uniform appeared to conceal some hidden treasure. However, Peter was devoid of any inclination to appreciate the scene, the lingering dread of his nightmare intertwined with Cindy's sudden appearance, causing a flurry of thoughts to race through his mind. Yet, the most pressing matter was that he instinctively flung back the covers and quickly glanced down, his heart finally settling as he observed that the final bastion of modesty, his pajamas adorned with somewhat juvenile patterns, remained intact. Rubbing his temples, which seemed to throb faintly, he spoke with an air of resignation. "I must say, you are truly elusive. I have moved to this, perfect residence, and yet you have managed to pinpoint my location with such precision. I strongly suggest you consider a career as a private investigator. You would undoubtedly set the standard in the field." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward the chair by the bed, and with a swift motion, a strand of webbing shot forth, retrieving his neatly folded clothes. At this juncture, he paid no heed to any notions of modesty. Turning his back to Cindy, he hastily shed his sweat-soaked pajamas and began to dress. "Listen," Peter said as he donned his t-shirt, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. "Thank you for your assistance yesterday at the Oscorp building with the robots, but..." He fastened his belt and turned to face her, a frown creasing his brow. "I have a question. I distinctly remember closing the window before I went to sleep last night. How did you manage to get in? Have you mastered the art of molecular wall phasing?" After Peter got out of bed, Cindy gracefully descended from the ceiling as if liberated from the force of gravity, landing precisely on his not-so-soft bed. She interlaced her fingers behind her head, reclining leisurely, her long, slender legs, devoid of any excess flesh, casually lifted and swayed gently in the air. "Oh, no need to be polite," Cindy replied with an enigmatic nasal sound, tilting her head as she regarded Peter with an innocent expression. "As for the window, are you quite sure you secured it properly? I encountered no obstacles whatsoever when I came in." Chapter 34. A relieved Cindy. "If you don't believe me, why not check for yourself and see if there are any signs of forced entry?" At this, a playful smirk danced at the corners of her mouth. Peter approached the window, meticulously inspecting the frame and lock, confirming that, as she had claimed, everything was indeed intact, with not even the slightest hint of any new scratches. He nearly forgot about Cindy, who lay on the bed with a mastery of spider silk that surpassed his own. The unlocked window held no significance in the face of her prowess. Reflecting on this, he rubbed his forehead and slowly turned to confront Cindy, who reclined on the bed, her demeanor languid like that of a cat. With a tone of resignation, Peter remarked, "All right, you have the upper hand. However, I must pose a rather personal question. Last night, did we, engage in any indiscreet activities?" Despite his rational mind suggesting the improbability of such an event, his last line of defense still intact and the bed unruffled, he could not resist inquiring, given the unique bond they shared through their spider-like connection. "Hey, relax, Spider Boy," Cindy replied, sitting up and crossing her legs, winking at him. "I must concede, you do resemble the harmless, occasionally intelligent, somewhat handsome, neighborhood techie, quite to my aesthetic liking." However, she raised a finger for emphasis. "I am not the sort of rogue woman who takes advantage of others. Last night, I merely slept in the web hammock I crafted." She gestured towards the gently swaying silk hammock before them, adding, "It felt strangely safe here, much like in the isolation facility." As her words lingered, Peter sensed a sudden heat enveloping the room. To her sensitive spider sense, he emanated an alluring warmth and radiance, akin to a colossal energy lamp. In contrast, she felt like a moth blindly drawn to the flame, instinctively yearning for its warmth. Growing increasingly warm, Cindy hastily sprang from the bed, sidestepping Peter to reach the window. She pushed it open wide, inhaling the cool morning air before continuing. "Besides, Haven T, we already agreed on maintaining a safe distance of over a meter." With her back turned to him, the fresh air dispelled her inner heat, and her voice regained its earlier buoyancy. Peter instinctively stepped back half a pace, ever vigilant of that invisible boundary. He understood that should their distance shrink beneath that perilous threshold, the pheromones could surge forth, wild and uncontrollable. Observing Cindy leaning against the window, he felt a wave of complex remorse wash over him, recalling his actions prior to awakening his memories. "Perhaps I should not have acted so impulsively by taking you from that facility," he said, genuine regret lacing his voice. "At the time, I was solely focused on granting you freedom, unaware that it might thrust you into an even greater peril, especially upon realizing you might be the so-called bride the inheritor family has long sought." What is this bride? What allure does she hold for the inheritor family? Now, he comprehended these questions more profoundly than anyone else. It is precisely for this reason that Peter felt, once again, that his well-intentioned actions had inadvertently ensnared a girl who perhaps could have avoided disaster into the very heart of a more perilous vortex. Alternatively, one might suggest that every Spider-Man across parallel universes has long found himself entangled in this hunting web, intricately woven by the inheritor's family, targeting all spider totems. Upon hearing Peter's words, Cindy turned around, her expression shifting from playful or languid to one of rare resolve. "Peter, do not shoulder all the responsibility alone," she stated clearly and calmly. "In the past, I indeed harbored resentment, fear, feeling like a marked prey. Yet, during my confinement and isolation, and in the days that followed my release, I have come to understand many things." She gazed out at the awakening city, her eyes distant. "Since danger is inescapable, shadowing us throughout our lives, why not turn around and face it with fortitude? Hiding in the shadows, trembling, will not diminish the hunter's interest." After a brief pause, she shifted her gaze back to Peter, a sincere smile gracing her lips, imbued with a sense of relief. "In truth, I should thank you. Had you not risked your safety to rescue me, I might have remained imprisoned in that cold cage for eternity, never to see my family or feel the liberating breeze of the outside world." At that moment, Cindy's smile radiated warmth, more comforting than the winter sun, as if it could dispel all gloom. "Thus, I have come to formally tell you." Cindy took a small step forward, yet prudently halted at a safe distance. "You need not continue to evade me as if I were a plague. New York is vast, and this chaotic city accommodates day-walking warriors like Blade, who slay vampires by night, and tolerates vigilantes like the Punisher, who enforces the ultimate solution with heavy firepower. If it can allow Daredevil, that red-clad guardian, to roam freely, why can't it also make space for another strand of my web?" Her tone was laced with pride and challenge. "Moreover, I have secured a job, quite a splendid one, where I can, like you, protect this city while nurturing my own family." Stealing a glance at Peter, who still maintained a cautious distance, Cindy's sweet smile briefly flickered with an imperceptible hint of melancholy, though she quickly masked it with an exaggerated gesture of open arms, feigning a desire for an embrace. With a playful twinkle in her captivating eyes, she teased, "So, Peter, as a friend and a future ally, shouldn't you grant me a hug as a token of friendship and congratulations?" "Wow," Peter exclaimed, as though jolted by an electric current, propelling himself backward and effortlessly adhering to the ceiling with limbs akimbo. "Congratulations, Cindy. That is indeed splendid news. However, I believe there are myriad ways to express congratulations, perhaps through verbal praise or a letter. An embrace, such an overly effusive gesture, might be best avoided. After all, distance breeds beauty, does it not? This is a truth we have nearly validated through our tumultuous experiences." Observing Peter's exaggerated reaction, Cindy couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, retracting her arm with a hint of annoyance. All right, relax, partner. Do I appear to be serious? It was merely a jest, a test of your reflexes. At this rate, your responses could rival that of a spider." She feigned nonchalance, shrugging lightly, her gaze wandering around the room until it settled on an old, dust-laden spider web hanging at an angle above her. Rising onto her toes, she deftly plucked a remaining strand of silk from it, twisting it in her palm. "Now let's discuss something of importance, Peter. I have been endeavoring to develop an inhibitor, specifically designed to curb the uncontrolled impulses that arise between us spiders due to pheromones." She raised her gaze, locking eyes with Peter, who was suspended from the ceiling. "You, Peter Parker, are a genius acknowledged even by esteemed professors like Otto Octavius and Kurt Connors. I believe you wouldn't mind carving out a sliver of your precious time in your busy schedule to assist this novice in the realm of biology, would you?" Peter, hanging from the ceiling, paused momentarily before regaining his composure. He released his grip, executing a graceful backflip to land firmly on the ground, his right hand instinctively resting on the back of his head as a signature humble smile graced his face. "Hey, my earlier reaction was merely in support of your performance. As for the pheromone inhibitor," his smile faded, his expression growing serious. "To be honest, I am still quite inexperienced in this area. But I do have a friend who is an expert. He should be able to help." Cindy's words reminded him that while he might not be able to alter their cursed biological instincts for the moment, he could endeavor to combat it scientifically, creating a switch akin to Dr. Octopus's control over his tentacles. With Dr. Connors, a leading expert in genetic biology, available for consultation, Peter felt a surge of confidence. Now, with the equally brilliant Cindy's assistance, this project might not be as fanciful as it initially seemed. As long as you don't mind that I, as a novice, might complicate things, Peter's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, I would be more than happy to serve as your assistant. Then it's settled, Cindy replied, rubbing her fingertips together and flicking the strand of silk away. As dawn approached, the room's brightness grew increasingly evident, and her gaze inadvertently swept over Peter's chaotic space. The open wardrobe was crammed with crumpled spider suits, books precariously stacked on the shelf, and the table strewn with camera parts and half-eaten sandwich wrappers, causing Cindy to frown. But before we proceed, she pointed at the disastrous scene before her, a teasing tone lacing her words. Shouldn't you first attend to your room, which resembles a recycling depot? The good neighbor of New York City has apprehended so many criminals and saved the world on countless occasions. Surely, you can spare a few minutes to tidy up your own space? Oh, my apologies. Peter resembled a schoolboy caught in a moment of mischief, hastily rearranging his bed, folding the blankets into neat squares, while meticulously aligning the books on the shelf. Hey, I'm merely jesting. There's no need to be so flustered, Cindy remarked, observing Peter's frantic movements. Her tone softened as she muttered under her breath, her voice barely audible. Eventually, someone will come along to assist you with these trivial matters. She turned away, gazing out the window once more. The skies of New York City were brightening rapidly, the dawn painting the clouds in splendid shades of orange and red. The weather promised to be delightful today. Stretching languidly, her perfect silhouette illuminated in the morning light, she declared, I know, Peter. You surely don't require my help with the cleaning, so I shall indulge in my breakfast now. See you at the Daily Bugle later. The Daily Bugle? Peter inquired, returning the book on molecular physics to its rightful place, momentarily pausing, bewildered as he glanced at Cindy perched on the windowsill. Wait, how did you know I was headed to the Bugle next? The moment the question escaped his lips, he realized it was rather foolish. His role as a photographer for the Daily Bugle, while not common knowledge, was hardly a secret. Given Cindy's intellect and their previous collaboration on the robotics incident, it was not surprising she could deduce it. What I meant to say, he quickly corrected himself. Are you also going to the Bugle? For what purpose? Cindy smirked, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. With a playful hum, she blinked her expressive eyes and teased, You'll find out when we meet. Isn't it more intriguing to maintain a bit of mystery? As she poised one foot outside the window, she suddenly turned back, as if recalling something important. Oh, regarding that radioactive spider that bit us, it surely wasn't a black widow. So you can rest easy. Even if something indescribable were to happen, I would never consume your brain afterward to gain some strange nourishment. As soon as the words left her lips, she leaped from the fifth-floor window, her slender figure tracing a graceful arc in the sunlight, disappearing after a few elegant swings. Peter stood frozen, convinced that Cindy had entirely misconstrued his nightmares of being hunted by Morlin, the totemic predator, which involved brain consumption, a matter entirely distinct from being devoured by a female spider. Furthermore, how could a sweet and charming girl like Cindy possibly harbor such a peculiar taste for devouring Spider-Man? It was simply implausible. With her cherry red lips, she would likely struggle to take a substantial bite of a banana, let alone only a family of heirs, with their grotesque and terrifying obsession with hunting animal totems, would possess such a sickening and horrifying proclivity for siphoning the power of spider totems. Spider-Man is a human, not a true arthropod. Of course, exceptions like Pigman aside. Imagining Spider-Man laid out on a platter, accompanied by exquisite cutlery. The mere thought of how to partake in such a spectacle sent his stomach churning and his hairs standing on end. Despite his awareness that the true power of the totem consumed by the heir family was not, in a literal sense, the devouring of flesh and blood, he could not help but feel a visceral disgust arising from his primal instincts as Spider-Man. After bidding farewell to Cindy, Peter glanced up at the wall clock emblazoned with Spider-Man's visage, its hands clearly indicating 6:25 a.m. Fortunately, it was still early. He had ample time to complete his morning ablutions in the communal bathroom before heading to his favorite hot dog stand in Midtown Manhattan, where he could relish the delectable hot dogs he had enjoyed since high school. Following this, he intended to present the exhilarating photographs he had captured the previous night at the Daily Bugle to receive his due recompense. As for Mr. Jameson's notion of rest, that was foreign to a Peter who was not in want of money. Truth be told, perhaps I could adopt a different mindset, emulate Batman's approach, and secure my first pot of gold from the street thugs, embarking on a journey of self-made success. Peter shook his head, perplexed by his sudden inclination towards certain aspects of Batman's methods. Chapter 35, Spider-Man's idol is Batman. By the way, Cindy had just mentioned that she had found a decent job and was waiting for him at the Daily Bugle. He murmured to himself, his brow furrowing slightly, sensing an inexplicable connection between the two. Yet, the moment the thought of Cindy working at the Bugle crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. Though Cindy had been a genius girl with photographic memory before being bitten by the radioactive spider, Peter harbored deep doubts about her ability to secure a position at the Daily Bugle. After all, even he, a contributor of numerous exclusive and explosive photographs, had yet to gain a formal position there, merely a freelancer who could be cast aside at any moment. According to Jonah Jameson's famed capitalist adage, the Daily Bugle does not harbor idlers. This is not a daycare. Want a comfortable job, stable salary, afternoon tea, and paid vacations? Sure, go home and tend to your children, or try your luck at Stark Industries. The notion of Cindy working at the Bugle was utterly implausible unless she could produce value that satisfied Jameson. Shrugging his shoulders, Peter refrained from immediately stepping out to the washroom. Instead, he first checked the homemade listening device he had set aside, since the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent next door had not returned all night. He no longer needed to skulk around his own home like a thief, muffling every sound. Now, he could freely inspect his little gadget without concern for eavesdroppers. As the playback function of the listening device activated, the internal police communications from the previous night began to echo in his ears. However, TSK, Peter clicked his tongue, his fingertips gently tapping against the metallic casing of the device. The background noise was nearing the cacophony of a garbage truck symphony in Hell's Kitchen. The recording played on, yet the signal was exceedingly unstable, filled with the crackling hiss of static and intermittent skips. The listening device, apart from being a malfunctioning recorder, consisted of cheap components he had procured, resulting in diminished performance due to low costs. After a month of operation, the emergence of such quality issues was rather commendable. Pressing the fast-forward key, Peter promptly closed his eyes, directing his complete concentration towards his auditory senses. His extraordinary perception, bestowed upon him by a radioactive spider and a wolverine, began to operate at full capacity. Not only was his hearing amplified, but his brain functioned like a supercomputer, filtering, analyzing, and reassembling the chaotic audio signals. Sounds typically indistinguishable to the average ear, mingled with overwhelming noise, became to him as if the slow-motion button had been engaged. Every syllable was captured and deciphered with clarity. After 5 minutes, he abruptly pressed the pause button. It seemed he would need to find time to visit the abandoned warehouse of Osborne Industries. Rubbing his forehead, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm, contemplating the pile of discarded items from Stark Industries. Surely, this contraption required an upgrade. If it continued like this, his brain would surely revolt. As his mind organized the information gleaned from the fragmented audio, he realized that the useful data was scant. Most of it comprised the mundane occurrences of the New York police's nightly patrols, such as a drug-addled individual mimicking Michael Jackson in the heart of Times Square, a drunken stripper mistaking a police car for a taxi, and various reports of shoplifting. These incidents were quintessential elements of the melting pot that is New York, and Peter had long ceased to be surprised. As he played the final segment of the recording, he pressed the play button once more. Suddenly, the communication frequency and tone shifted dramatically. All units, attention. Emergency alert from the prison. Repeat, state prison emergency alert. Inmate number 734 has been confirmed escaped and is extremely dangerous. Lock down surrounding areas and request assistance. Good grief. How did he manage that? Amid the communication, the unmistakable sound of urgent police sirens indicated that this escape was no trivial matter. Just yesterday, King had escaped from Rikers Island, and now, early this morning, yet another prison incident was unfolding. New York's prisons had seemingly become a haven for criminals, as if they all possessed VIP cards to enter and exit at will. Peter's tone dripped with irony as he recalled a similar past experience. The very same criminal he had incarcerated, awaiting legal judgment, had repeatedly escaped from prison, continuing to wreak havoc upon the city. At that moment, an absurd notion took root in his mind. He began to wonder if it were akin to a movie plot, with high IQ criminals infiltrating the police academy, sending their subordinates for training, and emerging as undercover agents in the police department or prison. Otherwise, how could prison breaks become a mere commonplace occurrence? Criminals seemed to regard prisons with disdain, which not only posed a public safety concern, but also represented a significant issue for Spider-Man. The escaped felons harbored a profound enmity towards Spider-Man, the very figure who sought to apprehend them. In the past, Peter had paid little heed to such unfavorable circumstances, but now, for the sake of his loved ones and his own safety, he felt an urgent need to rectify the situation. He realized he must endeavor to instill a sense of fear in certain particularly obstinate and dangerous individuals regarding the world beyond the high walls of their confinement. He aimed to make them believe that, in comparison to the special attention of Spider-Man, remaining within the confines of prison Clinging to their small plots of land until the end of their days would be a form of mercy. What a dark thought, Parker. He muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Yet achieving this would be as challenging as persuading Mr. Jameson to publicly acknowledge Spider-Man as a hero. Fortunately, someone had already illuminated a path for him. The Dark Knight of Gotham, Batman. Surely, emulating his methods wouldn't be too difficult? Peter instinctively thought of this man, who wielded fear as a weapon, etching his image deep into the souls of every criminal, becoming their nightly nightmare. It was inevitable, Peter sighed, always returning to thoughts of Batman. But what could he do? In the recesses of his awakened memories, the young man, known as Maki on Earth, was a fervent admirer of the Gotham Bat. To say he was a fan of Batman was an understatement. The bond was profoundly entrenched. Both adhered to a no-kill principle, yet their methods of combating crime diverged significantly. He couldn't help but ponder what it would be like if Batman were to assume the mantle of Spider-Man. Just then, as Peter's thoughts drifted further afield, a strange noise emanated from beneath the workbench, pulling his focus back. He concentrated on the source of the sound, observing the alloy and plastic shell encasing the meteorite suffering severe deformation from an impact. As he prepared to reach for it, another loud bang echoed, and a large hole appeared in the outer sphere, from which a small mass of black material began to seep out. The symbiote elongated, its protruding tendrils seemingly reaching out to caress his hand, prompting Peter to instinctively retract. Curiously, at the moment he was about to make contact with the symbiote, his spider sense provided no warning whatsoever. Chapter 36. On Spider-Man's attraction to the symbiote, this was exceedingly unusual. His spider sense had seldom failed him, whether confronted by extraterrestrial beings or lethal hostility. Did this symbiote originate from a distant planet? Or was it inherently unique, perhaps immune to spider sense like the inheritors? Or did it genuinely harbor no ill intent towards him? Hey, he began after a brief moment of contemplation, striving to sound calm and amicable. Listen, buddy, I know you possess self-awareness, and the floor isn't a suitable habitat for you. Until I find you a proper new abode that won't induce panic, it would be best for you to return to your little nest, all right? He cautiously extended his hand, poised to shoot a web to contain the escaping symbiote back within its damaged vessel. However, in the next moment, his actions came to an abrupt halt. He observed that the black fluid no longer exhibited the vitality and aggression it had when first discovered the previous night. At this moment, it appeared lethargic, resembling a stagnant pool of murky water. The tendrils, which had recently attempted to ensnare him, now languidly drooped as if all its energy had been utterly exhausted. Its surface color seemed to have dulled, losing that profound and exquisite blackness. It dawned on Peter that an isolated symbiote could not survive for long. It required specific chemicals from its host, such as phenethylamine and adrenaline, to sustain its existence. The realization struck him like a chill. It was not merely sulking. It was on the brink of starvation. It was evident that it had not appeared in such a state when it first detached from the meteorite. The destruction of the meteorite had rendered the internal environment inhospitable for the symbiote's survival. In other words, it had been deprived of vital nutrients for far too long. What to do? He quickly scanned his room, recognizing that he had no small kittens, puppies, or white mice for it to parasitize, nor any chocolate. As for living humans, Peter instinctively touched his head, knowing that a human brain was a veritable feast for a symbiote. However, he could only part with one head, which he was unwilling to relinquish. Just as he pondered whether to venture out and procure some chocolate for the symbiote, the limp creature on the floor seemed to sense the man's desire to assist it, gathering a faint semblance of strength. Its viscous body rippled, laboriously forming a tendril once more. This time, instead of wrapping around Peter, the tip of the tendril morphed slightly into an arrow-like shape, pointing directly at him. Me? Peter was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. Well, he had suspected that Spider-Man's allure to the symbiote was perhaps even stronger than Deadpool's. However, allowing an alien entity that thrived on parasitism to enter his body sounded akin to the opening scene of a low-budget sci-fi horror film, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. He was acutely aware of how the first Spider-Man had transformed into a tyrant after being bonded with the symbiote, compelled to cast shadows in others' eyes. Yet, could he stand idly by as a life faded before him due to hunger? Perhaps he could not. Moreover, the symbiote in its origin story was not necessarily malevolent. While it amplifies the darker aspects of its host, it is also influenced by them. In the tale of the first Spider-Man, the symbiote, drawn to the shadows within Spider-Man's heart, was eventually discarded after magnifying his negative emotions, breeding hatred, and ultimately merging with Eddie Brock, a journalist equally resentful of Spider-Man, to become the formidable adversary, Venom. But what if the parasitism occurred within the relatively stable psyche of the young Spider-Man? A bold thought began to take root in Peter's mind. The influence between the symbiote and its host is reciprocal. If the host can maintain lucidity, harnessing his own will and guiding the symbiote with sound principles, might he not avert a dark future? Perhaps the Dark King could transform into the White King. At worst, his attire might merely shift to a pure black, followed by a scathing critique from Mr. Jameson in the Daily Bugle. He is well aware of the methods to handle the symbiote and harbors no fear of becoming a notorious villain in New York after its parasitic embrace. After much contemplation, Peter took a deep breath and resolved that he could not stand idly by in the face of despair. "Well, I hope you won't disappoint me," he declared, extending his previously withdrawn hand once more. "Let us see." He chose to grant this nameless symbiote a chance, as well as himself. As if responding to his decision, the previously limp symbiote suddenly surged with vitality, akin to a revival. It exerted all its remaining strength, wrapping around Peter's outstretched arm with the urgency of a vine thirsting for dew. The sensation was cold and slick, yet not repulsive. From the symbiote's unique perspective, from the moment it encircled Peter's arm, the relentless coldness and darkness that enveloped it began to recede like a retreating tide. A warm, radiant light emerged within its vision, dispelling all chill and solitude. As time passed, the brilliance intensified, ultimately coalescing into a human-like silhouette. It sensed the formidable life force within the other, imbued with warmth. The luminous figure approached, as if beckoning. So much light. For the first time, the symbiote's body, long tormented by cold and weakness, experienced such pure and comforting warmth. Like a traveler who has wandered the desert for eons finally beholding an oasis, the symbiote followed its most primal and instinctual need, beginning to ascend along Peter's arm. According to the established patterns practiced by the symbiote race across countless planets and hosts, when they unite with a new host, they gain and amplify the host's abilities, sharing all memories, emotions, and secrets. This is a mutually permeable and influential process. The host alters the symbiote, while the symbiote enhances certain traits of the host. However, this time, the process deviated. It could draw near to the figure formed from the host's life and spirit, yet it could never truly penetrate within. It was as though the light was not only a source of warmth, but also an impenetrable barrier, safeguarding the host's innermost thoughts from intrusion. The symbiote could distinctly feel the unreserved warmth and goodwill emanating from the light, which provided reassurance. Yet the inability to engage in profound memory sharing left it with a sense of perplexity. Born from the abyss of the cosmos, these dark entities harbor an innate aversion, even a profound fear, towards most sources of illumination. Sound waves and fiery heat inflict upon them excruciating agony. Yet, the radiant light before them not only brings no discomfort, but draws them closer like a magnet, enveloping them in an unprecedented sense of comfort and fulfillment. In truth, the symbiotic entity is not the first to encounter this colossal emblem of hope and future. Long ago, during its time at the Arcali Institute, Professor X experienced it firsthand, which is why he spoke of Peter as a beacon of hope and future, though Peter himself remained oblivious to this significance. As the black symbiote gradually fused with Peter's cells, it swiftly cast aside the trivial anomaly, completely immersed in an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Bathed in the light, it felt akin to a severely withered sponge suddenly plunged into a boundless ocean brimming with vitality. Strength surged back at an unprecedented pace, even more potent than at any moment of its inception. A profound and fulfilling sensation enveloped it, one it had never known since its birth. The exquisite bliss nearly rendered it faint, and deep within, it cried out that this was the perfect host it had traversed the starry seas and countless light years to find. No matter what the future held, it vowed never to depart. "Hello, you are the symbiote, correct? I know you can hear me. Do you feel better now?" A clear, gentle voice resonated directly within its core consciousness. The symbiote, initially poised to feign silence in order to remain within this perfect vessel indefinitely, found itself unable to maintain its quietude. Deep within the consciousness link, the once blurred figure of light gradually sharpened, returning to the size of an ordinary human. It was a young man clad in a red and blue spider suit, strikingly handsome, radiating a gentle scholarly aura, with eyes that sparkled like stars, seemingly holding the mysteries of the universe within them. His warm and all-seeing gaze appeared capable of piercing through all facades, illuminating the darkest recesses. The symbiote understood that to retain this exquisite sense of fullness and truly remain here, it must respond, must utter something. "Even if you remain silent, I already know." The voice echoed again, imbued with a knowing smile. "It seems you have recovered quite well." Through the bond of consciousness, the symbiote presented a unique image to Peter, not as a terrifying monster or a puddle of black goo, but rather as a coal-like entity huddled in a corner, exuding a certain pitiable charm. Speaking of Cole, it reminded Peter of Coleball, a genuine 5 black dog he and Gwen had adopted from a stray animal shelter during their high school days. With its glossy black fur, dark eyes, black nose, black paws, and black tongue, it resembled a small Coleball, round and adorably clumsy during its youth. As it matured, it became imposing, loyal, and courageous. Alas, 6 months prior, it departed from them forever due to a severe parasitic infection. The image of the symbiote that Peter beheld was reminiscent of the small Cole-like creature crouching in the corner, awaiting nourishment or comfort. This was not born out of a lack of respect for this extraterrestrial being. On the contrary, the Cole-like creature had been one of his closest companions, harboring numerous warm memories. In a fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind. If the symbiote had been present then, residing within the Cole-like creature, those abhorrent parasites might have been devoured in turn. However, Peter quickly recognized the peril in such a notion. After all, many would view the symbiote itself as an exceptionally unique parasite. To employ one parasite against another? This idea bore a peculiar allure. He silently hoped this dangerous thought would remain undiscovered as he endeavored to convey the utmost goodwill to the symbiotic form resembling his beloved Cole-like friend. Extending his hand toward the dark figure in the corner, a gesture crafted from light materialized before it, a friendly salutation. If you don't mind, let us make acquaintance. Peter's consciousness resonated gently and clearly. I am Peter Parker. In that moment of reaching out, a small, exquisitely delicate spider, enveloped in warm light, emerged from Peter's being, gracefully merging with the crouching symbiote. From that instant onward, a deeper connection was forged. The symbiote's memories of its new host were no longer a blank slate, though unable to penetrate the core. It began to perceive fragmented memories, a red and blue figure repeatedly rescuing people throughout the city. The ink-black form of the symbiote appeared infused with vitality as it lifted its head, altering its previously crouched position to rise slowly like a great bear, revealing its towering, muscular silhouette. It opened its mouth, exposing rows of razor-sharp, stark white teeth, while a crimson tongue emerged, licking across its fangs. Then the corners of its mouth stretched wide, forming an enormous, exaggerated, and somewhat terrifying smile. Do not misunderstand. This was not an intention to devour. In the culture of the symbiote species, displaying teeth and tongue to a recognized host or companion, manifesting such a fierce expression, is their way of expressing friendliness, trust, and acceptance. A benevolent yet polite smile, at least in their eyes, is perceived as such. Perhaps due to their nascent fusion, Peter miraculously comprehended the goodwill concealed behind that fearsome grin. Wow! Peter mused within his consciousness, his tone tinged with incredulity. This innocent smile was indeed quite amiable. Maintaining his outstretched hand, he continued, from this moment forth, we shall consider ourselves acquainted. I believe you will become one of my dearest friends. So, my friend, do you possess a name of your own? The towering symbiote stood upright, creating a striking contrast against Peter, who, of ordinary human stature, appeared diminutive in its presence, a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale, akin to Annie and the giant bear. Yet, when inquired about its name, this formidable dark entity revealed a flicker of childlike confusion and bewilderment in its fierce, elongated eyes. It bore no name, adrift in the cosmos, merely an unnamed existence. Peter grasped this truth as he gazed upon the immense black figure before him. Almost identical to the memory of Venom. A name slipped from his lips. Venom, how about that? He tentatively suggested, offering an explanation that spiders and venom are a natural match, as most spiders subdue their prey with venom. It sounded rather cool, did it not? Aware of his own modest aptitude for naming, Peter refrained from dubbing it Coleball and instead solemnly conferred upon the symbiote the powerful and perilous name that rightfully belonged to it. This venom was no longer merely a vengeful entity born from Eddie Brock's and the symbiote's shared hatred for Spider-Man. It resembled a symbiotic relationship found in nature. The spider and venom, interdependent, each fulfilling their needs to coexist. The name echoed within the consciousness of the symbiote, instilling a sense of empowerment and an extraordinary connection with its new host, the spider. An unprecedented sense of self-identity erupted within its essence. Venom. I have a new name. I am Venom. The once unnamed symbiote had officially evolved into the existence of Venom, and it turned to its host, displaying that iconic, innocent, yet chillingly large smile. Chapter 38. Together we become super. The initial encounter with the extraterrestrial symbiote Venom unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Peter discovered that communicating with this celestial companion was considerably easier than reasoning with the obstinate old editor Jameson of the Daily Bugle. Of course, the symbiote was accompanied by a series of crises, such as the potential arrival of other symbiotes that followed it to Earth. as well as the looming threat of the symbiote god orchestrating events from behind the scenes, a significant dilemma. Through the memories shared by Venom, he confirmed that Null indeed existed within this universe and that Venom was not alone in its journey to Earth. It had other companions. However, Peter was already burdened by enough troubles and did not mind the prospect of a few more. Moreover, even if he were to refuse Venom's parasitism, it was still highly likely that Null would extend its malevolent grasp towards Earth, and this was not solely Venom's fault. These matters felt distant to Peter. What he needed to consider now was establishing ground rules with Venom. A dietary habit of decapitating others at whim could only be embraced by a madman without psychological burden. Listen, buddy, there are some things we must clarify in advance. As Peter recalled Venom's pertinent memories, he engaged in a dialogue with the enormous black figure within the realm of consciousness. I am aware of your symbiotic kind, who at times may require additional nutrients due to insufficient sustenance provided by the host, such as those rich in phenylethylamine and adrenaline. He carefully chose his words, attempting to render this topic less macabre. Human brains? Or perhaps chocolate, an energy-dense food that you might not be familiar with, reputedly containing similar components. Subsequently, Peter took the initiative to express his stance. Indulging in chocolate is perfectly acceptable. Although my wallet may protest, I can still stock up during supermarket sales. However, consuming human heads is absolutely out of the question, at least not in my presence. The venomous entity within the realm of consciousness felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing that human heads were off-limits, not out of concern for nutritional supplementation, but rather due to its discovery that the peculiar growths on human shoulders were indeed quite fragrant. Sensing the creature's melancholic disposition, Peter expressed his sincere apologies. I am truly sorry, my friend. You must understand that for a person with a conventional moral compass like mine, the notion is rather too grotesque to fathom. Simply envisioning that scenario is unbearable. Spider-Man swinging between skyscrapers while munching on the head of some unfortunate criminal? New York would be teetering on the brink of collective insanity, and the Daily Bugle would undoubtedly proclaim Spider-Man as a man-eating demon on its front page. The vast black consciousness tilted its head, its elongated white eyes blinking as it directly conveyed its thoughts to Peter. Unnecessary. Those are inferior supplements required only by subpar hosts. You, Peter Parker, possess a robust physique, radiating energy akin to a miniature sun. As long as I remain bonded to you, the naturally occurring, ceaselessly circulating nutrients within you are entirely sufficient for my survival and development. This was undoubtedly an unforeseen, yet anticipated delight. Peter nearly whistled in joy. Not only did this imply that he need not divert his thoughts towards acquiring chocolate when confronting criminals, but it also signified a considerable saving in his daily expenses. My friend, your words bring me immense joy, Peter exclaimed earnestly. This was not a matter of stinginess, but rather a necessity dictated by reality. As a student who must procure materials for crafting equipment, pay rent, and occasionally support others, every penny must be judiciously spent. Upon regaining his composure, Peter recognized that he should have anticipated this. When the host is sufficiently powerful, the symbiotic relationship flourishes primarily through the nourishment and enhancement provided by the host. Conversely, if the host is too feeble, the symbiote must reciprocate by fortifying the host's physical capabilities for its own long-term survival, often resulting in substantial burdens and even compromising the host's health. Eddie Brock, a vivid memory, served as a prime example. When Venom was bonded to the ordinary reporter Eddie, it resulted in severe organ damage, necessitating frequent energy replenishment through the consumption of brains or chocolate. The parasitic entity that resides within Spider-Man encounters none of these issues. Enhanced by the radioactive spider, Spider-Man possesses a superhuman physique, with a metabolic rate, adrenaline levels, and biochemical activity far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, having acquired the abilities of Wolverine and X-23, his body is further fortified, rendering him an ideal host for a symbiotic organism that requires specific chemical substances for survival. If we set aside Deadpool's curse of immortality bestowed by Thanos, both Wolverine and Deadpool can be categorized similarly, having gained Wolverine's abilities. He can now be regarded as a hybrid of Spider-Man and Deadpool. Thus, it is I who sustain you, Peter murmured to himself, a peculiar sense of accomplishment washing over him. Focusing inward, he began to introspect his own body. After acquiring that subtle telekinetic ability down to the molecular level, he discovered an unprecedented precision in his self-awareness. He could observe the functioning of his internal organs, the flow of blood, and even the minute activities at the cellular level. On a macro scale, everything in the universe is composed of molecules, and humans are no exception. Possessing the ability to manipulate at the molecular level, in a sense, equates to having the foundation for both X-ray vision and introspection of one's own molecular structure. His telekinesis acted as an invisible sensor, relaying real-time feedback of his internal state to his brain, confirming that his heart was robustly beating, his lungs efficiently exchanging gases, and his liver and kidneys detoxifying normally. With no signs of abnormality due to the venom's parasitism, Peter felt a profound sense of relief. This symbiotic relationship, at present, appeared healthy and mutually beneficial. After this introspective examination, his thoughts wandered to Iceman Bobby, a mutant capable of complete elemental transformation, an Omega-level mutant. Iceman's mastery of his abilities also reached a molecular precision, enabling him to switch freely between flesh and element. If mutant abilities can attain such molecular manipulation, a question emerged in his mind. Why could one not pursue deeper genetic recombination as discussed by Dr. Connors in his genetic studies? According to the theory that everything is molecular, once mastery of an ability reaches molecular precision, theoretically, one possesses the potential to alter the very foundation of matter. The ability to embody all things may sound mythical, yet at least within the realms of biology and chemistry, many objects composed of specific molecular structures should be susceptible to simulation or even transformation. With this thought, Peter couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Peter, you have yet to fully transcend your own corporeal form, and you are already fantasizing about the divine ability to embody all things? Truly, you are taking strides too grand, risking entanglement with the web. He focused his mind, drawing his attention back to reality. Having touched the threshold of molecular-level power with his mental prowess, he knew he must master this strength more effectively and gradually grow stronger. He once again immersed his consciousness in the connection with Venom, extending a heartfelt invitation to the dark companion nestled quietly beneath the radiance of his life. Venom, at last. We are truly friends, so let us become stronger together. Let us become more super. Though these words were meant to be uplifting, Peter's thoughts shifted as he suddenly realized that he and Venom shared a remarkable commonality in one regard. Setting aside other matters, they both possessed a profound understanding of failure. Over the past 3 years, the Daily Bugle had declared Spider-Man's death on its front page more than once, with imaginative and varied accounts of his demise. Some claimed he had been blown into the river by the Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs. Others reported he succumbed to poison from the Vulture's gas. There were even tales of his accidental death at the hands of inept bank robbers. Of course, he was still alive, rendering such rumors utterly baseless. As for Venom, if Peter recalled correctly, within the symbiote community, it was often seen as the other Peter Parker, frequently bullied and ostracized. Stronger? Super? Upon receiving these two concepts, Venom fell into a brief silence. Since it had grasped the meanings of those words, they had never seemed to resonate with its existence. In human terms, they simply did not exist in its lexicon. On that cold, desolate homeworld, its kin's assessments of it were rife with terms like useless, weak, and unworthy. It had long grown accustomed to struggling at the bottom of the hierarchy. Could it truly become a little stronger and a little more super? Venom harbored deep skepticism. Yet, it could distinctly sense the nearly overflowing determination emanating from its host, Peter Parker. That radiance was so warm and resolute that it gradually began to inspire a flicker of something new within Venom. An infinitesimal, unprecedented desire quietly took root deep within its consciousness. Super Spider, Super Venom. Ultimately, it fused these concepts together and transmitted them. Let us become super together. Meanwhile, in the Brooklyn district of New York, near the intersection of two filthy streets, a rusted manhole cover was slowly being pushed open from below. The grating sound of metal scraping against the ground was jarring and abrupt. Two men, clad in ill-fitting, dirt-stained flannel shirts, nimbly emerged from beneath the battered chassis of a dilapidated truck, seizing the opportunity while no one was watching. Ha ha ha! Cletus Kasady, bursting forth, eagerly leaned against the truck, arms outstretched, head tilted back, greedily inhaling the fresh air of freedom before erupting into laughter. His laughter was hoarse and distorted, imbued with a morbid delight. No cage could contain the slaughter. He roared towards the overcast sky. Citizens of New York, your new master has returned once more. Are you prepared to embrace the next revelry? He inhaled deeply, a look of intoxication gracing his face as he savored the familiar sense of automobile exhaust, the aroma of decaying refuse, and the authentic stench emanating from the sewers, a truly nostalgic experience. At that moment, he noticed another man, who had emerged alongside him, silently preparing to depart. Hey, Flint, Cassidy called out, his tongue licking over his lips in dissatisfaction. I went through great lengths to extricate you from that hellhole. Not for you to wander aimlessly like a lost lamb. Our venture has only just begun. Flint Marco halted in his tracks, not turning back, but responding in his characteristic monotone. I'm on a different path, Cassidy. He paused momentarily, adding in an unruffled tone, "But thank you for getting me out." With that, he hesitated no longer, his towering figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows around the street corner. "TSK, what an ungrateful, ill-mannered fellow," Cassidy muttered, watching Flint disappear, his lips curling in disdain, devoid of any expression of disappointment. "Forget it. Staying with someone who lacks an appreciation for art will only diminish my Slaughter's intellect and taste." His intention in rescuing these individuals was never to form a criminal brotherhood. Rather, he sought to make the city more chaotic, more frenzied, transforming it into an amusement park suitable for his artistic expression. Chaos, after all, is the finest breeding ground for malevolence. His gaze then aimlessly swept across the street, ultimately resting on a somewhat weathered poster affixed to a utility pole. It depicted a red and blue-clad Spider-Man striking a classic pose. Fixating on that figure, Cassidy involuntarily recalled the last time he faced a significant setback because of that female hero. A fervent desire, almost consuming his very soul, surged from the darkest recesses of his heart. "Power. I need greater power," he hissed under his breath, his fingers clenched tightly. Without formidable strength, he would never be able to confront those self-righteous individuals. Perhaps there was someone he could collaborate with. Cassidy bent down, retrieving a crumpled, rain-soaked newspaper from the ground. The front page featuring a photograph of a burly man, bald and wearing sunglasses. Gazing upon that imposing face, a sinister yet anticipatory grin spread across Cassidy's lips. "It's decided then, Wilson Fisk." He crumpled the newspaper tightly in his grasp before striding purposefully towards the district ominously known as Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 39. A Regulated Existence High. "Peter, good morning." Having just reached a preliminary consensus with his newfound internal companion and completed his ablutions in the communal bathroom, Peter emerged, enveloped in a veil of steam and a refreshing sense of renewal, only to collide with his landlord, Mr. Dickovich. This middle-aged man, slightly portly and perpetually clad in loose-fitting pajamas, stood at the threshold of his open door, his face radiating a rugged warmth. "Good morning, Mr. Dickovich." Peter greeted with a polite smile, his gaze then drifting to the blonde girl beside the landlord, who was holding a tray of food. "Good morning, Miss Karen." In the next instant, his attention was drawn to the cacophony emanating from the old television set behind the two, where a live broadcast was unfolding. The backdrop featured the foreboding entrance of a prison, its cold steel lines illuminated by the swirling lights of police sirens, creating an atmosphere of grim tension. A reporter, microphone in hand, was delivering a rapid-fire account of a prison break. In the background, thick plumes of black smoke billowed, while news helicopters and police choppers hovered like enormous metallic hummingbirds, patrolling the area and heightening the sense of urgency. "I knew it." Mr. Dickovich chuckled with a sense of triumph, having noticed Peter's rapt attention. "You always have a knack for these matters. Don't just stand out there. Come in and watch with us. If you have no objection to pizza for breakfast, we can enjoy it while we chat. This is freshly baked by my darling daughter Karen, and I swear by my beard that it tastes every bit as delightful as those pricey specialty shops." Peter did not respond immediately. His focus was entirely captured by a sudden image that flashed on the television screen. A figure, indistinct yet strikingly recognizable, clad in a signature Black Skull t-shirt and wielding heavy weaponry, emerged amidst the chaos near the prison. It was the Punisher, Frank Castle. Noticing Peter's intense gaze fixed on the television, Karen, who had not yet received an answer to her invitation, instinctively assumed he was hesitant about the pizza. She quickly raised the tray, her cheeks flushed, her voice tinged with a note of urgency and barely concealed shyness. "Mr. Parker, I didn't just bake pizza this morning. I also made blueberry muffins and fried bacon. You can choose whatever you like." The girl's earnest gaze was fixed on Peter, her eyes almost pleading, as if to convey that she would gladly prepare anything he desired. Peter snapped back from the image of the Punisher, sniffing slightly. The tantalizing aroma of cheese and toasted bread wafted through the air, undeniably tempting. However, the bond between Spider-Man and hot dogs was indelible, and he surmised that Mr. Glenn at the hot dog stand had likely prepared a delicious offering in advance. He immediately displayed a somewhat apologetic, sunny smile and complimented Karen, saying, "The aroma of this pizza is absolutely delightful. Undoubtedly, it tastes as exquisite as Mr. Dickovich claimed. However, it is rather unfortunate that I just remembered I have some urgent matters to attend to and cannot stay to savor it. I truly appreciate your kindness, Miss Karen and Mr. Dickovich." "Oh, what a pity," Mr. Dickovich shrugged, seemingly accustomed to the young tenant's air of mystery and busyness. He no longer held back, seizing a large, steaming slice of pizza, and began to chew contentedly. Watching Peter's retreating figure as he entered his own room, Karen felt a fleeting pang of disappointment. Yet, that was soon replaced by the sweetness of Peter's earlier praise, stirring a gentle joy within her. After all, he had commended her culinary skills. It was a rather commendable start, was it not? As the modern metropolis of New York basked in the increasingly fervent morning light, a red and blue figure, perhaps delayed but never truly absent, began to dance through the skyline like a series of jubilant musical notes. With fluid motions akin to instinct, the figure soared gracefully between the towering edifices, tracing beautiful parabolas in the air. The sunlight gleamed upon the glass facades, reflecting dazzling rays while simultaneously casting Spider-Man's shadow upon the polished surfaces and sweeping over the bustling streets below. "Look, it's Spider-Man. Our good neighbor is back to work," exclaimed an observant pedestrian, pointing joyfully at the figure above. After 3 years of establishing his presence, the name of Spider-Man had become well known throughout New York City. Whether rescuing citizens from peril, thwarting street crime, or dealing with the vandalism sensationalized by the Daily Bugle, he had become an undeniable symbol of the city. As long as he donned that iconic suit, Peter understood that maintaining a low profile was nearly impossible, unless he were to perish, as the Bugle often suggested. "Wow, my dear friends in New York, good morning," Peter exclaimed as he swung above Times Square, his tone imbued with a playful, teasing lilt. "A new day has begun, and the sun remains as warm as ever. Just a reminder, don't forget to carry your sunshades and hats. I'd rather not witness anyone fainting from heat stroke, especially in some foul gutter." As his words echoed, a wave of good-natured laughter arose from below. A jovial man in a floral shirt waved a crumpled newspaper, chuckling in response. "Huh, Spider-Man, how can you say that? Look at this. Your last tumble into that stinky gutter made the front page. I've kept it as a memento." Peter turned his gaze towards the sound, nonchalantly waving in that direction. "Oh, sir, I sincerely appreciate your collection of my indiscretions. However, it would be splendid if one day you might consider destroying them," he retorted with a hint of self-deprecation, channeling his strength to propel himself in an elegant arc, soaring towards a taller building with the aid of his web. The incident involving the foul drainage was indeed a particularly unfortunate chapter in the annals of Peter's misfortunes. Fortunately, the elderly woman he had rescued from that wretched gutter did not seize the opportunity to exploit him as a long-term benefactor. After indulging in this moment of self-amusement, Peter set his sights on a familiar destination with unwavering resolve. Within mere minutes, he arrived at Midtown High School, or more accurately, he landed in front of the hot dog stand he had frequented countless times across from the school's entrance. Since his high school days, he had been a loyal patron of this modest stall. Even now, as a student at Empire State University and residing in the northern part of Manhattan, he would occasionally swing by to satiate his cravings. After all, the energy expended while web-slinging was roughly equivalent to the calories provided by a single hot dog. "Hey, Spider-Man. As usual, your order is hanging from the umbrella," called the hot dog vendor, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and an apron stained with grease, without even glancing up from his task of flipping sausages. "Thanks, boss," Peter replied, deftly retrieving a plump hot dog wrapped in oiled paper from the hook on the umbrella's frame. Simultaneously, he accurately slipped a neatly folded $15 bill into the small cash box nestled in the corner of the stand. 3 years of unspoken understanding had rendered the exchange seamless and fluid. How cool is that? Mom didn't lie. You really can see Spider-Man here and even enjoy the same hot dog as him. "Spider-Man, look here. I want to have a whole brood of little spiders." As Peter grasped his hot dog and gracefully leapt atop a nearby utility pole to relish his breakfast, he was met with a chorus of fervent, shrill exclamations from below. Peering down, he was startled to find the girl proclaiming her desire for little spiders clad in Midtown High's uniform. However, her size was at least double his own, and with each step, the ground seemed to tremble slightly beneath her, reminiscent of a diminutive giant. Thanks for the affection, but academics come first. Farewell," he called out at lightning speed, almost simultaneously releasing a strand of web that instantly adhered to a distant building. The powerful pull whisking him away from the utility pole and into the labyrinth of structures. He hastened his departure, fearful that the overly enthusiastic girl might inadvertently topple the rather flimsy utility pole in her excitement. Undoubtedly, Peter wished to avoid any harm to her or damage to public property. With a hard-won breakfast in hand, Peter did not immediately seek a tranquil rooftop to indulge in his meal. Instead, he adhered to another long-held habit, making his way to the newsstand operated by Uncle Job at the street corner. "Good morning, Uncle Job. I'll have the latest edition of the Global Daily," he said, placing his coins on the counter. "Here you go, our vigilant neighbors safeguarding the city," Uncle Job replied with a smile, handing over a newspaper still imbued with the scent of fresh ink. As expected, the front page of the Global Daily featured a bold headline announcing a massive prison break that had occurred that morning in Brooklyn. The striking red text screamed, "Prison riot. Multiple felons escape. The Punisher emerges to assist police in capturing them. The accompanying image depicted thick smoke billowing above the prison alongside the Punisher's iconic silhouette. As Peter bit into his hot dog, he swiftly skimmed the report, frowning slightly. New York City, never truly at rest, was about to become even more chaotic. Chapter 40. The debut of Venom. With the remnants of the hot dog stuffed into his mouth, he clapped his hands and greeted the drone hovering above him. "Good morning, Mr. Stark. You need not monitor me. I'm merely being a good neighbor in New York City." The drone, emitting a faint hum, drifted away as Peter rose from beside the gargoyle. "All right, buddy, break time is over. Venom, it's our turn to shine. Let us start with a change into something more dazzling." Previously, he had donned the traditional red and blue suit to avoid alarming old friends. But now it was time to experiment with a sleek black costume. As he spoke, he felt his ordinary suit begin to flow and morph as if it possessed a life of its own. However, it transformed back into the red and blue spider suit. "No, this style won't do. It's too mundane." Peter gazed at the unchanged red and blue tones and promptly dismissed the idea in his mind. "Please change it again. I desire a black suit." With Venom now part of his existence, Peter's life had become significantly more convenient. Not only that, but he no longer had to fret about his self-made spider suit becoming tattered in the midst of chaotic battles. Although he had recently mastered molecular-level telekinesis, allowing him to repair his tattered suit, the effortless change of attire that Venom offered was a luxury he had not previously experienced. Now, combined with Venom's capabilities, the ease of changing outfits was akin to having wings. "Venom mask," he commanded, but quickly corrected himself. "No, it should be black spider suit." The symbiotic substance enveloping his body responded swiftly, shifting to an inky black hue. Yet Peter again objected. "No, that is not the right color for the eyes. I want white lenses, with the rest entirely black. Yes, pure black." Leaping from the clock tower, he reveled in the sensation of falling while envisioning the desired image in his mind. However, all black seemed a touch monotonous. "Buddy, could we add a white spider emblem on the chest?" Indeed, it is like sketching an outline. Under the precise guidance of his intentions, a fluid black substance swiftly enveloped his entire body, ultimately taking form. A familiar spider suit materialized upon him. Its base was a profound, matte black, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, while a colossal white spider motif extended from his chest to his back, the overall line sharp and imbued with a sense of power. The iconic mask had transformed from its once red mesh into a pure white, broad diamond shape, standing out conspicuously against the black visage, exuding an air of cold and mysterious scrutiny. "Yes, just like that, splendid. You are truly a genius," Peter exclaimed, gazing down at his new suit, which radiated a dark, cool allure as he shot out webs in an exhilarating descent. Oh yeah, he could sense that after the symbiotic bond with Venom, his physical condition seemed to have reached an unprecedented peak. Even his physique, under the contours of this skin-tight suit, appeared more upright, robust, and brimming with strength. Soaring freely between the skyscrapers of Manhattan, Peter was fully adapting to the enhancements bestowed by the Venom suit. His previously self-made costumes, constrained by budget, provided merely basic protective functions, serving mainly as decorative skins without augmenting his abilities. However, the Venom suit was entirely different. It was akin to an ordinary player suddenly acquiring a top-tier, premium artifact, not only striking in appearance, but also exponentially amplifying combat prowess. He discerned that not only were his spider-like abilities, speed, and reflexes intensified, but even his still undeveloped molecular telekinesis seemed to have at least doubled in sensitivity and control range. Was this a natural enhancement of the host's abilities by Venom itself, or did the symbiotic relationship stimulate further development of his mutant powers? Peter could not ascertain for the moment. Yet, this sensation was indeed extraordinary. He couldn't help but exclaim once more as he executed a mid-air somersault, landing gracefully beside the lightning rod atop the Empire State Building. "Now, we need to find a miscreant who refuses to live peacefully, someone eager to stir up trouble, to test the prowess of our new attire." However, whether due to a genuine decrease in crime rates in New York or the recurrence of his notorious bad luck as Spider-Man, he patrolled the most bustling areas of Manhattan for nearly half an hour, encountering not a single opportunity to capture an exclusive photograph. The only incident that could be deemed a disruption to public order was an elderly lady, severely limited in mobility, slowly crossing the street at a pace reminiscent of a sloth, causing a long queue of cars to form as drivers impatiently honked their horns. Naturally, Peter could not possibly intervene with any form of justice against the elderly woman. He harbored deep doubts, pondering whether his strikingly intimidating dark attire, sufficient to terrify even the most nefarious of villains, would cause an elderly lady to faint at first sight. That would certainly be quite the spectacle. Curiously, Hadn't the news reported a mass escape of criminals from prison? He had already traversed a considerable distance. Yet not a single shadow of a wrongdoer had crossed his path. Perched atop the spire of a Gothic cathedral, Peter surveyed the bustling streets below through his white mask. His tone laced with skepticism. Could it be that they had collectively undergone a moral transformation, choosing to turn over a new leaf and become upstanding citizens? Such a notion seemed more implausible than Mr. Stark announcing his retirement. As if in response to his musings, an unexpected incident unfolded around the corner of a comparatively secluded street. Hey, a robbery. Hand over all your money. A panicked young man, wearing a cap and exuding an air of desperation, suddenly emerged from an alley, brandishing a finely crafted butterfly knife that glinted menacingly in the light. He confronted a blonde woman who had just exited the bank, clutching a brown paper bag. Hurry up, you insolent fool. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He barked, his eyes darting warily around. However, before his menacing words could fully escape his lips, he felt an overwhelming force surge from behind. In a heartbeat, the young man found himself lifted off the ground, as if he were a mere chick being grasped by the scruff. He barely managed to emit a short cry before being slammed against the cold, unyielding wall with a resounding thud. The butterfly knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Dazed, he slumped to the pavement, stars swirling in his vision, unable to rise for the moment. Fortunately, the scene was devoid of any gruesome outcomes. A dark figure murmured softly, clad in an obsidian suit, adorned with a stark white spider emblem and chilling white lenses that glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Venom Spider-Man made his debut. Peter spoke little, swiftly twisting his wrist to shoot a precise strand of black webbing that ensnared the struggling thug, pinning him firmly to the wall to ensure he could do no further harm for the time being. Hey there, buddy. Peter approached the man, his voice resonating with a low, magnetic timbre. I gather you must have escaped from prison this morning. Listen, should you decide to engage in the transportation of others' belongings again, it would be wise to avoid doing so in the presence of Spider-Man. He paused, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. Oh, I almost forgot. Given your current predicament and the impending repercussions, it seems there won't be in next time. Thank you, Spider-Man, the shaken blonde woman replied, clutching her paper bag tightly, her voice trembling with gratitude. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Peter's previously unseen black suit, a blend of gratitude for her rescue and a hint of instinctive trepidation. No need to thank me, madam, Peter remarked, turning to face her, striving to infuse his tone with warmth. It was merely a trifling effort. However, next time you withdraw cash from the bank, do take care to conceal Mr. Franklin a tad better. His allure is potent enough to captivate any passerby. He jested, adding with a smile, including myself. Unexpectedly, this light-hearted quip backfired. The blonde woman immediately retreated a half-step, clutching her brown paper bag tighter, her eyes brimming with suspicion. What do you intend to do? She inquired, alarmed. My apologies. Disregard that last remark. Peter swiftly realized his blunder, hastily covering his mouth. In a fluid motion, he flicked his wrist, launching a web that propelled him away from the scene, vanishing between the buildings. Perched atop a gargoyle on the clock tower, Peter reflected on his debut in the black suit, a sheepish smile creeping across his face. If Aunt May were to witness this moment, she would undoubtedly advise him to steer clear of the perils associated with Spider-Man. The thought of Aunt May suddenly ignited a pang of worry in his mind. Hey, Venom, Peter tentatively inquired through their mental link, his tone taking on a more serious note. If, hypothetically speaking, there were a day when I had a very important friend or family member who might require extra protection, would you be willing to temporarily leave my side to safeguard them? Peter possessed a fair degree of confidence in his own abilities. Yet, deep within, a persistent concern lingered for the safety of Aunt May, Mary Jane, Gwen, and other loved ones. They represented his greatest vulnerability. And Venom's formidable protective prowess and adaptability seemed to present an ideal solution as a mobile guardian. Venom as Aunt May, Venom as Mary Jane, Venom as Gwen. Just picturing that scenario was enough to make any scoundrel contemplating ill intent towards them reconsider their choices. Venom remained silent. Peter distinctly sensed a wave of deep, forlorn emotion, tinged with a hint of grievance, emanating from the other end of their mental connection. It seemed to harbor fears of being unwanted. Realizing the potential misunderstanding his words may have caused, Peter hastily clarified. No, buddy, don't misconstrue my intentions. I'm not suggesting you're inadequate or that I wish to part ways with you. Quite the opposite. It is precisely because you are so powerful and unique that I believe some individuals who require protection might greatly benefit from your vigilance. You could, perhaps, become a guardian of others, transcending the role of merely assisting me in combating crime. The term superhero rippled through Venom's consciousness once more. Prior to arriving on Earth, It had known nothing of the essence of heroism. However, upon initially merging with Peter and acquiring a fragment of his memory regarding the adage that greater power entails greater responsibility, it began to vaguely comprehend the weight that this term embodies. A hero signifies the necessity to step forward when others are engulfed in despair. It implies a selfless rush to confront evil as it unfolds before one's eyes. It entails shouldering responsibilities and pressures that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Yet, the term hero appears intrinsically incompatible with its nature as a dark symbiote, much like the word super, which has never been used to describe its existence. Regarded as a failure within its own kind, in its lexicon, it seems to truly lack such resplendent vocabulary. Peter sensed the confusion conveyed by Venom, realizing that this topic might be prematurely complex for their newly forged connection. It appears this subject is somewhat too intricate for you at the moment. No worries. Let us shift to a more lighthearted topic, such as what to have for lunch. Shall we indulge in pizza or muffins? I assure you, Aunt May's muffins are a masterpiece. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, sweet yet not cloying. I am convinced that once you have tasted them, you will fall in love with that flavor. He believed that Venom, having just arrived on Earth, might still be experiencing some cultural dissonance. And it was indeed rather demanding to expect it to immediately grasp and embrace the values of Earth's heroes. After all, even he had yet to fully comprehend the essence of heroism. Cuisine, however, was different. He was confident that whether one was a terrestrial being or an extraterrestrial symbiote, none could escape the universal law of delightful flavors. Rising to his feet, Peter cast his gaze toward the distant, familiar, iconic structure. It is time. I must pay a visit to the Daily Bugle. I would prefer not to witness Eddie embarking on a path of defaming Spider-Man due to last night's events. Chapter 41. Mr. Parker's quotation. Mr. Kingpin, the tasks you assigned have been accomplished. This morning, half of the criminals who escaped from Brooklyn prison have expressed their willingness to join us. In the clandestine underground lair of Hell's Kitchen, the young subordinates, clad in flamboyant hippie attire, stood nervously behind Kingpin, their heads bowed, their eyes brimming with adoration. He knew that the dominator of New York's underworld for decades would not be genuinely toppled by a mere brief stint in prison. Half. Kingpin's voice was low and steady, yet laced with a palpable sense of menace. This implies that the other half has rejected the olive branch extended by the Fisk family. The subordinate swallowed hard, his throat tightening as he stammered, "Why yes, boss." Those individuals claim that Kingpin's era has ended, and now the streets are ruled by Silvermane, who is the legitimate king of the underworld. Hence, they have aligned themselves with him. Silvermane. Kingpin repeated the name, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, imbued instead with a chilling, almost tangible disdain. He is merely an antiquated relic, having ascended to prominence through speculation and sheer luck, a figure long overdue for repose in the grave. With an elegant yet undeniable air of authority, he delicately tapped the ash from his cigar. Indeed, you speak rightly, boss, his subordinate quickly concurred. Only to remember another matter, hastily adding, however, there is a fellow by the name of Cletus Cassidy, who sought you out, explicitly requesting collaboration. He claimed that the recent mass prison escape in Brooklyn was a prelude to your meeting. Oh, a hint of intrigue finally crept into Jin's otherwise placid tone, as his finger, adorned with a magnificent gemstone ring, began to rhythmically strike the solid hardwood table, producing a dull, resonant sound. Cletus Cassidy wishes to partner with me. Orchestrating a prison riot and releasing a handful of inconsequential criminals does not impress me greatly. What truly captured his interest was the very notion of collaboration and the audacity of someone seeking out this fated king of the underworld. Such actions were far more thought-provoking than the events themselves. Yes, boss. I conducted a brief inquiry into Cassidy's background. The subordinate continued, sensing Jin's growing curiosity, his words hastening. He is a serial offender who has become a significant headache for the New York Police Department, with a dossier that could stack to a considerable height. He gestured dramatically. Strangely, his crimes do not seem motivated by money or fame, but rather a sheer delight in chaos and inflicting suffering. Many on the street, along with past psychological evaluations, have labeled him a bona fide madman. Jin's rhythmic tapping ceased abruptly. His imposing frame shifted slightly, reminiscent of a dormant volcano stirring from slumber. It has been many years since I last encountered such an amusing designation. Slowly, he turned his chair, the shadows receding to unveil his countenance, marked by excess yet deceptively benign, infused with a cunning gravitas. The corners of Jin's mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile. We are in need of a madman. Please, invite Mr. Cassidy in. Yes, I shall relay your command at once. The subordinate, as if granted a reprieve, nodded vigorously and hurried to the heavy metal door, transmitting the instructions via intercom. Before long, a cacophony of twisted, maniacal laughter, akin to the sound of metal scraping, echoed into the room. Ha ha ha. The laughter reverberated through the corridor, saturated with unabashed derision and morbid excitement. I had envisioned the legendary Jin's criminal empire to be headquartered in the towering Chrysler Building, or at the very least, in some hidden opulent estate. To discover that it resided within such a dark and desolate subterranean chamber was profoundly disappointing. Cletus Kasady strode in with an air of unkempt defiance, adorned in ill-fitting garments that bore the marks of neglect. Despite the disheveled appearance, his eyes sparkled with an unsettling intensity, hinting at an underlying madness. In response to this provocative entrance, Kingpin remained as steadfast as a mountain in his seat, his expression betraying no emotion, his gaze unwavering. The Chrysler Building had indeed served as his criminal stronghold, yet during his incarceration, it had been opportunistically acquired by his old adversary, Silverman. Nevertheless, this was but a temporary arrangement. Wilson Fisk would soon remind all of New York and the world who truly held dominion over the city. A fleeting victory or defeat held little significance. It was the endurance of triumph that defined true prowess. Are you Kingpin? Kasady paused, tilting his head as he appraised the imposing figure of the man before him. Though it was their first encounter, the palpable pressure radiating from Kingpin convinced him that this was indeed the individual he sought. Cletus Kasady, Kingpin stated bluntly, foregoing pleasantries to address the matter at hand. I've heard you wish to collaborate with me. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing through Kasady's exterior to scrutinize the depths of his soul. What is it that you desire? Or rather, what can you offer me? In the presence of the formidable crime lord, Kasady appeared remarkably at ease. He casually pulled out a chair, reclining in an audacious manner, even propping one leg over the other, a grin spreading across his face. Power. Kasady's voice escalated with a fervor bordering on madness. I crave power. The kind that can rend apart those self-righteous heroes parading around in spandex. I am aware of your capabilities, Kingpin. You've aided many in obtaining transcendent abilities. That is why I seek you. I require that destructive power. He leaned forward, fervor igniting in his eyes. As for what I can do for you, that depends on whether your ambitions possess artistic merit. Perhaps an exhilarating display of fireworks at the city hall, or, even bolder, orchestrating an ultimate revelry that plunges the entire world into despair and screams. I, Kasady, would be most intrigued and willing to contribute all of my talents. Kingpin, unfazed by Kasady's brazen demeanor and chilling declarations, exhibited no sign of disgust or anger. Instead, he smiled, leaning slightly forward, his face half emerging from the shadows. Extending his palm, broad as a fan, he replied with a congenial smile. Let us engage in a fruitful collaboration. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Daily Bugle, Peter Parker, burdened with a backpack filled with cameras and exclusive photographs, stepped once more into the familiar embrace of the glass-paneled edifice. As he stepped into the reception area, he immediately caught the keen eye of Miss Candace, the receptionist. Mr. Parker. Candace greeted him with a professionally sweet smile, teasingly remarking, if I recall correctly, due to your heroic performance yesterday, Mr. Jameson granted you a special 3-day leave. At this hour, you ought to be at home relishing a rare lie-in or perhaps on a date with some fortunate girl, rather than appearing here. Indeed, I have 3 days off. Miss Candace, Peter replied with a radiant smile, patting his backpack. However, you know, earning money takes precedence, doesn't it? Freshly minted exclusive photographs lose their value if they become stale. Clad in a tailored professional outfit, Candace instantly understood the implication. She gasped softly, covering her mouth. Goodness. Do you have exclusive photos again? It seems Mr. Jameson's praise of you as the finest and most competent photographer he has ever encountered was no exaggeration. Leaning slightly forward to diminish the distance between them, she lowered her voice. But I am a tad curious. How much are you planning to ask Mr. Jameson this time? Is it 1,000? She carefully extended a finger, inquiring. Clearly, the news of Peter's successful acquisition of a hefty sum from the notoriously frugal Jameson had spread like wildfire throughout the entire building. Even the receptionist was aware. It was likely that from the typesetters to the cleaning staff, not a single individual remained uninformed. At this, Peter instinctively touched the back of his head, maintaining a slightly goofy smile, remaining silent. Candace, perceptive as she was, refrained from further questioning and gestured invitingly. Mr. Jameson is in his office right now. I bet he would be delighted to see you. As Candace anticipated, upon Peter's entrance into the editor-in-chief's office, he found Jameson in a furious tirade, berating several unfortunate editors due to a rival publication, the Global Daily, scooping the story on the Brooklyn prison break. The roar of his anger could shatter glass, akin to the fierce growl of a lion. However, upon learning that Peter had secured exclusive photographs, Jameson's fury dissipated in an instant, and he extended his arms in welcome, exclaiming, "Parker, my esteemed photographer, you have arrived just in time." Moreover, he pulled Peter outside, in front of a hushed assembly of employees, vigorously clapping Peter on the shoulder and loudly praising him. "Look, everyone, this is what I have often told you about professional spirit and an unwavering love for journalism. This individual, who forewent a perfectly good vacation to return to work and provide exclusive photographs, is the epitome of the example I expect each of you to follow." This sudden distinction left Peter somewhat taken aback, as he felt countless eyes converging upon him, rendering him the center of attention. However, this was far from a favorable situation. The presence of the spider evoked an awareness of more than just a single malicious gaze, particularly from Eddie. If looks could kill, he would surely be dead by now. Eddie, amidst the crowd, clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Ignoring the stinging sensation, he internally screamed in rage. "Damn it. If it weren't for that wretched spider creature ruining my plans last night, I should be the one standing here receiving accolades. Me, Eddie Brock. I shall expose your true identity, Spider-Man. I will ensure your utter disgrace." Peter, oblivious to Eddie's inner turmoil, soon found his attention drawn to Cindy in the crowd. Observing the freshly minted badge adorned with the Daily Bugle logo and her name, he could no longer deny the truth. Cindy Moon had indeed joined the Daily Bugle. Witnessing the employee's spirited enthusiasm and the realization of his goal to set an example, Jameson enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Peter's shoulder, ushering him into the recently refurbished editor's office, still faintly scented with paint. As the door closed, the fervor on Jameson's face gradually faded, and he casually reclined in his luxurious leather chair, lighting a hefty cigar and exhaling a cloud of smoke, his demeanor softening slightly. "All right, Peter," he even unusually addressed him by his first name. "You mentioned you've got some exclusive photos? Let us see them while I'm still in a decent mood." Jameson's tone bore a casual air, clearly not expecting Peter to present anything particularly astounding. He likely anticipated something akin to Spider-Man helping an elderly lady cross the street or rescuing a trapped kitten. Peter took a seat across from Jameson, sensing that the irritable boss was, at this moment, in a somewhat better mood than usual, as indicated by his use of Peter instead of Parker. Without hesitation, he retrieved the developed photographs from his bag and laid them on the expansive desk. This time, he presented the high-definition images of Dr. Connors transformed into the lizard, as well as earlier captures of the agile silhouette of Black Cat. As for his latest photos featuring Venom and Spider-Man, he had no intention of sharing them just yet. Jameson picked up the photos, scrutinizing each one with an air of seriousness. The angles are well captured, and the clarity is sufficient. This is what I want. Though the execution is somewhat lackluster, barely meets my publication standards." While Peter's photographic skills were impeccable and the content worthy of the front page, the thought of having been extorted for $1,000 by this very individual caused Jameson to suppress his excitement, striving to maintain an indifferent facade. He tossed the photos back onto the desk carelessly, as if they were mere scraps of paper. As Jameson exhaled smoke in a contemplative manner, he declared, "I can offer you a maximum of $500, nothing more." Peter, unfazed, simply extended a finger, still the familiar price. Chapter 42. The celebrity of the Daily Bugle. Upon witnessing that seemingly mocking finger, Jameson's visage twitched slightly. Though he did not believe that the inherently kind-hearted Peter would harbor such intentions, he abruptly slammed his palm on the table, producing a resounding bang that caused the penholder to jump. He then erupted into an exaggerated guffaw, declaring, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Parker. What do you take this place for? Your personal ATM? These photographs are worth merely $500, not a penny more. To an average individual, $1,000 may represent a substantial sum. But for Jonah Jameson, who presided over the colossal entity of the Daily Bugle, it was but a trifling amount." Peter was well aware that this seemingly miserly boss was capable of casually offering $1 million as a bounty for Spider-Man. Furthermore, having just secured a wave of animosity and a hefty bounty, $1,000 truly seemed a modest request, particularly as he had refrained from demanding double that amount. He steadfastly maintained his price, unaffected, even leisurely adding, "Mr. Jameson, I noticed in the Global Daily this morning that there was a substantial reward for clues and photographs regarding the lizard." Jameson's lips twitched as he retorted, $700. This is my final offer, and I cannot increase it. After a 30-second standoff in silence, Peter's finger remained resolutely raised in the air. $800. Jameson nearly bit out the figure through clenched teeth. Yet Peter remained composed, his demeanor tranquil. Another minute elapsed. "Very well," Jameson finally conceded, collapsing back against his chair as if drained of all strength. He waved his hand dismissively, barking in a tone bordering on reprimand, Considering your injuries from yesterday. $1,000. Go see my assistant, Miss Bryant, and collect the money immediately. This almost dismissive attitude was Jameson's final resort to preserve his dignity and authority as a boss. $1,000 was inconsequential to him, yet being bested twice in succession by a young lad in the realm of negotiation demanded that he assert his dominance before his staff, lest anyone feel emboldened to challenge him in the future. This had nothing to do with the life-saving favor from the day before. In truth, given Peter's heroic act of rescuing him from the clutches of the robot, Jameson believed that not even a tenfold sum would provoke a furrow in his brow. However, business is business, and pride is pride. These are two distinct matters. Just next door, editor Robbie Robertson happened to be carrying a stack of documents requiring Jameson's signature when he overheard the final verdict from within. Momentarily, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. In his recollection, Peter Parker had previously sold photographs at prices typically ranging from $30 to $70, with three-digit sums being exceedingly rare. Now, astonishingly, he had successfully acquired a staggering sum of $1,000 from the shrewd Jameson not once, but twice. Amidst his surprise, he could not help but cast a deep glance at Peter, who was emerging from the office with an innocent expression, and a nagging doubt began to creep into his mind. Has this lad encountered some significant financial hardship at home recently? Thank you, Mr. Jameson, Peter remarked, seemingly unfazed by the other man's demeanor, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he stood to leave. Finally, Aunt May's bills seemed to have a resolution. Yet the thought of additional expenses loomed, such as purchasing a computer capable of infiltrating police systems to access criminal records, or even creating trackers and web shooters. As bolder ideas began to take shape in his mind, he halted, turned around, and cautiously addressed Jameson, who was signing the receipt. Mr. Jameson, I would like to inquire about what you mentioned earlier regarding a reward of $1,000 for capturing compromising photographs of Spider-Man. Is there still room for negotiation on that price? Jonah Jameson, having finished signing, froze momentarily as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. After a brief pause, he slowly raised his gaze, his face etched with disbelief. The initial thought that sprang to his mind was one of greed. This young man had just received $1,000 and was not satisfied, now attempting to push for more. Believing me, Jonah Jameson, to be a charitable bank? However, when his eyes met Peter's clear gaze, recalling the boy's past character and his courageous act from the previous day, he surprisingly refrained from erupting in anger. Instead, he rose from his seat and approached Peter, gently placing a hand on his shoulder as he inquired in an almost whispered tone, Parker, tell me honestly, are you facing any difficulties? Financially? Peter first nodded, then shook his head vigorously, candidly expressing, actually, Mr. Jameson, I have met a remarkable girl, and I need to work even harder to earn more money. I wish to provide her with a better life. It all makes sense. Jameson realized. He finally understood why the once naive young man, who would toil for a mere pittance, had suddenly transformed into such a shrewd and ambitious individual. Love. It was the power of love that had instigated this change within him. Congratulations, Parker. Jameson offered heartfelt wishes. You will make a fine husband, I am certain. Striving for the one you cherish is a noble trait among good men. Yet, the moment his hand left Peter's shoulder, he instantly reverted to the familiar roar that the employees of the Daily Bugle knew all too well. Raising his voice, he nearly shouted into Peter's ear. It's wise to think creatively about making money. But, Parker, you must first bring me genuine compromising photographs of Spider-Man. Remember, what I seek this time is authentic, explosive gossip, not the trivialities of yesterday. If I do not see anything of substance, I shall not part with a single cent. Do you comprehend? After expressing this, he seemed unsatisfied and, bypassing Peter, opened the door, disregarding Robbie by the entrance. He directed a characteristic shout towards the employees on the third floor, who were eavesdropping with keen interest. You too, listen up. Do you aspire to promotions? Do you desire raises? Fine. But I must witness your diligent efforts and recognize your worth, rather than seeing you languish like decrepit logs, waiting for news to miraculously descend from the heavens. Still feeling aggrieved, he turned and seized a copy of the Global Daily from the table, exclaiming once more, Look at this. Such a monumental prison break. And the entire city's media is clamoring for it. What about you? Are your backs glued to your chairs with adhesive? Must you wait until the fugitives personally present themselves before you, handing over signed photographs, for you to comprehend how to craft a report? Good heavens. Reflecting on our days as reporters, I am truly ashamed for you all. Get moving, take action, unearth news, and seize the headlines. Amidst Jameson's thunderous tirade, the entire Hornet Daily office space felt as though a bomb had been detonated, and all employees instantaneously embarked on a frenzied hustle. The cacophony of ringing phones, clattering keyboards, and hurried footsteps melded into a chaotic yet vibrant symphony of workplace activity. Peter, cupping his ears, winced. They say Deadpool and Spider-Man are chatty, but our Uncle Ben's face is decidedly more loquacious. Perhaps we should have strict Stitch's mouth shut. As he felt his eardrums buzzing, Peter abruptly slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. In some parallel universe, Jonah Jameson is also Spider-Man, albeit one without a mask, so it makes perfect sense. Seizing the opportunity while Jameson was delivering his speech, Peter quietly slipped away and approached Assistant Miss Bryant's desk, ready to claim his second hefty paycheck. $1,000. This would suffice to settle Aunt May's bills, and perhaps allow an overdue upgrade for his outdated surveillance equipment and sluggish homemade computer. As a time-traveling Spider-Man, he possessed a profound awareness of impending dangers, recognizing that the threats ahead would be manifold. To preemptively confront these perils, a computer capable of silently infiltrating police surveillance networks and even interfacing with satellite systems is an indispensable tool. Navigating through the corridor, Peter soon found himself before a woman clad in a light purple professional blouse, her neatly cropped hair lending her an air of competence and beauty. "Hello, Miss Bryant." Peter greeted with a smile, presenting the signed receipt and photograph from Jameson. "You must be aware of Mr. Jameson's recent remarks. Would you like me to confirm anything further with him?" "Peter, you truly have a sense of humor." Betty took the order and the photographs, smiling as she shook her head, deftly commencing the payment process. Mr. Jameson had promptly informed me about the remuneration, and at this moment, I had no desire to provoke his ire, lest I be drowned in his spittle. Indeed, the most prudent course of action was to maintain a distance from the eye of the storm. Peter blinked in empathetic understanding. As Betty Bryant worked, she scrutinized the documents and photographs in her hands, unable to restrain her praise. "Honestly, Peter, the photos you captured this time are simply magnificent. The timing and clarity surpass even yesterday's shots, and that enormous lizard creature looks truly terrifying." After her commendation, she set the photographs aside, lifting her gaze to the handsome Peter, her eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. "You are remarkable. Yesterday, you saved Mr. Jameson when that dreadful robot charged in, and today, you've secured such exclusive and breathtaking photographs, all for a reward of $1,000. You've become a celebrity at the Daily Bugle. Is that so?" Peter, instinctively scratching the back of his head, chuckled awkwardly. "I suppose Mr. Jameson and I were mutually aiding one another in the face of the robot. He displayed considerable bravery, stepping up to protect me. He downplayed the rescue, and when discussing the remuneration, he adopted a humble demeanor. As for the payment for the exclusive photographs, perhaps it's merely Mr. Jameson's way of acknowledging my recent hard work, showing a rare generosity. You know how he can be at times." After saying this, he felt the explanation was somewhat strained, prompting him to chuckle again. In response to Peter's modesty, Betty merely smiled knowingly. Having worked at the Daily Bugle for several years, she was well aware of the true nature of her boss, Jonah Jameson. His generosity typically manifested only in rare instances that promised substantial profits or a chance to significantly undermine his competitors. "Peter, it seems your good fortune is on the horizon," Betty said, handing him the prepared cash with a tone of blessing, then half-jokingly added, "So, when will our esteemed photographer have time to take some lovely photographs for me?" "Of course, on a personal basis." Before Peter could respond, a serious and discontented voice sounded from behind them. "Parker, Miss Bryant." Jonah Jameson had appeared behind them, his expression stern and his gaze severe. "I hired you to create value for the company, to uncover news, not to discuss personal photography ventures here." "Apologies, Mr. Jameson." The two of them nearly chorused in unison. Jameson did not dwell on the matter, merely beckoning Peter. "Parker, don't rush off just yet. Come with me to the conference room. I have some matters to arrange." Peter felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet he followed suit. Jameson pushed open the door to a modest conference room, where two individuals were already seated. One was Eddie Brock, his countenance dark and simmering with restrained fury. The other was Cindy Moon, a recent hire, casting flirtatious glances in Peter's direction. "Good heavens, it's a clash of extremes. I can hardly bear this," Peter lamented inwardly. "Parker, Brock, you are both seasoned veterans of the Daily Bugle, so I shall spare you the introductions," Jameson declared as he took his place at the head of the table, leaning forward with his hands resting on the surface. "Allow me to introduce the new addition to our team, Miss Cindy Moon. From this day forth, she will officially join you as a colleague, specifically tasked with tracking and reporting on the newly emerged female Spider-Man." He emphasized the term female Spider-Man, then gestured towards Cindy. "Come, Miss Moon. Please introduce yourself to your new colleagues." Cindy gracefully rose, her face adorned with an impeccable smile, extending her hand towards Peter. "Hello, Mr. Parker. I am Cindy Moon. You may call me Miss Moon, or simply Cindy." However, as Cindy offered her hand, Peter's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He was reluctant to traverse that invisible chasm, opting instead to maintain a respectful distance as he greeted her. "Hello, Miss Moon. Congratulations on joining the Daily Bugle." Cindy's lips curled slightly, silently noting, "So now I'm Miss Moon in this room, but when we were alone, it was Cindy. Or even Beauty." Peter finally comprehended why Jameson had brought Cindy Moon into the fold. It was all due to the female Spider-Man. Speaking of which, is Jameson attempting to establish a dedicated team for spider-themed reports? Thankfully, there aren't many spiders in this world. Chapter 43. Interwoven Destinies. Once Peter settled into his seat opposite Cindy, Jameson laid bare his plans. "Listen closely, gentlemen, and Miss Moon." His gaze swept over the trio, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Effective immediately, the Daily Bugle will allocate dedicated space to cover Spider-Man and the newly surfaced female Spider-Man. We aim to delve deeply into the truths behind these masked vigilantes. We shall unveil the secrets concealed beneath their masks, allowing the public to discern what these unregulated vigilantes truly bring to our city. As he spoke, Jameson gestured emphatically, his resolve evident. "I have already conceived a brilliant theme for the next issue. Parker, the photos of the lizard you provided can easily be framed as a narrative of Spider-Man and the terrifying lizard teaming up to demolish urban infrastructure, endangering public safety. Henceforth, you will primarily oversee the Spider-Man Special Edition." Then, his gaze shifted to Cindy. "Miss Moon, the photograph you provided regarding that female Spider-Man and the mechanical assassin, entitled Spider-Woman Conspires with Mysterious Mechanical Killer, Violently Intrudes Upon the Daily Bugle with Ambiguous Intent, is undoubtedly explosive news." Peter, having long grown accustomed to Jameson's penchant for distorting truth and flipping narratives, felt no stirrings of emotion within him. What intrigued him now was why Cindy chose to plunge herself into the tumultuous center of the Daily Bugle. What was her true motive? "I disagree." A clear and resolute voice shattered the silence of the conference room. For the first time witnessing Jameson so brazenly twist facts, Cindy Moon immediately offered a rebuttal. She defiantly lifted her chin, locking eyes with Jameson, her tone unwavering. "She is not called Spider-Woman. According to my research, her code name is Silk. Moreover, the photograph clearly shows her engaged in combat with that mechanical killer, not conspiring to invade the Bugle. Your report is a complete distortion of the truth." In Cindy's stubborn yet clear gaze, Peter saw a reflection of his own earlier self, a young idealist who firmly believed that journalism should convey the truth. He could almost predict how Jameson would respond, undoubtedly resorting to the same tired logic he had heard countless times before. Sure enough, Jameson let out an odd chuckle, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Leaning forward with his hands braced on the table, he exuded an overwhelming pressure. Fixing his stare on Cindy, "What does disagreement mean, Ms. Moon? Please remember, you are merely an employee tasked with providing photographs, while I, J. Jonah Jameson, am the true owner of this newspaper, the one who decides what the headlines will say. If you hold a differing opinion, first become the chairman of the Bugle, and then I will be all ears." J. Jonah Jameson, the helmsman of the Daily Bugle, displayed his authoritarian demeanor with aplomb. Standing at the head of the conference table, hands pressed against the polished surface, leaning forward like a lion defending its territory, his meticulously groomed mustache quivered with the force of his words, each syllable imbued with undeniable authority. However, according to numerous eyewitness accounts from the third floor, it was indeed Silk who had defeated the mechanical assassin. Cindy Moon argued her case vigorously, refusing to allow her heroic journey to commence under such a cloud of slander and distortion. This brought to mind Spider-Man's long history of being vilified by the Daily Bugle, and she instinctively turned her gaze toward Peter Parker seated across the table, seeking an ally. "Mr. Parker, you were one of the direct targets of the mechanical assassin's attack yesterday. You must have witnessed firsthand Silk defeating that metallic monstrosity. What is your perspective on Mr. Jameson's assertions?" Confronted by Cindy's hopeful gaze, Peter could only sigh silently within, uttering a silent expression of helplessness. In the past, he had often found himself fervently defending Spider-Man's innocence before Jameson, yet the outcome remained unchanged. His arguments were futile against the overwhelming authority. After all, this newspaper was under Jameson's name, not Parker's. The one wielding the power of discourse was always that mustachioed man seated at the helm. Although Peter was acutely aware that even if he stood in solidarity with Cindy, it would likely prove ineffective in altering Jameson's obstinate views, he inhaled deeply, preparing to speak, attempting to advocate for the truth. Even if it was merely symbolic support, it would serve as a testament to the veracity. However, just as he opened his mouth, before he could utter a word, Jameson, as if possessing foresight, abruptly raised a hand, halting Peter in his tracks. Parker was now solely responsible for news regarding Spider-Man. Jameson's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating within the small conference room. His opinion on this matter held no weight. He redirected his gaze firmly back to Cindy, chin slightly elevated, asserting with conviction, "However, I can unequivocally inform you, Miss Moon, as you just reminded us, the Daily Bugle does not publish fairy tales." Jameson rapped the table emphatically, underscoring the point that they only printed the truth. He enunciated the word truth with a pronounced American accent, evidently indicating that in Jonah Jameson's lexicon, only the truths he deemed conducive to newspaper sales and public curiosity were worthy of being emblazoned on the front page. This perfectly validated his past admonitions to Peter. News reporting, the more gruesome and rife with conflict and controversy, the more headline-worthy it became, stimulating sales. Observing Cindy clenching her silver teeth, evidently displeased with Jameson's interpretation of the truth, Peter realized that persuading this obstinate boss to relinquish his bias against the webslinger would be a futile endeavor through mere verbal debate. It was imperative to present the ironclad evidence and truth hidden behind the mechanical killer directly before him, compelling him to reluctantly lower his proud head and acknowledge his errors. Thus, while Jameson was momentarily distracted, Peter swiftly blinked towards Cindy, attempting to convey a clandestine message: "Stay calm. Do not confront him head-on. It is futile." Throughout his time with Jonah Jameson, he had come to deeply understand that this irascible little man, though harboring an almost paranoid bias against masked vigilantes like Spider-Man, could occasionally be swayed by undeniable facts, allowing his innate journalistic integrity and courage to prevail. A year prior, the cunning supervillain Chameleon had meticulously orchestrated a scheme to frame Spider-Man. At that time, Jameson, armed with fabricated photographs that seemingly depicted Spider-Man's wrongdoing, unleashed an unprecedented tirade against him through the platform of the Daily Bugle. Spider-Man has been characterized as New York City's most perilous and uncontrollable masked criminal, subjecting Peter to immense public scrutiny. After enduring numerous trials, he ultimately unveiled the Chameleon's sinister plot, presenting irrefutable evidence before Jonah Jameson. Though visibly distressed, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle nonetheless chose to publish a clarifying statement in the next edition, openly acknowledging the inaccuracies in previous reports and extending an apology to Spider-Man, retracting all false claims. Such is Jonah Jameson, a complex media figure embodying both obsession and professional integrity. One cannot help but wonder how our esteemed Mr. Jameson would react if Spider-Man's identity as a mutant were to be exposed. Would he leap forth to declare on the front page in the largest font, "See, I have always insisted that creature is not human"? Peter internally scoffed, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Ultimately, Cindy Moon took a deep breath, forcefully stifling the retort that nearly escaped her lips. She refrained from engaging in a futile confrontation with Jameson, yet her clenched fists and resolute gaze indicated that she would not simply let this matter rest. "Mr. Jameson, I have a differing opinion regarding the assignment of Peter Parker to provide photographs for the Spider-Man feature." At that moment, a voice, laden with suppressed discontent, resonated, capturing the attention of those present. Eddie Brock, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward, unwilling to witness his own spotlight and significant responsibility being usurped by the suddenly insightful Peter Parker. Standing tall, Eddie sought to bolster his credibility. "I believe I possess a greater understanding of Spider-Man than Parker does, and am far more suited to uncovering his clandestine dealings. I also have crucial leads." Aware of Jameson's keen interests, he began to recount his nocturnal exploits. "Just last night, in pursuit of a story, I scoured the streets of Manhattan for Spider-Man's whereabouts. I personally witnessed him abducting a woman, accompanied by a trove of suspicious goods, soaring between the skyscrapers." Eddie's fervor suggested he was unveiling an earth-shattering secret. "Moreover, I later observed him in the company of that fearsome lizard, lurking conspicuously, clearly conspiring. I am certain that the recent incident at the subway station involving the lizard creature is intricately linked to Spider-Man, just as you suggested, Mr. Jameson. They are likely in cahoots." Peter was taken aback, realizing how astonishingly fortunate Eddie was, having spotted them during the romantic escapade he shared with Mary Jane amidst the towering edifices. However, he remained composed, reassured by Mary Jane's identity protection measures and their considerable altitude and speed, rendering the likelihood of being captured clearly on film exceedingly slim. Across from him, Cindy cast a puzzled glance at Peter, clearly taken aback. In her recollection, Peter Parker was certainly not the type to engage in such behavior. There must be some underlying circumstances. Upon hearing the scandal involving Spider-Man, particularly concerning the abduction of women and valuables, along with collusion with monsters, Jameson was instantly invigorated, akin to a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. His eyes fixated on Eddie as he chuckled heartily. "Ha ha, Brock. It seems you have taken the initiative to unearth valuable news. Both you and Parker have performed admirably this time. He offered a token compliment before eagerly pressing for more details, his tone tinged with urgency. So, where are the photographs? Bring them forth quickly. Spider-Man abducting a woman is precisely the headline I have longed for. Once published, it would send shockwaves throughout New York, leaving those at the Daily Globe envious and green with desire. However, the joy that should have illuminated Eddie's expression quickly dimmed. He shook his head, his voice laced with reluctance and regret. I apologize, Mr. Jameson. The speed at which he moved, coupled with the distance and poor lighting, prevented me from capturing a clear photograph. Without a photo, this seemingly trivial statement was, for Jameson, who valued results above all else, akin to a frigid death sentence. The excitement that had flickered in his eyes was extinguished in an instant, and he found himself entirely disinterested in Eddie's subsequent fervent assurances. Jameson slumped back into the leather chair, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him, patiently enduring Eddie's lengthy exposition of his grand plans. It was only after Eddie concluded that he cast a derisive glance in Eddie's direction, followed by an abrupt, thunderous slap on the solid mahogany conference table. The resounding noise reverberated through the room, causing the coffee cups atop the table to tremble. Apologies? Brock, Jameson bellowed in an exaggerated tone, rife with sarcasm and disappointment. You need not apologize to me. A headline of such value, capable of captivating the entire city, slipped through your fingers like an eel. You have utterly disappointed me. I am compelled to retract all my previous commendations. You are still no match for Parker. Eddie's face turned ashen, panic coursing through him as he desperately attempted to salvage the situation. Mr. Jameson, I did attempt to take the photograph, but the conditions were simply, do not proffer any excuses, Brock. Jameson brusquely interrupted him with a dismissive wave, as if swatting away an irritating fly. I desire results. I want valuable, clear photographs. Do you comprehend? The words that escaped Jameson's lips struck Eddie like a venomous thorn, piercing deeply into his fiercely competitive and prideful heart. If Parker could capture high-definition images of the Lizard and Spider-Man in the dark, damp, and adverse environment of the sewers, why could he not? Why was it always Parker who seized the opportunity, rather than him? Eddie's fist clenched tightly beneath the table, his knuckles paling due to the excessive strain, even emitting a faint crackling sound. Shame. This is an unadulterated disgrace. Once, he, Eddie Brock, was the star journalist of the Daily Bugle, a paragon for others to admire and emulate, a trusted ally of Jameson. Yet now, everything had changed, ever since Spider-Man emerged. And this Peter Parker began to frequently supply photographs of the web-slinger. His stature plummeted dramatically. All of this was the doing of that detestable, crawling insect. Moreover, last night, that insect not only thwarted his endeavors, but also snatched his camera, leaving him dangling like a fool beneath a colossal billboard. This was utterly unforgivable. Anger, resentment, and hatred gnawed at Eddie's heart like venomous serpents, threatening to drive him to the brink of madness. Damn that wall-crawling pest. Once more, he unleashed the most venomous curses in his mind, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. I, Eddie Brock, vow to expose all the misdeeds you have committed, and I shall reveal the true face behind your mask, rendering you a pariah in the city of New York. Though Peter could not hear Eddie's inner tumult, he could distinctly sense the almost palpable malevolence. Nevertheless, even so, he did not regret his decision from the previous night, as it was made in the name of safeguarding Dr. Connors and his family. However, listening to Jameson's seemingly praiseworthy yet scalding remarks, Peter felt a chill creep down his spine, reminiscent of a moment steeped in mental manipulation and fervor. Mr. Jameson, Brock's abilities are well acknowledged regarding the Spider-Man Special Edition. He intended to mediate, but his words were abruptly cut off by Jameson's interjection. Enough, Parker, I do not require your pity. Consumed by extreme indignation and fury, Eddie resembled a wild beast, desperate to reclaim his standing, to validate his worth, to undermine Peter. He blurted out a sensational revelation. Mr. Jameson, I know the true identity of the Lizard. He paused, seemingly relishing the attention of all present, including Jameson, Peter, and Cindy, before declaring with conviction, that monstrous Lizard is none other than Dr. Kurt Connors, a renowned professor at Empire State University. Jameson's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth agape, nearly causing the freshly lit cigar to tumble from his lips. Kurt Connors, the esteemed professor in the field of genetics, is the Lizard? This revelation was even more explosive than Spider-Man abducting women. If true, it would be monumental news. Peter, however, covered his forehead, feeling a sense of helplessness, realizing that Eddie had indeed uncovered this matter. Chapter 44. A new prison break operation. Cindy's eyes flickered with surprise. Kurt Connors, the esteemed professor from Empire State University has, astonishingly, been revealed as the source of terror within the depths of New York's sewers and subway stations. For Jameson, this revelation is undeniably explosive. While the denizens of New York may have become accustomed to the aerial antics of Spider-Man and the rampaging Rhino on the streets, they will never tire of the shocking twist that someone familiar to them could be a monstrous fiend. This revelation promises to stimulate sales and ignite public discourse far more effectively than mere destruction or combat ever could. It perfectly aligns with his deepest desire for a sensational expose. He yearns to rip the mask off that wretched arachnid and expose its true identity to the scrutinizing gaze of the public. However, the seasoned journalist within him swiftly suppresses his overwhelming elation, redirecting his focus with a grave and intense gaze fixed upon Eddie Brock. Jameson's voice resonates with a deep, oppressive weight, each syllable striking Eddie's heart like a hammer. You best understand the consequences of fabricating tales before me, Jonah Jameson. If you cannot assure me of the absolute veracity of this news, I assure you, this will be your final day at the Daily Bugle. You will leave this building clutching your cardboard box. Eddie recognizes the seriousness of Jameson's words, yet his desire to prove himself has clouded his judgment. Without hesitation, he straightens his posture and fervently asserts, I stake my career on this. If you doubt me, send someone to Dr. Kurt Connors' residence to verify. I guarantee that Dr. Connors is indeed the lizard. He pauses, then provocatively adds, moreover, based on my investigation, it is highly likely that Mrs. Connors is aware of this and may even be complicit in the cover-up. With a victorious glint in his eye, he casts a challenging glance at Peter Parker, as if to say, see, I've captured the real headline. I am the finest photographer at the Daily Bugle. Peter, maintaining an impassive expression, internally mourns for Eddie for 3 seconds. This unfortunate soul is blissfully unaware that he is barreling toward an inevitable and disastrous confrontation. Dr. Connors, at this moment, is likely comfortably at home, having reverted from his lizard form due to the reverse effects of the gene splicer last night, currently in a state of weakness and recuperation. What could Eddie and Jameson possibly uncover, other than a perfectly normal Dr. Connors? Perhaps this is the destined trajectory of Eddie Brock, Peter sighs. The meeting concludes under Jameson's impatient insistence, and Peter silently trails behind the crowd, arriving at the entrance of the Daily Bugle headquarters. He stood at the threshold, observing as Mr. Jameson decisively assembled a competent interview team before departing with Eddie Brock in a company vehicle emblazoned with the Hornet Daily logo, racing toward Dr. Connors' residence. Peter refrained from intervening to halt them. After Eddie's revelation that Dr. Connors was the lizard, he uttered not a single word more. Unbeknownst to himself, he was subtly transforming. In the past, knowing that Eddie and Jameson's endeavor was destined to fail and would likely yield adverse consequences, he would have disregarded their malice and mockery, exerting every effort to thwart them, aiming to prevent anyone from suffering in this senseless farce. Yet now, he merely stood there quietly, like an outsider, allowing events to unfold toward an unfortunate conclusion. Mr. Parker, a cool voice interrupted Peter's reverie from behind. He turned to find Cindy Moon standing 2 meters away, also watching the Hornet Daily's interview vehicle disappear around the corner. I've heard you have a good rapport with Spider-Man. Cindy carefully chose her words, her blue eyes sparkling with intellect. If it's not too much trouble, when you next encounter him, could you convey an invitation? I would like to know if he is interested in collaborating with me to investigate the mastermind behind that mechanical killer. She stepped a fraction closer while maintaining a respectful distance. Lowering her voice slightly, the specifics regarding time and location will be sent to you via encrypted email once I have gathered more information. I am eager to dismantle Mr. Jameson's unfounded accusations against me. Peter assessed Cindy before him. She wore a white t-shirt adorned with simple geometric patterns and fitted blue jeans that accentuated her well-proportioned figure. Her originally loose black hair was neatly tied back into a sleek ponytail, cascading behind her. She appeared both competent and fresh, embodying the vitality and grace of a young woman. He nodded. If I encounter Spider-Man, I will relay your invitation to him. However, a conflicted expression crossed his face as he recalled Aunt May's birthday. I fear tonight may not be feasible. He mentioned previously that he has a very important personal matter to attend to. That's perfectly fine. Just let him know, Cindy replied, seemingly unfazed and not displaying disappointment. She nodded, her expression one of understanding. After all, she was a capable, independent woman who had confidence in her ability to uncover the truth and prove her innocence and worth, even without Spider-Man's assistance. Well then, Mr. Parker, goodbye. I must prepare the tools I will need for the upcoming tasks. Goodbye, Miss Moon. Peter watched as she approached the curb and flagged down a yellow taxi, gracefully slipping inside. As a freelance photographer employed by the Daily Horn, the working hours are indeed remarkably flexible. As long as you can consistently produce exclusive photographs that satisfy Jameson. No one will concern themselves with your punctuality or whether you spend your days within the confines of the office. However, as Peter observed the taxis merging into the traffic, an overwhelming headache washed over him. The situation with Cindy Moon had become exceedingly convoluted. He could not comprehend why her intentions had shifted so rapidly. Just recently, she had ominously advised him to leave New York, asserting that one of her presence was sufficient for the city. Yet now, she had voluntarily joined the Daily Horn as his colleague and even extended an invitation for collaboration. A ludicrous thought flitted through Peter's mind. Was the seemingly fragile and demure Cindy, who harbored an indomitable spirit, intending to best him in their professional endeavors? Would she orchestrate a dramatic spectacle akin to a love-hate relationship akin to Spider-Man and his web? This notion was far too theatrical, bordering on absurdity. Peter immediately shook his head vigorously, extinguishing this ridiculous idea at its inception. Surely, the recent pressures had begun to take their toll, between Venom, bills, and various conspiracies. He was starting to succumb to paranoia. He reassured himself. Perhaps he should swallow his pride and seek a loan from Tony Stark to establish a fledgling version of Parker Industries, mimicking the path of his predecessor. Or accept the repeated olive branch extended by his friend Harry Osborn to join Oscorp, where his scientific prowess would undoubtedly earn him a salary far exceeding that of the Daily Horn. It was indeed ironic that, with the colossal fortunes of Stark Industries and Oscorp towering nearby, Peter Parker remained obstinately committed to earning his livelihood through his own means. Overthinking was futile. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Peter swiftly slipped into a relatively clean public restroom stall around the corner. A few moments later, when the stall door swung open once more, it was no longer the young photographer with a backpack, slightly naive, but rather a figure enveloped in a matte black suit, adorned with a prominent white spider emblem on his chest and eyes glowing with a cold, white light. It was Venom Spider-Man. He lightly patted his color-shifting backpack. And at that moment, the advantages bestowed by his molecular-level mutation became undeniably apparent. Of course, Venom could flawlessly mimic any attire, allowing him to avoid any risk of exposing his identity through the details of clothing or accessories such as shoes or bags. "Hey, Venom," Peter said, as he adeptly shot out webs and swung onto the rooftops of nearby buildings, engaging in a mental dialogue with his inner companion. His tone tinged with a hint of regret. "I apologize for neglecting you back at the office. I didn't give you a chance to breathe. But fear not. We now have a hefty sum of $1,000. It's nearly noon. What would you like to eat? My treat. Cheeseburgers, pizza, or perhaps..." He sensed a subtle wave emanating from the symbiote within him, accompanied by a vivid image and a distinct thought. The symbiote appeared to exhibit a keen interest in his internal organs, particularly his kidneys, even simulating a sense of satisfaction akin to a hearty belch. "Hey, stop that!" Peter urgently called out in his mind, nearly losing his grip on the web. "That thing is not for consumption. We are civilized beings, or rather, a civilized symbiote. Let us discuss something more appropriate, like the pizza I am treating you to." The symbiote conveyed a muffled grumble of discontent, yet ultimately acquiesced. With mealtime still a while away, Peter soared between the towering skyscrapers, feeling the brisk winds around him, and occasionally pondered the enigma of the machine assassin. Who could possibly have sent that mysterious entity? It had simultaneously targeted Peter Parker and Jonah Jameson for capture. If it were merely the work of competitors of the Daily Bugle, it would seem illogical, as Peter's value within the publication pales in comparison to that of key figures like editor Robbie Robertson. If Jameson were the sole target, it could indeed be the dirty tricks of his rivals vying for the next mayoral seat in New York, aiming to thwart the candidacy of such a powerful media mogul. However, the inclusion of Peter Parker pointed toward a far more plausible direction. Much like numerous past experiences, this was likely aimed squarely at Spider-Man. Peter halted atop a towering Gothic cathedral, his white mask scanning the bustling metropolis below. The adversaries sought to capture both Peter Parker and Jonah Jameson, as a means to threaten or draw out Spider-Man. Thus, in New York, which factions harbored a profound hatred for Spider-Man and possessed the technology and resources to create or manipulate such advanced machine assassins. Foremost among them was undoubtedly the Osborn Corporation, with the first Green Goblin deceased, yet the second still at large. Next was the recently escaped Kingpin, that crime lord with vast resources and a motive for revenge. Additionally, there were those who harbored extreme animosity toward mutants, intertwined with military connections, especially after his recent disruption at the Alchemax Genetic Research Institute. To confirm his suspicions, Peter sought a relatively secluded rooftop corner, retrieved his phone from his backpack, and dialed a familiar number. "Hey, Harry." After a seemingly casual, yet cautious conversation, Peter hung up, feeling a slight sense of relief. He owed his gratitude to Harry for his earlier fall. Currently, Harry Osborn had temporarily forgotten that Spider-Man was Peter Parker due to a concussion, as well as his own identity as the Green Goblin. However, Harry distinctly remembered that Spider-Man had killed his father, Norman Osborn. Regarding this matter, Peter could only helplessly acknowledge that Spider-Man had unjustly borne a tremendous burden. The demise of Norman Osborn was nothing short of a tragic accident that transpired amidst the fierce aerial confrontation. It was the Green Goblin himself who, while losing control of his glider, was severely injured by his own weapon, ultimately leading to his death. With the second Green Goblin ruled out, the next suspect would be Wilson Fisk. However, with the recently liberated crime lord, lacking absolute certainty and having yet to consolidate his power, hastily employ such seemingly rudimentary technological assassins against Spider-Man? Given Fisk's cunning nature and his previous failures, he would not naively assume that a robot of unremarkable design could vanquish Spider-Man. With the two most obvious possibilities dismissed, the likelihood of the last option significantly increased. A faction harboring extreme animosity towards mutants, or military personnel connected to the Alkali research incident. Although Mr. Tony Stark had previously assured that director Nick Fury would adeptly manage the aftermath of the Alkali incident, Peter was far from naive. He did not believe that the one-eyed director could entirely sway the intentions and covert operations of the upper echelons of the American military. SHIELD, officially known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, is ostensibly a global organization directly overseen by the World Security Council, tasked with addressing supernatural events and extraordinary threats worldwide. While it sounds immensely powerful and prestigious, Peter understood that, in the eyes of the military's power brokers, SHIELD often resembled an intrusive foreign entity, wielding far less influence than it purported. Furthermore, as far as he knew, Director Fury had a superior who constantly impeded his actions. Alexander Pierce, the representative of the World Security Council, commenced the operation. Cassidy. Fisk's arms were crossed over his substantial abdomen, his gaze fixed upon Cletus Kasady, who was idly toying with a Glock pistol. This mission to extract someone from prison will be led by you, and I hope you can exhibit a fraction of the talent you have previously boasted about. Ha ha ha, no problem. Kasady erupted in a fit of manic laughter, deftly twirling the handgun on his fingertips and mimicking an aiming gesture into the air. It's merely a matter of rescuing a guy named Benjamin Poindexter from that wretched prison. Such trifles hardly excite me. Not even a proper warm-up. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. However, I have heard that this fellow has a target tattooed on his forehead. While I have yet to see him, anyone who collaborates with you, Fisk, surely cannot be dull and is likely to be a deviant akin to myself. Haha, I relish deviance. Playing with normal folks is far too mundane. As he spoke, seemingly unable to contain himself, he abruptly raised the gun in front of Fisk. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the underground space as bullets struck an old tire, a mere decorative element hanging on the distant wall. In an instant, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air. Cassidy inhaled deeply, savoring the smoky atmosphere, his excitement escalating. How I longed to engage once more in a game of Russian roulette with that fool who stumbled upon luck yesterday. I would wager my very soul that this time, Lady Fortune will surely favor me. Witnessing the eruption of brain matter and blood would be the most exquisite form of art. He blew a puff of air at the muzzle of his gun, having discharged 2 rounds, and then, like an artist concluding an impromptu performance, waved farewell to Jean Bing. I must take my leave, Mr. Fisk, soon. You shall hear my good news along with the wailing sirens of New York's police, an anthem heralding my triumph. He laughed heartily, turning away from the command center, his manic laughter echoing down the corridor. Jean Bing, his expression inscrutable, gazed at Cassidy's vanishing figure, fully aware that he had meticulously arranged all the necessary accomplices and escape routes. He was confident that even without this uncontrollable madman, his preparations would ensure that today, the target, capable of transforming any object into a lethal weapon, would successfully emerge from the heavily fortified prison. Once he rescued that sharpshooter, the probability of his subsequent plan to liberate 6 individuals from the SHIELD secret prison would increase by at least 10%. Each of them was a crucial pawn in his quest to rebuild his empire and exact revenge on all adversaries. At that moment, a low, persistent beeping emanated from an encrypted communication terminal on the table. Jean Bing pressed the answer button, and Donald's voice filled the room. I regret to inform you, Mr. Jean Bing, that the super soldier serum you requested remains elusive. Its regulation is exceedingly stringent, rendering it almost impossible to procure. Jean Bing's brow furrowed slightly. Though he felt no surprise, acquiring the serum capable of producing super soldiers akin to Captain America was no simple feat. However, Donald's tone shifted. We have fortuitously obtained something else that I believe will pique your interest. It was discovered within a massive meteorite that fell on a private farm near New York last night. Is that so? Jean Bing's voice remained steady. I find myself rather intrigued. He pressed the call termination button, his face betraying no emotion. He had long understood that the super soldier serum would not be easily acquired. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to capture a civet cat that held secrets to the serum, attempting to coerce it into submission, only to find his efforts in vain. Not only did he fail to obtain the serum, but he also inadvertently attracted a new complication: Black Cat. Once the sharpshooter is rescued, Jean Bing mused, I may need to pay a visit personally to ascertain what schemes the military and Donald are concocting. Resolute, Jean Bing's imposing figure slowly rose from his specially designed chair, making his way to the adjoining training room, equipped with the most advanced fitness apparatus. In the confines of an indoor training facility, he shed his opulent custom suit, donning a loose yet robust training outfit that revealed his exaggerated, granite-like muscles. He faced the empty training room and, with a voice imbued with power, proclaimed, Let the training commence. This time, admit 10 boxers. Jean needed to engage in the most primal and ferocious hand-to-hand combat to maintain his peak condition. Chapter 45. A kick from Black Cat Jin's clandestine operations unfurled throughout the city, while Peter Parker, clad in his newly acquired Venom suit, perched atop a stone gargoyle of an ancient edifice. The grotesque visage of the gargoyle below melded oddly with his dark and striking appearance, as if they were integral components of the city's gothic landscape. Bruce, thank you for always being by my side. Patting the old companion. Peter's wide-eye lenses scanned the bustling streets and throngs of people below, contemplating whether the meteorite that had arrived with Venom might, akin to the animated tales, conceal precious new elements. As his thoughts meandered, planning to eventually take the meteorite to the Empire State University laboratory for analysis, a sudden kick struck his back with force. Whoa! Peter exclaimed, caught off guard, as he stumbled forward and fell from the gargoyle. Reacting swiftly, he flicked his wrist, and a jet of black webbing shot forth, anchoring itself to the gargoyle's wings. Utilizing this leverage, he executed a graceful backflip, landing securely on the platform beneath the statue. Rubbing his back, which bore no pain, Peter lifted his gaze toward the source of the assault. There, replacing his former position, was the elusive and alluring Black Cat, elegantly perched atop the dripping stone beast. Clad in her iconic black leather suit, she accentuated her curves exquisitely, while her white goggles and fluffy white hair danced lightly in the breeze. Her face adorned with a mischievous and captivating smile. Hello, little spider. Black Cat's voice dripped with a lazy surprise. You've changed your suit. I must admit, this kick feels rather satisfying. It has a much better quality than that previous red and blue ensemble. Peter, clutching his back, wore an expression of resignation beneath his mask, involuntarily retorting, My spider sense is typically alert to gunfire, explosions, and the Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs, as sensitive as an overactive thyroid. Yet when it comes to this little kitty, it completely falters. At that moment, Black Cat tilted her head, resting her chin on one hand, scrutinizing Peter's new appearance with a discerning gaze. From the enormous white spider emblem to the pristine diamond-shaped lenses, she observed with keen interest. Black Cat finally nodded in satisfaction, a tempting smile curving her lips. It is indeed quite remarkable, deep, mysterious, and exuding strength. Furthermore, it complements my uniform splendidly, as if we were made for each other. Hey, enchanting little kitty, Peter declared, striking a pose to project a more imposing demeanor. Thank you for your high praise of my new battle attire. However, that is certainly not a justification for your sudden kick at me. I have yet to settle the score from the last time you unceremoniously sent me tumbling into the river, have I not? Upon hearing this, the Black Cat displayed no sign of remorse. Instead, she stood elegantly upright, akin to a playful feline stirred into action, deliberately accentuating her proud silhouette. With a provocative gesture, she beckoned Peter, challenging him with an enticing, "Come catch me if you can. If you manage to seize me, then do as you please." Before her words had fully dissipated, she sprang into motion, transforming into a true shadow of ebony, gracefully leaping to land atop the advertisement board of a slightly shorter building nearby. Casting a playful kiss back at Peter, she leapt away again, darting between the skyscrapers with remarkable agility. Impish little kitty, return. We must have a serious discussion regarding your ambush tactics. Peter called out, his words racing alongside his actions. His wrist flicked deftly, sending forth a precise strand of webbing that adhered to a distant edifice. The powerful pull instantaneously whisked him away from the platform, propelling him in pursuit of the elusive black cat. Internally, he grappled with a tangle of emotions. The grand debut of his black suit was meant to embody a striking force against crime or, at the very least, to heroically rescue citizens from peril. Yet, here he was, entangled in a comical chase after a mischievous feline amidst towering skyscrapers. Strangely, he found himself reveling in the exhilaration of the pursuit. Perhaps it was the black cat's duality of virtue and vice, her unpredictable demeanor that intrigued him. She exuded a unique, unfettered essence of freedom, coupled with a tantalizing hint of danger, transforming each encounter into an adventure brimming with uncertainty. The silhouettes of the two figures danced across the Manhattan skyline in a silent, yet resplendent chase. The black cat's agility was extraordinary. Her movements combined the grace of a gymnast, the balance of an acrobat, and the finesse of a master thief. She leapt, rolled, and climbed between building facades, rooftops, and billboards with the ease of a genuine feline. Moreover, in terms of pure speed and familiarity with the urban landscape, the black cat was perhaps not significantly outmatched by Peter. However, she bore a critical vulnerability. Unlike Peter, she could not whimsically shoot webs for long-distance swings. Instead, she relied on specially crafted grappling hooks and her extraordinary physical prowess. While her method of movement was indeed swift, it demanded immense upper body strength and core power, which could not be sustained indefinitely. In contrast, Peter not only possessed the formidable abilities granted by his spider-like strength and Wolverine-like resilience, but was now further augmented by venom, elevating his strength, endurance, and reflexes to an extraordinary level. In this comparative dynamic, the outcome of the chase had become all but inevitable. Before long, on a relatively spacious rooftop adorned with a network of ventilation ducts, Peter seized an opportunity. Like a hunting spider descending from above, he positioned himself precisely in the path of the black cat. "Got you, mischievous little kitty," he declared, extending his arms in a gesture of encirclement. The black cat paused, displaying no intention of surrender. Instead, she resembled a clever feline cornered yet unyielding. She licked her lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. "You have captured me, little spider. It seems your new suit is indeed a perfect fit for you. So, how do you intend to deal with this disobedient little cat? Will you kick me for revenge?" As she spoke, her body twisted at an astonishing angle, attempting to escape once more. However, Peter was well prepared. He had considerable experience in capturing cats. With a swift movement, he advanced, his arm seizing her wrist like a vice. Yet, the black cat did not struggle. Instead, she leaned closer, her other arm wrapping around Peter's neck like a supple vine. Instantly, a fragrance-blending high-end perfume with her unique scent enveloped him, invading his senses. "Oh, you are being tricky. I don't recall fighting being conducted this way." Faced with the black cat's almost provocative proximity, Peter found himself momentarily at a loss and quickly released her wrist, stepping back. "This isn't being tricky. Against you, this tactic is always effective." The black cat arched her back, enticingly suggesting, "What's the matter? Little spider, don't you want to kick me? Such a charming little kitty." Peter's voice came through his mask. "I have no desire to kick you. Rather, I would prefer to pet you, provided, of course, that you could truly transform into a little kitty." He spoke truthfully. From a young age, he had always felt an innate affinity for furry creatures like cats and dogs. Perhaps it was this peculiar, instinctive connection to animals that consistently drew various creatures, both adversaries and allies, into his life, like the rampaging rhinoceros, the genetically altered lizard, and the alluring, cunning black cat before him. "You are indeed a humorous spider," the black cat chuckled, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Chapter 46. Collaboration. With the black cat no longer pressing, she elegantly stretched her lithe body, as if she had just concluded an intense warm-up. Then, with arms crossed, she lazily leaned against a ventilation duct, shifting to the main topic. "All right, I won't tease you any longer, little spider. You should still remember the last thing I said to you last night, right? Yesterday afternoon, near Broadway in Manhattan, your esteemed photographer friend encountered quite a predicament." "Esteemed photographer friend? You mean Peter Parker?" Peter feigned ignorance, yet his heart tightened. He felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu. "Unless you have another photographer friend who specializes in providing you with photographs." The black cat shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, all right, none other." Peter pretended to ponder. What kind of trouble did he encounter? "To be honest, I haven't seen him since yesterday, so I'm not quite aware of his situation." The perfect disguise of the venom mask allowed him to speak lies without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Even if he felt guilty, others remained oblivious. However, at that moment, his internal companion audaciously voiced a challenge. "Your heart rate is accelerating, blood flow is intensifying, and there is a significant increase in adrenaline. Are you lying?" The wave of confusion and curiosity from Venom resonated directly within Peter's mind. "Hey, buddy," Peter nearly shouted internally, frustrated that the support was crumbling in such a manner. "What are you doing? We are supposed to be on the same side. You should be providing cover, not acting as a lie detector. Listen, this is what we call a white lie. A white lie does not count as deceit, understand?" He swiftly imparted this lesson to his candid extraterrestrial ally on a mental level, then scratched his mask, expressing concern. "So, is Peter Parker all right?" "Yes, fine. It's just luck on his part." Black Cat waved her hand dismissively. "However, it's evident that you have become his role model. When faced with armed robbers, he stepped up like a fledgling superhero, displaying commendable bravery, only to find himself with a gun firmly pressed against his forehead the next moment." "My goodness," Peter exclaimed in agreement. Though he was right there, the situation sounded incredibly perilous. "Indeed, very dangerous," Black Cat nodded, her tone tinged with the wisdom of experience. "Therefore, I believe you should have a serious talk with him when you have the chance. You need to explain to this child how to navigate the perils of heroism while ensuring his own safety. Courage is vital, but wisdom and strategy are equally indispensable. Child." Peter discreetly glanced at Black Cat's youthful visage beneath her mask, silently pondering whether she truly needed to position herself so maturely in comparison to the boy. "What do you think, little spider?" Black Cat fixed her gaze on Peter, awaiting his response. "Yes, you are absolutely right," Peter quickly nodded, echoing her sentiment. "I will definitely find an opportunity to personally explain to him how a qualified superhero can help others while safeguarding himself." Yet, as he turned his back, feigning to observe the surroundings, he muttered almost inaudibly, "But honestly, if one wishes to be a hero without any danger, the best approach is simply not to be a hero at all. All right, enough of the small talk. It's time to discuss serious matters." Black Cat's playful demeanor faded, her tone becoming increasingly grave. She approached the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the city below, resembling a model. "I sought you out because I wished to formally partner with you." "Partner?" Peter was taken aback. "Indeed." Black Cat turned to face him, her gaze sharp. "You are aware of the escape of gold and the ensuing chaos, aren't you?" "Of course. The newspapers and news broadcasts have gone wild over it." Peter nodded. It was nearly impossible to remain uninformed about such news. He escaped from prison, posing a tremendous threat to the entirety of New York City. The voice of Black Cat dripped with a chill, for his past transgressions were beyond reproach. Now that he had returned, he would only exacerbate his malevolence. "Thus, I extend an invitation to you, to join me in confronting Kingpin." "Confronting Kingpin?" Peter pondered for a moment, as this had indeed been a matter of contemplation for him. Ever since learning of Kingpin's escape, he had been particularly vigilant during his daily patrols, searching for any trace of the villain's potential hiding spots. "Very well. I am more than willing. That formidable brute is undeniably dangerous. However," Peter swiftly added a caveat, "you know I can sometimes be rather busy, and may not always be able to partake in team activities." This was the truth. He had to balance the lives of Spider-Man and Peter Parker. "Your mere affirmation suffices." "Little spider." Black Cat's face illuminated with an enchanting smile, genuinely pleased by Spider-Man's acquiescence. "I am confident that we shall make an exceptional partnership." She playfully winked. Peter felt a flicker of unease within. First, the web-slinger extended an invitation to collaborate on investigating the mechanized killer, and now Black Cat proposed an alliance against Kingpin. When had this humble bug, often a nuisance in the pages of the Daily Bugle, become so sought after? Boom. Just as Peter indulged in his inner musings, a thunderous roar, akin to a beast's growl, erupted from a nearby district near the Hudson River. Following this, a billowing column of thick black smoke ascended like a banner of death, glaringly vivid against the azure sky. Ha ha ha. Explosions are the most exquisite form of art. At the prison entrance, Cassidy wore a sinister grin. "Boss, we must leave. Such a commotion will surely attract a multitude of meddling heroes en route." Very well, very well. How tiresome. Let us depart. There are innocents in need of assistance." The expressions of Peter and Black Cat shifted simultaneously, the previous light-hearted atmosphere vanishing in an instant. The white-eye mask locked onto the direction of the explosion, and without hesitation, he flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The web shot through the air, and Peter propelled himself like a black arrow released from a bow, racing toward the site of the incident. Black Cat's reaction was equally swift. With a series of graceful and efficient leaps, she pursued him, using her grappling hook, her dark form tracing smooth arcs between the buildings. The explosion site was not far from them, and within minutes, Spider-Man and Black Cat arrived. As Peter leaped down from a massive billboard and beheld the scene below, his heart plummeted. The site of the explosion was unmistakably a large prison situated by the Hudson River. The thick walls had been blasted open, revealing a gaping, menacing chasm. with shattered bricks and twisted rebar laid bare. Worse still, a multitude of uniformed prisoners surged forth from the breach like a deluge, flooding the surrounding streets and inciting widespread panic and chaos. The shrill wail of police sirens resonated from all directions. Yet it was evident that the law enforcement's strength was insufficient to regain control of the situation in an instant. Peter, beneath his mask, furrowed his brow tightly. Indeed, this was a hornet's nest stirred. Chapter 47. Takeoff. It appeared that the officers in New York had their hands full today, likely with scarcely a moment to sip their coffee. The black cat, swiftly following, landed beside him, her tone imbued with her characteristic jest. "Oh, Black Cat, do you truly mean that?" Peter felt a twinge of offense. After all, it was they, the volunteer officers, who were most burdened. However, now was not the time for debate. Scanning the scene, he swiftly assessed that he must immediately thwart the escape of more prisoners. "Black Cat, sealing the breach is of utmost importance," he urged, his voice low as he shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Peter, resembling a shadowy specter, raced along the prison's outer wall, his wrist flicking repeatedly as strands of his ultra-adhesive webbing erupted from his fingertips like precise ammunition. These strands swiftly interwove at the massive gaping hole, forming resilient barriers of webbing that effectively slowed the onrush of escaping inmates. "It's Spider-Man, in a black uniform. Has he changed his suit?" Regardless of coloration, those wretched vermin growled. "It's him again. I wish to rip his brain out and flush it down the toilet. Get out of my way." Hostile and agitated roars erupted among the prisoners, including some familiar faces harboring deep-seated animosity towards Spider-Man. While reinforcing the web barricade, Peter seized a moment to retort with his signature quips. "Hey, to the gentleman contemplating my brain, thank you for offering your flushing services. However, my brain is functioning quite well at present and doesn't require any additional cleansing. Perhaps you might keep it for your own use." Previously, he had lamented that New York's criminals were in hiding, only to find himself plunged into the heart of their lair. Truly, life is unpredictable. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos and the police's focus drawn to the main breach, Peter, leveraging his familiarity with the terrain, located a relatively concealed vantage point that overlooked much of the tumult below. He swiftly instructed Venom to retrieve a camera and, with great care, secured it using webbing in the shadow of a billboard support, adjusting the angle to ensure the capture of striking images of Venom in action. However, just as Peter departed from the camera's location, a silhouette even more silent than his own descended beside it, light as a feather, reminiscent of a true feline. The black cat gazed at the camera, cleverly anchored by the webbing, and aimed at the chaotic battleground below. She extended her gloved hand, gently caressing her smooth, fair chin. "Oh," she let out a meaningful sigh, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "What secrets does this little spider hold? A camera, what a fascinating discovery." The black cat tilted her head, pondering for a moment, her face alight with a mischievous and enchanting smile. She refrained from snatching the camera away, unwilling to disrupt Spider-Man's little secret. Instead, she resolved to play along, aiding in the capture of the fugitives while waiting to surprise the industrious little spider. Peter remained blissfully unaware of the camera's exposure. At this moment, he was focused on dealing with the escaped convicts, striving to project a semblance of violence and darkness. A perfect complement to the symbiote suit. "Damn pests, don't come any closer." A burly convict, having just scaled the outer barrier, attempted to slip into the alley, clutching a small dagger he had procured from who knows where. As he beheld the black Spider-Man descending upon him like a demon, he stumbled backward uncontrollably, trembling as he raised the dagger defensively, trying to deter the approaching figure with a fierce shout. "Hey, buddy, you can't even get accustomed to a free sweet. The outside is certainly less suited for you." Peter's voice, filtered through his mask, bore an intentionally chilling tone. "That toy in your hand is rather adorable. May I have a look?" As the words left his lips, his wrist flicked slightly. Whoosh! A web shot forth with astonishing speed, striking the blade and yanking it from the convict's grasp, sending it crashing against the adjacent wall. Peter tilted his head, advancing step by step. "I hope you enjoyed roller coasters and drop towers before your time in prison. Otherwise, I fear for your heart. Moreover, it's best if you're not afraid of heights." Faced with this inexplicable and oppressive verbal onslaught, combined with Spider-Man's ominous, villainous attire, the hulking convict was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition, swallowing nervously, overwhelmed by fear. "Venom," Peter called out to his partner within his mind. "Hey buddy, would you like to try being a hero? You know, the kind that takes down the bad guys." "Can I really?" Venom's consciousness replied, laced with uncertainty and a hint of excitement. "Of course. Do you see this criminal before you, intent on fleeing and posing a societal threat? As a champion of justice, what would you do? A friendly reminder, devouring heads is strictly prohibited. What do you want? I warn you, Don't come any closer. Assaulting someone is against the law. The convict, witnessing the imposing figure of Spider-Man, towering as if growing taller, was gripped by sheer terror, stumbling over his words. Yet, as his voice faded, a shadow darted before him, followed by a force so overwhelming and ferocious that it abruptly crashed onto his shoulder. He soared into the air like a stone flung from a catapult, his feet leaving the ground in an instant, ascending vertically towards the sky with a terrifying velocity. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and the fierce gusts of wind instantly robbed him of his ability to think, leaving only instinctual howls in its wake. He had taken flight. Chapter 48. The overzealous Venom appeared to be experiencing this act of propulsion for the first time, exhibiting signs of excessive excitement. Peter placed his palm above his brow in a gesture of peering into the distance, gazing up at the prisoner who had, in an instant, transformed into a mere speck against the sky. Wow, buddy, he thought helplessly to Venom. You might have exerted a tad too much force. Is he flying a bit too high? Surely he won't be unfortunate enough to collide with a passing bird or, worse yet, a plane. With the enhanced vision granted by both Venom and his own mutated abilities, Peter could discern objects clearly within a 600-meter radius in the absence of obstructions. Yet, as he watched the rapidly ascending prisoner, the target appeared somewhat blurred. Fortunately, Peter's luck today seemed to be holding steady. Or perhaps the prisoner's misfortune had not yet fully materialized. After approximately 10 seconds of breathless freefall, the black, accompanied by a continuous scream, finally began to enlarge. Ultimately, Peter calculated the landing perfectly, employing a deft webbing technique to cushion the fall, safely catching him before gently placing him on the ground. All right, buddy. Peter communicated once more with Venom. It seems you still need a bit more practice. Super strength isn't meant to be wielded in such a manner. Once back on the solid concrete surface, the burly prisoner crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud, mouth agape, eyes vacant and devoid of focus, drool unconsciously spilling forth. Clearly, this brief yet exhilarating journey into the skies had imparted upon him a profound and novel understanding of life and freedom. Apologies. Perhaps next time we should apply just a tad less force. Peter squatted down, kindly closing the man's gaping mouth before securely binding him to the nearby wall with webbing, ensuring he could not escape. In like manner, Peter swiftly subdued 3 more prisoners attempting to flee from different directions. His movements were clean and decisive, his dark silhouette flickering amidst the chaotic streets and the periphery of the prison, each appearance heralded by the exit of a prisoner. However, the number of escaped prisoners was simply too great and widely scattered. Despite Peter and the covert assistance of Black Cat, some cunning or fortunate individuals managed to break through the blockade, fleeing further into the streets and inciting greater chaos and panic. Observing that the situation nearby was being controlled by the police, Peter resolved to change the battlefield while also retrieving his precious camera. As he returned to the concealed billboard structure, the Black Cat, much like a mischievous feline reveling in its prank, leapt forth from the shadows to obstruct his path. With a teasing lilt to her voice and a sly, enchanting smile gracing her lips, she purred, "Well, what shall we do now? I've uncovered a little secret of yours." Peter froze momentarily, his camera suspended mid-action, and instinctively scratched his head in a display of utter embarrassment. This was indeed a most unfortunate predicament. The sight of his flustered demeanor elicited a cascade of melodious laughter from the Black Cat, who could scarcely contain herself. Ha ha. Who would have thought that the illustrious and invincible Spider-Man could find himself in such an awkward situation? How utterly charming. Once she had relished her amusement. She straightened up and waved her hand. All right, I won't tease you any longer. You caught me earlier, and now I've discovered your little secret. We are even. She blew him a flirtatious kiss and then gracefully leapt to the edge of the rooftop. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shan't delay your pursuit of fleeing prisoners. Glancing back over her shoulder, she winked at Peter. Rest assured, I shall keep your secret safe. It will remain our little mystery. With that, she sprang away, her dark silhouette swiftly vanishing amidst the labyrinthine structures. Peter watched the direction in which the Black Cat had disappeared, quietly stowing his camera while shaking his head internally. He was uncertain whether her notion of a secret merely referred to her awareness of him taking photographs, or if her astute perception and deductive reasoning had led her to infer his true identity as Peter Parker. Though he felt the latter possibility was relatively slim, as it would require a more substantial chain of evidence, he dared not underestimate the clever and cunning Black Cat. After all, a woman's thoughts, particularly those of a woman as complex and quick-witted as Felicia Hardy, often possess a level of nuance and acuity that far surpasses those of men. The straightforward reasoning of a scientist like Dr. Connors could hardly be deemed representative of the general populace's average intellect. Saving lives is paramount. Peter shook his head. momentarily suppressing his jumbled thoughts. He cast a glance at the police force below, which had completed its initial assembly and was expanding the perimeter, inhaling deeply. Whoosh! With a swift release of webbing, he transformed once more into the shadowy specter of the city, pursuing the direction in which the criminals had fled. Chapter 49. A reunion with Dylan. On the streets surrounding the prison, the wailing of police sirens rose and fell like an invisible net, casting a pall of oppression and fear over every citizen. Police cars, urgently dispatched from nearby precincts, sealed off major intersections, forming an intricate web designed to thwart the escape of the inmates. Sheriff George Stacy had just wrapped up another grueling gang-related incident in a neighboring district when he hurriedly arrived at the eye of this more chaotic storm. He descended from the police vehicle, his gaze swiftly scanning the scene. Before him lay the shattered walls, billowing black smoke, and his colleagues, valiantly striving to maintain order and apprehend the fugitives, alongside the sprawled bodies littering the ground. What on earth is happening? Sheriff George's voice was laced with suppressed fury as he seized a prison guard whose face was smeared with ash and whose uniform was tattered, pointing at the breach in the prison wall that appeared to have been savaged by a monstrous beast. Where could these inmates have acquired such formidable firepower? This is nothing short of a meticulously orchestrated assault. The trembling guard, still in shock, swallowed a mouthful of dust-laden saliva and stammered, "I don't know, Sheriff." Everything happened too quickly. There was a sudden and violent explosion within the prison. Then, a horde of armed gang members, trained and wielding automatic weapons, surged out, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon us. We were completely taken by surprise. He gasped, a flicker of dread and relief crossing his face. Thankfully, Spider-Man appeared just in time. He blocked the largest breach and helped subdue several of the escapees. Otherwise, the situation would have been exponentially worse. Spider-Man. Sheriff George's brow furrowed deeper. The name conjuring a haunting specter of death, always surfacing at every crime scene. What connection does he have to this incident? He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Drawing from past experiences, he understood that now was not the time to dwell on the cause of the explosion or Spider-Man's involvement. The immediate priority was to control the situation, apprehend the fleeing threats as swiftly as possible, and minimize public risk. As for the truth, once the chaos subsided, the unscathed surveillance footage would undoubtedly reveal all. You, and the rest of you. Sheriff George swiftly turned, issuing clear and decisive commands to the armed officers trailing behind him. Assist the prison guards in escorting every incapacitated inmate back to their cells without exception, ensuring safety in custody. The others will form a pursuit team, fanning outwards to prioritize the capture of armed or highly dangerous escapees. Move swiftly. Yes, Sheriff. The officers replied in unison, splitting into two groups and executing the orders with efficiency. Sheriff George remained in place, his solemn gaze fixed upon the section of wall utterly ravaged by the explosion, and the vast gaping hole shrouded in a black net. He raised his hand, vigorously massaging his throbbing temples, a profound sense of helplessness and fury surging within him. In the span of a mere morning, just one morning, New York City had witnessed two shocking mass jailbreaks, akin to delivering two resounding slaps to the face of every police officer in the city. It was a blatant declaration to the entirety of America. Behold, the New York police system is utterly inept, incapable of safeguarding even the most fundamental prison security. Move swiftly. Take me back, I implore you. Please. Quickly return me to my cell. The outside world is far too terrifying. Spider-Man, oh Spider-Man, he is a demon, a black devil. It is frightful. I cannot remain out here. At that moment, two guards were escorting a prisoner, ensnared in webs like a cocoon, back to the confines of the prison. The prisoner appeared to be in a state of extreme terror, his eyes filled with dread, his body trembling incessantly, and his incoherent cries echoed in despair. Sheriff George felt a surge of compassion and raised his hand to signal the team to pause. He approached the trembling prisoner, scrutinizing his mental state, then turned to the tall guard escorting him and casually inquired, "What have these inmates been saying about Spider-Man being so terrifying? What has he done to them? Has he inflicted unnecessary harm?" The tall guard, caught off guard by the question, wore a peculiar expression, as if carefully choosing his words. "Well, I suppose it could be considered psychological harm. I believe they were primarily frightened by Spider-Man's new attire today." "New attire?" George stroked his chin, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Noticing the sheriff's confusion, the tall guard elaborated, "The Spider-Man that appeared today donned a strikingly infernal black suit, adorned with a large white spider emblem and cold, unyielding eye lenses. The visual impact is quite formidable. Truth be told, his mere presence exudes a more intense pressure than the Punisher depicted in this morning's newspaper. It is entirely natural for these prisoners to be terrified." Having spoken, the tall guard resumed escorting the prisoner back to the prison, muttering under his breath, his voice low yet distinctly audible to George. I truly wish that this city had more heroes like the Punisher and Spider-Man. At least they dare to take action and get things done. The names Punisher and Spider-Man resonated profoundly within Sheriff George's mind, evoking complex and contradictory feelings towards these vigilantes who operated outside the bounds of the law. In his perspective, while Spider-Man was not as irredeemable as the sensationalized narratives of the Daily Bugle suggested, he hardly epitomized the ideal hero. At best, he could be deemed a dangerous individual, misusing his extraordinary abilities under the guise of a masked vigilante. Undeniably, Spider-Man had thwarted numerous crimes and saved many lives, earning the admiration of the populace. However, each time he appeared, the aftermath of battle was typically marked by devastated streets, damaged public property, and immense financial losses, burdens that ultimately fell upon taxpayers and municipal departments to rectify. More importantly, George firmly believed that the apprehension of criminals and the maintenance of public order were the responsibilities and missions of law enforcement officers endowed with legitimate authority, not the whims of unidentified, unregulated masked figures. As for the Punisher, the situation was even more dire. In this man's lexicon, it seemed that the concepts of capture and trial were altogether absent. He acted with ruthless ferocity, employing violence to combat violence, and was wanted for multiple homicides by the FBI and various state police departments. This morning, an escape incident occurred in the Brooklyn district, where several prison guards witnessed a man, akin to a cold-blooded specter, mercilessly gunning down numerous criminals who dared to resist or flee. In George's eyes, the Punisher was nothing short of a murderer, a grim reaper traversing the shadows. Only those media outlets, driven by an insatiable thirst for attention and ratings, would audaciously portray such a butcher who disregards the law as a hero. Meanwhile, just a few blocks away, at the entrance of a bank, 3 masked robbers, their heads shrouded in cheap stockings and brandishing handguns, burst forth from the bank, clutching a canvas bag brimming with cash, only to collide with the harbinger of justice. Or rather, the venomous Spider-Man. Black webs, akin to precision-guided ropes, swiftly ensnared their firearms and the sack of money, the powerful adhesive force yanking them away. Moments later, more webs shot forth, coiling around their bodies like serpents, binding them into 3 immobile bundles, collapsing on the steps of the bank entrance. "Hey there, fellas." Peter's voice emerged through the mask, laced with a deliberate mockery. "Though you've thoughtfully concealed your faces and donned new attire, I believe I haven't mistaken you for anyone else, have I? You're the guests who just bolted from the Riverside prison, right?" He paused, gracefully leaping down from a billboard to stand before the trio, his imposing black figure casting a palpable aura of intimidation. "However, did you perhaps forget to fill out a withdrawal slip before making your heist? That's quite against the rules. Indeed, chaos serves as the most fertile ground for evil. When the fabric of order in the city begins to fray, desires, usually tethered by law and morality, break free from their shackles. Some individuals, who might otherwise adhere to the straight and narrow, find their inner demons stirred by the chaos on the streets and the impotence of law enforcement, swiftly morphing into desperate bank robbers. After all, this is the land of freedom, America, where anything goes every day." Peter tilted his head. Yet, just as he prepared to contact the police to wrap things up, a sharp pain like a needle prick surged through the back of his neck. It was his spider sense. "Wait, my spider sense is tingling again," Peter murmured, his white eye mask immediately shifting towards the source of the sensation. "Let me see who dares to play such a perilous game of teasing spiders on my turf." With a swift motion, he darted like a shadowy bolt of lightning, his wrist launching webs as he gracefully swung between the skyscrapers and streets, landing precisely at the entrance of a subway station across the street. The sight before him revealed the answer. A man, clad in an ill-fitting old coat and bearing an unmistakably nefarious demeanor, was engaged in criminal activity. He tightly gripped the neck of an innocent civilian with one hand, while the other clutched an antiquated Colt revolver, attempting to coerce his captive as he retreated step by step toward the dimly lit escalator of the subway entrance. Peter's position fortuitously obstructed his sole means of escape. The buzz-cut assailant's pupils dilated sharply at the sudden appearance of the dark Spider-Man, his emotions spiraling into heightened agitation and fury. "You wretched spider, get lost. Do you hear me? One more step forward, and I will blow this poor soul's brains out," he bellowed hysterically, the gun's muzzle aimed perilously close to the hostage's temple. Hey, buddy, remain calm, please." Peter's voice came through the mask, striving to sound composed. "I merely wish to have a chat and ascertain the situation. Look, the weather is splendid. Why resort to violence?" As he spoke, he casually stepped forward, seemingly unfazed by the hostage's peril. This time, Peter did not instinctively raise his hands, but venom, with fragments of memories flooding back, did raise his dark tendrils. The scene appeared momentarily disjointed. "Buddy, put that away. There's no need to raise your hands this time," Peter quickly communicated, prompting Venom to retract his appendages in confusion. Startled, the Buzzcut Man exclaimed, "You're not Spider-Man. What kind of monster are you?" "I am indeed Spider-Man, no doubt about it. My other friend merely had different intentions. Speaking of which, have you ever played a thrilling game called Russian Roulette? It's the ultimate test of courage and luck. Recently, however, I've taken a liking to a variant called I Bet Your Gun Is Empty." As Peter spoke, he waved his right hand gently toward the hostage, Mr. Dillon, offering a friendly gesture. "Mr. Dillon, do not fear, do not worry. I'm here with you." Indeed, this unfortunate individual was none other than Max Dillon, the electrical engineer Peter had previously assisted by retrieving engineering blueprints, and he had vowed to recognize him at their next encounter. Chapter 50. The Punisher Strikes. What nonsensical drivel. I cannot comprehend you, but it seems you are acquainted with this poor wretch in my grasp. Though the Buzzcut Man was inwardly terrified, he feigned confidence, bolstered by the hostage's presence. "Whoever you are, I'll say it once more, stop. Do not take another step, or I swear I will pull the trigger." At this moment, Peter's voice escalated, imbued with undeniable authority. "That antiquated Colt revolver holds a pitiful 6 rounds. I have been observing you closely and can assure you with complete certainty that all 6 rounds in your chamber have been expended. Max, trust me. You have no reason to fear him. You can resist. You possess the strength to break free." His words were delivered with such conviction that even the gun-wielding Buzzcut Man nearly believed him. Of course, provided he was unaware of the number of bullets in the gun. It is evident that, as a fugitive, such a feat is unattainable. Max Dillon, a young engineer who had previously been paralyzed by fear and devoid of any rebellious spirit, trembled at the moment he heard Spider-Man's words. A fervent admirer of the superhero, he had rushed home after their serendipitous encounter the previous day to procure a multitude of Spider-Man posters and even secretly commissioned a replica of the iconic suit. In his heart, Spider-Man symbolized a radiant beacon dispelling darkness, an epitome of unwavering justice and reliability. He fixated on the white lenses of Spider-Man's mask. Although the eyes behind them were obscured, he could feel the faith and encouragement emanating from that figure. Life often presents an illusion, as if he were gazing directly at him. "He cannot deceive me," Dillon fervently proclaimed within, an unprecedented surge of courage coursing through him like electricity, banishing all fear. "I believe in him. Spider-Man would never be wrong." Inspired by his idol, Max Dillon's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. The Buzzcut Man, sensing the sudden surge of resistance emanating from Dillon's arm, could scarcely believe his eyes. In a fit of rage, he roared, pressing the gun more forcefully against Dillon's temple in an attempt to compel him into submission. "Are you insane? He is deceiving you. My gun is indeed loaded. With real bullets." "Impossible." Although Dillon's voice was somewhat distorted by the chokehold, it resonated with an extraordinary firmness, imbued with an almost reverent fervor. "Spider-Man could never deceive me. I trust him." What a brainwashed fool, the Buzzcut Man seethed in fury. As a desperate outlaw, he could not tolerate the presence of imbeciles. Feeling Dillon's resistance intensifying to the brink of escape from his grasp, murderous intent swiftly eclipsed reason. "Fine. If you seek death, I shall oblige." His eyes glinted with malice. Devoid of any hesitation, his finger abruptly squeezing the trigger. A soft click echoed, piercing through the tense atmosphere as it felt as if time had frozen. The anticipated gunfire and the splatter of blood did not materialize. The bullet had indeed misfired. The Buzzcut Man froze, disbelief and confusion etched across his face. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Max Dillon seized the rare opportunity. Fueled by his unwavering trust in Spider-Man, he unleashed all his strength, breaking free from his constraints and delivering a swift elbow strike to the Buzzcut Man's face. A sickening crunch of a shattered nose accompanied the splatter of blood, signaling the success of his rebellion. "I did it, Spider-Man. Did you see that? I did it," Dillon exclaimed, exhilarated, as he turned to Peter, his face radiating with newfound confidence. "I saw it. Splendid work, my friend," Peter replied, swiftly stepping forward with genuine admiration, gently patting Dillon's shoulder, his voice imbued with sincere respect. "As I mentioned yesterday, you are undeniably endowed with the courage to stand tall. You, Max Dillon, are the epitome of a true hero." Damn, this is impossible." The man with the buzz cut clutched his bleeding nose, filled with both shock and fury, disbelievingly pulling the trigger once more. Click, click, click. Yet again, the futile sound of an empty chamber echoed, the Colt revolver seemingly cursed, rendered utterly useless. In despair, the Buzzcut Man hurled the empty gun to the ground with a defiant roar. Then, like a cornered animal, he turned to flee. "Hey, buddy," Peter appeared like a specter, swiftly blocking his path, his imposing black silhouette casting an oppressive shadow. "You think you can just slip away without so much as a word? That is hardly the behavior of a good citizen." Confronted by the terrifying figure clad in dark, abyss-like spider attire, feeling the icy scrutiny emanating from the white lenses, the last vestiges of the buzz-cut man's resolve crumbled. His legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, his face etched with sheer terror. Flailing his arms in a frantic plea, "Don't come any closer. I beg you, demon. I know what you're doing. Please, don't approach." Indeed, it was his telekinesis that rendered the bullets ineffective. He had guessed correctly, yet there was no reward for his insight. Peter shrugged helplessly, preparing to shoot a web to end this farce and hand the man over to the authorities. However, in that very moment, a surge of alarm, more intense and piercing than any prior, coursed through him like high-voltage electricity. His spider sense screamed with unprecedented urgency. Danger. Extreme danger. Peter instinctively reacted, his core tightening as he leaped to the side with the agility of a cheetah. Just as he vacated his prior position, whoosh, a specially designed, thick bullet, spiraling through the air, pierced the space where he had stood moments before. The bullet embedded itself deeply into the concrete, creating a small crater that attested to its terrifying power. Peter landed gracefully, stabilizing himself as his white lenses instantaneously locked onto the source of the bullet. Across the street, a heavily modified van, which had stealthily come to a halt, revealed its doors swinging open. A tall, muscular man stepped out, clad in a distinctive black leather trench coat, adorned with an enormous, white skull emblem that glared menacingly in the sunlight. In his hands, he wielded an exaggerated, visually striking high-caliber sniper rifle, from which wisps of black smoke still emanated. Frank Castle, or rather, the Punisher. His face, as hard as rock, was etched with cold resolve, and his eyes, sharp as those of an eagle, fixated unwaveringly on Peter. The black monstrosity kept its distance from the unfortunate individual. The Punisher casually slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder, his other hand resting firmly on a control device at his waist. His gaze was fixed on Peter, imbued with a menacing intensity, as though assessing an obstacle in need of removal. "I shall never permit a villain of your ilk to inflict harm upon the innocent." "Well, I have long anticipated this day." A hint of resignation played at the corners of Peter's mouth beneath his mask. This striking black battle attire, while visually impressive, too easily lends itself to misinterpretation, hastily categorized among the ranks of supervillains. Yet, I truly did not expect that the first to confront me would be you, a headband-wearing, hot-blooded giant fixated on vigilante justice. Just as his sarcasm waned, Peter observed the Punisher deftly pressing the buttons on his control device. The roof of the modified battle vehicle slid open, revealing a launch pad emanating a cold metallic glimmer. In mere moments, 2 military-green mini-missiles had entered a state of readiness, their rear nozzles flashing a perilous red light. The targets were ominously directed toward his vicinity, and the spidey sense blared a frantic warning. Hey, hey, calm down, Frank. It's me," Peter exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, one arm waving frantically while the other pointed to the large spider emblem emblazoned on his chest. "Please, before you unleash your firepower, open those big eyes of yours and take a good look. It's me, Spider-Man, the friendly neighborhood guardian of New York City. Not some extraterrestrial black behemoth. I'm currently in pursuit of escaped convicts from the prison, so hold your fire." Chapter 51. The bond between Venom and Peter. Spider-Man and the Punisher, 2 masked vigilantes who often tread the murky waters of morality, found themselves in the same city rife with crime. To claim that they were complete strangers would be a blatant falsehood. They had brushed past each other countless times during the dark, chaotic nights on the city streets, and on occasion, they had even forged brief alliances against common foes. Spider-Man. The Punisher, Frank Castle, locked his hawk-like gaze on the imposing figure radiating an aura of danger. His mind raced to process the information at hand, analyzing it with precision. The agile movements, the slightly buoyant tone of voice. These details indeed bore a resemblance to the memory of that incessantly chattering figure clad in red and blue spandex. However, there were unmistakable discrepancies. The Punisher's piercing stare scrutinized the figure before him. The disparity in size and appearance was simply too pronounced. The Spider-Man from his memory, while equally agile, possessed a physique more akin to that of a lithe gymnast. In stark contrast, this individual resembled a mobile fortress of black muscle, with exaggerated muscular lines, a height exceeding 2 meters, and an ominous suit of pure darkness that seemed to absorb the very light around it. The enormous, pallid spider emblem upon his chest bore no resemblance to the neighborhood hero. It was more akin to a supervillain emerging from the depths of some infernal abyss. Doubts took root in his heart, yet instead of immediately signaling the war machine to cease fire through his earpiece, he steadied his fingers upon the controller. His voice, seeping through clenched teeth, was as frigid as the currents beneath the Arctic ice. I've encountered Spider-Man before, and you are not him. If you intend to impersonate that bothersome little insect, it would be wise to do your research and prepare accordingly. Now, prepare to face the consequences of your pathetic imitation. War machine launch. The two miniature missiles, primed for action, suddenly glowed with a blinding red light from their exhaust ports, while the locking system emitted a sharp shrill. Damn it! Peter cursed himself for his slip of the tongue. He lightly tapped his own mouth and exclaimed, "Wait, Frank, I understand where the misunderstanding lies." As the Punisher scrutinized him, his superhuman vision, enhanced by both Venom and Spider abilities, caught the reflection in the glass facade of a nearby shop. Comparing himself to the exuberant Max Dillon, who had just completed a heroic feat nearby, a shocking realization struck him like a bucket of cold water. He discovered that, at some point unbeknownst to him, his height had surged significantly, once standing around 185 meters tall in his homemade spider suit, appearing agile and fit. He now saw a shadowy figure in the mirror exceeding 2 meters in stature, with a physique that was grotesquely muscular, exuding an almost violent aesthetic. He resembled an oversized Venom, a monstrous hybrid of Eddie Brock and the symbiote, with a build reminiscent of a powerful beast. This revelation instantly clarified why the Punisher had mistaken him for some unknown terrifying creature. He had been so focused on apprehending criminals that he had entirely overlooked the astonishing transformation of his own appearance. "You are the Punisher, I know you. You are a street hero dedicated to combating crime. I have seen you in the news." Meanwhile, Max Dillon, still riding the adrenaline high, stepped forward unhesitatingly, arms outstretched, interposing himself between Spider-Man and the Punisher, though his legs trembled slightly at the prospect of facing missiles. His voice rang with unwavering conviction, "But you are truly mistaken this time. He is indeed Spider-Man. While his attire may be somewhat unconventional today, I assure you, he is the genuine article. Just moments ago, we flawlessly coordinated to subdue that armed robber. Look." He emphatically pointed to the still crippled, psychologically shattered man on the ground, alongside the Colt revolver discarded like scrap metal, his gaze brimming with resolute certainty. "Frank, hold your fire." Concurrently, the frantic voice of his old partner, the tech support specialist Chip, crackled through the Punisher's earpiece. The chip, through the thermal imaging and dynamic capture camera system mounted on the armored vehicle, remotely observed every movement on the scene, offering its insights at critical moments. The citizen's words seemed quite plausible. "Regardless, we must not act rashly against our amicable Spider-Man, at least until we have conducted a thorough investigation." Two individuals stepped forward in succession. One, an ordinary citizen who risked personal safety to testify, and the other, a trusted technical partner with years of collaboration under their belt. Even the Punisher, with a heart of stone and decisive in action, found it necessary at this moment to suppress his almost instinctual urge to attack. His brow furrowed tightly as his fingers on the controller relaxed slightly, yet did not fully withdraw. The two missiles remained poised for launch, awaiting a satisfactory explanation from the opposing party. "Venom, my friend, what is going on? I had no idea your symbiote was this mischievous." Peter communicated immediately with his inner companion. "Quickly revert to your original size and appearance." As soon as he spoke, he felt a wave of mixed emotions, apologies intertwined with a hint of grievance, from the symbiote within him. Through their unique consciousness link, Venom conveyed a vague, yet comprehensible message to Peter. It all stemmed from Peter's recent series of efficient assaults on criminals, which had elevated his emotions and caused an excessive secretion of adrenaline and various biochemical substances, rendering him quite delectable. For Venom, who had drifted through the cosmos for countless ages, the sudden arrival at such a potent biological reactor as Peter, coupled with the opportunity to indulge in such abundant energy, was exhilarating to the point of exuberance. This overwhelming sense of satisfaction and joy from merging with an ideal host prompted it to unconsciously expand its form, resulting in Spider-Man's physique uncontrollably inflating as well. Upon realizing the truth, Peter instinctively covered his forehead, a wave of incredulous amusement washing over him. After all this commotion, the exaggerated transformation was partly his doing, as his ample supply of nutrients had led to his extraterrestrial roommate becoming a tad too carried away. "All right, just remember to file a report next time, partner," Peter transmitted with resignation. "This surprise is more than sufficient. I do not wish to be perceived as a mutated gorilla escaping from a laboratory after every crime-fighting escapade." With the misunderstanding resolved, Venom promptly responded. The black symbiote enveloping Peter's exterior began to flow like a lively liquid, contracting and adjusting. The overly exaggerated, brutish musculature began to refine and streamline. As the inflated height gradually returned to the normal proportions of a spider, in the blink of an eye, the nightmarish figure of the black muscle behemoth vanished, replaced by a Spider-Man clad in a pure black suit, though now restored to his normal size. Beneath the battle attire, the contours of his muscles remained pronounced and exuded a sense of power, yet this beauty belonged to an elite athlete, replacing the former almost villainous aura of brute intimidation. Observing that he had finally regained his normal physique, Peter let out a sigh of relief and, with an air of awkward resignation, addressed the ever-vigilant Punisher. "Hey, did you see that? I apologize. My new suit just experienced a minor technical glitch. You know, as a novice stepping into this complex and exhilarating world, one can be a bit out of sorts, right? Now, the Spider-Man of today, aside from the suit's transformation from its iconic red and blue to a pure matte black, with a massive white spider emblem on his chest, had also retained the physique, posture, and that unique chattiness that aptly matched the image the Punisher remembered." The Punisher's icy gaze swept over Peter for a full 5 seconds before he finally removed his finger from the missile launch controller and, speaking into the concealed microphone beneath his collar, issued a somber command. "War record file, number 18234, input signal, cancel missile launch protocol." Realizing this was indeed a misunderstanding, the Punisher did not spare Spider-Man another glance, nor did he utter any polite phrases such as an apology or a warning for the future. Instead, he turned with efficiency, striding heavily and resolutely toward his vehicle, resembling a mobile armory. However, Peter Parker was not one to exhibit such impersonal demeanor. With the crisis averted, he felt it necessary to greet his acquaintance. "Hey, Frank, wait up." With a slight exertion of his legs, Peter executed a graceful front flip, landing lightly beside the Punisher as he prepared to enter his vehicle. He regarded the Punisher's exaggeratedly designed, large-caliber sniper rifle with the appreciation of an art connoisseur, as well as the imposing vehicle that embodied the aesthetics of heavy industrial violence. Peter unabashedly exclaimed, "Honestly, man, that thing in your hands is quite impressive. Look at these lines, this texture, and those massive pieces on your war machine. Wow, the last time I saw you was about half a year ago at the Brooklyn docks. And you certainly didn't showcase such formidable firepower then. Your current ensemble is far cooler than that vampire slayer who wields dual blades." At this point he paused, seemingly recalling the harrowing brush with danger, and couldn't help but smirk. "But he has a bit more humanity than you know? You almost took me out back there. That was..." In the next moment, Peter's words were abruptly cut off as a powerful hand, akin to a steel claw, swiftly seized the fabric of his suit at the neck. The Punisher had turned back, his expression still devoid of any emotion. Has anyone ever conveyed to you that his voice, though deeply resonant, exudes an unsettling sense of oppression with every utterance? In truth, your incessant prattle, which you mistakenly perceive as humor, is profoundly irksome. His gaze is frigid and merciless, as if scrutinizing a lifeless object. Yet, the Punisher underestimated the bond between Venom and Peter. In the next instant, sensing its host in peril, the Venom suit activated its automatic defense mechanism. Two colossal hands, formed from a black, viscous substance, swiftly seized the collar of the Punisher's leather coat with a speed beyond the limits of human perception. The Punisher barely had time to express a brief gasp of astonishment before his robust frame, weighing over 100 kilograms, was effortlessly lifted off the ground. Akin to a mere puppet, more black matter rapidly coalesced above Peter's head, morphing and solidifying into a massive, grotesque black skull. The visage opened a gaping maw, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp, pallid fangs, while a crimson tongue extended, almost reaching to lick the Punisher's face. A deep, malevolent voice echoed, as if from the abyss. "Dare you lay a hand on him? Do you believe I would devour your head, bones and all?" This sudden assault was entirely unforeseen by the Punisher. His feet left the ground, and breathing became labored as the collar was tightly grasped, causing a palpable shift in his typically impassive expression. There was a blend of fury from being throttled, astonishment at the unknown force, shock at the sudden turn of events, and a profound confusion regarding this incomprehensible creature. Instinctively, despite his restrained condition, he defiantly raised his sniper rifle, attempting to aim the barrel at the monstrous black head mere inches away, seeking a final means of escape. "Frank, hold on." The Chip, monitoring the situation, was equally startled by the rapid turn of events. Yet, his extensive experience thrust him into combat support mode. He promptly issued commands to activate the close-range defense protocol for the armored vehicle, as the atmosphere shifted from awkwardness to a deadly clash. Entirely unanticipated was Venom's fierce protective response. Peter swiftly intervened. Hey, stop. Everyone, cease at once. Let him go. You've misunderstood. Frank is my friend. He was merely joking with me. A misunderstanding." Release him. Venom's massive black skull abruptly turned toward Peter, the ferocity in its white eyes replaced by a flicker of confusion. It seemed unable to comprehend why its host would hinder it from annihilating this hostile and threatening target. He is attacking you. Venom's consciousness conveyed, imbued with simple logic. That is merely a different form of greeting, peculiar to human males. Though somewhat crude, it does not denote enmity. Release him. Venom tilted its enormous head, seemingly processing the newly acquired information. Moments later, a fierce grin returned to its grotesque visage, radiating an innocent charm. Chapter 52. Frank could never be Spider-Man very well. I shall heed your counsel, Venom replied, promptly using its massive black arms to carefully place the Punisher back onto the ground. After retracting its smile, it swiftly receded like the ebbing tide, merging back into the black suit enveloping Peter, as though it had never been present. Within a safe house cluttered with various electronic components and intricate scientific instruments, a chip transmitted high-definition visuals from the armored vehicle, witnessing the entire sequence unfold, and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank God. The chip, still shaken, inquired of the Punisher, Frank, are you all right? That black entity appeared exceedingly formidable. Its reaction speed and strength were extraordinary. The Punisher's thoughts mirrored those of the chip. The moment his feet touched the ground, instinct compelled him to retreat several large steps, creating what he deemed a safe tactical distance from Spider-Man. His large-caliber sniper rifle was raised once more, its muzzle firmly aimed at Spider-Man, his gaze filled with heightened vigilance and icy resolve, tension coursing through his body, unwilling to relax for even a moment. The terrifying sensation he had just faced lingered at the edges of his nerves. Take it easy, buddy, take it easy. Peter quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, his tone laced with exasperation and regret. I had already warned you that my new acquaintance is a bit out of sorts, still in an adaptation phase, and quite sensitive. Your earlier movement may have inadvertently triggered its automatic defense mechanism. Pausing momentarily, he continued in a more light-hearted manner. Fortunately, I laid down some ground rules beforehand. The foremost being that it must never engage in the grotesque act of devouring human brains. Otherwise, that brilliant tactical mind of yours might have just bid me farewell. With a shake of his head, Peter pondered what he could do in such a situation. Venom's primary intention was evidently to protect its host, a fact beyond dispute. Yet its methods and comprehension remained firmly rooted in a primitive stage. This peculiar circumstance inexplicably reminded him of his own early days as Spider-Man, when good intentions often led to unfortunate outcomes. Frank, the chip's voice resonated in the Punisher's ear once more. I have reanalyzed that creature. I believe that black entity, or rather, what Spider-Man referred to as his new suit, is likely a cutting-edge piece of equipment utilizing the latest in nanotechnology. Consider this. He is closely associated with Tony Stark, whose corporation has long since developed highly intelligent, automatically defensive nanosuits. Thus, it is not surprising. We need not be overly anxious. Your recent action merely triggered its automatic defense mechanism. The analysis of the chip is not without merit. The rumors of Spider-Man's impending addition to the Avengers have become nearly ubiquitous, thanks to the promotion by the Daily Bugle. The extraordinary relationship between Spider-Man and Iron Man is hardly a secret. Previously, Tony Stark has personally showcased the astonishing applications of nanotechnology at several tech expos and Stark Industries press conferences, with relevant videos and materials readily available online. Interpreting the earlier situation as a response from a highly advanced swarm of nanobots is logically sound. But is the nanotech suit truly as described? The Punisher, fixated on Spider-Man, still harbors doubts. The overwhelming sense of pressure experienced in the presence of that entity felt far from the cold, mechanical nature one would expect. Gazing into those narrow, fierce white eyes was akin to staring into a living abyss, a stark contrast to the gaze of artificial intelligence. Nevertheless, the chip's analysis holds water and is logically coherent. Despite Frank's personal disdain for the flamboyant playboy with a history of arms dealing, he cannot deny the man's recognized genius in the fields of technology, particularly in artificial intelligence and advanced materials science. Not to mention, the core intelligent targeting system and some defensive modules of his heavily upgraded Punisher vehicle can be traced back, to some extent, to Stark Industries. Spider-Man, the Punisher finally lowered his weapon, yet his voice remained as cold as steel, laced with an undeniable warning. Next time, manage your new suit properly, or as you said, I won't hesitate to blow its head off. With that, he offered Peter no chance for further conversation, snorted dismissively, and swiftly turned to enter his armored vehicle. Amidst the low rumble of the engine, the war machine sped away from the chaotic street, leaving behind only bullet-riddled craters and a faint scent of gunpowder. Peter, scratching the back of his head, stood in bewilderment. He had prepared an elaborate explanation regarding the extraterrestrial symbiote, only to have his interlocutor dismiss him with a mere terse remark. "Well, that's acceptable," Peter shrugged, feeling relieved to avoid wasting breath on an explanation that might not be believed. He extended a thumb in the direction where the vehicle had vanished, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Frank, true to form, your method of handling problems is always so straightforward and brutish." As the Punisher's heavily modified vehicle cruised through the gradually stabilizing yet still siren-filled streets of New York, the atmosphere within remained far from relaxed. A display screen on the console radiated light, showcasing the image of a chip. He rubbed his temples and earnestly advised the silent Punisher, seated in the driver's seat. "Frank, I realize you may not appreciate this sentiment, but Spider-Man's recent words do hold some merit. At times, your methods are excessively ruthless and uncompromising. If this continues, I genuinely fear you may suffer grave consequences. Observe the current situation. The FBI, the New York Police Department, and several state law enforcement agencies have placed you on their wanted lists. This signifies that you are perpetually encircled by danger, and our available resources and support are dwindling." The Punisher's grip on the steering wheel remained unwavering, his gaze resolutely fixed on the road ahead. His voice, cold and detached, responded, "Chip, you know my approach has always been this way. The law is riddled with loopholes. For some, prison is merely a temporary lodging. I shall not afford those villains any opportunity to engage lawyers, exploit legal procedures to prolong their stay, and then emerge from prison only to continue their rampage, inflicting further harm on the innocent." Images of that indelible, blood-soaked afternoon flashed through his mind like a brand, forever etched deep within his soul, compelling him to be merciless and unyielding. I understand what that past signifies for you." Chip's voice softened, imbued with profound resignation and sorrow. "However, Frank, the flames of vengeance burn too fiercely and may ultimately sear you as well. Perhaps you ought to learn from Spider-Man, to comprehend how he manages to garner the understanding, support, and even adoration of the majority of citizens while dispensing justice. I dread the day when you are not felled by those mob assassins, but instead find yourself incarcerated by the police." Speaking of Spider-Man, even Chip, a rational technical expert, could not help but extol. "And did you see? Frank, 3 years ago, his fame and societal acceptance were likely far beneath yours, yet now, nearly every child in New York knows him and adores him. The Avengers have extended him an olive branch. Even billionaires like Tony Stark, titans of technology, are willing to provide him with technical support, including that seemingly exorbitant nanotech suit." Setting aside Spider-Man's extraordinary arachnid abilities, the automated defense and transformation capabilities of that suit he demonstrated earlier, if a confrontation had truly occurred, facing him would have left us with scant chances of success, a grim fate indeed. Chip's tone bore an unmistakable hint of envy and reflection. "If only we could acquire such resources and support." The Punisher, aware of the unsaid implications in his old friend's words, merely shook his head slightly, his gaze steadfastly fixed ahead. He is the Punisher, Frank Castle, destined never to become Spider-Man, nor has he ever aspired to be one. From the very beginning, his path has been irrevocably paved with bullets, blood, and the solitude of revenge. Chapter 53. Say cheese. Spider-Man. Once the Punisher departed, an electrifying voice, tinged with excitement and a hint of tremor, shattered the silence. Max Dillon, the electrical engineer who had just been rescued from the clutches of danger and had witnessed the near eruption of a heroic conflict, now looked at Peter with an intensity more fervent and resolute than before. He could hardly contain his admiration for his idol. "Your new suit looks even more impressive than that formidable version from earlier. The muscular lines exude a sense of power without appearing overly intimidating. And thank you for saving my life once again." He adjusted his slightly outdated black-framed glasses, attempting to present a facade of calm, yet his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. "Oh, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Dillon. Your taste is quite refined," Peter replied, gazing through the pure white lenses of his Venom suit with a friendly demeanor towards this brave, ordinary man. "As for saving you, my friend, one could argue that you saved yourself. You should be grateful for your courage and trust. In such a situation, choosing to believe in a guy clad in an odd black suit resembling a villain is not something everyone can achieve." As he spoke, he casually flicked his wrist, shooting a black web that ensnared the buzz-cut thug, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Like an unsightly ornament, he was securely adhered to the weathered wall, ensuring he posed no further threat. Peter turned to Mr. Dillon, who showed no fear of his new attire, reflecting on the latter's gallant stance between him and the Punisher. His tone shifted to one of sincerity and gravity. "In truth, I owe you my thanks as well. Had you not bravely stepped forward, providing your undeniable testimony, I might have found myself embroiled with the Punisher, or perhaps even worse." At this moment, Peter patted his Venom suit, which notably lacked pockets, and shrugged in a manner quintessentially Spider-Man, laced with humor. Also, could you kindly dial the police? I believe this gentleman requires a one-way ticket back to prison, and I am certain the officers would be more than willing to assist, though he possessed a phone. The Venom suit could indeed be regarded as a new piece of equipment with built-in storage. However, being in a public space, he opted for the most prudent approach. Aware of the numerous eyes that might be watching, whether curious citizens with their phones or hidden surveillance from certain factions. Of course, it would be an honor to assist. Max, donning his black-framed glasses, promptly agreed without a moment's hesitation. Perhaps it was the first time he had ever received gratitude, especially from the esteemed Spider-Man, that left this seemingly simple and honest man somewhat flustered. As he reached into his pocket for his phone, this seemingly straightforward action transformed into an extraordinarily intricate maneuver. His fingers seemed to betray him, nearly causing the device to slip from his grasp. After much effort, he finally retrieved it, only to fumble with the password, repeatedly entering it incorrectly. His awkward yet earnest demeanor resembled that of a scientist grappling with a world-class enigma, albeit this riddle revolved around his smartphone. Peter observed quietly, devoid of any impatience or his usual playful banter. Instead, he spoke in a friendly tone. It's all right, Max, take your time. No need to rush. Look, all danger has passed. We have ample time. Take a deep breath and relax. You can do this. Through the lens, Peter gazed at the chosen worker before him, consistently sensing a reflection of himself in Max. Whether it was the former version of himself as a fellow corporate drone like Mackie, or the Peter Parker who struggled socially before becoming Spider-Man, both had shared similar experiences of feeling out of place. Though Peter's words were simple, they served as a potent injection of encouragement for Max, akin to the warm rays of sunlight that dispelled much of his anxiety and turmoil. Ultimately, he managed to calm his racing heart, successfully unlocking his phone and dialing the New York Police Department to resolve the situation impeccably. I apologize. This is my first time calling the police in such a manner, and I'm a bit nervous. After hanging up, Max gingerly returned his phone to his pocket, but his hands seemed at a loss, hovering in midair one moment, then subconsciously brushing against the edge of his pocket the next. It was evident to anyone that he was overwhelmed and uncomfortable. His identity as a black man in America, a nation plagued by racial discrimination, ensured that he would always feel inferior, particularly in the presence of law enforcement officers who could easily regard him as a target. Bearing the label of a person of color, Max had always found it exceedingly difficult to receive fair treatment, let alone to be thanked or referred to as a hero. Consequently, Spider-Man's encouragement from the previous day held profound significance for him, contributing to his unwavering trust in the hero. Can I take a picture with you? He stammered, having rehearsed this in his mind countless times. When he finally mustered the courage to utter the words, it felt as though he had expended all his energy. His voice was barely above a whisper, trembling with uncertainty. He dared not lift his gaze to meet Spider-Man's lens, mentally preparing himself for the likelihood of rejection, aware that the iconic hero stood before him, while he remained merely an ordinary passerby. Spider-Man's extraordinary hearing could hardly have missed the cautious inquiry from Max Dillon. He responded with an air of nonchalance and warmth, devoid of hesitation, readily agreeing, "My friend, of course. It is truly splendid to bring joy to those who admire Spider-Man." In truth, Peter never declined reasonable requests from his fans. Be it a high five, a handshake, or a photograph, he welcomed them all. To him, these interactions were vital in expressing gratitude towards his supporters and spreading happiness. With the news of today's South Prison riot and street chase, coupled with Spider-Man donning a striking black suit, it was inevitable that this story would soon circulate throughout New York City like wildfire. Concealing it was never his intention. After all, wasn't T.J. Jonah Jameson of the Daily Bugle eager for dirt on Spider-Man? What could be darker than the image of the Venom Spider? Peter understood clearly that instead of allowing bystanders or rivals to sell captured photos of Venom Spider to the Bugle for profit, it was far more prudent to seize the opportunity for this exclusive story himself, as photographer Peter Parker. As Peter mused to himself, to ignite a sensational topic, one voice is not sufficient. Were there not those who were impatient to witness Spider-Man's darker moments? Very well, he would grant them their wish. While Max remained engulfed in astonishment, fumbling with his phone in a state of awkwardness, Peter approached him as if they were longtime friends. With care, he controlled his strength, warmly draping an arm around Max's shoulders while adeptly forming a peace sign with the other hand for the photograph. "Come on, Max, look at the camera. Say cheese," Peter encouraged in a light-hearted tone. Max straightened up, beaming with what he believed to be a radiant smile, mirroring a similar gesture towards the phone's lens. Click. The camera captured this moment, resulting in a perfect photograph of Spider-Man and the electrical engineer. After the photo was taken, Peter, embodying the role of a considerate friend, lowered his voice and, with a blend of jest and sincerity, advised, "Hey, Max, you'd best cherish this super cool snapshot. Keep it to yourself and don't let too many people know. You see, there are plenty of villains in this city who harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. Should a spider hunter set their sights on you, it would not bode well." Max understood the peril posed by the many villains who loathed Spider-Man and vowed earnestly not to publicize the image, choosing instead to treasure it. He even envisioned having the photo printed and framed exquisitely, placing it prominently by his bedside. Each morning, a mere glance at it would surely invigorate him throughout the day. "Thank you ever so much, Spider-Man," he exclaimed. "Were it not for the icy touch of my phone persistently reminding me of the reality of the moment, I might have believed that the events of the past 2 days were merely an extraordinary dream." Max adjusted his slightly askew glasses, reflecting on his own past, whimsical aspirations, and chuckled at the absurdity of it all. "It is perhaps amusing to admit that I once dreamt a particularly ridiculous dream, wherein you were not only the vigilante swinging between skyscrapers, but also transformed into a billionaire akin to Tony Stark, presiding over a business empire grander than both Oscorp and Stark Industries, while I was fortunate enough to be your employee, enjoying a 9-to-6 existence." The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is keenly aware. Peter indeed harbored intentions of establishing Parker Industries, with a future path fraught with uncertainties. Whether it be upgrading equipment, confronting crises, or better safeguarding those around him, substantial financial resources were imperative. He could not indefinitely rely on selling photographs to the Daily Bugle, milking Mr. Jameson for a living. However, as his gaze fell upon Max, whose thinning hair and weary countenance bore the marks of sleepless nights and relentless stress, he couldn't help but internally scoff. "Buddy, you are truly earnest. Even in your dreams, your highest ambition is to be someone else's employee rather than to be your own boss." Yet, upon reflection, for an ordinary engineer grappling with the challenges of survival in a demanding society, a stable and considerable income, coupled with a 9-to-6 schedule, weekends off, and additional benefits, might indeed represent a veritable paradise. Max's thoughts struck Peter with a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of his own experiences at the Daily Bugle, toiling for meager wages amidst the complexities of working with Jameson. "All right," a shared glance confirmed it. "We are of the same ilk." Suddenly, Max exclaimed, "Oh no. It's nearly 1 o'clock. I must hurry back." He glanced at the time displayed on his phone, urgency washing over him. "Apologies, Spider-Man, but I have a crucial project phase report to attend to. I must take my leave. Until next time." With that, he turned and dashed towards the subway station. Project? The word struck Peter like a bolt of lightning, instantly recalling the secret experiment that had transformed Max into Electro. "Max, wait." Peter instinctively called out to the engineer, who had already taken several steps away. Max halted, turning back with a look of confusion. Peter approached him quickly, a hint of concern in his tone. "Max, may I inquire about the nature of the experiment you mentioned?" Upon hearing this question, Max's expression shifted to one of rigidity and discomfort. He lowered his head, his eyes flickering, hands nervously entwined, stumbling over his words, unable to articulate a complete sentence. The projects he was involved in were bound by confidentiality agreements, rendering him unable to disclose any details. Yet he found himself facing the inquiry of his idol, Spider-Man. As soon as the words left Peter's lips, he realized he had misspoken. Observing the expression on the other's face, he quickly patted his headgear and spoke in a tone laced with contrition. "I apologize, Max. It was my mistake to inquire about matters concerning commercial secrets. Let us pretend I never asked. Nevertheless, Max, please remember my warning about the electric eel tank from yesterday. Exercise utmost caution. Your safety is far more paramount than any experimental data." "I will remember. Thank you, Spider-Man. I will certainly be vigilant about my safety," he replied, nodding emphatically. Yet, as Peter watched Max's figure vanish into the entrance of the subway station, a sense of unease crept over him. Simultaneously, the distant wail of sirens approached from the street, with red and blue lights beginning to flicker at the corner. "Well then," he sighed, raising his hands in resignation. "It is time to depart. I do not wish to wait for the arrival of the officers only to be described by an overly enthusiastic witness as the dark accomplice causing chaos, or to be portrayed by Mr. Jameson as a sinister spider colluding with a fugitive on the front page tomorrow." With a flick of his wrist, a strand of web shot forth, landing precisely at the apex of a nearby skyscraper. The powerful pull instantly lifted him off the ground, his dark silhouette carving an elegant arc through the air. Next, Peter mused quietly to himself that after lunch, he must find a moment to visit Harry. As the newly appointed head of Oscorp following Norman Osborn, Harry would undoubtedly be privy to the cutting-edge, even perilous, experimental projects underway within the company. Moreover, Regarding the truth behind Norman Osborn's demise, he must take advantage of Harry's amnesia to elucidate the matter clearly. This should not pose a challenge. Norman was killed by the glider's green goblin blade. A simple examination of the wound would reveal that it had no connection to Spider-Man. At that moment, a bolder, perhaps more effective thought flashed through his mind. Or should I opt for a more direct approach? His white goggles scanned the city below, a metropolis shrouded in countless secrets. Like that dark knight of Gotham, leveraging technology and strength, he could silently infiltrate the encrypted databases of the New York Police Department, and even the CIA, actively seeking out villains yet to emerge in the city. Wait, aside from Kingpin and his 6 formidable foes, what other villains associated with Spider-Man are there? There's Electro, Sandman. Spider-Man, think quickly. The mention of the Sinister Six sparked Peter's imagination. Venom, my friend, you suggest Kingpin has 6 formidable foes. Yet can't Spider-Man have the Spider-Four Horsemen, or perhaps the 12 Guardians of the Holy Warriors? Venom responded, are you suggesting I should split into 12? Chapter 55, The Unfortunate Flint. Hey, stop right there. I was not thinking in that direction at all. Peter hastily replied through their shared consciousness, attempting to soothe the evidently unsettled Venom, but in the next moment, he caught the crux of their conversation. Wait, did you just mention splitting? Can you generate other symbiotes? Like Venom 1 and Venom 2? This sensation is akin to the most exquisite cell mitosis or asexual reproduction in biology. It is simply magnificent. After being reminded by Venom, Peter recalled that in the diverse universes and various mediums of Marvel narratives, the lore surrounding symbiote species is remarkably eclectic, rife with contradictions and reconstructions. Take, for instance, the ability to split. In certain well-known Marvel films and some classic comics, a mature symbiote like Venom can indeed serve as a progenitor, capable of producing entirely new, independent offspring symbiotes through some means. The most vivid and chilling example etched in his memory is that of the creature known as Carnage, a scarlet monster born from the union of a symbiote and a lunatic on Earth. This entity is far more deranged than its progenitor, Venom, embodying untold violence and a complete lack of reverence for life, existing solely to sow chaos and suffering. Indeed, I can produce offspring symbiotes. The fluctuations in Venom's consciousness echoed once more, affirming Peter's conjecture, only to pivot abruptly to express its hesitations. However, this process entails certain conditions and costs. In my hazy recollections, I seem to have once separated a symbiote, and the experience was decidedly unpleasant, 12 of them, to be precise. Venom fell into a brief silence. And through their mental link, Peter discerned the unspoken implication, 12 might be a tall order. Peter couldn't help but chuckle beneath his mask, quickly relaying through their connection to reassure his extraterrestrial companion. Relax, my friend. You have completely misunderstood my intent. I am not a mad scientist intent on transforming you into a symbiote production factory. He certainly did not wish for the other to split into 12. However, if it were possible, producing a few offspring could indeed be quite intriguing. The mere thought of Carnage referring to Venom as Daddy struck him as both humorous and absurd, a notion he internally ridiculed, though perhaps it was the only aspect that elicited some amusement. Regrettably, according to subsequent narratives, the offspring symbiotes that Venom produced often turned out to be rebellious, far from the considerate and understanding progeny one might hope for. They were more like debt collectors. With his mind operating at the speed of a top-tier processor, Peter swiftly recalled another name, Riot. In one interpretation within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this silver gray, formidable symbiote capable of morphing into various lethal weapons is also posited as one of Venom's progeny. Its behavioral patterns are characterized by aggression and betrayal, a veritable embodiment of a power-hungry entity seeking to lead its kind in the conquest of Earth. Of course, Peter was acutely aware that some comic book renditions, in their quest for simplification or to narrate disparate tales, often depict characters like Carnage and Riot as mere brothers of Venom rather than adhering to a strict father-son dynamic, thus explaining their similarities and enmity. Even some exceedingly ancient comic book narratives allude to the notion that symbiotes are capable not only of division but also of devouring one another, merging into an unprecedentedly formidable entity. Such a level of fused symbiosis is said to transcend even the hallmark vulnerabilities of fearing specific sonic frequencies and extreme temperatures, rendering it nearly invincible. Shaking his head, Peter felt compelled to dismiss these increasingly absurd thoughts. He had just entertained some legends regarding symbiotes achieving divinity through boundless consumption. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside these errant musings. Regardless, this was an internal matter for the Venom symbiote. He would not impose any decisions upon his extraterrestrial friend that contradicted its own will and essence. Listen, my friend, Peter conveyed through their mental connection, expressing resolute thoughts. Whether you can split or wish to do so, that is entirely your freedom. We are partners, friends. I will not coerce you into anything, just as you respect my choices." Upon hearing Peter's words, Venom developed a newfound understanding of friendship. How delightful it is to have a friend. At that moment, while Peter engaged in amicable dialogue with the symbiote within, a massive collective prison break unfolded in New York, affecting 2 facilities housing inmates. This incident transcended mere public safety issues. It was a blatant affront and slap in the face to the city's law enforcement system. In response to the mayor's fury and urgent demands, the chief of the New York Police Department personally led a comprehensive operation, deploying all precincts in conjunction with special task forces to launch a vigorous crackdown on gangs and fugitives within their jurisdiction. Officially aimed at purging all gang influences and escaping criminals, this operation naturally focused on those escapees with comprehensive documentation, complete with photographs, home addresses, and social connections, given the current era where gangs had largely retreated into secrecy. Among them was Flint Marko, an unfortunate soul who had narrowly escaped from a Brooklyn prison. Propelled by sheer luck and chaos, after parting ways with the deranged Cassidy, he was left with an overwhelming longing for his daughter, Penny Marko, and a profound guilt for failing in his paternal duties. Instinctively, he hurried back to his inconspicuous home in the impoverished neighborhoods of North Manhattan. However, home was no longer the warm haven it once was. Due to his past transgressions, his wife regarded him with misunderstanding and fear. He could only meet his ailing daughter Penny in furtive moments, akin to a thief, under his wife's wary gaze. The sight of his daughter's pale little face and her yearning eyes for paternal affection sliced through his heart like a knife. Before he could devise a means to secure the exorbitant medical costs for her treatment, and without even a moment to quench his thirst, the jarring wail of police sirens enveloped the vicinity. "Stop, Flint Marko." The officer's cold, unyielding voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "The revelation of your involvement in the murder of Mr. Parker, coupled with your prior offenses, has led the entire New York Police Department to designate you as a prime target for apprehension. There is no escape for you. Naturally, you would not remain idle, fleeing like a rat pursued by all." The blaring red and blue lights of the police cars relentlessly pursued him through the narrow, dilapidated streets, their urgent sirens ringing in his ears like a nightmare, nearly suffocating Flint. Clad in a blue-striped shirt, he sprinted as if he were a rabbit being hunted by hounds, darting into ever narrower alleyways, his feet refusing to pause even for an instant. The name of the kind Mr. Parker echoed incessantly in his conscience and dreams, a curse he could not shake during his 3 years of imprisonment. As he ran, Flint's mind conjured the memory of that fateful night, the elderly man who had tried to reason with him, the gun that discharged unexpectedly, and the slowly collapsing figure. In that moment, his life plummeted into an abyss. Chapter 56, Diamonds. Just as he had painfully argued to his wife, he was not a remorseless murderer. He was merely a victim of misfortune. Had his beloved daughter Penny not fallen ill with a disease that required exorbitant medical expenses, he would never have resorted to such desperate measures, embarking on the path of robbery. If that night, the old gun he brandished to frighten had not misfired, the kind Mr. Parker would still be standing, and he would not bear the heavy shackles of a murderer. However, reality is unforgiving. It knows no what-ifs. Flint was acutely aware that he could not be captured and returned to that dark, oppressive prison. His gaze fell upon a photograph in his palm, imbued with his daughter's profound love. In the picture, Penny beamed at him with an angelic smile, a smile that bestowed upon him immense strength. He summoned every ounce of his energy to overcome the obstacles that lay ahead. Run faster. Flint, you can do it. Penny is still waiting for you to raise the funds to save her life. In that moment, the incessant wailing of the sirens behind him and the whirring of the police helicopter above seemed to miraculously fade away. In his mind, only one voice echoed, urging him to leap over the trash bins, broken fences, and debris that obstructed his path. Yet, amidst his overwhelming panic and disorientation, Flint failed to realize that in his frantic attempt to evade the police vehicles and helicopter, his chosen route had veered fatally off course, drawing him closer to a military-restricted area designed for experiments. He forcefully scaled a rusted barbed wire fence, oblivious to the cuts on his arms. And as he believed he had eluded his pursuers, drenched in sweat, he finally had a moment to glance back. His chest heaved violently, his heart pounding like a drum. Despite every muscle in his body screaming for respite, his feet dared not to falter. Suddenly, an unexpected sensation of weightlessness seized him. As he turned his head back to face forward, his foot unexpectedly found nothing beneath it, and he plummeted like a marionette with severed strings into a vast sand pit, its walls marked by evident signs of human construction. A sharp pain surged through the back of his head, and darkness enveloped his vision, rendering him momentarily unconscious. Are all preparations for the experiment complete? Not far above the sand pit, in a concealed underground laboratory filled with intricate instruments and blinking indicators, researchers clad in white lab coats were calibrating their devices. Upon hearing the inquiry from the project lead, a doctor, they nodded in affirmation. All systems have been checked, Doctor. The particle physics reconfiguration experiment, the 121st attempt, is ready for activation. Very well, then let us proceed as planned. The individual referred to as the doctor made a decisive proclamation. None of them noticed that just ahead of them, the vast sand pit designated for the experiment and material observation had recently been invaded by an unfortunate fugitive named Flint Marco. Above the pit, a colossal circular particle collider began to emit a low, resonant hum as a ghostly blue light coursed through the intricate energy circuits. Flint, gingerly touching the throbbing pain at the back of his head, struggled to rise, his vision still blurred and his ears buzzing. However, just as he steadied himself, an overwhelming force erupted above him, threatening to tear him apart. No, Flint barely had time to lift his gaze and let out a desperate roar as he watched the previously still yellow sands whirl to life, swirling violently towards him. Every part of his being, his hands, arms, torso, was visibly assimilated, disintegrated, and erased by the furious flow of particles. In a matter of seconds, his anguished cries echoed within the pit as his corporeal form was entirely dismantled, merging into the vibrant sands that danced as if endowed with life, becoming an inseparable part of this sandy sea. Achoo! At midday, in a renowned pizzeria in Midtown Manhattan, famous for its generous portions and rich cheese, Peter, indulging in a belated lunch, let out a loud sneeze without warning. Peter, have you not yet recovered from your cold? In her restaurant uniform, with a smudge of flour on her apron, Liz Allen approached his table, carrying a freshly baked super cheesy pizza. It seems so. The weather in New York is always so unpredictable, Peter sniffled dismissively, but the rich aroma that wafted towards him instantly captivated all his senses. Wow, this pizza smells absolutely divine. Just the scent alone ignites my appetite. Lydia observed Peter's exaggerated demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head as she placed the pizza steadily before him. Enjoy it thoroughly, my gluttonous friend. Would you care for a beverage? Not for the moment. Thank you, Lydia, Peter replied. He grasped a fork, cautiously spearing a slice of the remarkably cheesy pizza, eagerly ready to savor its flavor. However, just as his lips were about to graze the golden, crispy crust, a piercing female scream filled with panic and dread erupted from the direction of the restaurant's kitchen. Peter instinctively turned his head sharply. A diminutive figure, clad in a tattered, oversized gray robe, darted out from behind the kitchen curtain at an astonishing speed, clutching what appeared to be a slice of pizza ordered by another patron. This figure was evidently no stranger to such antics, fleeing with a swiftness that belied its size. And within moments, it had vanished into the bustling street outside. Lydia, holding an empty tray, stood at the kitchen entrance, visibly shaken, her complexion slightly pale, clearly startled by the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest. Not again, Peter lamented internally, glancing at the untouched slice on his fork. Was it his fate as Spider-Man to never enjoy an entire pizza in peace? What sort of cosmic law was this? Despite his grumbling thoughts, witnessing someone brazenly pilfering, especially from a good friend, ignited a swift reaction in Peter. He sprang from his seat like an arrow released from a bow, bolting toward the restaurant's entrance. Peter, don't chase after him. It's just a slice of pizza, Lydia called out, realizing what he intended to do, attempting to halt him. Yet, Peter was already gone, his figure disappearing around the corner. Hey, stop. Don't run, he shouted as he burst from the restaurant, quickly locking onto the gray-robed figure weaving through the crowd. Stealing from others is not a commendable habit. Put the pizza down, and we can have a civil discussion. The gray-robed vagabond seemed quite accustomed to such pursuits. Instead of fleeing along the spacious, bustling thoroughfare, he cleverly pivoted and darted into a narrow alley cluttered with garbage bins. Peter's spider sense and heightened senses were sharply attuned, allowing him to maintain his focus on the target without losing it in the labyrinthine alleyway. The small figure was remarkably agile, navigating the intertwining paths with ease, clearly well acquainted with the area. However, encountering Peter would prove to be unfortunate for him, as the distance between them quickly diminished. Just as Peter prepared to use his telekinetic abilities to trip the fleeing thief and conclude the chase, a sudden rush of air interrupted his thoughts. A glimmering object, reflecting the afternoon sun, suddenly shot towards Peter's face from the direction of a figure cloaked in gray. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Peter instinctively raised his hand, now covered in a black symbiotic entity, and deftly grasped the incoming object. Its texture was hard and icy, As he opened his palm and focused his gaze, he discovered a diamond, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, resting within his hand. Chapter 57. Another mutant? Based on the rigid sensation emanating from his palm and the unique crystalline structure of carbon atoms he sensed at a molecular level, Peter could almost instantly ascertain that this gem was 90% likely to be genuine. Although such opulent luxuries like diamonds had little connection to a financially struggling student who earned tuition by photographing Spider-Man, his encounters with criminals often involved heists at jewelry stores, granting him a discerning eye for luxury items. Yet, the situation grew increasingly bizarre. How could a homeless man, caught stealing pizzas from a pizzeria's kitchen, casually toss a genuine diamond? This was entirely illogical. Peter's keen instincts alerted him that there was more to this situation than mere theft of a pizza. He had to apprehend the individual and clarify the matter. After all, if the diamond were indeed stolen property, allowing a thief to escape would inadvertently make him an accomplice in the crime. Spider-Man had already borne enough blame. Mr. Parker was not keen on accumulating more. Oh. Reality has a tendency to present little embarrassments at the most inopportune moments. In the few seconds Peter pondered the sudden appearance of the diamond, the cloaked figure had deftly navigated the terrain and vanished into the labyrinthine alleys. He pursued the figure to an intersection with 3 diverging paths, halting to survey each shadowy lane cluttered with debris. Even instinctively activating his X-ray vision, his gaze pierced through walls and obstacles. Yet he found no trace of the gray-cloaked individual, just a few startled rats and heaps of refuse. Sighing, Peter tapped his mask in frustration. It seemed that sometimes, even Spider-Man could not make grand claims. Losing track of a thief was rather embarrassing. If word got out, the Daily Bugle's headline would undoubtedly be sensational. He shrugged self-deprecatingly. Perhaps it would be wiser to return and finish off the cold pizza. In truth, however, Peter was scanning the area for any signs of life, preparing to don the Venom suit and survey the alley from a height. A vantage point might yield unexpected discoveries. Just as he was about to communicate with Venom, a deep voice resonated within the depths of his consciousness. Take the left path. I can detect a unique scent lingering in the air. It was Venom. Peter almost forgot that his extraterrestrial companion was not only a formidable combat aid, but also an exceptional biological tracker endowed with a keen sense of smell. It was rumored that its olfactory sensitivity could pinpoint specific targets from several miles away, even discerning exceedingly faint and intricate scent molecules. Bravo, my friend, Peter exclaimed, invigorated by admiration. Your sense of smell rivals that of Wolverine, whose nose is akin to that of a badger. In fact, it may even surpass his. You have been an immense help. Ah, it seems my own sense of smell is not to be underestimated. He sniffed and shrugged his shoulders. Well, perhaps I should occasionally seek wisdom from my Wolverine and Venom companions to better utilize my oft-neglected olfactory abilities. With a clear direction in mind, Peter decisively followed the left alley indicated by Venom and resumed his pursuit. This alley was even more damp and shadowy, the air thick with a pungent odor of rotting food mingled with evaporating sewage, a scent that would likely repel an average person within minutes. However, for Spider-Man, who navigated the city's myriad corners, from the grandest banquet halls to the filthiest sewers, such a smell was merely commonplace. After all, no matter how dreadful the scents in the alley, they could hardly compare to those of a latrine-like sewer. He covered his mouth and nose, proceeding forward for approximately 400 meters before turning left into an even narrower passageway, barely wide enough for a single person. Not long after, in a slightly more spacious corner piled with discarded cardboard boxes and dilapidated furniture, Peter finally caught sight of the gray-robed target once more. However, this time, the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The figure appeared fatigued, crouched against the wall with its back to him, seemingly gnawing on a stolen slice of pizza. As Peter approached, the broad, tattered brim of the gray robe slipped slightly, revealing a head of short, golden hair, though dusty, still hinting at its original hue. Moreover, as the figure turned, Peter was met with the startled visage of a young boy, his face dirty yet unmistakably delicate and handsome, bearing an expression of terror. The boy appeared to be no older than 12 or 13. The child, clearly hearing Peter's footsteps, abruptly turned his head, panic flooding his azure eyes upon realizing the pursuer was near. He disregarded the half-eaten pizza in his hand and, like a startled fawn, seized the pizza and attempted to flee once more. Wait, child, Peter called out, hastily seeking to calm him. He had not anticipated that the thief he had pursued for so long would turn out to be such a young boy, nonetheless. The notion of a mere child robbing a jewelry store seemed rather absurd. Yet, Peter did not allow the boy's youth to dissuade him from taking control of the situation, intending to ascertain the facts before proceeding. However, as he quickened his pace to approach, the blond boy seemed, in a moment of desperation, to react in precisely the same manner as before. Without casting a glance, he swiftly retrieved a glimmering object from his robe and tossed it towards Peter. Almost instinctively, Peter reached out, catching it deftly in his palm, a diamond, slightly larger than the previous one. "Hey, listen, child." Peter raised his hand, cradling the diamond, striving to infuse his voice with a gentle, non-threatening tone as he called out to the panicked boy. "You've misunderstood. I am not the diamond-hungry individual you think I am. Please, can we sit down and discuss this?" Noticing that the pursuers behind him remained undeterred by the diamond, seemingly driven by a deeper desire, the boy clenched his teeth. His gaze swept over the scattered pebbles at his feet, and with his left hand, which was free from the pizza, he pointed at them. The tiny stones trembled and levitated. Then he forcefully gestured backward. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of stones rained down. Peter, reacting instinctively, leaped to the right. Adhering to the wall like a spider, his spider sense tingling. As he completed the maneuver, he felt an urge to chastise himself. What a terrible habit. He could have easily withstood the onslaught with his Wolverine-like resilience, enveloped himself in venom, or utilized molecular telekinesis to disintegrate the projectiles. However, the boy, who was sprinting ahead, seemed oblivious. Peter, now gracefully descending, pointed towards an old sofa leaning against the wall, causing it to topple unexpectedly, capturing the boy in its embrace. Could this boy be a mutant? Peter pondered as he approached the child. Chapter 58, Atoms, Cells? If this frail figure before him was indeed a mutant, then all the previously inexplicable occurrences began to make sense. The rain of stones resembling telekinesis, the genuine diamonds cast aside so casually. All these phenomena appeared entirely rational in light of mutant abilities that defied the laws of physics. Yet, mutants possessing dual abilities seemed quite rare. At that moment, the dirty little boy in the tattered gray robe, clutching his spinning head, stood up, sensing someone behind him. Instinctively, he waved his arms, attempting to deploy the very ability he both loathed and relied upon. In the next instant, he was hoisted from behind. Peter firmly grasped the boy's arms from behind, striving to regulate his strength to a moderate level, suspending him in midair. "Let go of me. Let go." The boy, his arms clamped in a vice-like grip, began to thrash violently. His body twisted, legs kicking aimlessly in the air, and he emitted furious shrieks from his throat. However, the hands restraining him felt as solid as reinforced concrete. No matter how desperately he wriggled, he could not budge an inch. Hey, listen, child, calm down." Peter's voice resonated softly from above, imbued with gentleness. "I harbor no malice, I swear. You see, I didn't even apply enough force to cause you pain, did I? I understand that you possess abilities unlike those of ordinary individuals, but rest assured, I shall not divulge anything without your explicit consent." Peter continued in a soothing tone, as if he were coaxing a frightened young creature. "Promise me you won't run again, and refrain from using your powers against me. If you agree, I shall release you immediately." Moreover, he deliberately elongated his words, presenting an enticing offer for a child. "I could treat you to a lavish meal. One that would fill you to your heart's content, with any flavor of pizza you desire. Or perhaps we could opt for something else, like mooncakes or KFC. Whatever you prefer." Upon discovering that the thief was merely a child of such tender age, Peter's initial impulse to escort him to the police station quickly dissipated. He had witnessed the darker facets of urban life too often and understood that children of such youth wandering the streets often bore heart-wrenching stories. Perhaps it was Peter's distinctly different demeanor from that of previous pursuers, devoid of any hostility. Or perhaps it was his uncharacteristic behavior of neither scolding nor immediately interrogating the boy about the priceless diamonds that evoked a flicker of unusual kindness in the child. Or maybe it was the promise of a grand feast that held an irresistible allure for a famished child. In any case, under Peter's gentle persuasion, the boy's frantic struggles gradually subsided. He ceased to kick and, imperceptibly, nodded his head. Feeling the diminishment of resistance in his grip, Peter promptly fulfilled his promise. Slowly releasing his hold and gently placing the boy back onto the damp, chilly ground. The little boy, standing at roughly 5 feet tall, did not flee immediately. Instead, he retreated swiftly until his back pressed against the cold, rough brick wall behind him. He then curled up, cradling his knees, as if this posture could shield him from the perils of the world surrounding him. The half-eaten, now slightly cold pizza remained clutched tightly in his grimy little hands, as though it were a precious treasure. Peter did not rush him, nor did he approach hastily. He merely opened his hands, displaying his empty palms, utterly devoid of threat, and maintained the most amicable, harmless smile on his face. Internally, he felt a tinge of relief that he was clad in ordinary casual attire rather than the strikingly intimidating limited-edition Venom suit. Otherwise, the child, already trembling with fear, might have experienced an overwhelming panic upon seeing the menacing black ensemble. The Venom suit is not frightening. Venom and Spider-Man are a perfect match. Venom's voice, tinged with a hint of complaint, echoed in Peter's mind, as if vying for attention. Come on, buddy. I was merely joking. Surely, you wouldn't sulk over a child? Peter was nearly amused. All right. The Venom suit is not frightening at all, fine. As Peter engaged in conversation with Venom, a little boy, who was secretly observing him from around a corner, found himself grappling with an intense internal conflict. Reason urged him to seize the moment and escape once more. The harsh lessons of street survival cautioned him against placing trust in anyone. Yet, deep within, a faint voice whispered to him, suggesting that this older brother, who had pursued him without causing harm and promised him food, was unlike anyone he had encountered before. In his blue eyes, there was neither greed nor disgust, but rather a comforting sense of calm and gentleness. The little boy occasionally stole glances at Peter, and each time their eyes met, Peter responded with a warmer, encouraging smile. However, every fleeting connection would cause the boy to quickly lower his gaze, burying his face deeper into his knees, exuding a sense of guilt. Yet Peter, having experienced similar situations, understood that this reaction stemmed not from any heinous wrongdoing, but rather from a profound lack of security and an acute distrust of others. By the way, here are the 2 diamonds you threw at me while I was running. I'm returning them to you. He extended his hand, offering back the 2 diamonds. One large and one small, their surfaces shimmering fleetingly. The little boy tilted his head, refusing to take them, filled with immense confusion as to why he showed no interest in the diamonds. In truth, he had misjudged Peter. It was not that Peter was uninterested in the diamonds, but rather he chose his actions with purpose. At that moment, Peter's attention was suddenly drawn by a light emanating from his wrist and above the little boy's head. A glow resembling a firefly appeared. Another one. Familiarity washed over him. Now, aside from a tinge of surprise, he felt more resignation. Within Peter's mind, 2 voices arose, one yearning for greater strength, believing that power could eliminate uncertainty, and the other fearing the burden of such power, for with great power comes great responsibility. The glimmering point above the boy's head, indistinct yet flickering with a faint luminescence, was unclear in its specifics. However, the radiance on Peter's wrist morphed into a symbol resembling a pigeon egg. At the center of this oval-shaped emblem was a minuscule particle, which upon closer inspection appeared more akin to a cell or an atomic structure. Chapter 59. A regret from fury. The luminous point emerging from above the little boy swiftly flew towards Peter, merging into the virtual symbol hovering above his wrist. The cellular or atomic symbol rapidly transitioned from ethereal to solid, ultimately vanishing into his heart. Unlike the previous experience of acquiring the Wolverine's abilities, Peter felt no discernible change within his body following this integration. Just then, the overcast sky, already dreary, seemed to buckle under the weight of its own darkness, its color deepening to an inky black. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the sky, followed closely by a thunderclap that reverberated deafeningly in the narrow alleyway. The sound of the thunder was so sudden and jarring that it seemed to strike directly at the boy's taut nerves, causing him to tremble violently. His small body curling into the corner like a vulnerable larva seeking refuge, yearning to burrow into the crevices of the brick wall. In the next instant, torrential raindrops cascaded down like bullets, drumming against the cobblestone path, trash bins, and eaves, creating a cacophony of sound. The distant sound of the rain grew ever closer, and the chilling droplets splattered against the boy's curled form, making him shiver involuntarily. The weather was unpredictable, the rain arriving with a ferocity more inscrutable than Mr. Jameson's temperament. Peter mumbled a few words, momentarily suppressing his curiosity about his newly acquired abilities. Venom, umbrella. Understood. Holding the unique black umbrella emblazoned with the Venom logo, he stepped forward to shield the boy from the downpour, extending his palm towards the shivering child. Time to rise, young one. Peter's voice remained clear and steady amid the rain's din, imbued with unmistakable concern. Sitting on the ground in this weather can lead to illness. We should find shelter from the rain, perhaps return to that cozy pizzeria? The boy hesitated, slowly lifting his head, and Peter's warm hand clasped around his arm, lending him the strength to rise. As he looked up, his gaze met Peter's gentle blue eyes, which were slightly bent down towards him. In that moment, time seemed to freeze for the boy. Surrounded by the gloomy rain curtain and the clamor of the storm, beneath the suddenly appeared vast black umbrella, he perceived within those clear, bright eyes a glimpse of the joyful times spent with his parents. The boy's body trembled slightly, though this time, it was not from fear. At that moment, Beneath the oversized, tattered gray robe, his t-shirt and jeans were stained and worn, bearing the marks of dirt and distress, particularly at his knees and elbows. The fabric had torn away, exposing skin marred with mud and minor abrasions. His once white canvas shoes were now nearly gray-black, their edges caked in mud. His gaze drifted upwards to the enormous black umbrella that sheltered him from the tempest, its canopy effectively isolating him from the cold rain, creating a brief, yet secure sanctuary. Ultimately, the boy broke through the shackles of his apprehension and nodded gently. He did not comprehend how this handsome older brother had conjured the umbrella out of thin air, just as he was oblivious to when those pursuing him might suddenly reappear, but he sensed that this stranger bore no ill intent. The torrential rain fell as Peter held the small boy's hand, leading him towards the alleyway, his mind racing with thoughts on how to secure the child's well-being. Surely, he could not simply abandon him outside. Perhaps the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters would serve as a suitable refuge. In the northern Manhattan district, outside the door of room 504 in an aging 5-story tenement, Natasha Romanoff lingered, having narrowly missed her target that morning. After much hesitation, she finally rapped on the door, but received no reply. Pressing her ear against the door, trained to detect the faintest of sounds, she discerned a profound silence within. It seemed Peter had not returned by noon. Her right hand slipped into her pocket, grasping the mutant detector she had retrieved from her case. This seasoned super spy seldom relied on luck, yet today, Natasha found herself conceding that fortune appeared to be against her. Just last night, she had taken a detour to Queens, hoping to uncover clues regarding Peter's parents, Richard and Mary Parker, only to have missed her target by a hair's breadth that morning. With Peter absent at noon, she wondered if she would have to wait until 11 or 12 at night to seek him out again. Unbeknownst to her, the portly landlord, Mr. Dickovich, had silently approached from behind. He stepped forward with enthusiasm, seemingly eager to assist. He might just be napping, he mused. Young people do love their sleep. In a bid to rouse Peter, Mr. Dickovich knocked more forcefully on the door of room 504. Yet, silence continued to reign within. Furrowing his brow, he rubbed his temples. Perplexed. It's odd. School hasn't started yet, and I've seen him at home during these past few afternoons. Could it be he's out taking pictures? I'll give him a call. He pulled out his old flip phone, clumsily tapping the buttons. There's no need, sir, Natasha interjected promptly. I truly appreciate your willingness to help, but my inquiry is merely a trivial matter, not urgent. Perhaps we can discuss it another time. She offered a grateful smile to the overly eager landlord, politely declining his assistance before decisively turning away and striding back to her room. Oh dear, Mr. Dickovich sighed, shaking his head as the door to room 501 closed before him. Peter, that fellow truly has a knack for attracting attention. This girl is clearly exceptional, yet alas, he seems doomed to miss such fortune as she comes seeking him, and he remains nowhere to be found. After closing the door, Natasha placed the mutant detector from her pocket onto the table. She then opened the window, leaned out, and surveyed her surroundings, ensuring there were no little bugs in red and blue spandex lurking on the walls eavesdropping. Satisfied, she drew the curtains and contacted her superior, Nick Fury, through her earpiece. Her voice was low and clear, devoid of any unnecessary pleasantries. I visited Queens last night as planned, examining the residence of Peter Parker. I conducted a preliminary investigation and found no noteworthy items or hidden clues related to Richard and Mary Parker. A brief silence followed on the other end before Nick Fury's voice emerged. The existence of that thing remains unverified. Since nothing was uncovered, let's move on. How is Peter faring? I only met him last night, and I currently lack sufficient time and opportunity to conduct a close-range confirmation with professional equipment. However, after our interaction, I experienced a sensation of being watched. Have you conducted a thorough inspection of the room? Fury's tone remained steady, yet he did not question her. He understood the harsh environment in which Natasha Romanoff had been trained. Her intuition was a source of intelligence that warranted serious consideration. I have meticulously checked both inside and outside the room, Natasha responded decisively. Every corner and all potential locations for hidden microphones and listening devices have been scrutinized. I can confirm that room 501 is clean, with no external surveillance equipment detected. She paused briefly before adding, that feeling of being observed arose abruptly after my conversation with Peter Parker, once we had both returned to our respective rooms. The landlord, Dick Veitch, and his daughter, Karen, have been thoroughly vetted. They are ordinary citizens without any special training, so I suspect it must be connected to Parker's spider abilities. As a highly logical and top-tier agent, Natasha's analytical skills were beyond reproach. Employing the process of elimination, she understood that by discarding unrelated answers, what remained must be the correct one. Of course, achieving absolute certainty requires a foundation of comprehensive intelligence data. Moments later, Fury's deep voice resonated again. It seems our amiable neighbor harbors numerous enigmas yet to be fully unraveled. Agent Romanoff, for your next course of action, feel free to assess and arrange according to the situation on the ground. Nick Fury's interest in Peter Parker was not a fleeting whim. It paralleled his long-standing attention to Tony Stark, stemming from his ties with Howard Stark. Even when Peter was merely an ordinary high school student, his file had already been placed on Fury's desk. Furthermore, within that highly classified dossier, accessible solely by S.H.I.E.L. DS Level 10 clearance, Peter Parker's acquired spider abilities were clearly documented. The origins of this matter are intricately linked to his father, Richard Parker, and the cross-species genetic research conducted at the Osborn Group. Peter Parker, Richard Parker's legacy, had the potential to surpass his father as a remarkable agent, capable of making significant contributions to the protection of this world. Yet, circumstances have taken a turn that even I cannot control. Fury's voice resonated with a mix of admiration and an ineffable sense of regret. Although final verification had yet to occur, with the keen intuition of the king of agents and the intelligence at his disposal, Fury was nearly certain that Spider-Man had awakened his X gene, thus becoming a mutant. What a splendid seed for the Avengers. Alas, it is precisely because he is a mutant that the rules crafted by certain individuals in this world are utterly despicable. With the clear directives arranged by Director Fury, Natasha immediately found resolve within her. Since the gentle observational approach had seemingly raised the target's suspicion, she decided to alter her strategy and engage directly under the guise of the FBI. This was typically a tactic employed by Phil Coulson, an agent adept at interpersonal relations. Little did she expect that one day, she, an ace agent who had graduated from the brutal Red Room and was skilled in infiltration, assassination, and intelligence gathering, would resort to such old-fashioned methods. Returning to the warm, bright pizza parlor, fragrant with the aroma of food, Peter enlisted Liz's help to take the little boy for a quick wash. He settled back into his seat, devouring the delicious pizza he had previously ordered with the ferocity of a tempest. His once empty stomach was finally satiated, bringing with it a long-awaited and satisfying sense of fullness. When the little boy reappeared, freshly cleaned and donning a slightly oversized set of clean clothes provided by Liz, he was transformed, a sight to behold. After Liz had settled the boy, she approached and sat opposite Peter, lowering her voice, her face reflecting disbelief as she quietly inquired if this freshly washed little boy was indeed the same homeless child who had rushed out of the kitchen moments ago. Had it not been for the conspicuous gray robe he wore upon entering, and the fact that his physique matched perfectly, she could scarcely believe the magnitude of this transformation. Indeed, it was unmistakably the same child. Peter nodded in affirmation. Well, she continued, glancing at the boy who was now quietly seated, sipping hot milk. Although this child has spoken very few words since he arrived, remaining quite silent, observe his mannerisms and habits while eating and drinking. It is evident he has been raised with good manners, displaying a sense of decorum. How could such a child find himself reduced to wandering the streets, even resorting to theft for sustenance? It is both perplexing and heart-wrenching. If Peter had previously felt bewildered regarding the boy's background, everything seemed to fall into a cruel yet reasonable explanation as he nearly confirmed the child's identity as a mutant. In a societal environment rife with extreme rhetoric that dehumanizes mutants, portraying them as perilous aberrations, some parents, unable to accept their children's peculiarities, resort to the cruel act of abandonment. Moreover, driven by fear or manipulation, they may even contact the authorities regarding their offspring as threats and monstrosities, consigning them to research facilities akin to Alkali. The mere thought of Alkali Institute weighed heavily on Peter's heart. He couldn't help but wonder if this child had similarly escaped from a military research establishment. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Having lived two lives, Peter was acutely aware of the clandestine experiments conducted by the American military, which undoubtedly numbered more than one. He remained uncertain about the events that transpired in the boy's life. Liz, Peter shook his head, refraining from disclosing the boy's identity as a mutant. As Tony Stark had pointed out, the reality of mutants was exceedingly sensitive. Could I ask you for a favor? Your gentler hearts and greater patience make it easier for you to communicate with children than us men. Would you mind engaging him in conversation later? Perhaps inquire about his name, age, or if he remembers his home and his parents' contact information. We must gather as much information as possible to determine how best to assist him. Of course, Peter, Liz replied earnestly, nodding in agreement without hesitation. Her gaze fell upon the unusually quiet child, her eyes brimming with sympathy and maternal concern. She felt a strong desire to help this seemingly fragile and thoughtful little boy. Thank you, Liz. Peter expressed his gratitude sincerely, then retrieved a $25 bill from his pocket, placing it on the table. This is for the pizza and milk the boy just had, as well as my own meal. I will take care of the expenses. Additionally, I apologize for his taking the pizza and startling you by suddenly emerging from the kitchen. Peter. Liz immediately shook her head, pushing the money back. Your financial situation isn't exactly robust. There's no need for this. How about this? You pay for your own meal, and I shall cover the boy's portion. She glanced affectionately towards the child, her voice softening. To be honest, for some reason, he reminds me of my shy little brother, whom I adore. Let this be a treat for him. That's simply one to do. Peter countered firmly. You're only working part-time at the store, earning pocket money isn't easy. Besides, it was I who brought him here, so it's my responsibility to cover this meal. His resolve was unwavering, even citing a justifiable reason. Don't worry about the money. The new Spider-Man photos I took today were exceptionally well received by Mr. Jameson. He emphasized the word liked with particular weight. He offered me a rather handsome price. So I insist on treating today. It's absolutely no trouble at all. After a sincere tug of war, Liz ultimately succumbed to Peter's unwavering determination and chose to compromise. However, she cleverly utilized the internal discount privileges granted to employees by the store owner, insisting on applying a 30% discount to this purchase, thereby returning the savings to Peter. Once Peter settled the bill, Liz gazed at him with an expression of genuine admiration and appreciation. Now I finally understand why those who know you, like Gwen and Harry, as well as many classmates at school, enjoy being your friends so much. You truly are an extraordinarily wonderful person. Peter, slightly bashful, shrugged his shoulders, revealing his signature. Somewhat shy smile. I hope our esteemed Mr. Jameson might one day offer me such sincere praise as well. Speaking of Jameson, Peter was immediately reminded of the substantial reward he had offered for any compromising photographs of Spider-Man. To avoid any prolonged delays, he decided to send a message to the editor. Chapter 60. The Jameson version of Spider-Man. Mr. Jameson, is there a chance for 2000? Smiley face. The message dispatched from Peter's phone carried a blend of friendly probing intertwined with the distinctive casualness of youth. For Jonah Jameson, the prospect of scandalous information about Spider-Man held an irresistible allure, akin to catnip for felines. Previously, this editor had offered a whopping 1,000 for any photo that could tarnish Spider-Man's reputation, which had indeed allowed Peter to earn his first substantial income. This time, however, the photographs featuring the debut of the black suit were undeniably genuine and should warrant double the pay, surely. Although Peter's attempts to negotiate a higher reward during the morning meeting had yielded no immediate success, he was aware that Jameson's budget for acquiring negative news about Spider-Man appeared remarkably generous, exuding an air of lavishness. Merely a second after the message was sent, Peter, who had anticipated a delayed response from the busy editor, was startled by his phone's vigorous vibration, displaying a prompt reply filled with affection from his boss. Park. Just those opening words conjured in Peter's mind the familiar, rumbling voice reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt, allowing him to vividly imagine the scene. Do you truly consider my office your personal ATM or a bank? You open with 2000. Perhaps I should let you take my editor's seat so you can experience the sensation of being surrounded by a multitude of fools and an insatiable budget. The lines brimmed with Jameson's signature blend of exaggerated fury and sarcasm, yet Peter was undeterred by this numerical tirade, his fingers swiftly dancing across the screen. I have captured compromising material on Spider-Man, and it features the latest iteration, the previously unseen black suit Spider-Man. The dark aesthetic would perfectly suit your taste. Upon sending the message, there was a brief silence on the other end. The screen displayed a notification indicating that the recipient was typing. A sporadic flurry that lasted a full 5 seconds before a new message appeared, its tone still unwaveringly stern. I hope your photo, Parker, is truly worthy of that exorbitant price of $2,000. And I want the kind of scandalous images that would genuinely cause Spider-Man distress, not him inadvertently splashing water while helping an elderly lady cross the street. Send it to my email immediately. Upon reading this response, Peter was uncertain whether Spider-Man felt any heartache. In any case, he himself did not. A victorious smile slowly crept across his face as he quickly replied, I assure you, I will not disappoint you, boss. The photos will be on their way shortly. Initially, he had anticipated that Jameson would engage in some haggling, yet he underestimated the allure Spider-Man held for the mustachioed old man. The remuneration was evidently less than it should have been. A super double was in order. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Peter felt a genuine appreciation at this moment. Setting aside Mr. Jonah Jameson's irascible temperament and distorted editorial policies, he was indeed a good man when it came to compensating for his work. Outside, the sudden torrential rain ceased as abruptly as it had begun after about 10 minutes. Sunlight re-emerged, piercing through the receding clouds, casting a dazzling glow upon the damp streets. while the air was filled with the refreshing scent left in the wake of the rain. He needed to find a location equipped with a computer and internet access to promptly send the precious photos stored in his camera to his generous employer. Apologies, Liz. Peter approached Liz, who was still attending to the young boy, and spoke in a lowered voice. I have an urgent matter to attend to and should be back in about 10 minutes. Would you mind keeping an eye on this child for me? Liz nodded in understanding. No problem, Peter. You go ahead, but be careful. The ground can be slippery after the rain. Peter smiled gratefully before dashing out of the pizza shop like a gust of wind, his figure swiftly disappearing at the end of the still slightly damp street. In the editor's office of the Daily Bugle, which overlooked a portion of the city skyline, Jonah Jameson did not have to wait long. Just as he lit a new cigar and took a few hearty puffs, a new email notification chimed from his computer. He promptly opened his inbox, and several high-definition photos loaded instantaneously in the attachment. In the images, the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of Spider-Man was depicted, no longer clad in his iconic red and blue attire, but instead enveloped in a shade of black so deep it seemed to absorb light. Upon viewing this collection of photos, Jonah's previously sullen demeanor, dampened by financial loss, transformed instantaneously, as if clouds had parted, revealing a bright and even euphoric expression. His thick eyebrows shot upward, and he could not suppress the grin that spread across his face. Excellent. Truly excellent. Ha! He could not suppress a triumphant roar of laughter, oblivious to the ash from his cigar that fell upon his expensive suit trousers. That wretched Parker. Although his demands had grown increasingly exorbitant, he undeniably possessed a modicum of genuine talent, consistently capturing the most sensational shots, unlike that fool Brooke, who, despite his fervent vows, failed to procure even a single photograph and distorted the facts with reckless abandon. With a cigar clenched in his teeth, he nodded repeatedly at the images on the screen, growing more pleased with each glance. The visual impact of that black costume provided him with exceptional material to assail Spider-Man. He could almost envision the front page of tomorrow's Daily Bugle. Once he confirmed the accuracy of the photographs, which were laden with explosive content, Jameson promptly seized the internal pager from his desk, pressed the call button, and commanded in his characteristic authoritative tone, Miss Bryant, immediately transfer 2000 to Peter Parker's account. Yes, right now? Executed at once. After setting down the pager, he reclined in his expansive leather chair, inhaling deeply from his cigar, then exhaling a thick plume of white smoke. He pondered who Parker's girlfriend might be, a rare flicker of curiosity crossing his mind. It was astonishing that this once meek lad, who worked tirelessly for a mere pittance, had become so efficient. Yet, while his efficiency had indeed increased, his pricing had begun to resemble that of a shrewd businessman, reflecting some of my own flair. In the next moment, he shook his head rapidly, as if to convince himself, never mind, consider it compensation for that wretched boy. After all, he performed commendably yesterday. Next time, I shall ensure he does not benefit from me again. Then, casting his gaze upon the latest Spider-Man photographs on his computer, this magnanimous employer seemed to recall something and quickly placed his half-finished cigar into the ashtray. With the office area still relatively empty before the afternoon rush, Jameson discreetly drew the curtains and locked the door from the inside. After a series of furtive maneuvers, he retrieved a red and blue Spider-Man costume from a locked filing cabinet, brushing off the dust that had settled upon it. Thank goodness it's still here. I nearly forgot, he remarked, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, soon transforming into a disguise, mimicking Spider-Man's movements as he leaped onto the mahogany desk, striking a pose as if to shoot webs, while vocalizing, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 61, My name is Frost. I don't need a coward's mask to be Spider-Man. Meanwhile, in a relatively luxurious apartment in Manhattan, the atmosphere had plummeted to a freezing point. Eddie Brock, the former ace reporter recently dismissed from the Daily Bugle, returned to his loan-financed apartment, drenched and resembling a drenched rat. His expensive suit jacket was splattered with mud, his hair clung to his forehead, and he appeared utterly disheveled. He paid no heed to it, sitting down on the sofa like a lifeless automaton, replaying the humiliating experience from earlier that afternoon in his mind. He had confidently led Jameson and the interview team to the doorstep of Dr. Kurt Connors, swearing to all present that if the lizard were not Dr. Connors, he would swallow the freshly printed headline of the Daily Bugle whole. Yet reality dealt him a heavy blow. The person who emerged was none other than Dr. Kurt Connors himself, elegantly dressed in loungewear and a woolen overcoat, his complexion somewhat pale, but his demeanor gentle. Unsurprisingly, the scholar received the unexpected guests with confusion and a hint of displeasure, feeling utterly absurd and infuriated by the accusation of being the lizard. And then, there was nothing more to be said. Jameson turned ashen, and under Connor's polite yet firm dismissal, he nearly dragged Eddie away by the collar. Upon returning to the newsroom, he was met with a cold termination notice. His attempts at justification and subsequent investigation plans felt utterly futile against Jameson's thunderous roar and insults, branding him a fool and a waste of time. Damn that spider creature. Eddie's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with extreme anger and humiliation, his teeth grinding audibly. It was all your fault. Everything stemmed from you. You ruined my job, my career, my life. I will not let you escape. You will pay for this. He directed all his failures and fury towards that figure clad in a tight suit, swinging between skyscrapers. The seed of obsession had already taken root deep within him. In truth, Dr. Connors could have publicly acknowledged his identity as the Lizard, but upon seeing the visitors were from the Bugle, thoughts of his wife and son left him with no hesitation to deny it. Much like Peter Parker. If someone were to publicly proclaim him as Peter Parker, regardless of their intentions or morality, for the safety of his loved ones, he would undoubtedly deny it at once. Upon returning to the pizzeria, Peter's mood was in stark contrast to when he had left, as if the sunlight outside had seeped into his heart. Mr. Jameson's efficiency was as swift as ever. He had just checked his bank account on his phone while on the way. The substantial sum of $2,000 had been securely deposited. This was nearly the largest single amount he had received since embarking on his freelance photography journey. Let me ponder how to spend it. A whirlwind of happiness swept through him, banishing all his accumulated displeasure. Upgrade the surveillance equipment? Purchase a more luxurious massage chair for Aunt May? Or save it as startup capital for Parker Industries? Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. But perhaps the last option could wait. A few $1,000s pale in comparison to the colossal presence of Parker Industries. It might be more prudent to inquire if the diamond adorning the young boy was crafted from his mutant abilities. If feasible, Peter could, at worst, leverage the diamond to embark on a journey towards untold wealth. Peter, a voice interrupted his reverie. Liz, having noticed his return, rose from the seat adjacent to the boy and approached him. A nuanced expression graced her charming face. Her right hand instinctively clenched, as if concealing something of import. Peter's gaze instinctively drifted towards her tightly held fist, and with molecular vision, he instantly discerned that the object hidden within her palm was a diamond, nearly identical in size and structure to his smallest, approximately 0.5 carats. The source was unmistakable. Liz, Peter averted his gaze and, with genuine concern, inquired, "How did your interaction with that young lad go? Did he reveal his name or any contact details?" As Liz drew nearer, she shook her head, a hint of helplessness crossing her features. "No, he refuses to speak, no matter the question. He seems quite stubborn, likely exhibiting a stress response to unfamiliar faces." She sighed, then raised her clenched right hand, scanning the restaurant to ensure no one was observing their secluded corner before cautiously unveiling her palm before Peter. To his astonishment, it revealed a sparkling, translucent diamond. "But he gave me this," Liz whispered, a blend of bemusement and confusion gracing her attractive visage. "Does he truly believe this can be used as currency?" Peter remained silent, instead retrieving 2 additional diamonds from his pocket and placing them side by side on the table before Liz. "You have some too," Liz gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide. "Did he give those to you as well?" "Not quite," Peter corrected, adopting a more exasperated expression. "To be precise, he hurled them at me in an attempt to thwart my pursuit." With Peter's confirmation, Liz, after a brief moment of astonishment, placed the diamond she held onto the table alongside the others, shaking her head and laughing softly. "It appears this little one has a rather naive understanding of society. He probably thinks these glimmering trinkets can serve as payment for food or a means to escape trouble, much like children trading beautiful glass marbles." Yet, upon glancing back at the small boy, Liz lowered her voice further, adding, "Perhaps it is best we refrain from disillusioning him too soon, lest we wound his pride." Her words were clearly motivated by a desire to protect the child. Liz recalled the astonishment she felt upon first acquiring the diamond, its flawless appearance, the weighty feel, and the icy touch nearly convinced her it was a genuine natural gem, only to later realize how naive that belief had been. Now, witnessing Peter produce 2 more diamonds and pondering how a homeless child could possibly possess such extravagant items, she found her previous thoughts utterly unfounded. It was indeed laughable. Liz chuckled self-deprecatingly. A destitute child who needed to stealthily grab pizza to stave off hunger could hardly carry genuine diamonds. A diamond of nearly 50 carats, even of the most ordinary quality, would surely command a market price starting at a minimum of $1,000. Such a notion was utterly illogical. Peter gazed deeply at Liz, refraining from immediate rebuttal, choosing instead to point out that these were not mere imitations but authentic diamonds. Silently, he lifted all 3 diamonds from the table, returning the one Liz had just set down to her. Since this is a gift from that child, he stated, his tone calm and earnest, you should accept it. Perhaps keeping it will lead to unexpected surprises in the future. Don't tease me, Peter, Liz replied with a dismissive smile, clearly not taking his words seriously. What surprise could a piece of glass or synthetic crystal possibly hold? Nonetheless, considering it was a child's heartfelt gesture, she accepted the diamond from Peter and casually tucked it into her jacket pocket, not giving it much thought. At that moment, her concerns lay more with the child's circumstances than the authenticity of the diamond. The little one remained silent, leaving them unaware of his origins and familial situation. And it was unlikely they could care for him indefinitely. Ultimately, he would likely have to be handed over to the authorities. I can only hope he has parents or a responsible guardian, and that he is not truly a homeless child, Liz remarked, furrowing her brow. Peter fully grasped Liz's apprehensions. In America, minors at the boy's age, once placed into the official system, often find their fates diverted to various welfare institutions based on their backgrounds. This could include refugee resettlement centers, church-operated shelters, or children's homes with varying conditions, regardless of where he was sent. It may not represent an ideal sanctuary for a sensitive child and could even lead to misfortune. Moreover, this child was an extraordinary mutant. Although he already had thoughts about the boy's future, he feigned contemplation and then took it upon himself to address the matter. Leave this child's situation to me. I know Sheriff George Stacy from the Manhattan precinct. Perhaps I can help secure a better living environment for him through him. You know Sheriff George? That's wonderful, Liz exclaimed, her face lighting up with relief. In New York, having connections at the police department could mean the difference between efficiency and outcome. Strictly speaking, our acquaintance extends beyond mere recognition. Peter touched the back of his head and added, he is also my neighbor, and his daughter, Gwen Stacy, is someone you know. Sheriff George is Gwen's father. Liz's mouth fell slightly agape, realizing the connection. In truth, I should have suspected it long ago. Waiter, we require service over here. At that moment, a table at the far end of the restaurant raised their voices, calling out to Liz. She promptly raised her hand in acknowledgement, signaling that she would attend to them shortly. Before departing, she offered Peter an encouraging smile and remarked, I apologize. I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps now you could attempt to engage in a conversation with that child? Just as you advised me earlier, set aside the pretenses of adulthood and communicate sincerely. You might discover an unexpected delight. With a playful wink, she turned and briskly walked towards the patrons in need of assistance. All right, you take care, Peter said, watching her leave before shifting his gaze to the golden-haired boy still seated quietly in the corner. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to no longer hesitate and approached the enigmatic child for an earnest conversation. However, he was not Professor X. He lacked the telepathic ability to read another's thoughts directly, unable to forcibly uncover the boy's inner feelings and memories. As for inquiring about his identity, having witnessed Liz's failure, he held little hope, doubting he possessed the charisma to open the heart of a guarded child. If I truly had such remarkable charisma, Peter mused inwardly, I would not often be privately labeled as a too nice guy, nor would some ridicule me as a poorly disguised hero with an overabundance of compassion. Taking a seat opposite the boy, he did so with deliberate gentleness, striving not to disturb him. He then gently pushed the 2 diamonds before the child. These are yours, he said, his voice calm and devoid of any preachy undertones. Please keep them safe. Try not to throw them at those who pursue you, nor brandish them carelessly in front of others. The world is not always kind, and some things may bring you trouble. Clad in an oversized white t-shirt, the boy continued to lower his head, unconsciously tracing invisible circles on the wooden table's edge with his delicate fingers. When he saw Peter had not accepted the diamonds and returned them instead, the boy's hand hesitated mid-motion, as if he believed the gems to be mere fakes. These are real, Peter said softly, his tone imbued with a child's unique sweetness, yet strikingly clear. The boy's earnest and slightly stubborn gaze prompted a smile from Peter. He leaned slightly forward, drawing closer to the boy, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret known only to the 2 of them. I know they are real. Precisely because I know they are genuine and precious, you should keep them safe and not easily share them with others. The boy's cherubic cheeks, still bearing the softness of infancy, displayed a more pronounced look of confusion and bewilderment. He could not comprehend why someone, fully aware of the authenticity of these sparkling diamonds, would choose not to possess them. Overwhelmed by profound curiosity, the boy refrained from reaching out for the diamonds, instead fixing his large, expressive eyes upon Peter, as if they could speak. Peter did not press him. He left the diamonds on the table and shifted the conversation. Listen, child, would you like to visit a special place? He carefully observed the boy's reaction, gently describing, there, you will find many companions with whom you can run, play, and share secrets. They may be somewhat like you. You can learn various fascinating subjects in bright classrooms. kind and patient teachers will care for you, guiding you in a place that feels like a family of mutants. Each word Peter uttered struck deep within the boy's innermost desires. Yet, when the term mutant, a nightmarish concept that filled him with fear and inescapability, was articulated clearly by Peter, the glimmer of hope that had ignited in the boy's eyes was instantly eclipsed by overwhelming panic. "Do not worry." Peter immediately slowed his pace, his tone softening further. "I will not harm you, never. You can choose to trust me." He smiled, extending his hand once more toward the boy, his gaze unwavering, locking onto the boy's frantic eyes. As the little boy, believing his most profound and perilous secret had been laid bare, met Peter's gaze, eyes that seemed capable of dispelling all shadows, his anxious heart, once filled with terror, began to calm unexpectedly, drawn by an invisible warmth. He hesitated before once again extending his chilly little hand, resting it in Peter's warm, steady palm. At last, he lowered his guard and slowly began to share his own story. "My name is Lewin Frost." Chapter 62. Every mutant is a fragile child. Peter sat quietly, listening as the boy unfolded his tale. He had initially planned to inquire gradually, but unexpectedly, his heartfelt sincerity had opened the floodgates of the boy's long-guarded emotions, unleashing a torrent of secrets both wanted and unwanted. The boy before him, no, perhaps now he should refer to him as Lewin Frost, poured forth all that he wished to reveal and all that he wished to conceal, a deluge of thoughts spilling uncontrollably. The unfolding of events strayed far from Peter's speculative assumptions based on his own experiences. Lewin was not a product of laboratory experimentation like the tortured mutant children at Alkali Research, nor was he a weapon birth from cold test tubes and cruel trials. He was born into an authentic American family, yet this surname and the abilities exhibited by the young boy inevitably evoked in Peter thoughts of Emma Grace Frost, one of the 3 renowned queens in mutant history, the White Queen. "I was born into a genuine American family." Lewin's voice trembled, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. "We lived in a house with a white picket fence. My father was a farmer and sometimes worked at the local auto repair shop, always carrying the scent of motor oil on his hands. Yet, he would lift me high enough for me to touch the branches of the apple tree in our yard. My mother, Reese Frost, was a primary school teacher, and her apple pie was the most fragrant in the entire town." From Lewin's heartfelt words, Peter could feel the profound love from his parents, akin to a sturdy fortress, safeguarding his carefree childhood. However, could this Reese Frost be the White Queen? Peter could not ascertain. A turning point occurred on Lewin's 11th birthday during a long-planned outdoor camping trip, which was meant to be a continuation of family joy but instead marked the onset of an eternal nightmare. It was a sunny day, the sky as blue as the most precious gemstone necklace adorning his mother's neck. Lewin's words seemed to penetrate the walls of the dining room, transporting him back to that fateful afternoon. Our family drove to LaGuardia Park to witness the autumn leaves. On the way, they suddenly stopped the car at a temporary campsite and left in haste, instructing me to stay put, assuring me they would return shortly. His voice gradually deepened, laden with unresolved confusion. They didn't even tell me what they were going to do. They simply vanished into the shadows of the woods. Then, tragedy struck. The earth awakened like a slumbering giant, and the small hill to the left of the road collapsed entirely, a chaotic amalgamation of rocks, soil, and trees engulfing much of the campsite. At this moment, sorrow and terror nearly spilled from Lewin's eyes. That sound is something I will never forget. Like the end of the world, this catastrophic geological disaster triggered a devastating landslide, instantly burying hundreds of lives who were enjoying the beauty of autumn. News reports stated that hundreds had tragically perished, including his mysteriously vanished parents, who were initially declared missing and ultimately confirmed dead. In this calamity that claimed so many lives, it seemed miraculous that Lewin, having heeded his parents' advice to remain quietly in the car, emerged unscathed. In the days following the loss of his parents, the investigating officers scoured for any relatives they could locate, yet, regrettably, no one was willing to take in a burden. Thus, the 11-year-old Lewin became a homeless child. His journey of wandering commenced in a crowded children's welfare institution, later leading him to a foster home in the outskirts of New York. This household, ostensibly a sanctuary for orphans, was, in truth, a hell cloaked in a facade of warmth. It was far from a home. Lewin's voice was taut with fear and indignation. The male head of the household was a drunkard, reeking of cheap whiskey. He deprived me of my right to education, relegating me to the status of a free servant, burdened with endless, exhausting chores. I slept in a cramped stairwell where I could neither stand straight nor find comfort, sharing the space with an Alaskan dog named Duke, whose dog food was of better quality than my own sustenance. Although Peter had lost his parents at a tender age and had lived under the care of Uncle Ben and Aunt May, He could not fathom the deeper torment that such a constricted and foul-smelling environment inflicted upon a child bereft of parental love. It was a plight more tragic than that of a frail child. The rotund female head of the household occasionally took advantage of her husband's absence to sneak me some delectable morsels. Lu Wen's expression was complex, yet her gaze was always peculiar, leaving me profoundly uncomfortable. She persistently sought to assist me with bathing. Surely not. An ominous premonition crept into Peter's mind, and indeed, the most grotesque scenes soon unfolded. One day, when the drunken man had once again departed, I was hanging clothes in the backyard when she embraced me from behind. Lu Wen's body began to tremble, his hands gripping the hem of his clothes tightly. She declared her intention to help, her hands slipping beneath my garments. I was gripped by terror, as if a needle had violently pierced my mind, and I could not restrain my scream. Then, an unprecedented force erupted from within me. She was flung away as if struck by an invisible truck, landing hard on the ground. Lu Wen mimicked the scene, his hands pushing outward with vigor. She collapsed, staring at me as one might at a monster, her plump face etched with fear as she shrieked "Freak!" Peter rubbed his temples. Indeed, every awakened mutant often arose from external stimuli, a phenomenon he himself had experienced when he awakened following an explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wen could no longer endure the nightmare that was his home. He fled and began to wander the streets of New York. To survive, he rummaged through foul-smelling trash bins, pilfering food in desolate corners, and curled up in the cold recesses of bridges or the damp, shadowy sewers, accompanied by rats and despair. Gradually, he gleaned from discarded newspapers and the whispers of passers-by the significance of being a mutant, and he came to realize the formidable power that resided within him. The power of mutation. It was an entity that inspired dread among the common folk, eliciting unabashed expressions of aversion and fear whenever it was mentioned. Consequently, even Lu Wen himself began to loathe his monstrous abilities. However, since the awakening of his mutant powers, their escalation resembled a deluge breaking through a dam, unstoppable and overwhelming. He could distinctly sense his strength burgeoning with each passing day. Initially, it was mere dust and pebbles that exhibited an affectionate familiarity towards him. Soon, small stones followed suit. And eventually, even massive boulders appeared to become extensions of his own limbs. The minerals, soil, and rocks beneath the earth formed a mysterious and profound connection with him, dancing to the rhythm of his will as if they were integral parts of his being. Later, during a frigid winter, while shivering in a bridge arch, Lu Wen inadvertently transformed a small stone into a diamond. Chapter 63. The Venom That Aims to Help. The naive Lu Wen believed this to be a blessing from the celestial bodies, overlooking the fact that the diamond was, in essence, a manifestation of his mutant ability. Starved and cold, his frail body could no longer sustain itself through begging and rummaging through trash bins. Summoning his courage, he clutched the diamond and entered a nondescript pawn shop nearby. The bespectacled gentleman at the pawn shop examined the diamond, then glanced at Lu Wen with a somewhat complicated expression. In retrospect, Lu Wen recalled that the man ultimately purchased the diamond for $50. That day marked the first time he felt satiated, the first time he slept in a room with a roof and heating. It was as if he had been reborn. From that moment, he discovered the key to altering his fate. Through deliberate practice, Lu Wen realized that the transformation of stones into diamonds was not a mere coincidence. With intense concentration, he could succeed 2 or 3 times out of 10 attempts. Thereafter, believing that selling diamonds could improve his circumstances, he began to consciously gather information regarding diamond prices and to keep an eye on seemingly reputable pawn shops and jewelry stores. He soon comprehended that the initial half-carat diamond he had sold was worth far more than $50. That kind-hearted, bespectacled gentleman had undoubtedly profited handsomely. Yet, Lu Wen still felt gratitude towards him, speaking softly with no trace of anger, but rather a hint of appreciation. Without that $50, he mused, he might have perished from the cold or hunger that winter. In the days that followed, he became aware that a diamond would attract the covetous gaze of many thugs, vagrants, and unscrupulous merchants in New York. Thus he approached the sale of his diamonds with utmost caution. However, a child frequently selling diamonds would inevitably draw the attention of those with greedy inclinations, and he eventually fell into the clutches of another group. To make matters worse, his identity as a mutant was also revealed in the process. Strangely, upon being captured, the anticipated beatings, imprisonment, or even more horrific fates did not immediately ensue. Conversely, he was taken to a rather decent house, where clean clothes, ample food, and warm beds awaited him. The sole price of this comfort was the incessant transformation of various stones into diamonds. As time progressed, the size of the stones that required conversion grew increasingly larger. Initially, I pondered whether I had finally encountered a benevolent soul, Lu Wen remarked with a hint of self-mockery. The food and clothing provided were merely a means to compel me to utilize my abilities until I inadvertently overheard a peculiar individual, resembling a gravestone, conversing with the guards. Their intent was to maximize my utility, and once my abilities were depleted or a satisfactory price was offered, I would be sold to an underground research facility to serve as a guinea pig. Having navigated the treacherous streets of New York and witnessed the darkest facets of humanity, Lewin was no longer the naive child he once was. Upon learning the truth, rather than causing a commotion, he chose to endure, continuing to play the role of an obedient, oblivious boy while awaiting an opportunity to escape. Perhaps it was indeed my parents watching over me. He reflected with a tinge of excitement in his voice. A week prior, a group of adversaries had unexpectedly arrived, leading to a fierce confrontation. Gunfire and shouts filled the air amidst the chaos, during which I seized the moment to incapacitate a guard and flee. Yet, Lewin understood that the pursuit was far from over. That organization had not relinquished their prized asset. In the days following his escape, Lewin learned from past mistakes and refrained from carelessly selling diamonds, reverting instead to a life of erratic sustenance. Extreme hunger ultimately compelled him to take risks, culminating in a theft at a restaurant, where he was apprehended by Peter. The story concluded. Peter inhaled deeply, suppressing the weight of his emotions and anger. The figure Lewin had described, resembling a gravestone, must be Lonnie Thompson. He had previously encountered this individual, who seemed to have risen from the grave. And after a brief confrontation, he had been bested and thrown into the river due to his restraint. Gazing at this child, who had endured such tragic circumstances yet continued to survive tenaciously, Peter offered solace. I am truly sorry to hear of your unfortunate experiences, Lewin. No one should endure such trials. You need not remain trapped by the death of your parents. Perhaps they are not truly gone. Really? Lewin's voice brimmed with excitement, only to dim once more. I know you say this to comfort me, but they cannot still be alive. Matters of life and death are uncertain. Anything is possible. Peter shrugged. If the boy's mother were indeed the White Queen, that sudden landslide may not have been an accident, and she would not have perished so easily. He chose not to dwell on the matter further and shifted the topic. However, I believe that brighter days await you. Once you arrive at the place I mentioned, those who seek to capture you will no longer dare to wreak havoc. Is there truly such a place? Lewin lifted his gaze, a blend of hope and skepticism flickering in his eyes, as if he hesitated to believe in the existence of a genuine paradise. Indeed, Peter responded with unwavering certainty, his voice steady. The Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, a utopia for mutants established by Professor X, was undoubtedly a sanctuary for mutant children, at least until the American military had not yet severed ties. Yet, Peter understood that once the military or certain governmental entities turned their focus on mutants, that haven would become the most conspicuous and perilous target. As long as fear and prejudice lingered in the hearts of humanity, where could mutants find an unequivocally safe refuge in this world? However, he could not burden a child who had just discovered a glimmer of hope with such heavy concerns. Of course, Lewin, you are free to choose. Peter lowered his voice, striving to adopt a casual tone. You can opt not to go, or you may choose to venture forth. Perhaps, if you exercise enough caution and conceal your abilities well, you might even find a genuinely kind adoptive family. No. Lewin reacted with fervor, shaking his head vehemently, his eyes suddenly brimming with overwhelming fear. I do not want to return to the orphanage, nor do I wish to be adopted by anyone. I refuse to go back to that place. The shadows of foster care were indelibly etched into his soul like a brand. Peter immediately grasped his terror, and the last vestiges of his hesitation evaporated. Very well. We shall not go. We will avoid it, he hurriedly reassured him. Given your current circumstances, the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters is the best, and indeed the only safe choice. Lewin echoed the name Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, tilting his head in confusion as he gazed at Peter. I have seen this place in the X-Men comic books. But my mother always said that the things in comic books are false, mere fabrications to deceive children. The Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters does not exist. Peter furrowed his brow, pondering why the boy's mother would be unaware of the X-Men's existence. Such matters were hardly secretive. A simple online search could reveal the truth. Yet, why would she assert that the Xavier Institute was non-existent? This further fueled his doubts regarding the boy's identity, though he chose not to reveal his suspicions. Instead, he affirmed to the young boy, not everything is a fabrication, Lewin. At least the X-Men and the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters do indeed exist. Just like the Spider-Man comics, while many stories are fictionalized, Spider-Man himself is real and actively aids ordinary people like us every day. Then I wish to go. Lewin exclaimed almost instantaneously, his eyes igniting with fervor as he mentioned Spider-Man. And there are Spider-Man comics? I have read them. My entire family are fans of Spider-Man. My father has said that Spider-Man is a good neighbor in New York, a true street hero. My mother also noted that while he talks a lot, he has a kind heart. When the subject of Spider-Man was broached, the fire in Lu Wen's eyes was instantly ignited. It was a pure and unabashed admiration, a fervor that could not be masked by anything. This heartfelt reverence filled Peter with a sense of pride and comfort, while also allowing him to exhale in relief. After all, the popularity of Spider-Man undoubtedly outweighed any disdain directed towards him. Considering that Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters was located in Westchester, at least a 2-hour drive from the city center, the risk of traversing such a distance with a child under pursuit was too great. He felt it prudent to revert to his previous method and contact Professor X as Spider-Man, requesting that they send someone to collect them. However, there was a dilemma. He was unaware of the X-Men's contact information. Nevertheless, Peter deftly shifted the responsibility of escorting the child home onto Spider-Man. Surely, a hero accustomed to interacting with superheroes would know, and based on his understanding of him, he would be more than willing to assist us. He turned to Lu Wen, presenting an irresistible temptation. So, Lu Wen, would you like to see Spider-Man in person? I know where he is likely to appear. Is it really possible? Lu Wen sprang from his seat, his hands clenched into excited fists against his chest, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of countless stars, glowing with an overwhelming joy. I can actually meet Spider-Man up close. The real Spider-Man. Just as Peter was about to affirm this, a slender figure wafted towards their table, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. It was Liz. Hey, it seems you two are having a splendid conversation, Liz remarked with a smile, her curious gaze flitting between Peter and the flushed, ecstatic Lu Wen. I believe I heard you discussing Spider-Man. He is quite the sensation in New York right now. Yes, Liz. I can hardly contain my excitement, Lu Wen exclaimed, his voice slightly high-pitched with exhilaration. Peter brother said he can take me to meet Spider-Man, the real Spider-Man. Wow. I'm so thrilled. Witnessing Lu Wen's transformation from a wary, aggressive little hedgehog to an ordinary boy with shining eyes and animated gestures, Liz cast Peter a look of astonishment and admiration. Leaning closer, she whispered into Peter's ear, her voice laced with amusement. Peter, I must say, I never realized you had such a knack for caring for children and guiding others. He seems like a completely different person. Without waiting for Peter's response, she straightened up, her tone slightly boastful as she revealed to Lu Wen, Little one, you've certainly come to the right person. Your Peter brother is the exclusive reporter for the Daily Bugle who follows Spider-Man, and it is said that he has a close friendship with him. Most of the clearest and most thrilling Spider-Man photos in the newspaper are taken by him. Since he says he can take you to meet him, it is undoubtedly a certainty. Liz, my relationship with Spider-Man is not as exaggerated as you make it sound, truly. Peter's expression was one of exasperation. He certainly did not wish for the connection between Peter Parker and Spider-Man to grow too intimate. I am merely a photographer, you know? Assisting him in capturing moments and earning a modest living, he remarked. Is that so? Liz playfully winked, stating an undeniable truth that Peter could not refute. Every citizen aware of Spider-Man harbored thoughts akin to his own, unless, of course, one day he ceased to photograph Spider-Man and instead focused on another individual, perhaps someone named Eddie Brock. Upon mentioning Eddie Brock, Peter could only silently pray that this old friend would not actually be dismissed by Mr. Jameson. Otherwise, both Spider-Man and Peter Parker would undoubtedly find themselves on the blacklist. However, Liz had inadvertently reminded him that he was now planning to establish Parker Industries, which raised the question of whether he would need to entrust the task of photographing Spider-Man to someone else in the future. What about Eddie Brock? This was his first thought. Setting aside their past grievances, Eddie's photographic skills and dedication were truly commendable. Yet, it felt somewhat impractical. He could only hope Eddie did not harbor ill will towards Spider-Man and would still be willing to take photographs. He shook his head. All right, you all sit tight. I need to make a phone call, Peter announced as he rose to his feet, seeking a quiet place to conduct a crucial communication. Exiting the restaurant, a gentle breeze caressed his face as he approached a telephone booth. He inserted a coin and deftly dialed the confidential line he remembered belonging to the X-Men. This time, the voice on the other end was not the hot-tempered, gruff Wolverine. Instead, it was a calm, intelligent, and composed female voice, Storm Aurora Monroe. After explaining the situation, it was no surprise that the X-Men would dispatch someone to retrieve the child. Upon hanging up, Peter leaned against the glass wall of the booth and exhaled deeply. Assisting others always provided him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Venom, my friend, do you see this? He communicated with his symbiotic partner in his mind. Sometimes, it doesn't require devouring human brains or using brute force. Simply making a phone call can genuinely aid someone in need. That feeling is quite splendid, isn't it? Venom's voice echoed in Peter's ears. Peter, I too wish to help people. Chapter 64. The Silver Weasel Arrives. The silver weasel falls hearing Venom express a desire to help others filled Peter with heartfelt joy. Thankfully, he had not allowed the towering prejudice he once held against Venom to constrain him, choosing instead to embrace this extraterrestrial companion. There will be opportunities, brother, Peter sincerely replied in his mind. We will have many chances, but you know, Uncle Ben once told me that while it is not difficult to help someone, aiding a lost soul or a wicked individual in rediscovering their inner light is the most challenging and noble endeavor. Are you speaking of Eddie Brock? Eddie is not a villain. As Peter entered the pizzeria, still touching the back of his head and secretly communicating with Venom, he hadn't even settled onto the bench. A buzzing sensation accompanied by a sharp pain at the nape of his neck triggered an immediate alert in his mind, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Spider sense. This is bad. Very bad. Peter's pupils dilated abruptly, and his muscles tensed instantaneously. Yet he hadn't even had the chance to pinpoint the source of the impending danger. Crash. A series of shattering glass sounds erupted as several massive floor-to-ceiling windows facing the street were violently shattered by external force. A few cylindrical objects, glinting with a cold metallic sheen, were expertly hurled into the restaurant through the broken windows. The metal canisters tumbled to the ground, and from their tops, a thick, yellow-green gas erupted, spreading at an astonishing speed and quickly engulfing a significant portion of the restaurant. From the shattering of the glass to the entrance of the gas canisters, the entire sequence unfolded in a seamless manner, taking no more than a second or two, a testament to the adversary's professionalism. Poison gas. Peter reacted instantly. Venom mask. Outside the restaurant, the mercenaries who had thrown in the gas observed for a moment before retrieving their communicators to contact the capture team. C Group calling Silver Weasel. The target is within the coverage of the sleeping gas, with no unforeseen incidents. Capture operation can commence. Repeat, capture operation can commence. Silver Weasel received, over. As the transmission ended, two specially modified, pitch-black vans, devoid of any markings, sprang forth from the shadowy alley across the street, akin to long-dormant leopards pouncing into action. With a screech of tires, the vehicles came to a sudden stop right at the entrance of the restaurant. In the next moment, the door swung open, and 7 mercenaries clad in combat gear, their faces obscured by full-cover gas masks, descended in an orderly fashion. They were well-equipped and moved with agility. Notably, the leader among them was a tall woman with cascading silver hair that shimmered like moonlight. Even amidst the swirling green gas at the entrance, she remained striking. Unlike the other 6 mercenaries in black combat attire, she donned a form-fitting silver-gray special operations suit, and upon disembarking, she calmly surveyed the interior of the restaurant. She was none other than the legendary mercenary, Silver Weasel. After a brief assessment, Silver Weasel showed no hesitation, signaling her team with a decisive tactical gesture before leading the charge into the restaurant enveloped in yellow-green gas. Not only was she the head of Silver Weasel International, but she also possessed extensive combat experience, firmly believing that under the coverage of such a high concentration, fast-acting military-grade stunning gas, the probability of anyone inside the restaurant remaining standing or capable of resistance was absolutely zero. Throughout her long career, not a single target had ever managed to remain conscious following her specialized gas assaults. Upon rushing into the noxious gas, equipped with specialized gear and enhanced visors, she disregarded the gas's effects and swiftly locked onto her target. At that moment, the boy named Lewin lay slumped in the booth, having evidently lost consciousness. Other patrons and staff in the restaurant were sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Extract the target swiftly, she commanded her team without hesitation, firmly dismissing the unconscious bystanders as irrelevant to her mission. After all, this gas merely induced a powerful fainting spell, which would wear off in an hour without causing permanent harm or death. However, following her order, an unsettling silence enveloped her. There was no response from her team. A chill ran down her spine as she sensed something amiss, prompting her to whirl around. The sight that greeted her caused her pupils to constrict to pinpricks. The 6 elite team members she had brought along had, unbeknownst to her, succumbed silently to the gas, sprawled out like marionettes with severed strings, without issuing any alarms or cries for help. What was happening? They were all wearing gas masks. Despite her confusion, her rigorous military training and instinct for crisis prompted her to react correctly, to retreat. But it was too late. Just as she took a step forward, a violent wave of dizziness crashed over her, engulfing her like a tsunami. Darkness enveloped her vision, and her body uncontrollably toppled to the side, crashing heavily onto the cold ground littered with shards of glass. C Group calling Silver Weasel. What is happening inside? Please respond. The frantic voices of her teammates echoed in her earpiece, yet there was no reply. Above, the yellow-green fog hung from the ceiling, where a figure almost melded into the shadows hung suspended, resembling a skilled predator. Peter observed the area shrouded in toxic gas. In his eyes, the gas molecules were being voraciously devoured and broken down by microscopic, more active prokaryotic organisms. Chapter 65. The might of the biologist, but to the untrained eye. This microscopic battle remained invisible. They only perceived the yellow-green gas swirling within the restaurant, akin to an evil broth stirred by an unseen hand, gradually diluting and dissipating with the flow of air. Fresh air seeping through the shattered windows steadily consumed this artificially concocted malevolent mist. Meanwhile, beneath the remnants of the lingering fog, the decomposition of the gas by bacteria and fungi hastened as Peter grew increasingly adept, with much of the gas dissolving into harmless substances before fresh air could circulate. An unvoiced, yet decisive microscopic war gradually drew to a close. All of this stems from Peter, a prodigious biology student, who expertly maneuvers the unseen, yet undeniably impactful prokaryotes. Broadly defined, prokaryotes encompass bacteria. These minute, single-celled organisms are omnipresent. They served as invaluable allies when Peter was dealing with toxic gases. These structurally simple entities, so minuscule they must be measured in micrometers, are among the oldest and most resilient inhabitants of our planet. They thrive in every conceivable environment, in the air, soil, and water, as well as on and within every living organism, leaving traces of their existence everywhere. Under a microscope, one can observe them constructing a thriving, intricate microcosm, imperceptible to the naked eye yet perpetually active. To the average individual, bacteria may merely represent a diagram in a biology textbook or a vague concept associated with disease. However, for an extraordinary individual like Peter Parker, who possesses remarkable abilities coupled with a solid scientific foundation, they are far from unfamiliar. In his understanding, these minuscule life forms epitomize the most efficient and diverse microfactories in nature. It is no exaggeration to assert that such diminutive entities could alter the trajectory of an entire planet's future. As established knowledge in the biological realm, nitrogen-fixing bacteria serve as the alchemists of the atmosphere, transforming inert nitrogen gas into biologically accessible nitrogen for plants. Lactic acid bacteria are the creators of delectable flavors, driving the marvelous process of fermentation. Moreover, genetically engineered Escherichia coli stands as the cornerstone of modern biopharmaceuticals, capable of mass-producing life-saving insulin and growth hormones. Nitrifying bacteria sustain the cycles of nature, while engineered E. coli shines brilliantly at the forefront of industrial and biotechnological advancements. In contemporary medicine, human ingenuity has even extended to utilizing certain anaerobic bacteria as Trojan horses, precisely delivering drugs to hypoxic regions of tumors, thereby opening new frontiers in the fight against cancer. Beyond the ubiquitous bacteria in our environments, the human body itself is a vast and intricate symbiotic ecosystem of bacteria. The intestines, skin, mouth, and respiratory system, every corner of the human body, serves as a nurturing ground for billions of bacteria. These innate companions collectively form a substantial microecosystem within the body, acting not merely as inhabitants, but as guardians of health. Some bacteria are experts in synthesizing vitamins, while others train and regulate the immune system, constructing the first line of defense against pathogenic invaders. Recent studies even suggest that through the mysterious gut-brain axis, they profoundly influence the host's emotions and cognition. Just moments ago, Peter deftly and precisely employed these microscopic allies hidden within the invaders, effortlessly dismantling the Silver Ferret Squad's combat effectiveness. His combat style bears resemblance to that of a unique profession akin to a beast master, operating with finesse. Alternatively, individuals like him, who manipulate prokaryotic organisms, ought to be referred to as biologists. Lao Meng stands as a paragon among them. This inspiration struck Peter at the moment when toxic gas enveloped the area, prompting him to employ molecular telekinesis in an attempt to decompose the venom coursing through Liz and Lewin's bodies. Since his telekinesis had reached the microscopic molecular level, he had been capable of perceiving these omnipresent minuscule life forms, naturally using telekinesis as a medium. By emitting an extraordinarily precise bioelectric signal, he persuaded the resident bacteria within the mercenaries' respiratory and circulatory systems to temporarily and vigorously secrete specific neuroinhibitory metabolic products. One could argue that this was not merely an assault. Rather, it resembled a meticulously orchestrated internal coup, a flawless ambush occurring at the cellular level. As the influx of external toxic gas ceased and the air began to circulate, coupled with the prokaryote's ability to decompose the toxins, the concentration of poison within the restaurant plummeted. Peter, suspended from the ceiling like a specter, leapt down gracefully to land in a relatively untainted area. He inhaled a deep breath of uncontaminated air, alleviating the suffocating sensation brought on by his brief breath holding. Subsequently, his face, adorned with a black symbiotic entity, turned towards the sprawled invaders on the ground, and he mused, "Fortunately, I possess some expertise in biology, and my microscopic companions are exceedingly hospitable. Otherwise, there might very well be an additional Peter Parker lying on the floor." Upon closer inspection, he found 6 mercenaries clad in black combat attire, none of whom he recognized. However, he had encountered the silver-haired woman leading them, known as Silver Mongoose, on a previous occasion. That was at an opulent jewelry exhibition where he had attended alongside Harry Osborn. Silver Mongoose and her prestigious international mercenary team were responsible for security at that event. Her professionalism, icy demeanor, and formidable aura had left a profound impression on Peter. Goodness, Peter thought, which affluent employer is behind the scheme to capture Lewin? They managed to enlist even a top-tier private military company like Silver Mongoose International. Surely, a mere gravestone wouldn't possess such clout. Fortunately, my reflexes are sharp, and having been affected by the toxic gas, my mind has already formed a conditioned response. Indeed, the past had seen Spider-Man stumbling often in the face of noxious gases. If one were to rank the success rates of threats against him based on commonly used weapons, knives would score 0, firearms 30%, explosives 60%, whereas toxic gas would ascend to a full 100%. Tilting his head slightly, Peter approached the unconscious Silver Mongoose, carefully reaching out to remove her intricately designed gas mask. Instantly, a delicate visage, embodying both Eastern and Western elegance, was unveiled. Although her usual aloofness was masked by her current state of unconsciousness, the familiar contours were unmistakable. It was indeed Silver Mongoose. Silver Mongoose, Silver Mongoose. Team C calling Silver Mongoose. Please respond. Damn it, what on earth transpired inside? As the mask was removed, a miniature communication earpiece concealed beneath silver strands of hair was revealed, broadcasting the anxious calls of the outside team. Chapter 66. The Misunderstanding of Wolverine. Peter cast a glance out the window. The noxious gas in the room had dissipated significantly, and visibility had improved considerably. He was acutely aware that a team like Silver Minx International could not possibly consist of only 1 or 2 mercenary squads. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility that they would demolish this small restaurant with overwhelming firepower to fulfill their mission. Time was of the essence. With a swift turn of his gaze, Peter made a decisive choice. He rushed to Lewin's side, securely placing the still unconscious boy on his back, allowing venom to extend its slender tendrils to secure him. After a brief hesitation, he turned back and cradled the unconscious Silver Minx in his arms. This woman was a pivotal figure. She could help him uncover the true employer behind the contract and serve as leverage in negotiations to divert the attention of those outside. "Venom, it's time for us to get to work," he exclaimed, his form darting like lightning towards a shattered window, his dark silhouette resembling a streak of black lightning as he burst forth from the pizzeria. Outside, members of Team C, cautiously advancing in tactical formation, immediately caught sight of the abrupt shadow that had emerged. "What on earth is that? A new Spider-Man?" one member gasped, noticing the stark contrast of the black suit compared to the usual red and blue ensemble. "Fire! The target we're after is on his back," another shouted, spotting Lewin's figure and raising his weapon to aim. "Wait, don't shoot. The captain is with him." A sharp-eyed teammate caught sight of Silver Minx cradled in Peter's arm. Just as they hesitated, Peter swung upward using his webbing, landing on a higher rooftop. From his elevated position, he gazed down at the mercenaries, who appeared as if they were bracing for battle. To make the scene even clearer for them, he deliberately turned Silver Minx to face downward, as if showcasing a model of extraordinary allure. "Hey there, folks," Peter called out in his signature, slightly teasing tone, his voice echoing between the buildings. "Want to get your lovely captain back? Then come and follow me. How about experiencing a scenic tour of New York from the skies?" No sooner had he spoken than he shot out another web, propelling himself into the air again, heading toward the denser part of the city. After all, the towering skyscrapers were his true domain. He was confident that as long as he held on to these 2 key figures, Silver Minx and Lewin, these trained mercenaries would not waste their time troubling the innocent civilians within the restaurant. "Damn it! Spider-Man has taken both the target and the captain. What should we do?" one member shouted in frustration. "Stay calm." A mercenary, temporarily assuming the role of commander within the team, bellowed an order and swiftly issued commands. "Team C, leave a few members to enter the dining hall and extract our unconscious brothers. They must not fall into the hands of the police. The rest of Team A, get in the vehicle with me. Pursue." "Boss, how are we supposed to chase?" That damned spider can effortlessly swing across several blocks. Unless we can summon a helicopter immediately. A fellow team member responded, displaying concern. Do your best to follow his direction and maintain communication for tracking. Hurry. I will notify headquarters to dispatch a helicopter. However, as the mercenary had anticipated, reality proved to be quite harsh. In the intricate and towering streets of New York, attempting to track a Spider-Man who swings freely between skyscrapers was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Initially, they managed to keep pace by relying on the astonished exclamations of passers-by and the directions they provided. Yet, after several sharp turns, the black figure soaring between the high rises vanished completely from sight. Previous experiences suggested that capturing Spider-Man in his home territory would only allow for a few possibilities, either implanting an inconspicuous tracker on him beforehand, possessing one's own personal flying device with formidable maneuverability, or having a satellite akin to Iron Man's. Clearly, the Silver Weasel team was ill-prepared for any of these contingencies. They had never anticipated Spider-Man would intervene, nor had they equipped themselves to confront this friendly neighborhood hero of New York. Peter easily eluded the tails on the ground and intended to find a quiet, secluded rooftop to land and address the two individuals in his possession, an unconscious mutant boy and a renowned mercenary leader he had inadvertently kidnapped. Their ensuing conversation promised to be quite intriguing. Yet, fate seemed to revel in playing tricks on Spider-Man. As he swung with his webs over a relatively narrow alley, an unexpected twist occurred. A hulking figure, as formidable as a bear, suddenly leaped from the shadows of a nearby platform. The fierce gaze bore down on him like twin piercing beams, and the powerful form lunged at the airborne spider, who had no leverage to escape. Buzz! The spider sense roared to life. The timing of the assailant was exquisitely calculated, striking as Peter reached the midpoint of his swing. His momentum waning and his ability to change direction compromised. I've got you now, little bug. A deep, icy voice resonated. Peter's eyes widened as he recognized the familiar yellow combat suit and the rugged, story-laden face of Wolverine, Logan. Logan's attack was forceful and unyielding, exhibiting no flaws. He believed this surprise assault was destined for success, convinced that this troublesome spider could not evade capture. Yet, in the next instant, something occurred that made his pupils constrict in shock. Just as he was about to seize the black figure in midair, it inexplicably shifted 2 positions against the very laws of physics. What? Logan found himself caught off guard, the formidable inertia propelling him forward as he roared in disbelief. Damn it, this is cheating. Charles never mentioned that this little pest could teleport. As his furious growl echoed, he was perilously close to colliding with the cold, unyielding concrete wall. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he crossed his arms protectively in front of him. With a resounding clang, 6 glimmering adamantium claws sprang forth from his fingertips like the fangs of death itself. He plunged them forcefully into the wall ahead, simultaneously exerting power through his legs. The ear-piercing sound of friction filled the air as sparks flew from the wall. Deep gouges marred its surface. Thanks to his astonishing strength and superhuman physique, Logan managed to counteract his forward momentum, sliding down to the ground like a colossal gecko. Meanwhile, Peter, unaided by Venom's powers, relied solely on his own formidable strength and subtle molecular telekinesis to securely land at the opposite end of the alley. He gently set down Lewin, who was slumped on his back, and the unconscious Silver Sable, ensuring they were in a relatively safe position before turning to confront the furious intruder. Hey, Six Claws. I assumed you were dispatched to retrieve young Lewin the moment I finished my call with the professor, but the pulsating pain in my head suggests otherwise. Peter spread his hands in a gesture of confusion. Remember? We encountered each other outside the Alkali Research Facility yesterday. Professor X even warmly invited me to visit your academy. By all accounts, we should be friends. So why the sudden ambush on a friend? Friend? Logan scoffed disdainfully, a low growl emanating from his throat as he hunched slightly, resembling a predator poised to strike. The 6 gleaming claws scraped against the ground, filling the air with a scent of gunpowder. Who would be friends with a coward who lurks in the shadows? Return Hank to me. No sooner had he spoken than he propelled himself forward with tremendous force, a tempestuous gust trailing behind him as he lunged fiercely at Peter. Ambush. Hank. Wait. Hold on. There must be a misunderstanding. Peter executed a nimble backflip, narrowly evading claws capable of shredding tank armor, while hastily attempting to clarify. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, launching a black web that ensnared Logan's wrist in an effort to restrain him. Logan bellowed in rage, his muscular arm flexing as his sharp claws effortlessly tore through the resilient webbing. Nevertheless, he temporarily halted his assault, his fierce gaze locked onto the seemingly innocent Spider-Man, then pointed accusingly at the unconscious Silver Sable against the wall, his voice as frigid as ice. Misunderstanding? This woman is the very one who abducted Hank's mercenary leader. You dare to associate with her and claim that you are not allies. Ah, he truly does not understand. Silver Minx kidnapped Hank. And Peter has indeed suffered an undeserved calamity. Chapter 67. The birth of the symbiote. At this moment, the air in the alley seemed to congeal, suffused with an unsettling tension akin to lingering gunpowder. Gazing into Wolverine's eyes, which burned with palpable fury and suspicion, Peter felt as if he had encountered a furious lone wolf in the wilderness. He had no doubt that without a flawless explanation, a fierce confrontation would ensue. All right, I confess, I know nothing about Dr. Hank McCoy. Peter was the first to break the stalemate, raising his hands to signal his lack of hostility while gesturing with his chin toward the still unconscious Silver Minx slumped against the wall. This is the woman you mentioned. Her name is Silver Minx, the head of a private military contractor favored by Oscorp in certain elite circles. As for us, we are absolutely not in cahoots. He deliberately emphasized his words, ensuring that each syllable resonated clearly in Logan's ears. In stark contrast, she and her enviably well-equipped mercenary team were just moments ago attempting to incapacitate the entire restaurant with gas, with the target being this mutant child. Peter pointed once more toward the young boy, Lewin. I brought them along to play in the city solely to divert those dangerous mercenaries outside and to protect the innocent. She is not a partner to me. His words were candid and forthright, devoid of any ambiguity. This sincerity acted like a splash of cold water, momentarily dousing a portion of the tumultuous fire in Logan's eyes. The lines etched on Wolverine's weathered face tightened in contemplation. His memories seemed to pull him back to Alkali Research, where this oddly clad, incessantly chattering creature had risked his own safety to rescue a group of mutant children, including Laura. Ultimately, the sense of responsibility as an X-Man and the teachings of Professor Xavier triumphed over his instinctual rage. Logan's beast-like posture relaxed slightly, his muscular form beginning to straighten. However, the 6 indomitable adamantium claws remained unsheathed, glinting with a chilling sheen, as his steely gaze settled upon the unconscious boy. You mean this little fellow lying on the ground is also a mutant? Yes, his name is Lewin Frost. Seeing that Logan refrained from launching another attack, Peter gradually exhaled in relief. He had no desire to engage in a tedious and fatal tango with this nearly indestructible man in a shadowy alley of New York due to a ludicrous misunderstanding. Just about 5 minutes ago, I had contacted Xavier's academy using a public phone. It was Ms. Aurora who answered, and she clearly stated that she would send someone immediately to retrieve this child, I assure you. Peter shrugged, his tone laced with a hint of playful mockery. If it weren't for your claws, which almost pierced my skull, I might have been led to believe you had awakened a new variant ability akin to teleportation, specifically dispatched to retrieve the child. Humph. Logan cast a cold glance at Spider-Man, then shook his head, his voice low. I was unaware of this matter. Due to Hank's disappearance, I had infiltrated New York early on to pursue leads. I was merely scouting the vicinity when I fortuitously spotted you cradling that woman above the city. As he explained, he slowly began retracting his lethal steel claws into his forearm. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Midway through, 3 of his right-hand claws seemed ensnared by an invisible force, akin to severely rusted mechanical components, emitting a grating squeal before halting altogether. Damn it! Logan erupted in a furious roar, veins slightly protruding on his forehead. Here we go again. This damned issue. I certainly don't recall adamantium rusting like scrap metal. He cursed vehemently, yet his movements remained unimpeded, the robust muscles of his arms tensing violently as he endured the excruciating pain radiating from the joints of his muscles and bones, forcibly shoving the ensnared claws back into his forearm inch by inch. Peter, witnessing this scene, suddenly focused intently, mentally assessing. Assessment complete, an undeniable berserker. Even more ruthless than the average. He was acutely aware that while Wolverine Logan possessed a nearly broken-level healing factor, this immortality did not equate to a lack of pain. The agony endured while manually forcing the already extended and trapped metal claws back into his bodily tissue could rival that of a legendary warrior who could jest even while undergoing excruciating treatment. Strikingly, Logan's face bore no beads of sweat, save for the slight furrowing of his brows caused by the immense effort, a testament to the extraordinary pain he had endured. It appears you might require some professional assistance, Peter ventured tentatively, attempting to lighten the grim scene with humor. If rust is the issue, I happen to know of an auto repair shop nearby that sells excellent lubricants. Perhaps it could provide some maintenance for your embedded claws? No sooner had he spoken than Logan, having just managed to fully retract his claws, immediately raised his fist, his icy words oozing from clenched teeth, carrying a palpable threat. Little bug, save the lubricant for yourself. Transforming you into spider sashimi, accompanied by lubricant, might be more fitting. Hey, don't get agitated. Big guy, take it easy. Peter hastily waved his hands. I'm not mocking you. What I mean is, given your physiology and the properties of adamantium, this situation should not occur at all. He recalled his encounter with Professor X at Alkali Research yesterday, observing the latter's unusually frail condition, increasingly suspecting that genetically modified foods were at play. By the way, Logan, have you undergone a comprehensive medical examination recently? Alternatively, one might consider scrutinizing recent dietary habits. I have heard that government agencies are currently promoting a particular type of genetically modified food, which is rumored to cause irreversible harm to living organisms, including mutants, when consumed over an extended period. Logan, who has always preferred to engage his claws rather than his intellect when confronted with issues, evidently did not heed Peter's cautionary tale, dismissing it with a wave of his wrist, regarding it merely as another instance of Spider-Man's untimely prattle and banter. Enough, kid, Logan growled, glaring at Peter with palpable irritation, clearly unwilling to prolong the discourse. His focus shifted back to the unconscious Silver Fox and Lu 1, his expression transforming to one of urgency and seriousness. I have no time for your incessant chatter. How do we awaken them? The whereabouts of Hank and the information you just shared regarding this child and Silver Fox must be confirmed directly from their lips before I can genuinely believe you. Oh, that is simple, Peter responded without much hesitation, stepping forward. They merely inhaled a potent anesthetic gas and are temporarily asleep. I can rouse them swiftly. As he spoke, he began to harness his molecular telekinesis, preparing to gently stimulate their nervous systems to induce awakening. However, just as he approached Logan, poised to execute his plan, damn it. What the hell is that on you? Logan leaped back as if struck by lightning, his movements surprisingly agile for his robust physique. He crossed his arms once more over his chest, and with a chilling hiss, 6 adamantium claws sprang forth, adopting a defensive posture born of shock and threat. Logan's countenance was now fierce, his gaze transforming into that of a predatory beast, fixated intently on Peter. What is that? Peter was taken aback by Logan's sudden and extreme reaction, nearly convinced that Wolverine had awakened his own spider sense. Hey, calm down, buddy, take a deep breath. Don't let the beast within you break free just yet. He quickly attempted to soothe him, though confusion swirled within his mind. After temporarily stabilizing the agitated Logan with words, Peter followed the trajectory of his nearly fiery gaze, turning to look over his shoulder. And then he saw it. A small symbiote had manifested on his back. The black symbiotic suit was now adorned with rows of tiny, mucus-like black tendrils. These appendages were slender and agile, swaying gracefully in the breeze that flowed through the alley, reminiscent of a bizarre yet elegant waltz. All the dark tendrils pointed uniformly towards Wolverine, their undulating motion seeming to gesture enthusiastically. Kid. Logan's voice was low and menacing as he swung his arms, the claws clashing against one another with a jarring metallic clang, sending sparks flying into the surrounding air. I believe it would be most prudent for you to employ that ever-busy, witty tongue of yours to furnish me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, Peter, with a hint of helplessness, scratched the back of his head, envisioning the slight awkwardness in his expression even through the mask. My apologies. Please do not be alarmed. This is my, new black battle suit. You see, the current advancements in extraterrestrial technology are remarkably sophisticated, and this suit is no exception. It appears to be somewhat unaccustomed to its surroundings, possibly reacting to your unique scent, which may have induced a slight stress response. But, candidly, old chap, how long has it been since you had a proper bath? That odor is quite invigorating. Just as Logan instinctively lowered his head to catch a whiff of his own scent, Peter immediately directed a soul-searching inquiry to his extraterrestrial companion within. Hey, my friend, you are Venom, a lethal guardian, not a mischievous little curiosity. What exactly were you just doing? Were you perhaps entranced by the allure of this steel-clawed gentleman beside us? Venom promptly conveyed a wave of emotion, tinged with grievance and an urgent desire to clarify, expressing that it was not its intention to act thus. Rather, in such close proximity, it had detected a significant allure emanating from Wolverine's body that attracted the symbiote. It was this potent stimulus that led to a minor, uncontrollable activation of its outer symbiotic tissue, resulting in that peculiar beckoning behavior. I sensed the emergence of a new subsymbiotic consciousness, and it is indeed due to that fellow over there. Is that so? Peter found himself momentarily at a loss for words. So, Venom becomes a little symbiote whenever it encounters Wolverine? The allure of Wolverine is that substantial? Enough to compel Venom to involuntarily begin to split? However, upon reflection, Peter realized that this was not entirely incomprehensible. He vaguely recalled that Wolverine had once been a host to Venom in a certain animated series. Given Logan's nearly indestructible healing abilities and his extraordinary vitality, it was not surprising that his body would possess a unique allure for a symbiote reliant on its host's life force for survival. At that moment, Venom, misinterpreting Peter's silence as anger, hurriedly transmitted a firm and loyal sentiment, repeatedly assuring Peter that it would never abandon him as a host. You are overthinking it. We are friends, and Peter Parker would never forsake a friend. However, might I kindly request that you keep your overly exuberant offspring in check? We wouldn't want them to render our stylish black battlesuit looking peculiar, now would we? Spider-Man. At that juncture, Logan's low growl interrupted Peter's mental exchange with Venom, clearly indicating that he was not entirely deceived by Peter's smokescreen. There is nothing wrong with my set. Even if it is somewhat unpleasant, it is hardly sufficient to cause your black bodysuit to sprout those repulsive, striped little creatures. Furthermore, my sense of smell is quite acute, so do not attempt to bamboozle me. Logan inhaled sharply, detecting an unusual and distinctive scent emanating from Spider-Man's black suit. Peter remained noncommittal. Yes, yes, yes. Your sense of smell is quite remarkable, more acute than my pet's. So, with such a keen nose, why can't you simply follow the scent and ascertain the whereabouts of Dr. Hank McCoy right now? This remark failed to provoke Wolverine. Instead, it incited the discontent of another occupant within him. Venom immediately conveyed a strong sense of protest, expressing its dissatisfaction. My nose is quite sensitive as well. Certainly not inferior to that metallic fellow beside you. Oh, come on. Peter sighed in exasperation, realizing he had never considered that Venom could be so possessive over such matters. Does a symbiote without a fixed form truly possess a nose? Sighing internally, Peter lamented that perhaps he was an inadequate host, leading this extraterrestrial acquaintance astray. This simply would not do. He must find a way to cultivate Venom into a true gentleman who wouldn't carelessly drop his little tendrils. Yes, yes, my friend. Your nose is indeed sharp. I acknowledge that. However, sometimes, less talk and more action is the more persuasive approach. Wouldn't you agree? Understood. Then damn it. Just as Wolverine had momentarily lowered his guard due to Peter's words, he suddenly leaped back a full 2 meters. His eyes widened as if he had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. His adamantium claws pointed menacingly at Peter. A black head with razor-sharp teeth has sprouted from your suit. Chapter 68. You smell wonderful. A black head. As Logan's voice, filled with fear and skepticism, faded, the symbiotic organism that emerged from Peter's back seemed to be infused with life, stretching and morphing, resembling a fully charged mass of black tar. It closed the distance between itself and Wolverine at an almost imperceptible speed, coalescing into a clearer, more menacing visage just shy of 2 meters away. Its gaping maw, lined with layers of ghastly white fangs, could almost engulf a basketball, followed by a roar that seemed to erupt from the very depths of hell. Call me Venom. Venom's elongated, pure white eyes, devoid of pupils, fixed intently on Logan, resembling the gaze of death itself. A mere glance was enough to make one wish to forget. Venom. Logan narrowed his beast-like eyes, his muscles taut with tension. He had to admit, this chilling name, imbued with an aura of extreme danger, was a perfect match for the creature before him. Yet, watching this entity extend from Spider-Man's back like a parasitic organism, the fusion of the two evoked an instinctual sense of repulsion and vigilance within him. This was no mere suit. It appeared to be a perilous symbiosis, or perhaps a parasitic relationship found in the natural world. After much contemplation, he suppressed the impulse to violently rend that dark head with his steel claws, disregarding Venom's menacing growl. Instead, he furrowed his brow and pointed with his glimmering claws towards Spider-Man, inquiring with perplexity, "Is this the new suit you just mentioned, Spider-Man? I had no idea that modern technology had advanced to the point where a suit could grow a mouth to roar and articulate such a chilling name." His voice was coarse, tinged with agitation and confusion. "If I weren't somewhat familiar with the peculiar scent that emanates from you, little bug, I would certainly mistake you for some malevolent supervillain escaped from a laboratory, given this dangerous contraption. When faced with a villain, I have my own unique methods of dealing with them." Logan's claws gestured meaningfully, the intention unmistakable. Peter, resigned, spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He understood that as Venom adapted more to Earth's environment, concealing it beneath his suit would become increasingly impossible. It resembled a child newly exposed to the outside world, perpetually curious, eager to seize opportunities to make an appearance, and each unveiling was likely to provoke adverse reactions. "Listen, Logan," Peter endeavored to imbue his voice with sincerity. "Venom is not merely the black suit you see. It is an intelligent life form, my companion, my friend. Its nature is not malevolent, truly. It is merely its appearance that, to quote my uncle, is visually striking or perhaps too deceiving. To elucidate his point for Logan's better understanding, he provided a relatable analogy. This situation is quite akin to that of mutants, is it not? Due to their inherent, extraordinary appearances or exceptional abilities, they often evoke fear, rejection, and even hatred from ordinary people. Yet, many mutants possess a far greater kindness and integrity than those who seem righteous, but engage in nefarious deeds behind closed doors. Take Dr. Hank McCoy, for instance. He is one of the most intelligent and gentle scholars I have ever encountered. Or yourself, Logan Howlett. Peter gazed earnestly at Wolverine, his tone grave. You have endured many dark moments that are beyond verbal description, yet you have not lost your way. More often than not, your claws are directed towards true villains. Upon hearing Spider-Man categorize himself as one of the virtuous, Logan scoffed outwardly, his rugged visage betraying skepticism. Yet deep within, in a corner encased in ice, a rare, unbiased recognition stirred slightly. Logan Howlett was indeed not a natural-born brute. Throughout his lengthy life of over a century, he wielded his claws often only when cornered or to protect those who could not defend themselves. Should one tragically find themselves pierced through the chest by his claws, he cannot guarantee that the individual is indeed a thoroughly despicable villain. However, that person has undeniably ignited the seething fury of a lone wolf. A fury already marred by countless scars. Little insect, do not presume that a few sweet nothings can absolve you of any connection to this venomous fiend. The suspect known as Venom, Logan, as obstinate as ever in his words, nevertheless betrayed his true intentions through his actions. The ever-ready adamantium claws, accompanied by a faint metallic rasp, retracted entirely into his forearm this time without a hitch. Yet, his subsequent warning remained as frigid as before. Furthermore, keep a tight leash on your friend Venom. Should that gooey black sludge dare to touch me or attempt to envelop me, my claws will not show it any mercy. I assure you, it shall be most uncomfortable. Before Peter could respond, the recently integrated and fiercely proud Venom grew irate. First, it was that skull-headed, gun-toting bully, and now this metallic menace with such a wretched demeanor. Even Peter Parker, his closest ally, had never spoken to him in such a manner. Who were they to presume such authority? Ha ha ha. Venom emitted a series of chilling, guttural laughs, its obsidian form twisting violently as it began to swell. You have claws. I possess claws too. Why not compare notes? Its voice dripped with provocation, and its seemingly innocuous appearance underwent a startling transformation. I can sense a peculiar power within you. It carries an alluring scent. Your brain should taste quite delightful as well. Suddenly, Venom's previously smooth exterior erupted with an array of sharp, glistening black claws. These appendages varied in length and shape, some resembling curved daggers, others like elongated spears, and still others akin to twisted thorns, covering its entire being in a dense, menacing display. At first glance, the number of claws surely surpassed 80, if not nearing 100. At that moment, aside from the terrifying head with its gaping maw, Venom's only distinguishing feature was this formidable array of writhing, razor-sharp claws. This spectacle, akin to a form of psychological pollution, caused even the battle-hardened Wolverine, Logan, to flinch, a chill rising inexplicably within him. Coupled with Venom's grotesque proclamation of craving brains, he realized he might have truly encountered a worthy adversary, not in terms of sheer strength, but in the sheer grotesqueness of this visual and psychological affront. What of 2 against 80? The advantage lies with me. Logan refused to concede verbally, maintaining an air of bravado. You shall soon discover that victory does not hinge on the sheer number of claws, but rather on their hardness. Hardness is paramount. Though he spoke thus, he had faced countless brutal battles throughout his life and feared no visible foe. However, confronted by a viscous black creature that seemed devoid of a fixed form and could effortlessly transform into various grotesque manifestations, he found it exceedingly difficult to muster any enthusiasm for engaging in a senseless grapple with a living mass of black sludge. After delivering a few harsh words, he cast a disdainful glance aside, instinctively rubbing his nose and feigning an unpleasant sneeze, attempting to delay the inevitable. He had presumed that his procrastination and indifference would render the creature disinterested. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that Venom's elaborate display was not aimed at debating the superiority of claws, but rather at a rather peculiar contest, one concerning the nose, as mentioned by Peter. Do not fret, the metallic-tinged being, Venom's hoarse voice echoed once more, as its claw-laden form swiftly retracted like a receding tide, reverting to a relatively normal black, skull-like shape. It extended a long, crimson tongue to caress its ivory teeth, its elongated white eyes fixed intently on Logan, proclaiming its true challenge. I do not wish to compare claws, but rather noses. I intend to demonstrate to my host Spider-Man that Venom's olfactory prowess far surpasses yours. Upon hearing this, Logan simply crossed his arms, lit a new cigar, and dismissed the notion that a black creature emerging from a mere insect would challenge him in the realm of smell as a figment of his imagination. This was not due to a lack of confidence in his superhuman sense of smell. On the contrary, it was precisely because of his immense self-assurance in his hound-like olfactory capabilities that he found the scene before him utterly ludicrous. How could a being composed of dark, viscous slime, which lacked a conventional nose, audaciously claim to compete with Wolverine in the realm of scent? Moreover, he genuinely feared that in a bid to win, this creature might transform its entire being into countless writhing black noses. The mere thought of such a grotesque image was enough to unsettle any rational mind, potentially inducing nausea. Consequently, Logan resolved to amend his code of conduct. In addition to refraining from engaging with women, he would also avoid conflicts with the deranged and the insane. All right, Venom, come back. As the atmosphere between Wolverine and Venom shifted from tense confrontation to one laden with palpable hostility, Peter timely intervened to mediate. He certainly did not wish to witness an absurd spectacle in a back alley of Manhattan, where Venom and Wolverine would contest whose senses were more acute. This would undoubtedly make headlines in the next day's Daily Bugle, and Mr. Jameson would relish the story. However, Peter could not allow Jameson's amusement to be built upon the suffering of his friends. But I have yet to prove that Venom's sense of smell is superior. Venom transmitted a wave of intense frustration and obstinacy. Faced with this dilemma, Peter wished he could punch himself. He should not have spoken to his extraterrestrial friend in such an encouraging tone, leading to a misunderstanding that compelled Venom to insist on this rivalry. Now, the notion of Venom willingly conceding is utterly inconceivable. What about Wolverine? Peter cast a glance at Logan, who was already igniting a cigar, exuding an unmistakable aura of "don't mess with me," and promptly dismissed the idea. No, he thought, it would be unwise to let the threat of spider stings escalate to spider slices or even spider meat sauce. They were not engaged in a contest to determine whose culinary skills were more sinister. Chapter 69, Venom Kitty. However, Peter was not devoid of solutions. He needed to engage his clever mind. An epiphany struck him, and he promptly devised a method to divert attention and resolve the dilemma. He patiently elucidated to Venom the importance of process and timing. Presently, there was the urgent matter of Dr. Hank McCoy's abduction to address, and during the ensuing pursuit and rescue, there would undoubtedly arise moments requiring acute olfactory sensitivity. At that juncture, Venom could naturally demonstrate its capabilities through action, far more convincingly than engaging in futile verbal disputes at this moment. As Peter articulated this logical and purpose-driven plan, Venom's restless emotions began to settle. Although still somewhat reluctant, it recognized Peter's reasoning. Proving oneself must be through deeds rather than words. Let facts speak for themselves. Venom tentatively accepted this proposal, deferring the moment of demonstration for later. That is more like it, my dear friend. Peter felt a sense of relief wash over him. Managing interactions with both an extraterrestrial symbiote and a century-old mutant veteran was proving far more taxing than contending with the Sinister Six. After all, when dealing with the latter, he merely had to tell the dim-witted Rhino that the Spider-Man before him was merely a chameleon disguise, while the real Spider-Man was elsewhere. At that moment, sensing that its host seemed averse to its presence before others, Venom subtly conveyed a thought to Peter. Peter, do you not wish to see me emerge? Observing Venom's dejected demeanor in the realm of his mind, Peter was certainly not opposed to his friend appearing in public. However, considering Venom's rather intimidating appearance, even characters with formidable mental fortitude like Wolverine and the Punisher could be startled into combat mode. Ordinary citizens, upon encountering Venom unexpectedly, would likely trigger widespread panic and heart attacks. No, buddy, you've misunderstood. Peter quickly reassured in his mind, his tone imbued with comfort. It is not that I wish to keep you hidden. You are one of my most vital allies. I am merely contemplating whether we might adjust our approach slightly. For instance, could we design a public persona for you that is, well, more palatable to the average person? After all, we sometimes need to blend into the crowd or act without frightening the children. Upon concluding his remarks, in an effort to elucidate the concept for Venom, he drew upon his own personal experiences as a reference. Look at me, Peter Parker. I am both an ordinary student, burdened with the demands of schoolwork and the anxieties of financial stability, and a superhero, Spider-Man, who emerges whenever assistance is required. Essentially, I navigate life under two distinct identities to cater to varying circumstances and needs. He gently guided Venom. Perhaps you two should consider cultivating dual identities? One as our formidable ally in battle, and another as a more practical form for everyday encounters. At a distance of several feet, Logan, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, kept a wary eye on Spider-Man and the peculiar black entity, feeling a surge of unease. He observed the menacing figure of Venom gradually receding into Spider-Man's black suit, much like the retreating tide, until it vanished from sight. Despite his extensive experiences, he could not suppress a heavy exhale of smoke, his mind a tumult of conflicting emotions. This was sheer prejudice. Furthermore, the creature known as Venom inexplicably evoked a sense of innate opposition within him. Whenever the being drew too near, he felt a cellular-level repulsion, as if confronting a sworn enemy. However, this was not the time for such contemplation. With Dr. Hank McCoy still in peril, every second was of the essence. Logan extinguished his half-smoked cigar with determination, suppressing the discomfort that the symbiote instilled within him, and took strides to close the gap between himself and Spider-Man. As he approached Peter, preparing to speak, an unexpected transformation occurred. He noticed the smooth black surface of Spider-Man's suit subtly undulating, and suddenly, a small, fluffy creature resembling a cold ball erupted forth. It was a kitten, a diminutive creature, no larger than a palm, adorned with sleek, glossy black fur. Its eyes resembling two immense amber jewels, round-headed and utterly adorable, a black kitten that exuded an innocent charm. Yet, with just a whiff of the unmistakable scent akin to that of Venom, Logan was unequivocally certain that this seemingly harmless kitten was, in fact, the same fearsome black monster that had previously threatened to consume brains. Chapter 70. The True Mastermind, a Cold Ball Kitten. Logan muttered to himself, suddenly recalling Spider-Man's earlier jest about having a nose sharper than his little cold ball. His expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. Was this loquacious little creature truly comparing him, Wolverine, to a mere kitten? Such an affront was utterly excessive. Unbeknownst to him, the little cold ball that Peter referred to was, in fact, an authentic Chinese 5-black dog, rather than any feline creature. Had Logan been privy to this truth, he would likely not have merely turned pale, but would have erupted in a fit of rage. Surprisingly, Peter did not anticipate Venom's imaginative comprehension. He initially assumed that the entity would morph into a spider-like form or at least a less conspicuous black ornament. Yet it boldly chose to transform into the most fashionable and endearing pet cat of the moment. Nevertheless, he conceded that the essence remained intact. This particular visage would not incite a panicked stampede among the crowd. Glancing at Logan, whose countenance was dark and menacing, as if ready to unsheath his claws at any moment, Peter recognized the urgency of clarifying matters concerning Hank. Procrastination was no longer an option. He promptly knelt down, directing his focus on the still unconscious Silver Martin. It was time for this lady to awaken and answer our inquiries. The Silver Martin had merely succumbed to a temporary state of unconsciousness due to an excess of neuroinhibitory substances secreted as a result of Peter's molecular manipulation of her internal microbiota. Her body had not sustained any substantial harm. For Peter, who had successfully communicated with primordial organisms before, the task of reversing the process to awaken her, though requiring meticulous control, posed no insurmountable challenge. He concentrated, his intangible molecular telekinesis acting as the most delicate of surgical instruments, carefully infiltrating the Silver Martin's body to adjust her microbial metabolic activity, neutralize the hypnotic substances, and gently stimulate her nervous system. Approximately 5 seconds later, as Peter internally lamented that this intricate task at the microscopic level demanded more mental exertion than dealing with a horde wielding energy weapons, the Silver Martin's elongated, fan-like eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she gradually opened her eyes. In those cerulean depths, a flicker of disorientation accompanied her awakening. But within the span of a mere fraction of a second, it was supplanted by the heightened alertness and composure characteristic of a seasoned mercenary. Instinctively, she reached for the spot at her waist where she typically bore her weapon, only to discover that her wrists and ankles were ensnared by an unusually resilient, elastic black web-like substance. "My apologies, Ms. Silver Martin," Peter remarked with a slight shrug, his tone imbued with a measure of regret, but predominantly underscored by unwavering determination. To ensure that our forthcoming dialogue transpires in a relatively tranquil environment devoid of flying bullets and flailing fists, I had no choice but to temporarily restrain your freedom, allowing you to personally experience the potency of spider silk. Having conveyed his explanation, he gestured towards Wolverine, who stood a short distance away, arms crossed and bearing an unfriendly expression. "Hey, big guy, she's awake. You can now personally inquire about Dr. Hank McCoy. I assure you, in the name of Spider-Man, that his disappearance has absolutely no connection to me or my webs." Logan's expression softened slightly as Peter took the initiative to awaken Silver Sable. Yet his vigilance towards the venomous aura surrounding Peter remained unyielding. He pointed a finger at Peter, unequivocally gesturing for him to step back. To which Peter resignedly raised his hands in surrender and complied, creating a sufficient distance for safety. Only then did Logan approach the bound Silver Sable, his steps steady and laden with an oppressive weight. Spider-Man, Wolverine. Silver Sable's gaze swiftly traversed between the two, her extensive experience allowing her to instantly recognize these two prominent figures within the realms of superheroes and mutants. Her brows knitted tightly as countless possibilities flashed through her mind, leading her to exclaim, "So you are in cahoots." It seems the rumors of Spider-Man being allied with mutants are not unfounded. I underestimated the X-Men this time, and I have fallen into your trap. She paused, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for the mastermind she believed was responsible for her and her subordinates' incapacitation. Since Professor Xavier has personally intervened, why hasn't he shown himself? Using a little mutant as bait is quite a clever strategy. Clearly, her last memory before losing consciousness was of the gas attack in the restaurant, leading her to mistakenly believe that the entire incident was a meticulously crafted trap orchestrated by the X-Men, aimed at her and her team. "Hey, listen, woman." Logan interrupted her conjecture with a hint of impatience, his voice frigid. "I am not allied with this peculiar little insect, and Professor Charles has no time to deal with you." However, his tone shifted, growing even colder, akin to the winds of Siberia, laced with an edge of coercion. "Where is Dr. Hank McCoy? You must tell me immediately." He advanced a step closer, his feral aura unmistakably emanating. "I usually refrain from resorting to violence against women, but if it concerns Hank, and if this is the only way to ensure his safe return, I regret to say, Silver Sable, I cannot allow him to come to harm." Before Silver Sable could respond, Logan's right hand swung sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 gleaming adamantium claws sliced through the air at astonishing speed, whistling as they embedded themselves into the concrete wall beside her head. A few strands of silvery hair were severed, drifting silently to the ground. Sensing the palpable danger radiating from Wolverine and meeting his gaze devoid of any human emotion, replaced only by primal ferocity, Silver Sable understood that this man was utterly serious. Every word he uttered was devoid of jest. However, as the leader of a top-tier mercenary organization, Silver Sable possessed her own pride and principles. She resolutely shook her head. "I cannot divulge that information." Her voice was steady, imbued with an unusual calmness. "Having chosen the path of a mercenary, where one is paid to perform tasks, I must uphold the confidentiality of my employer's information. I have heard that you, too, were once a mercenary, Logan Howlett. You should understand better than anyone that reputation and principles are the very foundation upon which we stand in this profession. Even when faced with absolute disadvantage, and even when life is directly threatened, the Silver Mongoose shows no sign of yielding. She has managed to elevate her team, Silver Mongoose International, to the pinnacle of the industry, not solely through an exceptional task completion rate and formidable strength, but more importantly, through an unwavering commitment to professional ethics that dictates she would never easily betray her clients' information, even in the face of death. Previously, it was her subordinates who faced the test of defending their credibility with their lives. Now, it is she who stands in their stead. She had long prepared herself for this eventuality. Logan fell silent. Indeed, he had a lengthy career as a mercenary, and he understood better than anyone how challenging it is to extract intelligence from a true professional, especially one of Silver Mongoose's caliber. Torture might break the body, but it is unlikely to shatter the professional creed built on blood and honor. I knew that Professor Xavier possessed the ability to read my thoughts. Whether I spoke or remained silent, the outcome might ultimately be the same. Leaning against the cold wall, Silver Mongoose wore a slight, carefree smile, as if she truly had cast aside the concerns of life and death. However, at the very least, the information would not come from my lips voluntarily. This was the final step I could take for my employer, and it was the bottom line I must uphold for the reputation of Silver Mongoose International. Gazing at the silver-haired woman before him, who faced death with indifference, Logan slowly withdrew his steel claws from the wall amidst the harsh grinding of metal. His brow furrowed, and for a moment, he genuinely felt that the situation was rather tricky. To use force? He hesitated, for she was a woman, and one who was defending her principles. To refrain from using force? Did it truly come down to waiting for Charles to employ his mental abilities? But given Charles' current physical condition, just as Logan found himself entangled in indecision, the atmosphere became momentarily stagnant when a calm, yet persuasive voice interjected from the side. "I have never been a mercenary, nor do I fully comprehend the specific principles of your industry." Having just awakened Lou when using the same method, he approached with arms crossed, inserting himself into the conversation. "However, if these so-called principles are founded upon aiding in abductions, potentially consigning innocent individuals, especially children, to inhumane human experimentation, then I believe such principles ought not to exist at all." His gaze pierced through the mask, landing upon Silver Mongoose, his tone gradually growing serious. Madam Silver Mongoose, do you find the web of constraints upon you uncomfortable? I must convey to you that the inhumane experiments inflicted upon mutants within subterranean laboratories are characterized by a brutality and agony that far surpasses anything previously mentioned. This is not merely a matter of restraint, but rather dissection, genetic extraction, and psychological torment, a true manifestation of cruelty. The Silver Weasel, who has always been unafraid of death, exhibited a rare shift in expression upon hearing the term mutant human experimentation, revealing a flicker of astonishment and uncertainty for the very first time. Mutant human experimentation. She instinctively retorted, I am unaware of such matters. Our employer only informed us that they were interested in certain unique abilities possessed by mutants, wishing to exploit these talents for profit. Our directive was to capture the target alive and intact. Profit? Huh? Logan interjected with a derisive scoff, akin to an icicle piercing the air. What profit could be derived from Dr. Hank McCoy's abilities? Shall we send him to perform in a circus? I wager the audience would prefer to witness a nimble chimpanzee riding a unicycle rather than a blue, long-haired, articulate creature expounding on quantum physics. Peter discerned a fleeting flicker of doubt in the Silver Weasel's gaze upon Logan's words. It appeared she was not the heartless mercenary willing to forsake her moral compass entirely for monetary gain. She genuinely seemed oblivious to the reality at hand. Peter adjusted his mask and turned his attention to the timid young boy, Lewin, who had just awakened beside him. Sometimes, the first-hand account of a victim carries more weight than the most eloquent rhetoric. Lewin curiously scrutinized Wolverine, his likeness almost identical to that depicted in comic books, evoking both excitement and trepidation within him. It was not until Peter gently nudged him, offering silent encouragement, that he mustered the courage to take a small step forward. In a voice still tinged with youthful innocence, he began recounting his ordeal, how he had been deceived and imprisoned by a previous employer, forced to incessantly utilize his powers to create diamonds, ultimately overhearing a horrific plan to sell him to a research facility as a test subject once his value had been exhausted. The boy's narrative was not entirely fluid, at times faltering due to fear, yet the authenticity of his words resonated clearly. Following Lewin's harrowing account, the Silver Weasel fell into a brief silence, her silver locks cascading down as she lowered her head, obscuring her expression. However, Peter and Logan understood that the woman before them was engaged in a final psychological struggle. A mere 12-year-old child, with his most genuine wounds, had ruthlessly shattered the hypocritical facade of his employer's profit-driven motives. If even such a young child were destined for the operating table of a laboratory, then the purpose of capturing Dr. Hank McCoy was, without a doubt, glaringly evident. After several minutes of silence, the Silver Weasel abruptly lifted her head. The hesitation and resolve that had previously occupied her gaze were supplanted by a newfound determination. Ultimately, she relented. I understand now. I can tell you who it is that hired me to capture Dr. Hank McCoy, as well as this child. Peter and Logan exchanged invigorated glances, but the Silver Martin swiftly interjected with a condition, her gaze flitting between them. I have one stipulation. I wish to accompany you afterward. Logan and Peter instinctively locked eyes, both concerned about the other's opinion, yet they soon averted their gazes awkwardly. Nevertheless, their silent communication had been established. Having an additional ally who was familiar with the situation and possessed commendable combat prowess seemed advantageous. Very well, Logan succinctly responded on behalf of both. It's Herbert Landon. The Silver Martin no longer hesitated, revealing the name. He is the CEO of Brand Corporation. I know his usual haunts and several potential secret locations where Dr. Hank may be detained. Release me, and I can guide you. Without further ado, Logan extended a sharp claw made of adamantium, effortlessly slicing through the resilient web that bound the Silver Martin. Now liberated, she flexed her somewhat stiff wrists, rising to reclaim her composed and competent demeanor. And the quartet set forth toward Brand Corporation. Hey, Bug, keep your distance, Logan warned Peter, who had drawn too close for comfort. He certainly did not want to be ensnared by venom. Maintaining a safe distance of at least 3 meters was non-negotiable. The black cat perched on Peter's shoulder bared its teeth at Logan in a show of defiance, though its tiny milk teeth posed no threat. Surely you jest, Mr. Claus, Peter remarked, scratching the cat's head with a hint of exasperation. Do you truly despise such an adorable little creature? How unfortunate. It seems your rugged persona lacks a touch of tolerance for the charming. Logan's response was a fierce glare and a more irritable snort, instinctively creating more space between himself and Peter. Chapter 71. Tragedy must be averted. Oh dear. What an unfortunate predicament, Peter observed, dramatically shrugging as he noted Logan's swift retreat, akin to fleeing from a plague, his tone laced with mockery. Our illustrious Wolverine, impervious to bullets, is afraid of a little kitten's soft pads and harmless claws? Shaking his head, he synchronized his thoughts with his partner. Did you catch that, Venom, my friend? It seems your imposing presence has left quite a psychological mark on this tough guy, enough that he now avoids your harmless feline form like the plague. But do not be disheartened. For every critic, there will always be an admirer. Wouldn't you agree? The Venom cat, nestled on his shoulder, emitted a deep purr that belied its adorable appearance. 34 meow 34. Its large amber eyes fixed on Logan, radiating an air of guardedness. Soon enough, Peter's words would be validated. What an adorable little cat. The elegant Silver Martin was instantly captivated by the furry black creature perched on Spider-Man's shoulder. The sharp, cold lines of her countenance, characteristic of a top-tier mercenary, softened as she approached, her gaze imbued with a hint of feminine anticipation. Spider-Man, may I touch it? She inquired softly. It is well known that adorable animals evoke a profound sense of protectiveness and affection in women, a rule that even a battle-hardened warrior like the Silver Martin could not escape. I don't see why not, Peter replied readily. My feline friend has a gentle temperament, but do be cautious of its claws. He playfully mimicked a tiger pouncing. Hands clawed and teeth bared as he emitted a playful roar. This somewhat childish jest successfully coaxed a smile from the Silver Martin, momentarily allowing her to forget their previous adversarial stance. You are quite humorous, Spider-Man. She laughed lightly, extending her hand cautiously to stroke the exceptionally soft, sleek black fur of the little kitten. The sensation was astonishingly delightful, akin to caressing the finest silk. Wow, it's so well behaved. Look at that beautiful fur. Little one, do you have a name? She unabashedly lavished praise upon the kitten, and her warm words shone like sunlight upon the symbiotic being within, allowing Venom, in its adorable guise, to bask in the joy. It even tilted its head in response, nuzzling against her fingertips while emitting a perfectly mimicked purr, fully embracing its role as a feline companion. As Wolverine, Logan, walked ahead, occasionally glancing back with vigilance, he happened to catch sight of the adorable little black cat, which playfully stuck out its tiny pink tongue in an endearing manner. To the Silver Martin, it appeared utterly charming and mischievous. However, in Logan's watchful eyes, he could only envision the terrifying image of Venom extending its long tongue, licking in a grotesque manner. This startling association nearly caused him to stumble on the flat sidewalk. The comical display of obvious fear of cats left the Silver Martin perplexed. Furrowing her brow slightly, she recalled the detailed dossier on Wolverine from the International Intelligence Agency, which indicated that he should not have such a strong allergic reaction to felines, let alone fear them. That Wolverine, she mused, unable to contain her curiosity. She turned to Spider-Man with a hint of confusion in her voice. Why does he react so strongly to the cat? It seems he might even be a bit afraid of this little creature. Who knows? Peter replied, feigning ignorance with a similarly puzzled expression, then exaggeratedly spread his hands. Perhaps that is the marvel of nature. Felines and canines, you know, they are like natural adversaries, seldom in harmony. Speaking with you is truly delightful, Spider-Man. The Silver Martin was amused by Peter's exaggerated yet entertaining explanation, retorting, I understand that cats belong to the feline family. But how on earth is a Wolverine related to canines? Peter had merely spoken off the cuff, but since the Silver Martin had posed the question, he chose not to explain the familial ties between wolves and dogs. Instead, he pointed discreetly to the Wolverine walking ahead, whispering, Don't you think his gait resembles that of a dog? The Silver Martin stifled a laugh, retracting her hand that had been petting the cat, and a smile broke upon her face. It was rare for her to exhibit such ease, even a touch of tenderness, in front of others, especially those who had only recently been her adversaries. Yet, whether it was the adorable, plump cat perched on Spider-Man's shoulder or the witty, humorous Spider-Man himself, who effortlessly diffused the tension, her habitual mask of indifference began to melt away unconsciously. I finally comprehend why all the intelligence and analytical reports we've gathered about you consistently indicate that you are an exceptionally unique and remarkably likable individual. The Silver Martin's tone carried a hint of nostalgia as her gaze fell upon Peter's masked face. Whether it be ordinary New Yorkers, the villains you had incarcerated, or the heroic allies you had collaborated with, even pausing for emphasis, even that notorious kingpin, who just orchestrated a significant prison break, their impressions of you were undeniably profound. Oh, on the matter of being memorable, I wholeheartedly agree. Peter nodded emphatically, albeit with a touch of self-deprecation. He then nimbly leaped onto a massive, neon-lit billboard support at the roadside, pointing to a poster of Spider-Man that bore his likeness but had been maliciously defaced with graffiti denoting him as a pest and a meddler. With an exaggerated tone, he declared, see, what is truly memorable is a guy who scuttles around the walls like a bug, soaring through the city while delighting in meddling and often causing chaos and damaging public property. In contrast, Iron Man and Captain America don't have to endure being called pests or face exorbitant claims from the city government. Is that so? I beg to differ. The Silver Martin gazed earnestly up at the Spider-Man perched high above. In reality, if given the chance, I would prefer to have more friends like you, Spider-Man. Perhaps one day, you could indeed become the most beloved and popular superhero among the citizens, surpassing even Captain America and Iron Man, just as depicted in the Spider-Man comics. Peter swayed slightly, akin to a weightless leaf drifting down from a billboard, landing precisely beside Silver Sable. Instinctively, he touched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment flickering beneath his mask. Thank you for your kindness and faith in me, Silver Sable. However, I have never dared to aspire to be the astonishing Spider-Man. For me, being a good neighbor to the citizens of New York and embodying an ordinary Spider-Man is already an immense challenge. Having said this, he deftly shifted the topic, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. By the way, Silver Sable, I sense something different about you today. He recalled her demeanor at the Osborn Technology Expo and in various news reports. So cold, so professional, and seemingly unapproachable. Are you suggesting that I ought to be a warrior with a cold exterior, or perhaps a mature, aloof, and ruthless mercenary leader? Silver Sable nonchalantly took up the conversation, her tone calm, as if evaluating a character unrelated to herself. Indeed, that's correct. Peter hesitated slightly. In truth, according to the official narrative he understood, Silver Sable was meant to embody the archetype of a seemingly cold, yet passionate individual. Yet, burdensome past experiences and the responsibility of single-handedly managing the vast Silver Sable International Mercenary Organization compelled her to project a fierce and unyielding facade to intimidate adversaries and unite her team. However, that was merely the constructed narrative. Peter could not ascertain the actual reality. Now, witnessing Silver Sable in person, devoid of the sharpness and distance she exuded at the Osborn Technology Expo, instead appearing quite talkative and even somewhat gentler, genuinely surprised him. Those descriptions are indeed a facet I present to the outside world, Silver Sable graciously acknowledged. Yet, her voice lowered slightly, imbued with an elusive undertone as she shifted her tone. However, little spider, one day you may discover that I am not merely the visage you perceive. Everyone possesses many facets, particularly in our intricate circle. Well then, Peter readily acquiesced, half-jokingly responding, as long as you don't resort to kidnapping Dr. Hank and selling off the frightened little spider from the lab, I would be more than willing to befriend a lady who is both beautiful and formidable. No sooner had he finished speaking than an impatient honk interrupted from ahead. Unbeknownst to them, Logan had procured a sleek black stretch Chrysler. At that moment, he was seated in the driver's seat, one hand resting on the steering wheel and the other thrust out the window, vigorously waving at them, his face etched with impatience. Hey, you two, I don't mean to interrupt your heartfelt exchange, but for heaven's sake, Hank is waiting for us to rescue him in some unknown corner. Could you please get in the car and continue your conversation there? Oh dear, it seems our driver is rather anxious. Peter made a resigned expression towards the silver ferret. Let us hurry over. We certainly do not wish to provoke our Wolverine driver. With that, he quickly approached the imposing vehicle alongside Lewin, unable to resist giving a thumbs up to Logan in the driver's seat, sincerely exclaiming, "Wow, impressive choice of car, Logan. I never expected you to possess such refined taste." However, as he reached for the passenger door, Logan reacted as if stung by a scorpion, abruptly extending his finger to indicate the back seat with a tone of finality, leaving no room for negotiation. "You, sit in the back. Let that child beside you take the front. I shall ensure his safety." Wolverine's stance was as resolute as adamantium, compelling Peter to retract his hand in disappointment and begrudgingly shrug, signaling Lewin to occupy the front passenger seat. Subsequently, he and the silver ferret, who boarded the vehicle afterward, settled into the spacious yet subtly tense back seat. Gazing at the striking beauty beside him, with her silver hair and blue eyes, Peter's emotions were conflicted. He was uncertain whether to feel fortunate for this supposed stroke of luck or to lament Logan's almost obsessive aversion to the symbiote. He had harbored a desire for Venom and Wolverine to grow closer, considering that the nascent consciousness of the symbiote within Venom had emerged due to proximity to Logan's vibrant vitality. In a sense, Logan served as its catalyst, and it seemed only natural for the symbiote to regard him as its primary candidate for a host. Moreover, Logan's current physical state was evidently troubling, likely affected by the adverse consequences of genetically modified foods. Even his indomitable adamantium claws had become ensnared at times, a dire warning indeed. If Venom could merge with him, Leveraging the symbiote's formidable adaptability and healing abilities, it might even mitigate or heal the clandestine damage inflicted by those foods, averting a worse calamity. Yet now, observing Wolverine's demeanor towards the symbiote, Peter realized that his hopes were likely in vain. Alas, he silently sighed within. He recalled the previous day outside Alkali Research Facility, where he had subtly alluded to the potential conspiracy against mutants to Professor Charles Xavier through a storytelling approach. At that moment, he had perceived a glimmer of recognition in Charles's eyes, believing that perhaps he had already sensed the implications, or at the very least, would take it seriously. No matter, Peter resolved internally. Regardless of whether Charles Xavier was genuinely aware or merely failed to grasp the depth of his narrative, he must find a suitable opportunity to earnestly convey the gravity of this matter to the core members of the X-Men after addressing the immediate crisis posed by Dr. Hank. The catastrophic events from the timeline of Logan's third film must be averted. In Logan, the catastrophic disaster that haunts Peter is one that sends shivers down his spine. The X-Men suffered devastating losses, their ranks decimated, with countless members either dead or grievously injured. Professor Xavier, due to his uncontrollable abilities, has become a globally wanted fugitive, living a life steeped in sorrow. It is worth noting that this calamity allegedly claimed the lives of hundreds, possibly even thousands, of innocent civilians. A blood-red cloud of despair looms over both mutants and humans alike, a scene beyond verbal description. He is resolute in his determination to prevent such a tragic future from unfolding in this world. Chapter 72. Concerns from Gwen as Peter and his companions sped towards Brant Industries in their sleek black Chrysler, intent on confronting Herbert Landon. Sheriff George Stacy, weary and burdened, gradually brought his car to a halt in front of his familiar white two-story house in a neighborhood renowned for its tranquility and friendliness in Queens, New York. In his grasp, he clutched an official document recently retrieved from the police precinct. This was a notification of fact clarification and responsibility determination concerning the death of Mr. Ben Parker, jointly issued by the Internal Affairs Division and the District Attorney's Office. It was perhaps the most unwelcome duty he had ever faced in his career. If given the option, George would have preferred any of his colleagues to undertake this task, even the most bothersome rookie. For Ben and May Parker were not merely his neighbors of over a decade. They were cherished friends, akin to family, with whom he could entrust his children. When Ben Parker tragically lost his life, George took leave to attend the funeral as a friend, not as the sheriff, sharing in the collective sorrow for the loss of such an upright and kind elder. Now, however, he found himself tasked with delivering a document that signified the police's gross negligence, one that would once again tear open the wounds of the Parker family. To May, who was already frail and bereaved, George remained seated in his car, paralyzed by indecision. Through the window, he gazed at the Parker residence, a home that radiated warmth yet now appeared eerily quiet, alongside the small garden that had once been meticulously tended to but now seemed forlorn. He hesitated, wrestling with his thoughts, ultimately lacking the courage to knock on that door. To speak before May about the police's mistake in identifying the true murderer of Ben Parker would only serve to reopen old wounds, inflicting even greater pain. He feared that, given May's current state, she might not withstand the revelation. Finally, George inhaled deeply, as though steeling himself for the task ahead. He chose not to proceed directly to the Parker home. Instead, he opened the car door and, with heavy steps, made his way towards his own white house. He needed a moment to collect his thoughts. "Gwen, are you home?" he called out as he unlocked the door, slipping into his comfortable indoor slippers with habitual ease. "I'm here," came the reply from within the quiet abode. The direction of the kitchen immediately echoed with the response of his beloved daughter, Gwen Stacy, her voice bright and clear. However, to George, a seasoned officer with years of experience and an acute ability to discern subtle emotions in tone, there was an unmistakable hint of unusual distress and tension in her voice. Instinctively concerned for his daughter's safety, he felt a jolt of alarm in his chest. And without taking the time to put on his other slipper, he rushed toward the kitchen, donning only one. He flung open the frosted glass door of the kitchen, and a rich aroma, mingled with the scent of burnt food, assaulted his nostrils. Inside, his daughter, who usually resembled a porcelain doll, was in a state of fluster. She wore a simple black headband that kept her radiant golden hair neatly behind her ears, and a sky-blue knitted top adorned with a kitchen apron printed with tiny strawberries. At that moment, she was hurriedly holding a frying pan in one hand while attempting to extinguish the blue flames of the stove with the other. "Gwen," George exclaimed, momentarily frozen in place, before quickly realizing the urgency of the situation. Barefoot, he dashed inside, eager to relieve her of the perilous frying pan. "When did you start learning to cook? Put it down. Let Daddy take over." "Cough, cough. Dad, it's fine, I can manage." Gwen coughed lightly from the smoke, a smudge of soot inadvertently marking her otherwise flawless, porcelain-like complexion, resembling a little calico cat. Nonetheless, she stubbornly persisted, her wrist straining as she attempted to transfer the clearly burnt muffin onto a nearby plate. Seeing his daughter's tenacity, mixed with a touch of clumsiness and vulnerability, tugged at George's heartstrings. Simultaneously, a wave of complex emotions washed over him. The innocent and carefree little girl who needed his protection had undeniably grown up. Gwen gazed at the muffin on the plate, which was far from aesthetically pleasing, and pouted in disappointment, letting out a gentle sigh. Oh dear. I think I used too high a flame for the muffins this time. Next time, I'll have to cook them over low heat, slowly. She then leaned closer to the plate, her delicate nose twitching as she carefully sniffed the aroma, her fair face reflecting clear dissatisfaction. Aside from the burnt smell, something else seems off. It doesn't even smell as delightful as Aunt May's. After offering a candid critique of her not-so-successful culinary endeavor, her gaze shifted to her father, who stood beside her with a complex expression. Naturally, her eyes fell down to his feet, which appeared rather mismatched, one clad in a comfortable indoor slipper, while the other was bare, resting on the cold floor. Gwen tilted her head, a blend of amusement and exasperation dancing across her features. With her delicate fingers, she pointed towards her father's feet and teased in a playful tone, "My dear dad, have you forgotten to wear something?" Suddenly, George realized the implication, reminiscent of the clumsy Peter Parker who often visited their home. His face flushed with embarrassment as he instinctively rubbed the back of his head. Speechless, he resembled a child caught in mischief. Hopping awkwardly out of the kitchen in search of his missing slipper, had his colleagues, who had worked alongside him for years, witnessed this scene, their jaws would have dropped in disbelief. They could never have imagined that their steadfast, serious sheriff, unflappable even in the face of armed criminals, could exhibit such a domestic vulnerability. Yet, in the presence of his cherished daughter Gwen, he was a different man. In every other circumstance, George Stacy remained the composed, reliable, and trustworthy sheriff. After donning the other slipper at the door and washing his hands in the restroom, George returned to the living room. By then, Gwen had swiftly tidied up the kitchen and emerged with a platter. The platter held a reasonably successful pancake and that slightly charred muffin from earlier. She placed the dish on the dining table and then turned to fetch some milk from the refrigerator. "Dad, you must have missed lunch coming back at this hour," Gwen remarked with tender concern as she poured him a glass of milk. "This pancake is one of my better creations. You should give it a try." With that, she untied her apron and headed towards the restroom. "As for that muffin, you can skip it. It's burnt, and I'll take care of it later." Her voice echoed from the restroom, accompanied by the sound of running water. Seated at the table, George gazed at the simple yet heartfelt meal prepared by his daughter and found himself momentarily lost in thought. He realized how absorbed he had been in his work, neglecting to show Gwen the attention and care she deserved. His perception of her still lingered on that innocent, clever little girl, and he was taken aback to see that in what felt like the blink of an eye, his precious daughter had not only learned to cook, but was also looking after him. After a moment of introspection, George's weary face softened with a sense of gratitude and guilt towards his beloved daughter. When Gwen returned to the living room, having washed her face and neatly styled her hair, she appeared like a sprite emerged from a classical painting. To her astonishment, she found her father, Sheriff George, holding the very burnt muffin she had expressly declared inedible, and he had already devoured a significant portion, savoring it with delight. "Dad," Gwen opened her mouth, hesitating, feeling a mix of emotion and amusement. George, removing his police cap to reveal his slightly graying hair, chewed thoughtfully while giving a thumbs up to his beloved daughter. "Gwen, your muffins are truly delightful. Even the slight char does not detract from their flavor. I dare say they are on par with those made by May. Is that so?" Gwen furrowed her brows, harboring doubts about Sheriff George's praise. She was acutely aware of the muffin's appearance and the aroma she had just experienced. Nonetheless, she secretly wished that when Peter finally had the chance to taste her cooking, the astute and discerning young man would commend her as kindly as her father did. She knew all too well that Peter had a penchant for Aunt May's muffins. What would he say when he sampled the creations of Gwen Stacy? She mused. Of course it is true. I stake my badge on it. Unbeknownst to him, while his daughter was preoccupied with thoughts of that complicated young man next door, George felt profoundly touched to be tasting food prepared by his cherished daughter. In that moment, it seemed all his weariness evaporated. After a pleasant meal, he composed himself and, choosing his words carefully, inquired about Aunt May Parker's recent health. Upon receiving a response indicating that her condition was stable but her spirits were somewhat low, he took a deep breath and revealed the tragic news of Ben Parker's death at the hands of Flint Marco. "My God, Aunt May will surely be heartbroken upon hearing this." Gwen's face was a canvas of astonishment and concern. She could hardly fathom the devastating blow that awaited Aunt May, who had been striving to emerge from the anguish of widowhood. And then there was Peter, seemingly strong but inwardly more sensitive than anyone else. What would he feel upon learning this? Thinking of Peter, Gwen immediately turned to her father, urgency and worry lacing her voice. Does Peter know about this? George shook his head somberly, his expression darkening. Not yet. According to protocol, we must first inform the immediate family, which means May. But I am uncertain how to broach the subject. Poor Peter, Gwen murmured, her eyes brimming with sorrow and compassion. He would not wish to hear this. It is far too cruel for him. Resolutely, she reached out, clasping her father's weathered hand, her tone imbued with determination. Dad, this news will hit the Parker family hard. We must assist them. Of course, George replied, his gaze reflecting unwavering resolve. May and Ben have been my dear friends for many years. It is my solemn duty, both personally and professionally, to help them through this difficult time. With that, he swiftly consumed the remaining morsel of the slightly burnt muffin, chewing vigorously before wiping his mouth with a napkin in a manner characteristic of a disciplined officer. When Parker's name was mentioned, George's tone took on an unusually stern quality, imbued with the weight of a guardian's admonition. Yet, beneath that severity, a discerning ear could detect an undercurrent of concern. Following Ben's sudden demise, George had already succumbed to emotional turmoil once, nearly leading to a disastrous outcome. If he were to learn that the New York police not only apprehended the wrong individual, allowing the true perpetrator to roam free, but that this dangerous individual had also successfully escaped from prison and remained at large, it was unfathomable to consider what reckless folly he might undertake, given his obstinate nature. Despite his habitual criticisms of Peter, deep down, he harbored a unique concern for the boy he had watched grow up. After all, the two families had been neighbors for over a decade, witnessing each other's children blossom. May and Ben Parker were renowned for their kindness and generosity within the community during his past days of relentless overtime due to cases, which left him little time for family. Gwen had often received care and companionship from the Parkers. In a sense, the two families had become as close as kin. Uncle Ben was to Peter what a pillar is to a home. Gwen's voice was soft as a whispering breeze, resonating with profound understanding and empathy. Just as you are irreplaceable to me, I can fully comprehend his feelings. She slowly lowered her head, her thick, lovely lashes casting shadows over her eyes, as if to shield the sorrow hidden within. In truth, Peter feels an immense loneliness. At school, he often walks alone. As she spoke, images of Peter being ostracized in the campus corridors, quietly seated in a corner with a book, flooded Gwen's mind. The scenes of mockery inflicted upon him pierced her heart with a sharp pang. George, observing the unmasked sorrow on his precious daughter's face and her unwavering defense of Peter, felt a pang of regret for revealing such a harsh truth to her. If Gwen reacted so profoundly, one could only imagine the monumental blow that awaited May Parker. Already weary from the loss of her husband, upon discovering the reality, his brow furrowed, the lines on his forehead deepening as if etched by a chisel. Now, he could only place his hopes in the hands of his colleagues at the New York Police Department, yearning for their swift capture of Flint Marco, the escapee. Only then might there be solace for May and a semblance of justice for the late Ben Parker. Meanwhile, at the vast circular sandpit laboratory, where the particle collider experiment had failed, the researchers had abandoned the endeavor, sealing away a collection of cold data records. No one paid heed to the scattered sand in the pit, once infused with immense energy for the experiments. Naturally, no one discovered it. As the swirling dust lost its buoyancy, it ultimately fell helplessly, settling to form a mound. Atop this heap lay an inconspicuous, slightly deformed metallic frame. In that moment, the circular frame, which should have been closed, was ajar, revealing the radiant smile of a little girl within. Initially, the sand pit was enveloped in a profound silence. Yet, almost immediately, as though stirred by an invisible breeze, a few grains of sand beside the frame trembled ever so slightly. This seemingly insignificant quiver was akin to pressing a mysterious switch of life. Following this, hundreds, even thousands, of grains of sand simultaneously resonated in a symphony of vibrations. It appeared as if they had been infused with an unseen vitality, transcending the ordinary physics of mere grains, and with a resolute intent. They took a synchronized step towards the photograph of the girl. This movement was not their limit. Scarcely a second had passed before they revived once more, this time with an even more vigorous vitality than before. In an instant, countless grains levitated, resembling sentient brown fireflies, swirling and dancing around the photograph, imbued with boundless love and obsession. One grain was the first to touch the surface of the photo. Its action so gentle it resembled a father tenderly caressing his daughter's cheek with his fingertips. Subsequently, more grains surged towards the frame, instinctively yearning to cradle and protect this precious image. However, the scattered grains struggled to form a stable shape, let alone support the weight of the metallic frame. After a series of futile attempts to gather, the grains encircling the frame seemed to suddenly awaken with clarity. They swiftly coalesced, compressed, and shaped themselves. And in the blink of an eye, a hand, entirely fashioned from grains of sand, emerged with distinct contours. This sandy hand firmly cradled the base of the frame, gently yet resolutely lifting the photograph from the heap, as if handling a rare treasure. This was merely the beginning. Once the photograph was held within the palm of the sand-formed hand, a chain reaction seemed to unfold. Initially, the grains within a 1-meter radius of the photo began to tremble. Then, like a virus spreading with ferocity, every grain within the expansive 8-meter-wide pit resonated in harmonious quakes. At the base of the sandy hand, thousands of trembling grains gathered frantically, merging into a complete arm composed of gravel, followed by broad shoulders, a robust torso. Then a head, another arm, and legs. All this transpired in less than 5 seconds. A fully formed humanoid figure, crafted entirely of yellow-brown gravel, materialized within the sand pit. It was Flynn Marco, disassembled into particles. Upon his emergence, Flynn seemed ill at ease in his new body, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air, resembling a drowning man. The grains of sand that adorned his body were exceedingly unstable, cascading down in a relentless shower, particularly from his legs, which bore the weight of his entire form. As he took tentative steps, they would often collapse under him, disintegrating into a mere heap of grains. At times, his entire lower body would revert to an amorphous pile of sand. Yet, irrespective of his body's disintegration and reformation, his right hand, composed of the very sand itself, gripped the frame with an unwavering steadiness, unyielding as a rock. The photograph of his daughter Penny was the singular pillar of faith anchoring his existence in this moment, the source of strength propelling him to continuously reform and strive forward. He had to leave this place. Penny was waiting for him, anticipating his success in securing the funds for her exorbitant medical treatment. Collapse, reformation, step forward, collapse again. And reformation, a relentless cycle. After enduring a dozen failures, Flint Marco gradually began to master the rudimentary control over this sandy corporeal shell, accompanied by a remarkable sense of connection blossoming within his consciousness. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive the affectionate compliance of each grain of sand surrounding him, as though they were extensions of his own body. I have succeeded. He could not restrain himself from tilting his head back and exclaiming joyfully, gripping the frame even tighter, as if it were to meld into his sandy palm. What is happening? Why is there a voice amidst the sand? Quickly, send someone to investigate. The sudden outcry startled Dr. Smith, the project supervisor, who was engrossed in the tedious task of compiling data on experimental failures in his office. His expression shifted, and he hastily commanded the base guards via intercom to investigate. 3 fully armed guards rushed toward the sand pit, weapons drawn, their expressions tense. However, what awaited them was not an anticipated intruder, but a sudden and unrelenting sandstorm. The torrents of sand erupted from the pit, roaring forth like a colossal yellow serpent, swiftly engulfing the 3 guards. The grains battered against their riot gear and uniforms, infiltrating their collars and cuffs, rendering them disheveled and unable to see, flailing their arms in a futile attempt to fend off the onslaught. Amidst the chaos and the piercing sound of the base alarms, the enormous sandstorm spiraled in the air, coalescing into a more concentrated and ferocious sand vortex, akin to a beast freed from its cage. In a manner that defied the laws of physics, it effortlessly breached the base's protective barrier and surged toward the distant city skyline, leaving behind a scene of devastation and bewildered researchers. What in the world was that? Did the sand used for particle collision experiments come to life? Oh my God! It seems we have inadvertently created a monster. Monster? No, these mutated beings are not monsters. Rather, I believe they are the products of human genetic mutation, or as one might call them, evolvers. However, due to the uncertainty in gene targeting during the mutation process, many individuals have experienced grotesque physical transformations. Outside a clandestine experimental facility belonging to the Brand Corporation, Peter found himself confronted by Silver Fox, who inquired about his perspective on mutants. With an air of composure, he replied, "Evolutionaries?" Silver Fox echoed the term, genuine surprise and contemplation flickering in her azure eyes. That's quite an innovative and audacious assertion. I had assumed you would, like many others, simply categorize mutants and humans as 2 entirely distinct, even opposing species. Having recently placed the young boy, Lewin, in a relatively secure position, Wolverine, also known as Logan, returned just in time to overhear Spider-Man's remarks. A subtle yet perceptible astonishment crossed his weathered face as he regarded this incessantly chattering young man. It is noteworthy that even Professor Charles Xavier, a paragon of wisdom who dedicated his life to the peaceful cohabitation of humans and mutants, had never publicly declared that mutants were the evolutionaries of humanity. While Logan was aware from earlier events at Alkali Research Facility that Spider-Man did not harbor the same disdain for mutants as many others, he was taken aback by the level of regard this individual held for them. Indeed, according to this young web-slinger, mutants were not merely aberrations, but rather represented a potential trajectory of human evolution. This perspective bore an intriguing resemblance to the ideology espoused by Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood, who advocated for mutant supremacy. Young Spider, Silver Fox interjected, drawing Logan back from his reverie. She cast a meaningful glance at the nearby Wolverine and candidly warned, if your sentiments were to be made public, particularly in certain circles, it would undoubtedly provoke a considerable uproar. You may not have been closely following the developments in this realm, but in other states, statistics indicate a significant decline in the number of newly registered mutants in recent years, far below previous figures. Consequently, a narrative has begun to circulate, proclaiming that the era of mutants is drawing to a close, and a new age, one that belongs to humanity, is on the horizon. A new era? The old era? Peter shrugged noncommittally, a complex curve gracing his lips beneath his mask. If the age of mutants was indeed waning, what, then, was his own existence? A mutant of the new era? While others may remain oblivious, he was acutely aware that the origins of mutants could be traced back to ancient times when Earth served as a laboratory for the Celestials. Not only Earth, but many planets teeming with life across the cosmos had been experimental grounds or incubation sites for these colossal beings. Whether it be the belligerent Kree or the enigmatic Eternals, their origins were inextricably linked to the ancient experiments of the Celestials. Over the unfathomable expanse of time, the X factor embedded within the gene sequences of early humanity had proliferated through countless generations, likely now pervading the genetic pool of humankind. Just as he had half-jokingly conveyed to Tony Stark previously, from the most expansive genetic perspective, every modern human on Earth may harbor the seeds of a mutant within, thus can be regarded as a potential mutant. The distinction between the so-called ordinary people and mutants may not be as clear-cut as the world perceives. Logan's deep voice interrupted Peter's increasingly profound thoughts, as his beast-like gaze swept across Peter and the Silver Ferret, ultimately directing towards the depths of the base. Taking a deep inhale, my senses tell me that Hank must be confined within here, without a doubt. I can unmistakably identify that familiar scent of the special fur care product. In response, Peter could only helplessly spread his hands, refraining from speaking. Could he directly disclose to these two companions, "Hey, guys, I am not just the Spider-Man you know. On a genetic level, I am also a mutant. And according to the assessment of the most powerful telepath on Earth, Professor Charles Xavier, I appear to be an Omega-level mutant with world-altering potential?" Such a revelation would bear an immense weight. Moreover, to his knowledge, among all the Spider-Men across parallel universes, he had never encountered a version that was simultaneously an Omega-level mutant. The accumulation of such an identity seemed almost too extravagant, even for him. Chapter 74, The Demon Strikes. As Peter pondered in silence, the symbiotic cat, Venom, perched obediently on his shoulder, suddenly opened its gaping maw and meowed. "This is unfair, Peter." The consciousness of Venom reverberated fiercely in Peter's mind. "I have never even caught a whiff of that beast fellow's scent. It is utterly impossible for a cat, no matter how keen its sense of smell, to track an unfamiliar odor. This competition has been fundamentally flawed from the outset." Venom's implication was clear. The contest was unjust, as it had no prior experience with the scent of the beast, rendering it incapable of locating the opponent through smell. "Whoa, easy there, buddy, calm down." Peter promptly soothed his increasingly feline-like extraterrestrial companion within his mind. "You're right. We indeed overlooked this crucial prerequisite. Thus, if you wish to continue this contest, perhaps we should consider a different challenge?" Just as Peter attempted to pacify the agitated symbiote, striving to prevent it from launching any sensational actions due to the perceived unfairness of the competition, a familiar sensation returned, a stinging in his spider sense. The danger was coming from above. Thanks to the remarkable enhancement of his physical abilities, Peter's neural reflexes surged to an astonishing peak. With lightning speed, he made a decisive judgment and lunged forward towards his two comrades, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, shouting a warning. "Be careful. Look above. There is peril." The primal instincts of the fearsome Wolverine, Logan, were instantly ignited, and he reflexively unsheathed his adamantium claws. All transpired in the blink of an eye. Two pumpkin-shaped bombs, adorned with sinister cartoonish grins, hurtled towards the very spot where they had just stood, shrieking with the foreboding presence of death. In a moment of sheer desperation, Peter successfully tackled Wolverine and Silver Fox to the ground. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded like thunder, and the searing flames along with the shockwave erupted outward in a frenzy. A swirling maelstrom of smoke and dust enveloping the ground, mercilessly devouring the three figures below, akin to the gaping maw of an abyss. At least, that was how it appeared to the goblin, who donned a garish costume reminiscent of the cheapest Halloween attire, gliding effortlessly on his wings, and juggling a smiling pumpkin bomb in his hands. "Ha! Let me see, today's pumpkin party opening is rather splendid, I assenti it? Those three pesky spirits have certainly savored my sugary smile. The taste must be delightful," he taunted, perhaps deliberately elongating his voice with a hint of cruel anticipation. Once the smoke clears, it might just reveal a heap of charred flesh and bone fragments. With that, the goblin reveled in the chaos he had orchestrated, twirling in the air as he sang in his peculiar voice, "Aha! I, the diligent candy distributor, am truly wicked, wicked, wicked." Just as the goblin basked in his self-congratulatory triumph, a miniature display disguised as armor illuminated on his arm, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a pristine white lab coat, his hair meticulously styled. "Well done, goblin," came the voice of Landon through the communicator, brimming with unabashed praise. "I witnessed your success in intercepting the intruders via surveillance. Rest assured, I will compensate you handsomely as promised." "Dr. Landon," the goblin replied boastfully, diving with his glider, nearly colliding with the research facility's surveillance camera. "You ought to be grateful for my assistance. Otherwise, that bothersome spider would have surely turned your precious laboratory upside down." However, as soon as his self-satisfied words left his lips, a muffled explosion echoed from the more secluded rear side of the facility, accompanied by the distinctive clatter of automated defense weapons firing. Landon's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that intruders had breached the rear of the laboratory, urgently instructing the goblin. "There are intruders at the back. Return immediately, goblin." The communication abruptly flickered and ceased. The malevolent specter maneuvered his glider to a sudden halt in midair, pivoting to gaze at the sky behind the research facility. Even from a distance, he could indistinctly perceive the automated turrets stationed there, belching fire as they unleashed a torrent of ammunition towards the two shadowy figures, darting and leaping with astonishing speed amidst the building's shadows and obstructions. Well, the malevolent entity, under his mask, emitted a distorted laugh. "You didn't inform me that today's gathering would be so lively. Guests are arriving in waves. For such high-stakes, high-energy cleaning tasks, my remuneration will require additional calculations and will be exceedingly high. If you cannot afford it," his voice dripped with menace, "then do not blame me if I turn you into a delightful surprise for the party. Ha ha ha." Amidst a crescendo of increasingly sinister and deranged laughter, the specter pressed down on the glider-esque controls, the engine rumbling deeply as he soared towards the very heart of the research complex like a true phantom. Cough, cough. Who was that clown in Halloween attire? As the smoke dissipated, Wolverine fixed his gaze upon the figure in the distant sky. After a couple of light coughs, he agilely rolled up from the ground, accompanied by a subtle metallic scraping sound, retracting his adamantium claws. Possessing an almost immortal healing factor, coupled with Peter's earlier lightning-fast rescue, the explosion's shockwave and debris had merely left a few inconsequential tears on his classic yellow X-suit, while the tissue beneath his skin healed at a visibly rapid pace. "Perhaps we could affectionately refer to him as Mr. Chuckles," Peter quipped, tilting his head in his characteristic humorous fashion, while cautiously pulling the silver ferret up from the ground beside him. "Are you all right, Silver Ferret?" "I'm fine," she replied, brushing off the dust and debris clinging to her silver-gray tactical suit, shaking her head. Her gaze fell upon Peter, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude. In the moment of the explosion, she had distinctly witnessed Spider-Man unhesitatingly use his own body as a shield to protect her from the bomb's impact. "Thank you, Spider-Man. You saved my life." Her tone was earnest, before she immediately countered, "What about you? Are you all right?" As she spoke, she instinctively circled behind Peter to check for injuries, only to be astonished to find that his mysterious black suit remained entirely unscathed, devoid of even a scratch or singe. In contrast, Wolverine appeared somewhat worse for wear, with several clear rips in his yellow X-suit. "See, I'm truly fine," Peter replied with a relaxed shrug, his tone imbued with a reassuring certainty. Possessing the formidable physical defenses bestowed by the symbiotic venom, coupled with the remarkable regenerative abilities akin to that of a Wolverine, and enhanced by the recently augmented musculature and resilience derived from his spider physiology, he has now become a veritable humanoid tank. In terms of defensive prowess and survival capability, He stands unparalleled among the trio. "Thank you, Spider-Man," Wolverine, Logan, said as he instinctively created a bit of distance, stretching his neck and shoulders. Although he was unperturbed by the prospect of injury, he could not dismiss the fact that the young Spider had just saved him. "No need for thanks, Wolverine. We are comrades now, aren't we?" Peter replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. His gaze then fell upon Logan's healing wounds and tattered battle attire. "However, you seem to be in, less than optimal condition." He noticed that Logan's recovery speed appeared somewhat lacking compared to what he had observed previously. This subtle discrepancy might be linked to the potential effects of genetically modified foods within his system. "Humph," Logan scoffed, the expression on his face suggesting he found the concern trivial. "Kid, don't judge me with the eyes of an ordinary person. These minor scrapes are hardly more bothersome than a mosquito bite. They'll heal without leaving a trace." But therein lies the question. Would a mosquito that has ingested Wolverine's blood also possess such extraordinary regenerative capabilities? Peter mused silently. "I know the guy who just attacked us." Silver Sable's voice pulled Peter back to reality. As the leader of Silver Sable International, her intelligence network spanned the entire nation, and she was well versed in the details of underground gangs and supervillains. His name is Goblin, a ruthless supervillain active in New York City, known for his cruel tactics and penchant for various explosives and prank weapons. He once served Kingpin for a time, and his methods are erratic and unpredictable. Goblin. The name sounded like something conjured from a circus. Logan pondered this moniker, his gaze sharpening. He had no interest in goblins or their ilk. Anyone who obstructed him from rescuing Hank would certainly receive a profound lesson courtesy of his claws. Among the three, if anyone was more familiar with this goblin character, it would undoubtedly be our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Peter had crossed paths with this villain on several occasions due to Kingpin's machinations. To be honest, he had always regarded him as a poor imitation of the Green Goblin, with the same glider, similarly pumpkin-shaped bombs, and that intentionally eerie, maniacal laughter. Just a moment ago, it had startled him, leading him to momentarily believe that Harry had regained his memories and once again succumbed to the Green Goblin persona, coming to confront him. However, his attention was swiftly diverted by the sounds of intense gunfire emanating from the rear of the laboratory. Peter's enhanced vision caught sight of two shadowy figures weaving through the hail of bullets, a sensation of familiarity washing over him. "Hey, guys." The wild and impatient voice of Wolverine Logan interrupted Peter's observations. He tilted his head, the vertebrae cracking audibly, and a fierce smile of battle readiness emerged on his face. "Are you interested in an exhilarating hunting expedition? I have no patience for riddles any longer." As soon as the words left his lips, he decisively unleashed the 6 gleaming adamantium claws from his forearms, crouched low, and entered a combat stance, roaring deeply as he charged headlong toward the heavily fortified main entrance of the laboratory. The automated sentry turrets, detecting the approaching intruder, instantly activated, unleashing a torrential barrage of fire as scorching bullets wove a deadly net, enveloping Logan's path. Yet, the embodiment of recklessness that is Wolverine dismissed this threat entirely, crossing his arms to shield his head and chest, defiantly pushing through the hailstorm of bullets with an unstoppable demeanor. The bullets struck his claws and skeletal structure, creating dazzling sparks and ringing sounds, yet they failed to halt his advance even a fraction. "Impressive," Peter exclaimed, unable to resist giving a thumbs up to this display of violent aesthetics. However, he clearly could not adopt Wolverine's brute force approach. It wasn't that his body couldn't withstand it, but rather that Spider-Man had his own unique style. With swift movements, strands of webbing shot forth, complemented by an invisible telekinetic force, systematically short-circuiting the automated turrets positioned at the critical choke point. One after another, they erupted in brilliant electrical sparks before falling silent, enveloped in smoke and rendered incapacitated. Indeed, Peter remarked lightly as he landed gracefully atop a disabled turret, clapping his hands. Rather than endure all the damage like that old soldier, it is far more efficient to eliminate the sources of danger directly. In the core control room of the laboratory, Dr. Herbert Landon stared intently at the dozens of surveillance screens before him, which vividly displayed Wolverine's violent breach of the front line and the real-time footage of Spider-Man dismantling the side turrets. Especially when scenes of Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Silver Fox advancing deeper appeared on the main screen, his complexion turned a deep shade of anger, and he slammed his fist heavily against the control console, seething with rage. "Monsters, is this the power of the pumpkin bomb you boasted about, capable of annihilating an army? And it couldn't even take down 3 little pests." The malevolent specter, gliding upon his winged apparatus, soared above the expansive core area like a hawk. Upon hearing Landon's accusations, he emitted a sinister, hissing laughter, entirely unfazed. "Landon, They are no ordinary pests, and you failed to inform me that today your research facility would face a united assault from 5 ruffians. This significantly exceeds the initial difficulty we had agreed upon. Thus, we must adjust our compensation to reflect current market conditions. Forgive the interruption, but not all of them are mere insects. That gentleman clad in a yellow battlesuit, I am acquainted with him. The X-Men prefer to affectionately refer to him as Wolverine. At that moment, Dr. Hank McCoy, the Beast, found himself imprisoned within a specially designed energy cage, pulsating with dangerous blue arcs, suspended midair. Beneath the cage simmered a cauldron of ominously bubbling green broth, yet this did not perturb the composed Mr. McCoy, who sought to rectify a minor misapprehension. Be silent, you blue-feathered chatterbox, confined within your cage. With a deft maneuver, the Spectre maneuvered his glider into a dive, hovering at the same elevation as the energy cage. His grotesque yellow mask nearly grazed the flickering blue arcs, from which emerged a taunting, venomous voice, gleefully gesturing towards the bubbling pot below. Can you see clearly now, Mr. Beast? Your situation is dire. Soon, we shall witness a talking bird plunge into that cauldron. Ha! I wonder if your beastly form will allow you to flounder a bit longer in the boiling water? Dr. Hank McCoy cast a glance at the roiling broth. His visage, a harmonious blend of human intellect and bestial traits, betraying not an ounce of fear. Instead, a serene, almost scholarly calm enveloped him. With all due respect, the gentleman soaring through the air upon a child's toy, in your view, who among us resembles a fledgling more closely? Enough. I have neither the time nor the inclination to indulge in your pointless philosophical debates and lackluster stand-up performances. Dr. Herbert Landon slammed his hand against the control console, producing a resounding thud that interrupted their exchange. His internal anxiety surged like a volcano on the brink of eruption, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. After all, the culmination of his painstaking research on mutant genetics could not be allowed to perish at this critical juncture. Spectre, Landon directed his gaze toward the frenzied figure above, nearly gritting his teeth as he spoke. I shall concede to your demands. As long as you assist me in thwarting those accursed intruders outside, preserving my laboratory and data, I will offer you a reward that will satisfy you, double, no triple, just ensure you can deliver. At this point, despite the overwhelming anger and humiliation he felt towards the malevolent spirit's brazen act of opportunism, Langdon's reason dictated that he must concede. Nothing was more crucial than the experimental data stored on the core server. Ah, Langdon, congratulations on making the right choice. The malevolent spirit let out a triumphant, piercing laugh, sharply elevating its glider, tracing a provocative parabola across the spacious control room before abruptly halting, lowering its wingtips to hover directly before Langdon. Merely stating this is insufficient. My dear doctor, the malevolent spirit? Langdon's expression shifted. He feared that the entity, insatiable as it was, intended to impose even more stringent demands. However, the malevolent spirit shook its head, extending a finger and waving it before Langdon, urging him to hear the truth. Calm yourself, doctor. Let us do a simple calculation. Currently, there are 5 mischief makers, yet only 1 spirit distributing candy, which simply cannot suffice. You must seek new allies, or I cannot guarantee your laboratory will remain unscathed. This was a coldly calculated judgment based on the battlefield's dynamics. One Spider-Man was already a formidable nuisance, and now 4 more capable intruders were to contend with. Although the malevolent spirit was arrogant, it had not yet lost its sanity to believe it could withstand 5 adversaries alone. New allies. Langdon's brows furrowed tightly, forming a distinction character. He understood perfectly well that the allies the malevolent spirit referred to were not the security personnel of the Institute, who could merely handle ordinary thieves, but rather beings endowed with supernatural powers or extraordinary capabilities. Dana, it is time for you to contribute to the Mutant Gene Project. He turned his gaze toward the assistant standing in the corner of the control panel, adorned with striking short yellow hair and clad in a pale red professional outfit. Just as you astutely sense the intruders approaching, use your abilities to repel them. Harness your strength and drive them away. No, I can't, Dr. Langdon. The thought of awakening the demon within her once more, especially to confront the X-Men and superheroes displayed on the monitor, left Dana feeling like a frightened rabbit. She resolutely shook her head, terrified of the power dwelling within her. You can do it, Dana, unleash your strength. Langdon stepped forward, shouting fervently, then presented a reason he believed she could not refuse. Do you not wish to rid yourself of the monster within? Do you want to stand by and watch as our ultimate research achievement is destroyed? Once the research is obliterated, no one and no method will be able to assist you. You will be forever haunted by it, until it spirals out of control or consumes you entirely. I can't control it. I want to be rid of it, but I can't. Dana cried in anguish, clutching her head, her face contorted in pain. The internal conflict rendering her nearly incoherent, unsure of how to proceed. Hank, trapped in his cage, observed this scene, realizing he must take action. Miss Dana, do not heed Landon's nonsensical ramblings. What resides within you is not a monster, but rather a latent talent that you have yet to comprehend and embrace. He endeavored to imbue his voice with persuasion. Listen, if I manage to escape from this cage, I solemnly swear by the name of the X-Men that I shall personally introduce you to Professor Charles Xavier, the world's foremost expert in guiding and assisting individuals like yourself. He can teach you how to understand, control, and even coexist peacefully with your abilities. Be quiet, Hank. This is not a place for you, a mere prisoner, to preach, Landon retorted, abruptly pivoting and unleashing a furious roar toward the direction of the cage. His face flushed with rage. Landon, regain your senses. Do not continue down this misguided path. Hank remained undeterred, raising his voice a notch, his eyes brimming with regret and entreaty. He wished he had informed his former partner earlier to steer him away from this misstep. I once shared your obsession, fixated on employing extreme technological measures to rectify mutant genes, even resorting to perilous experiments on myself. Yet, I ultimately realized that this was a misguided path. It is not an effective solution. I do not have time for your nostalgic reminiscing. The specter in the air interjected impatiently, tilting its head as it glided above the two, generating a buzzing noise. Perhaps if you cannot find assistance, you might consider reaching out to your other partner, Silverman, or your former employer, the recently escaped King, for aid. In my opinion, that fellow with the gravestone-like visage seems to possess some measure of strength. After circling above them, the specter let out a chilling, sinister laugh. The advice has been given. Whether you heed it is your choice. I must take my leave now to greet the guests outside. With those words, the specter abruptly ascended, causing the sturdy alloy ceiling of the laboratory to part, revealing the sky beyond. Like an arrow released from its bow, it shot forth, vanishing from sight. However, merely minutes later, this cunning madman did not proceed directly to confront the intruders as claimed. Utilizing his familiarity with the structure of the laboratory, he adeptly evaded all surveillance cameras, infiltrating through another concealed ventilation duct. In that moment, the specter appeared as a true phantom, silently arriving at the most central area of the laboratory, hovering above the server room that housed all genetic research data on mutants. The specter emitted a low, suppressed chuckle of triumph, leaping from his glider and effortlessly landing in the comfortable chair before the main control computer. I, the specter, am not so naive and foolish. Do you think a mere empty promise would compel me to risk my life? It would be far wiser to secure a bit of upfront payment and tangible rewards. In the eyes of the malevolent specter, the most valuable asset of the Brandt Corporation undoubtedly lies in its invaluable experimental data concerning mutant genes. Whether sold to other insatiable eager research institutions or to certain military departments with intense interest, it could render him immensely wealthy overnight. His fingers, adorned with specialized sensory gloves, danced across the keyboard with the grace of a pianist. As a technically adept super hacker, breaching the Brandt Corporation's internal encryption protocol